Lin Family Village, Kanglin Kingdom, Yuanguang Prefecture. The entire prefecture is predominantly mountainous, representing the most impoverished region of Kanglin Kingdom. The inhabitants primarily rely on herbal gathering and hunting for their livelihoods, often enduring a meager existence of intermittent hunger. Baishe town lies in the northern part of Yuanguang Prefecture, nestled deep within the Datsang mountain range, serving as the sole town within a 100-mile radius. It is here that the villagers engage in trade and sell herbal medicines. Lin Family Village is but a commonplace settlement among the many in the Datsang Mountains. According to the village records, Lin Family Village has been thriving in this area for several centuries. It is said that the ancestors sought refuge from warfare, and after generations of procreation, the village now boasts a population of over 300. Life in the mountains fosters a spirit of simplicity and camaraderie. Whenever a family faces challenges, the rest of the villagers readily offer assistance. For instance, when a family builds a house or holds a celebration or funeral, the villagers unite to lend a hand, for collective strength is essential for survival in such a harsh environment. Lin Changfeng's family is one of the ordinary households in the village, yet he has been burdened with worry lately, his brow perpetually furrowed. Whenever he finds a moment of respite, he takes to his pipe, inhaling deeply to ease his troubled mind. Exhaling a long plume of smoke, Lin Changfeng addressed his wife, saying, "My dear, my recent forays into the mountains have yielded little. Our food supply has been depleted for several days now, and relying on borrowed provisions from Lin Xiang's family is not a sustainable solution. Besides, how much can they spare?" His wife sighed deeply in response. "Dear husband, we can endure hunger, but the children are still growing." Her voice trailed off as tears streamed down her cheeks, her body trembling with despair. Lin Family Village is already plagued by scarcity and hardship, and yet Lin Changfeng's family consists of 4 children. As the children grow there, circumstances have grown increasingly dire. Their eldest son is 12, the second son 10, the third son 7, and their youngest daughter is 4. With the family having gone days without food, they have relied on borrowed supplies from neighbors, and with no success in hunting, this arrangement is untenable. Lin Changfeng is an honest man, living the most traditional life in Lin Family Village. His wife and children gather herbs while he hunts. If fortune smiles upon him, he may catch a wild boar or similar large game, providing ample food in return. However, he often encounters only smaller animals or returns empty-handed, making life exceedingly difficult. Currently, he finds himself in the worst of circumstances, having failed to hunt large game for a considerable time, and the family's survival hangs by a thread, a constant source of concern for him. Observing her husband, who resorts to his pipe whenever he has a moment to spare, his wife refrains from reproach, fully aware of his anxiety. As a wife, she feels helpless, burdened with guilt. Seeing their 4 emaciated children fills her heart with sorrow, often leading her to retreat in solitude to weep quietly, knowing her husband bears an even heavier burden. Alas, Lin Changfeng lamented, tapping his pipe against the ground in frustration, letting out a long sigh. Despite his tireless efforts, luck has not favored him, and their situation remains unchanged. In desperation, he resolved to seek assistance from the village chief. The village chief is widely regarded as the wisest and most astute individual in the village, and Lin Changfeng sees him as his last hope. Without consulting his wife, he made his way to the chief's home. Upon sitting down, Lin Changfeng's expression remained troubled. The village chief, a man in his 60s, though frail and graying, retained a lively spirit. Having spent years traversing the mountains, as long as one is in good health, the body remains resilient. Seeing Lin Changfeng's demeanor, the village chief surmised the purpose of his visit. With so few households in the village, he was well aware of each family's circumstances. Understanding Lin Changfeng's character, the chief recognized him as a straightforward man who hesitated to speak up. Ultimately, the village chief wasted no time in addressing the matter directly. "Changfeng, I am well aware of your family's plight. If you solely depend on the villagers for aid, this is not a long-term solution. You must be seeking a more sustainable resolution. Am I correct? If you merely require provisions, that can be arranged." Upon hearing the chief's words, Lin Changfeng's eyes brightened. Though he is honest, he is not naive. He discerned a potential solution in the chief's statement. Feeling a surge of hope, he inquired, "Village chief, do you truly have a way to alleviate our situation? The children are so thin, and as their father, it pains me to see their frail bodies." As he spoke, tears of sorrow welled up in his eyes that he lamented, "It is my failure as a father that they must endure such hardship." As he spoke, his eyes reddened, and the village chief could clearly sense the helplessness, sorrow, and guilt of a father, a fellow father. The village chief understood Lin Changfeng's feelings and would not refuse to help where he could. After a moment of reflection, the village chief seemed to be gathering his thoughts. After several breaths, he continued, "Changfeng, the sources of income for your family are indeed limited, primarily relying on both you and your wife, while the children can only assist in small ways, their contributions being quite limited. As they grow, the household expenses will inevitably increase. Have you considered alternative means to augment your income?" Listening to the village chief, Lin Changfeng pondered the idea. However, he remained perplexed by the chief's suggestion that he certainly desired to increase the family's income. But how could he achieve that? He was at a loss, ultimately gazing blankly at the village chief, convinced that there must be a solution in the chief's words. Observing Lin Changfeng's expression, the village chief recognized that he had not grasped his meaning. Without further circumlocution, he looked earnestly at Lin Changfeng and said, "Changfeng, it's understandable that you cannot conceive of methods to increase your income. Our way of life in Lin Family Village has been the same for generations, with minimal contact with the outside world, leading to a lack of understanding beyond our immediate surroundings that we venture to town only when we need to sell game or herbs. I recently learned of a new opportunity and had intended to suggest it to the village's eligible children. After all, it is a rare chance." The village chief turned his gaze toward the horizon as he spoke further. "A few days ago, I heard mention of a martial arts sect called Sanyue Sect in the Datsang Mountains, which is currently recruiting disciples in Baisher Town. Any child aged 6 to 12 may participate in the assessment, and if successful, they will be taken to Sanyue Sect for training as disciples. It is said that the benefits for disciples are substantial, with a monthly stipend of at least 1 or 2 silver coins, along with provisions and accommodation." At this point, the village chief paused, turning back to face Lin Changfeng. Lin Changfeng sat in stunned silence for a moment, before a spark of excitement lit up his face. The village chief had presented a viable solution, and it was clear to him that he needed to grasp this opportunity. With 4 children in the household, the second and third should most aptly meet the criteria as long as one of them passes the assessment. The family will enjoy a continuous source of income. This not only alleviates the issue of providing meals for the children, but also enhances the family's financial resources. Even in challenging times, like the present, the family would not suffer from hunger. A mere couple of silver coins would suffice for a month's sustenance, leaving some surplus. Thus, the current predicament would indeed be resolved. Disciples Assessment, Part 1. After listening to the village elder's heartfelt words, Lin Changfeng felt a surge of optimism. He envisioned a glimmer of hope for life. If either his second or third child could pass the assessment, all the hardships his family faced would be alleviated. As he departed from the elder's home, he carried with him some grains and a piece of cured meat, a thoughtful gift from the elder. With the children in poor spirits and only a few days remaining before the Sanyue Sect's disciple assessment, the elder had stressed the importance of ensuring the children were well fed during this crucial period. Thus, it was only upon Lin Changfeng's departure that the elder bestowed upon him the provisions, with the expectation of their eventual return. Upon returning home, Lin Changfeng's mood had noticeably brightened. The sight of the cured meat elicited salivating responses from his children, their eyes shimmering with anticipation. Witnessing this scene tugged at the heartstrings of both Lin Changfeng and his wife. Yet, having just received news from the elder about the Sanyue Sect's recruitment of disciples, he held on to a flicker of hope, despite the uncertainty of the outcome. Setting down the grains and cured meat, Lin Changfeng addressed his wife, saying, "My dear, let us treat the children to a hearty meal today, especially the second and third. They shall have the meat, allowing them to nourish their bodies." Upon hearing her husband's words, Lin's wife looked at him with a hint of confusion. After so many years together, she had never perceived Lin Changfeng as a biased individual. Yet his actions today left her wondering about his sudden inclination. Upon hearing Lin Changfeng's words, the eldest son remained silent, Yet the youngest sister could not contain her discontent. Upon realizing that her father would not grant her any meat, she burst into tears, her sobs growing louder and more sorrowful. Eventually, Lin's wife could no longer hold her tongue and inquired, "My dear husband, when did you become so partial? Since there is meat in the house, why not share it with the eldest and the youngest?" Seeing that his wife had misunderstood his intentions, Lin Chongfeng explained, "My visit to the old village chief today was not merely to borrow grain. I did not even request the cured meat. The old village chief provided a solution to our family's current predicament, which is why he gifted me a piece of cured meat." In short order, Lin Chongfeng recounted the conversation he had with the village chief, including the information regarding the recruitment of disciples by the Qiankun sect. Upon hearing this, his wife experienced a moment of clarity, as if she had glimpsed a glimmer of hope in an otherwise dark world. Understanding the situation, she refrained from opposing Lin Chongfeng's decision. The eldest son, displaying maturity, recognized that his two younger brothers bore the weight of the family's hopes and thus empathized with his father's actions. However, the youngest sister, merely 4 years of age, remained oblivious to the complexities of the situation and simply clamored for the meat. As the family gathered around, savoring the tantalizing aroma of the cured meat wafting through the air, their mouths watered uncontrollably. The 4 children, driven by an insatiable appetite, each held a bowl brimming with rice and devoured their meal with fervor, while the others had no meat in their bowls. The flavor of the cured meat and its rendered fat infused their rice, rendering it all the more delectable. Observing his youngest son, Lin Xian, sharing some of his meat with his sister, Lin Chongfeng could not help but nod appreciatively. At merely 7 years of age, the boy exhibited a tender heart towards his sister, a testament to his maturity. Indeed, Lin Chongfeng held a particular fondness for this son. Noticing Lin Xian's benevolent act, he deliberately inquired, "Little 3, is the cured meat not to your liking? Why do you choose to give it to your sister? This meat is meant for you." In response, the 7-year-old Lin Xian looked up, his bright, expressive eyes meeting his father's gaze, and replied, "The cured meat is delicious, but my sister enjoys it too, so I decided to share." With that, he lowered his head and resumed his meal. Hearing his son's innocent voice, though simple in words, conveyed Lin Xian's affection for his sister, stirring a warmth in Lin Chongfeng's heart. With a slightly reddened visage, he addressed Lin Xian, "As long as you succeed in the discipleship examination of the Qiankun sect, your sister will be able to enjoy cured meat whenever she desires. Therefore, over these next few days, it is imperative that you eat well. Do you understand?" Lin Xian, somewhat grasping the meaning, nodded thoughtfully and continued, "Is it truly that wonderful to be a disciple of the Qiankun sect? Do the older brothers also have meat to eat once they become disciples?" Lin Chongfeng gazed at Lin Xian with fondness and nodded affirmatively. The 3 days passed swiftly, during which Lin Xian's mother spared no expense, ensuring 3 hearty meals each day. Both Lin Xian and his second brother, Lin Kuan, were treated to meat. Whenever their sister cried, Lin Xian would share his portion with her, and she adored her brother, often playing and frolicking with him. Little did she know that today would mark the day her beloved brother would depart from her side. The recruitment of disciples by the Qiankun sect was a significant event for the village. However, not every family was inclined to send their children to the sect. It was primarily those from less fortunate or impoverished backgrounds who contemplated such a decision. When Lin Chongfeng and his wife arrived at the village entrance with their 4 children, 5 or 6 other children had already gathered there. On this day, the village chief had employed the sole carriage in the village. For the distance to Baishur town was considerable, and even with the carriage, it required a journey of 3 hours. If the children were to walk, it would likely take them an entire day to reach Baishur town. After the Lin family arrived, a few more individuals joined them, and upon seeing the group assembled, the village chief instructed the children to board the carriage. However, as Lin Xian stepped onto the carriage, his younger sister began to cry, expressing her desire to accompany him. It took considerable coaxing from Lin Chongfeng and his wife to calm her down. Witnessing his sister's tears brought a sting to Lin Xian's eyes, and he clenched his fists tightly. With the crack of the whip, the carriage slowly departed from Linjia, marking the commencement of a significant transformation in Lin Xian's life trajectory. The old village chief, guiding the carriage, set forth with 12 village children along the bumpy road, which caused the carriage to jolt considerably. The children inside remained silent, lacking the energy to converse. The rough ride was quite distressing, and some were unable to restrain themselves from vomiting, resulting in an unpleasant odor permeating the carriage. After enduring 3 hours of jolting, The old village chief successfully arrived at Baishir town with his horse-drawn carriage. The children inside the carriage disembarked, their faces pale and sallow, with some exhibiting an almost sickly pallor. Most of these children were visiting Baishir town for the first time, and they were deeply captivated by its splendor, gradually regaining their spirits. At this moment, it was lunchtime, and the air was filled with the tantalizing aromas of various dishes. As the children caught a whiff of the delightful scents, they instinctively swallowed hard. The bustling sounds of vendors calling out and greetings exchanged created a lively atmosphere. The old village chief soon led the children into a small shop owned by one of his sons, which proved quite convenient for them. Before long, a middle-aged man approached and inquired, "Father, you brought the village children here without any prior notice. It would have been helpful for me to prepare in advance." The old village chief settled into a chair and replied, "There is no need for extensive preparation. Just some simple meals for these children will suffice. How has business been at the shop lately? Do you know when the disciple assessment is scheduled?" The middle-aged man respectfully responded, "The assessment is taking place today and will continue until evening. After the children finish their meal, there will still be ample time to go. Please do not worry, Father." The old village chief nodded, saying, "You have always been diligent in your tasks, so I trust you completely. Now please arrange for some food. I am quite hungry as well." As the middle-aged man departed, the dishes were promptly served. 2 large platters of twice-cooked pork accompanied by a variety of fresh vegetables. The chef's culinary skills were commendable. The enticing aromas awakened a ravenous appetite. The children, fixated on the delectable feast before them, could not help but swallow in anticipation. Observing their eager demeanor, the kindly village elder smiled gently and said, "Go ahead and eat. Fill your bellies. Once you have finished your meal, I shall take you to partake in the disciples' assessment." At the mention of food, the children eagerly grasped their bowls and devoured their meals with abandon. Coming from impoverished backgrounds, these children rarely experienced a hearty meal, often going without for extended periods. They were unaware of social niceties, yet the elder bore no offense at their lack of decorum. Instead, he continued to smile and watch them with warmth. Chapter 3. The Disciples' Assessment, Part 2. After the children had finished their meal, the village elder led them to the central square of Baishir town. Typically, this area was off-limits to the general populace, reserved for the training of soldiers. However, on this day, as Qiankun sect sought to recruit disciples, even the imperial court afforded a degree of respect to the sect, underscoring its formidable reputation. Upon entering the square, under the elder's guidance, the children formed a line as instructed by the disciples of Qiankun sect. Judging by the number of children present in the square, it was evident that a considerable turnout had come for the disciples' assessment. While the exact number of children who had arrived earlier was unknown, it was clear that nearly 100 children were now gathered. In the center of the square, upon the examination platform, an elderly man addressed another elderly gentleman clad in splendid attire, saying, "When I arrived in Baishir town, I had not anticipated discovering any promising talents. Yet, this outcome is profoundly disappointing." The elegantly adorned elder replied, "Baishir town is inherently barren, and many families have children who have perished from hunger. Consequently, the physical condition of the children is somewhat lacking. However, they are not averse to hardship. As long as their innate potential is at least adequate, we shall recruit them. After all, the sect is expanding, and we are still in need of many disciples." Upon hearing the response from the elegantly dressed elder, the old man nodded in agreement, stating, "It must be so. Otherwise, we shall not meet our quota, and it would be difficult to report back to the sect." With that, the elder turned to the person responsible for assessing the innate potential and murmured a few words, falling silent thereafter. The so-called disciple assessment involves evaluating these children's innate potential to determine their suitability for martial arts training. The process is not swift. Each child requires the duration of a meal to complete the assessment. Observing the children ahead of him being examined, and noting that the majority did not meet the standards, Lin Xian felt a surge of anxiety. He silently prayed, "I must pass this assessment. Only then can my family's situation improve. What will become of us if neither I nor my second brother succeeds?" Gazing at his second brother in front of him, he realized that he would soon be called for his assessment, and his heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. If his second brother succeeded, even if he himself did not, their family circumstances would still see improvement. Lin Kuan stepped onto the examination platform, his expression inscrutable, merely standing there. The disciple of the Qiankun sect, tasked with examining the candidates, meticulously examined Lin Kuan, touching and prodding him in various places. After a considerable duration, he ultimately shook his head in disapproval. Lin Kuan was escorted off the assessment platform by a guiding disciple, who subsequently relayed the outcome to the village elder. Although merely 7 years old, Lin Xian, the most astute among his siblings, grasped the reality that Lin Kuan had failed the evaluation. At that moment, he could distinctly hear the rapid thumping of his own heart. Thud. 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 Yet, no amount of anxiety could alter the situation, as one by one, the village children ascended the stage for examination. Each met with the same fate as Lin Kuan. A sense of despair began to engulf Lin Xian as he witnessed the disheartening results. None of the children from Linjia Village had passed the assessment. Finally, it was Lin Xian's turn. With heavy steps, he approached the assessment platform. His eyes filled with hope as he gazed at the disciple responsible for the evaluation, who appeared indifferent to his presence. The disciple continued his thorough examination, seemingly oblivious to Lin Xian's anticipation. What felt like an eternity to Lin Xian passed in mere moments. After completing the review, the disciple nodded at the elderly figure on the platform, and Lin Xian was ushered into a group of other children. The guiding disciple informed the village elder of the results. Upon hearing that Lin Xian had successfully passed the assessment, a smile broke upon the elder's face. At last, this journey had not been in vain. The troubles of the Lin family had found resolution. The disciple of the Qiankun sect handed a cloth bag containing silver to the village elder, stating, "Elder, this is the reward for your family's success in the assessment," totaling 5 taels. The elderly man kindly requested to relay the message to the parents. The old village chief, elated, accepted the silver and replied, "Of course. Of course. That child is still young, and I hope you will take good care of him once he joins the sect." Having experienced the world, the old village chief spoke with utmost propriety. The disciples of Qiankun sect responded in unison, though in reality, they would not need to look after the child. Once he entered the sect, he would be assigned to various departments, each fulfilling their respective duties. Upon realizing he had been brought to a place distinct from his elder brothers, Lin Xian understood that he had successfully passed the assessment. At that moment, his heart swelled with excitement and a sense of relief, emotions not typically befitting a 7-year-old. Yet Lin Xian was indeed an anomaly. After witnessing Lin Xian's success, the old village chief briefed him on a few matters before departing with the other children. He still had to escort them back to Lin family village and would also inform Lin Changfeng of Lin Xian's achievement. The 5 taels of silver would temporarily alleviate the hardships faced by Lin Changfeng's family. Lin Xian paid no heed to the subsequent assessments. His mind was solely occupied with the thought that his family would soon enjoy a better life. His spirit remained exhilarated, making it difficult for him to calm down. As dusk fell, the square was devoid of any participating disciples. Around Lin Xian stood approximately 30 to 40 fellow successful candidates, under the guidance of an elderly figure. The disciples of Qiankun sect led the successful children to an inn. They would rest for the night before embarking on their journey to Qiankun sect the following day. The night had deepened, and within a room of the inn, the venerable elder clad in resplendent robes was engaged in a conversation with the elder responsible for the current task. The elder addressed the robed elder, saying, "Elder Zhao, we have only managed to recruit 38 individuals this time. Among them, approximately 20 possess acceptable qualifications. Of the remaining 18, 16 can be trained with some effort, while the last 2 are truly of little utility. I wonder what your thoughts are regarding the allocation of these children." Elder Zhao, the robed elder, pondered for a moment before responding, "The number of recruits has not met our expectations. Let us assign the 36 to the instructors, so they may all learn martial arts. Even if they do not achieve great success in the future, they will at least contribute to the strength of our sect. As for the remaining 2, let the older one go to the dining hall, while the younger can be sent to the apothecary." Dr. Huo mentioned that he still requires apprentices, and children are more malleable. Upon hearing Elder Zhao's words, the elder nodded in agreement, clearly in favor of the decision. Unbeknownst to Lin Xian, his fate had been determined by the exchange between these 2 elders. At that moment, he was already lost in slumber, immersed in a sweet dream where his sister could indulge in meat whenever she wished, and their parents, along with his 2 brothers, would no longer suffer from hunger. They all lived in abundance, enjoying a blissful life, and even in his dreams, Lin Xian wore a contented smile. Chapter 4. Entering Qiankun sect in Yunguan County. Amidst the Grand Song Mountain lay the residence of Qiankun sect. The more than 100 newly recruited disciples were assigned to various departments, and as expected, Lin Xian found himself designated to the apothecary, embarking on his journey as an apprentice. At this moment in the hall of the pharmacy, an elderly man clad in gray sat solemnly upon the primary wooden chair, while Lin Xian stood respectfully below. The old man cleared his throat lightly and, as if musing to himself, remarked, "I will accept only one apprentice at a time here, with a probationary period of 1 year. Should you fail to fulfill the tasks I assign within this year, there shall be no place for you here. Whether you are sent back home or reassigned elsewhere is a matter determined by the sect." Upon hearing the elder's words, Lin Xian felt a surge of anxiety. He was utterly perplexed. Had he not already joined the Qiankun sect? Why was there a possibility of being sent home? A multitude of questions swirled within his mind. Yet the elder's demeanor did not suggest deceit. Noticing the fluctuations of Lin Xian's expression, the elder seemed to intuit his thoughts and continued, "You need not worry excessively. The tasks I present are quite straightforward. With diligence, you shall surely accomplish them. Furthermore, the treatment within our pharmacy shall not be inferior to that of other departments. In fact, it may even surpass them." Having spoken, the elder cast 2 tomes onto the table and continued. "These 2 books comprise your assignments for the year. One focuses on literacy, while the other on herbal knowledge. Each morning, I shall dedicate an hour to teaching you to read. Once you have mastered all the characters, you will then study the second book independently. At the year's end, I will assess your comprehension of both texts. Should you succeed, you may proceed with further learning. If you do not, as I mentioned earlier, there will be no place for you here. The final point is that my surname is Huo. Should you encounter any issues within this year, feel free to approach me. Simply call me Elder Huo." After the elder spoke, he picked up the books from the table and gestured towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian respectfully stepped forward, accepted the books, and then retreated, continuing to await Elder Huo's instructions. Elder Huo was quite pleased with Lin Xian's demeanor, nodding his approval before raising his hand and saying, "That direction leads to your quarters. There is nothing more to be done today. You may return to your room and rest. As for your meals, they will be delivered to you. Tomorrow, we shall commence your studies in recognizing characters. After you have had your breakfast, simply wait for me here." Lin Xian bowed to Elder Huo and took his leave. Upon exiting the hall of the apothecary, Lin Xian began to observe the place where he would reside for the year, and indeed, he harbored hopes of staying even longer. The apothecary was nestled in a small valley with several medicinal fields in the distance, where the herbs emitted a subtle fragrance that permeated the air of the entire valley. Lin Xian inhaled deeply, thoroughly enjoying this scent. Aside from the fields, there were various wooden structures, each providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer. The buildings within the apothecary were primarily divided into 3 areas, each serving distinct purposes. For instance, one area was dedicated to medical treatment and healing, housing numerous rooms for storing various herbs, providing rest for the injured, serving as Elder Huo's consultation space, and accommodating rooms for Elder Huo's research and the preparation of medicinal pills. The other 2 areas were designated for Elder Huo's residence and that of his disciples. The apothecary hall is primarily responsible for healing and treating the members of the Qiankun sect. In the absence of significant events, it stands as the most tranquil place within the sect. This tranquility is a requirement set forth by Elder Huo, as it is generally prohibited for ordinary disciples to enter the apothecary hall without permission. The rationale is quite simple. The formulation of prescriptions and the crafting of medicinal pills necessitate an environment of serenity. The sect is certainly mindful not to offend the esteemed physician Huo, a figure renowned for his remarkable accomplishments. The following day, Lin Xian arrived punctually at the designated meeting place with Elder Huo, who also appeared on time shortly after Lin Xian's arrival. Thus began Lin Xian's first year of academic pursuits. The study of characters proved to be rather tedious. However, Lin Xian understood that if he could not overcome this hurdle, the difficulties at home would persist. Consequently, he immersed himself in his studies with great diligence, simultaneously learning to recognize herbs. Each type of medicinal plant was accompanied by an illustration, and although he occasionally encountered unfamiliar characters, this did not hinder his ability to identify the herbs. 10 months slipped by, and only 2 months remained until Elder Huo's assessment. Nevertheless, Lin Xian boldly requested to undertake the examination. Throughout these 10 months, he had rested merely 3 hours each day, dedicating all his time to study. Although the meals at the apothecary hall were excellent, Lin Xian appeared gaunt. Though his complexion had improved significantly since his initial arrival at the sect, and he had grown taller, Elder Huo was not surprised by Lin Xian's request. He had been closely observing the boy's unwavering effort. He was also well aware of Lin Xian's intelligence. And the fact that he sought to take the examination after just 10 months left Elder was somewhat astonished. According to his understanding, Lin Xian, at the age of 8 months, could effortlessly pass the assessment. There was no doubt about the outcome, and he successfully cleared it with remarkable ease. Lin Xian had become exceedingly familiar with all the new characters and medicinal herbs, responding fluently throughout the evaluation. Due to his smooth progression, he had already advanced into the curriculum for the second year, which involved comprehending the pharmacology of various herbs and the considerations necessary during their cultivation. This material primarily required memorization, albeit more extensive and considerably more challenging than that of the first year. However, Elder Huo believed that these topics posed no difficulty for Lin Xian. With Lin Xian's relentless dedication, resting merely 3 hours a day, it was anticipated that he would once again undergo the assessment ahead of schedule. As he commenced his studies, Lin Xian channeled the same vigor he had exhibited over the past 10 months. Out of concern for Lin Xian during today's instructional session, Elder Huo inquired, "Lin Xian, what motivates your diligent study? Are you afraid of being sent back home?" Upon hearing Elder Huo mention something unrelated to the lesson for the first time, Lin Xian paused briefly before responding, "I cannot be sent back home. My siblings and parents have altered their lives because I joined the Jianghu sect. If I were to return, they would once again face hunger." Lin Xian's answer was candid and sincere. After listening to him, Elder Huo nodded in approval, deeply satisfied with such maturity at such a young age. Time swiftly passed, marking the end of another year during which Lin Xian diligently pursued his studies. To Elder Huo's surprise, Lin Xian did not request an early assessment. Initially, Huo anticipated that Lin Xian would seek an evaluation after 10 months. However, it was only after a full year that Lin Xian expressed his desire for an assessment. Chapter 5. 3 years without unexpected occurrences. After a year of devoted learning, Lin Xian had memorized the functions of all herbs and the essential considerations for cultivating each one with remarkable precision. Elder Huo was particularly pleased with Lin Xian's calm demeanor at such a young age. Now, at the age of 9, Lin Xian had grown significantly taller than when he first entered the Jianghu sect. More importantly, he had become a disciple of the Jianghu sect, well-versed in the knowledge of numerous herbs. Even if he were to return to Lin Village, his expertise would afford him and his family a comfortable life. Today marked another day of instruction from Elder Huo, who proclaimed, "The art of medicine can save lives, yet it can also lead to death. Therefore, as a healer, one must master pharmacology. Furthermore, one must be adept at cultivating herbs and refining elixirs." Elder Huo's lecture extended for over an hour. Although Lin Xian felt overwhelmed, he remained focused, for he harbored a genuine interest in pharmacology and medicine. He mused to himself, "If I can acquire Elder Huo's skills, will I ever lack for silver? My family's livelihood would be secured." In the third year, Elder Huo aimed to impart to Lin Xian the intricacies of pharmacology, with a particular emphasis on the refinement of pills. If, this year, he successfully passes the assessment, he would indeed have found a worthy disciple. Within the confines of the disciple's dwelling, the hour of the pig had long since passed, yet Lin Xian remained diligently engaged in his studies. His voice reverberated throughout the room as he recited the principles of human physiology, the 5 internal organs: liver associated with wood, susceptible to anger, heart linked to fire, vulnerable to joy, spleen connected to earth, prone to overthinking. The interplay of the 5 elements, birth and restraint, can be judiciously applied. When the elements within a person are in harmony, health prevails, whereas disarray invites illness. Listening to the sounds emanating from the apprentice's quarters, Old Huo nodded in satisfaction, muttering to himself, "The child is indeed teachable." He then turned and departed. As Lin Xian immersed himself in the study of medical theories, he concurrently delved into pharmacology. The essence of medicine lies in the utilization of various herbs to ultimately restore balance to the 5 elements within a person. When the elements flow harmoniously, the body thrives. When they are in chaos, ailments arise. Moreover, during patient consultations, Old Huo would often invite Lin Xian to observe the entire diagnostic process, a crucial component of his education. Occasionally, Old Huo would pose questions regarding a specific herb in a prescription, to which Lin Xian consistently provided insightful answers. After 6 months, there were instances when Old Huo would even entrust Lin Xian to diagnose common patients, while he himself observed the proceedings. Whenever Lin Xian hesitated, Old Huo would interject with a word or two, often providing enlightening guidance. This initiative of Old Huo's garnered recognition for Lin Xian within the sect, a mere 10-year-old physician. Remarkably, many patients regained their health under Lin Xian's care, and with Old Huo overseeing the process, there was little fear of error should a mistake arise. Old Huo would promptly intervene. After 2.5 years of diligent study, Lin Xian has indeed earned the esteemed recognition of Master Huo. Although he is merely a 10-year-old child, with his current medical prowess, he could easily manage a small clinic. On this particular day, Lin Xian arrived as usual to receive Master Huo's teachings, but Master Huo had no intention of discussing medical principles today. He began by addressing Lin Xian. Lin Xian, after 2.5 years of learning, you have excelled in all my tasks, and the final subject remaining is alchemy. I believe you will have no difficulties in this area, for your genuine interest and remarkable talent in the medical arts are evident. Upon hearing these words, Lin Xian respectfully bowed and expressed, Master Huo, I shall forever be grateful for your teachings and will honor you as a father in return for your immense kindness. His words were heartfelt and imbued with sincerity. Master Huo waved his hand dismissively, saying, there is no need for such formality. Simply focus on your studies. Today, I shall commence your instruction in the art of alchemy. Elixirs are wondrous substances, each serving diverse purposes. Some can detoxify, others strengthen the body, and some can't. Master Huo dedicated a significant portion of the next half hour to elucidating the benefits of elixirs, as well as the challenges inherent in their creation. He also meticulously explained the principles of alchemy, detailing each step with care. Subsequently, Master Huo led Lin Xian into the alchemy chamber, where he personally demonstrated the process. With a grace akin to flowing water, Master Huo swiftly crafted several emerald green pills before Lin Xian's astonished eyes. Although old Master Huo stated that the art of pharmacology is exceptionally intricate and prone to failures, the creation of these verdant pills appeared deceptively effortless. Once the pills had solidified, he retrieved an exquisite jade vial to contain them. Addressing Lin Xian, he proclaimed, these pills are named Qingyu pills, designed to fortify one's essence and prolong life. The process of crafting them is not overly challenging. Begin with this pill's formulation. Furthermore, once the pills are completed, they should not be stored in arbitrary containers. Generally, jade vials are preferred to prevent the loss of medicinal properties. Lin Xian nodded, gazing at the jade vial with fervent anticipation. At that moment, his eagerness to engage in the alchemical process himself surged. Having just witnessed old Master Huo's expertise in pill crafting, now was the perfect time to embark on his own endeavor. Observing Lin Xian's palpable enthusiasm, old Master Huo smiled and, after encouraging him to take the reins, departed. According to old Master Huo, the essence of pill making lies in extracting the quintessence from various herbs and subsequently merging them. This fusion transcends mere arithmetic. It may yield results beyond the simple sum of its parts, perhaps resulting in effects akin to 1-1 equating to 5 or even 6. This is the wondrous nature of elixirs. The most crucial aspect of this process is the fusion itself, where failure frequently occurs. With an ample array of herbs laid out upon the stone table, Lin Xian commenced his work. It was then that he realized the arduous nature of alchemy. Despite utilizing a considerable amount of materials, he emerged without a single pill to show for his efforts, utterly exhausted. Particularly in his head, there was a persistent buzzing sensation, and as he walked, everything around him seemed to sway incessantly, akin to the disorientation one experiences after imbibing too much alcohol. In such a state, the prospect of continuing his alchemical endeavors was untenable. Upon returning to his dwelling, Lin Xian collapsed onto his bed and swiftly succumbed to slumber, having never before felt such profound fatigue. Despite his initial, complete failure in the art of alchemy, he was now acutely aware of its formidable challenges. Yet, he harbored no intention of surrender, for such a notion was entirely contrary to Lin Xian's character. The following day, immediately after breakfast, Lin Xian rushed into the alchemical chamber, resuming his practice with fervor. That day, aside from mealtimes, he remained ensconced within the confines of the alchemical room. The outcome was, as anticipated, that he staggered back to his quarters yet again, collapsing into sleep upon his return. Chapter 6. The departure of Elder Huo. Observing Lin Xian's relentless cycle of failures, each culminating in utter exhaustion before retreating to his abode, Elder Huo was plunged into contemplation, with no one privy to the thoughts occupying his mind. Thus, 3 months elapsed, during which Lin Xian squandered an immeasurable quantity of medicinal materials. At long last, he succeeded in concocting a jade pill, Although its surface was uneven and pockmarked, it could at least be deemed an elixir, possessing a modicum of efficacy. Elder Huo was profoundly astonished, for it was a jade pill that Lin Xian had crafted, a remedy beneficial even to those in the qi refinement stage. Nevertheless, the greatest joy was felt by Lin Xian himself. Despite his utter fatigue, the uncontainable excitement reflected upon his visage betrayed the exhilaration surging within his heart. Upon returning to his abode, Lin Xian, as was customary, collapsed into slumber. However, today a smile graced his countenance. The following day, Lin Xian was summoned to the grand hall of the apothecary. At that moment, old Master Huo sat in the elevated wooden chair, resembling the very first day Lin Xian had come to the apothecary. As Lin Xian entered the hall, old Master Huo slowly opened his tightly shut eyes. And the gaze that met Lin Xian felt alien, as if old Master Huo had transformed overnight. Furthermore, the old master was no longer the familiar mentor Lin Xian had known. Instead, he emanated a sense of trepidation. Despite this, Lin Xian approached old Master Huo, bowed respectfully, and then stood to the side, awaiting his master's words. Today, the old master bore an air of authority that was palpable when he finally spoke. The gravity of his presence became even more pronounced. Lin Xian, you have successfully completed the 3-year assessment. You are now a healer. In fact, you may surpass many seasoned physicians. Your task is complete, as is mine. Old Master Huo's declaration left Lin Xian somewhat bewildered. While Lin Xian pondered this revelation, Old Master Huo's voice resonated once more. I ought to depart quietly, but out of consideration for our bond as teacher and student, I shall bestow upon you an opportunity, allowing me to leave without regrets. Your future achievements will depend solely on your own fortune. Upon finishing his words, Lin Xian observed Old Master Huo slowly raise his right hand, his index finger pointing towards Lin Xian's brow. A radiant light emanated from the fingertip, swiftly darting towards Lin Xian's forehead before merging with him entirely. Lin Xian was taken aback. He had never encountered such an astonishing scenario before. At that moment, he felt a throbbing sensation in his head, a surge of information flooding his mind. The method of cultivating the Xian Yinju had been imparted to him. Realizing this, Lin Xian understood that Elder Huo had just bestowed upon him a profound technique. Regardless of its purpose, the commotion that had just transpired indicated that this technique was anything but ordinary. As Lin Xian sought to kneel in reverence, it felt as though an unseen force restrained him, preventing his descent. Elder Huo continued, there is no need for such veneration. I do not wish to entangle us in excessive karma. Consider this technique as a resolution of our master-disciple bond. Moreover, he stated, I also possess some insights into this method, along with a compendium of herbs, which I shall offer you. I cannot discern whether today's decision is right or wrong. Regardless, it is no longer my concern. As Elder Huo spoke, his form gradually began to fade, his voice growing increasingly distant. When his final word echoed, he vanished completely, leaving the chair he often occupied empty and desolate. Lin Xian rubbed his eyes, confirming that the chair was indeed devoid of any presence. Glancing at the 2 books on the nearby table, he assured himself that the earlier events were not mere illusions. He approached the table, carefully grasping the 2 volumes, one titled Compendium of Herbs, while the other bore no name. Lin Xian tucked the books away with utmost care, then returned to the chair, kneeling respectfully before it, and bowed 3 times with profound reverence. Slowly rising to his feet, Lin Xian remained motionless, lost in contemplation of the recent events. He once again touched the 2 books in his possession, and the reality of the situation confirmed that it was indeed not a mere illusion. Upon returning to his room, Lin Xian sat on the edge of his bed, his expression vacant, his eyes unblinking. Anyone encountering such inexplicable occurrences would likely find themselves in a similar state, especially considering he was merely a 10-year-old child. A sleepless night ensued, with Lin Xian's mind consumed by the words of the venerable Elder Huo and the bizarre scene that unfolded upon his departure, replaying in his mind like a haunting refrain. The following day, he awoke close to noon, unaware of when he had succumbed to slumber the previous night. His stomach grumbled incessantly, prompting him to make his way to the dining area, where breakfast had been served but was now cold. Lin Xian picked up a steamed bun and bit into it. The meal was still intended for 2. After consuming 2 buns, he felt satiated, leaving the remainder untouched, as the attending disciple would collect any leftovers after the lunch service. After finishing his meal, Lin Xian returned to the main hall, only to find no trace of Elder Huo in any of the rooms. It seemed that the elder had indeed departed, Lin Xian mused inwardly. Back in his room, he retrieved the book on herbal alchemy, meticulously flipping through its pages. The introductory section presented 3 types of elixirs: Qingyu Pill, Longjia Dan, and Qingyuan Dan, accompanied by relevant descriptions and formulas. The Qingyu Pill is suitable for practitioners at the 1st to 4th levels of the Qi training stage, while the Longjia Pill is intended for those at the 5th to 8th levels. The Qingyuan Pill, on the other hand, caters to practitioners at the 8th to 12th levels. Lin Xian found himself utterly perplexed by these descriptions. Following these 3 formulations were introductions to various herbs, accompanied by illustrations, most of which Lin Xian was unfamiliar with. It was precisely this unfamiliarity that heightened Lin Xian's regard for this compendium of herbs and elixirs. His intrigue in the realm of medicine surpassed all else. Days passed, and Lin Xian continued to visit Elder Huo's residence daily, yet he never caught a glimpse of the old man. He had begun to genuinely believe that Elder Huo had indeed departed. Moreover, in the days that followed, all patients visiting the apothecary were attended to by Lin Xian. Under Elder Huo's guidance, he had already treated numerous patients, all of whom found relief from their ailments. Consequently, they were not averse to Lin Xian's medical care. In light of Elder Huo's absence, Lin Xian reported to the sect that the elder was embarking on a journey, and that he was temporarily entrusted with the management of the apothecary. The sect had no objections to this arrangement, as long as the apothecary continued to operate smoothly without any disruption. Thus, Lin Xian effectively became the de facto overseer of the apothecary, despite not yet having reached the age of 11. Aside from Lin Xian, it seemed that no one else within the sect was privy to the truth regarding Elder Huo's departure. Henceforth, the Zhangyue sect would no longer bear the presence of Elder Huo. Chapter 7. Cultivation. The departure of Elder Huo left no discernible impact on anyone, as if he had never existed in this world at all. Lin Xian, however, was an exception, for his life had undergone a profound transformation due to Elder Huo. As night deepened, Lin Xian remained awake, seated cross-legged on his bed, his eyes tightly shut. An ethereal current seemed to swirl around him, as if his body had instinctively learned the art of breathing, rhythmically inhaling and exhaling. Indeed, at this moment, Lin Xian was diligently practicing the Xian Ju. Fortuitously, Elder Huo had bestowed upon him the methods and insights for cultivation. Had he been left to navigate this path alone, he would have undoubtedly encountered numerous detours. The practice of Xian Ju was progressing remarkably well, particularly with the aid of the Qingyu Pill, which enhanced its effects. Lin Xian could even perceive a tangible increase in his cultivation power. Moreover, he discovered that after exhausting himself from alchemical concoction, returning to the Xian Ju not only facilitated a swifter mental recovery, but also yielded superior results compared to direct cultivation alone. Yet, one perplexing aspect lingered in Lin Xian's mind. The power he cultivated seemed to bear little practical utility. Each time he channeled his energy, he could only feel the cool flow coursing through his meridians, which, as his mastery of Xian Ju deepened, grew increasingly robust and abundant. Nothing more than that. As he delved deeper into his practice, Lin Xian also noticed a continuous evolution within himself. His senses, hearing, smell, touch, and sight, had all sharpened significantly, rendering him more alert and vibrant than before. After more than half a year of dedicated cultivation, Lin Xian had ascended to the second layer of Xian Ju, and it was at this juncture that he truly recognized the extent of his transformation. Although these transformations were not as remarkable as the martial arts practiced by other disciples, Lin Xian was acutely aware that the gifts bestowed by old Master Huo were far from ordinary. He resolved to persist in his cultivation. Consequently, Lin Xian's life became exceedingly monotonous. Apart from attending to patients at the apothecary, his days were consumed by relentless training. He often found himself exhausted from concocting elixirs before engaging in his practice, for through prolonged exploration, he discovered that this method of cultivation yielded a speed approximately 30% swifter than direct training with medicinal pills. As a year passed, Lin Xian successfully advanced the Xianyin Sutra to its 3rd level. 3 years elapsed. At last, Lin Xian elevated the Xianyin Sutra to its 4th level. In this moment, fragments of memory began to resurface in his mind, revealing spells accessible to those at the 4th level of Qi training: Fireball Technique, Wind Blade Technique, Water Shield Technique, Object Manipulation Technique, Wind Mastery Technique, and Lightness Technique, among others, amounting to over 10 distinct spells. The emergence of these memories filled Lin Xian with uncontainable joy. Indeed, The teachings imparted by Old Master Huo were extraordinary, a genuine cultivation technique for immortality. In his youth, while residing in Lin family village, he often heard the elders recount tales of celestial beings, which he had dismissed as mere folklore. However, upon encountering Old Master Huo, the scene of his departure bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a divine entity. At this moment, Lin Xian was certain that Old Master Huo was indeed a celestial being, and he cherished the gifts bestowed upon him even more fervently, intensifying his diligence in cultivation. He could not bear to disappoint Old Master Huo's expectations. Little did he know, however, that Old Master Huo harbored no expectations of him at all. It was merely a fleeting whim. For years have elapsed. At this juncture, Lin Xian has reached the age of 15, having blossomed into a graceful youth. Clad in garments of deep ebony, he possesses an elongated physique, his raven-black hair tied high, swaying gently in the breeze. Though his countenance still bears a hint of youthful innocence, his complexion radiates vitality, a stark contrast to the gaunt figure he presented upon entering the sect. In terms of appearance, while Lin Xian may not be exceptionally striking, he certainly embodies a refined charm. Through diligent cultivation, he has ascended to the 5th level of the Xian Yin technique. However, upon reaching this stage and lacking the aid of medicinal elixirs, his progress has begun to wane. Furthermore, he has mastered several spells, and upon witnessing the formidable power of the fireball technique, he could not help but marvel, contemplating whether this is the true distinction between mortals and immortals. The overwhelming force emanating from the fireball instilled within him a profound sense of its potential to obliterate all. The lightness art and wind manipulation technique have enabled him to traverse treacherous cliffs with the ease of walking on flat ground. Coupled with his heightened senses, he can now claim that no terrain is beyond his reach. Speaking of senses, upon entering the 4th level, Lin Xian developed a form of spiritual awareness, a phenomenon mentioned in the cultivation insights imparted by Elder Huo. The greatest advantage of the Xian Yin technique is that, with deeper cultivation, this spiritual awareness manifests earlier than that of ordinary practitioners and possesses a strength surpassing that of peers at the same level. As for the essence of divine consciousness, Lin Xian was uncertain. He merely knew that his senses had become so remarkably acute that even he was astonished. While attending to patients, he could distinctly perceive every subtle movement in the distant medicinal fields, the flutter of a locust alighting on a herb, the number of ants busily relocating, and so forth. As he ascended in the mastery of the Xian Yin technique, Lin Xian increasingly marveled at the wonders of this practice. However, he had recently found himself considerably troubled. After reaching the 5th level, he distinctly sensed a shift in the pace of his cultivation, and this change was rather pronounced. He had begun to formulate some hypotheses regarding this phenomenon, particularly concerning the 3 types of elixirs mentioned in the concentrated herbal documentation. The second elixir, specifically designed for cultivators at levels 5 to 8 of the Qi refinement stage, piqued his interest. Perhaps it was time for him to utilize this particular potion. In the Grand Hall of the Zhangyue sect, where deputy sect leader Wang resided, Lin Xian and Wang took their respective seats. Although Lin Xian possessed no martial prowess, his tenure as a physician within the sect for several years had earned him widespread recognition for his medical skills, thus affording him a certain stature. The deputy sect leader, with a polite demeanor, initiated the conversation, saying, "Dr. Lin, what brings you to seek an audience with me today?" His tone was warm and courteous. In response to the deputy sect leader's inquiry, Lin Xian respectfully replied, "I have come to the sect leader's residence to seek assistance, as I am currently formulating a medicinal prescription that is lacking a critical ingredient, dragon tongue herb. Unfortunately, my efforts have proven futile, compelling me to trouble the sect leader for help in locating it. The successful formulation of this prescription would yield immense benefits for our Zhangyue sect." Upon hearing this, Deputy Sect Master Wang became intrigued and inquired, "Might I ask what efficacy the prescription you have researched possesses, Dr. Lin?" Lin Xian, unperturbed, replied that the primary effects of the prescription lie in its ability to enhance one's constitution, elevate innate talents, and subsequently improve future accomplishments and even longevity. Upon hearing Lin Xian's response, Deputy Sect Master Wang could not help but inhale sharply. Such a remedy, once brought to fruition, would be nothing short of a rare treasure. Seeking reassurance, he reiterated, "Dr. Lin, is your statement to be taken as truth? Pray, do not jest with our sect." Lin Xian understood that such effects would indeed be regarded as precious gems by ordinary mortals, and it was only natural for Deputy Sect Master Wang to exhibit such a reaction. Chapter 8. The Qiankun Mirror with a Smile. Lin Xian departed from the residence of Deputy Sect Master Wang, having successfully accomplished his task. Captivated by the miraculous effects of the elixir, the Deputy Sect Master had pledged to exert every effort in seeking out the dragon tongue herb. Upon returning to the apothecary, Lin Xian remained industrious, preparing tools to cultivate additional medicinal fields. Although most of the materials required for refining the dragon tongue pill were available in the pharmacy, some were in limited supply. Drawing from his experience in crafting the jade green pill, he understood that the process would consume a considerable quantity of herbs, and currently, many were insufficient to meet the demand. Thus, he must cultivate more. After wandering through the small valley of the apothecary, Lin Xian ultimately resolved to establish his medicinal fields in a circular hollow surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. The sole advantage of this location was its seclusion, for Lin Xian felt somewhat apprehensive about clearing land for his alchemical pursuits. In truth, he was entirely overthinking the situation. In the present moment, he was the sole occupant of the medicinal hall, free to pursue any endeavor without oversight. The small valley resembled a natural disk, connected to the medicinal hall valley by a solitary passage. Nature, in its exquisite artistry, had sculpted such a landscape. Within the confines of this small valley, Lin Xian labored incessantly. The tasks of leveling the ground and weeding consumed his entire morning. Although his body had undergone significant changes since practicing the Xianyan technique, making him less prone to hunger and fatigue, he resolved not to retreat for lunch in order to expedite his progress. Once the ground was leveled and the weeds removed, he would turn the soil, paving the way for sowing seeds. Among these tasks, tilling the soil was undoubtedly the most physically demanding. Despite working tirelessly throughout the morning, Lin Xian felt little exhaustion and scarcely any hunger. At that moment, he was akin to a marionette, his mind devoid of thoughts as he continuously swung his arms to turn the soil. Suddenly, a jarring sound of metal clashing shattered the silence. Lin Xian furrowed his brow, ultimately halting his tilling. It was evident that his hoe had struck some metallic object, producing that resonant noise. Casting the hoe aside, he began to excavate the earth with his hands and unearthed an object. After brushing off the dirt from its surface, a quaint, ancient mirror appeared before Lin Xian. The material of the small mirror is neither iron nor copper. Even with Lin Xian's knowledge, he is unable to discern the substance from which it is crafted. Regardless, when the hoe struck it fiercely just moments ago, the mirror remained unblemished. The back of the mirror is adorned with peculiar symbols, and in the center, the characters Qiankun are inscribed, imparting an aura of enigma. Having experienced the events surrounding Elder Huo, Lin Xian's perspective has transformed entirely. Previously, he would have pondered the monetary value of such an ancient mirror. Yet now his thoughts traverse other realms. Although he cannot articulate it, an instinctive feeling lingers within him, suggesting that this mirror is extraordinary. This notion resides in his subconscious. Cautiously securing the ancient mirror close to himself, Lin Xian resumes his toil in the soil. In the nocturnal serenity of Yaodang Valley, apart from the incessant chirping of insects, no other presence can be felt. Within Lin Xian's abode, he is now meticulously examining the ancient mirror he unearthed during the day. The mirror is circular, and at this moment, it appears immaculate, having lain buried for countless years, yet astonishingly, it bears no trace of rust. Gazing at the elegantly swirling characters Qiankun on its reverse, Lin Xian feels as if his very spirit is being drawn into their depths, prompting him to avert his gaze hastily. The bizarre symbols seem to possess an intrinsic connection, yet he cannot elucidate their significance. After a prolonged examination, the ancient mirror emanates an aura of mystery and distinction. Although Lin Xian is currently unaware of its purpose, he firmly believes that one day he shall uncover the significance of the ancient mirror. However, one thing is certain in his heart: this ancient mirror is far from being merely a simple reflective surface. The following day, Lin Xian sowed several rare herbal seeds in the newly cultivated medicinal field, knowing that the refinement of dragon tongue grass relies on these herbs. Yet, these herbs require a decade or more to flourish. It seems he must pay a visit to Deputy Sect Master Wang to request the sect procure these herbs, as it would surely be more expedient than cultivating them himself. With this thought in mind, Lin Xian once again made his way to Deputy Sect Master Wang's residence. Upon being ushered into the hall, Lin Xian observed a middle-aged man already seated there. With a casual glance, he noted the man's opulent attire and authoritative demeanor, unmistakably indicative of someone accustomed to high status. Upon Lin Xian's arrival, Deputy Sect Master Wang, beaming with a smile, introduced Dr. Lin. This is Prince Zhao of Wang City, the emperor's uncle, a figure of great prominence in our Qiankun nation, second only to the emperor himself. The prince has come to discuss the procurement of dragon tongue grass with me. May I inquire what brings you here today, Dr. Lin? First, Lin Xian performed a respectful bow to both gentlemen before responding. I have successfully researched the formula for the elixir. Besides the primary ingredient, dragon tongue grass, I find myself lacking in these two additional herbs. Hence my visit to inform Deputy Sect Master Wang and to inquire if it might be possible to procure them alongside the dragon tongue grass. Upon hearing that the formula had been developed, Deputy Sect Master Wang's face lit up with joy, and he readily nodded in agreement. Upon hearing Vice Master Wang's agreement to procure the medicinal herbs, Lin Xian did not linger and took his leave. After Lin Xian departed, Prince Zhao remarked, "How can this lad, so young, possibly concoct the elixir you speak of? Wang, do not jest with me. If the herbs arrive yet the elixir remains elusive, do not reproach me for disregarding our years of camaraderie." Vice Master Wang's countenance shifted to one of solemnity as he responded, "Zhao, we have shared many years of friendship. Do you truly believe I would mislead you? If it were not for our long-standing bond, would I divulge such information to you?" Upon hearing this, Prince Zhao let out a cold laugh, retorting, "Had you not known I could procure that dragon tongue grass, would you still be so magnanimous? I can assert, without exaggeration, that besides His Majesty, I alone in the Qiankun Kingdom can obtain that herb." Vice Master Wang, feeling a touch of awkwardness, replied earnestly, "That young man, Lin, is a prodigy. He has been healing since the tender age of 10, with his mentor being the esteemed physician Huo. Over the years, he has produced but this one disciple. Zhao, do you not think he possesses the capability?" Upon hearing the name of physician Huo, Prince Zhao set aside all doubts, stating, "It appears I have been overly suspicious. Had you mentioned the connection between that lad and physician Huo sooner, we could have avoided this misunderstanding. As for the dragon tongue grass, rest assured, Wang, if the efficacy of that elixir is indeed as you describe, I shall employ any means necessary to secure it." Upon hearing the assurance from Prince Zhao, Vice Master Wang was filled with immense joy, his aged visage beaming like a chrysanthemum in full bloom. Before Prince Zhao departed, he kindly reminded him to procure the two medicinal herbs mentioned by Lin Xian. Chapter 9. Astonishing Discoveries in the Absence of Dragon Tongue Grass. Lin Xian found himself unable to concoct the coveted dragon tongue pill and thus directed most of his efforts towards the management of the new medicinal field. The seeds sown in the field had already sprouted, necessitating daily care. Lin Xian developed a fondness for this small valley and often visited, where he smoothed a massive stone by the herb field, transforming it into his cultivation sanctuary. One day, the weather was clear and refreshing, with a sky devoid of clouds. Lin Xian returned to the valley, first inspecting the growth of the herbs before ascending the stone. After a session of cultivation, he realized, as was customary, that progress was minimal, intensifying his yearning to create the dragon tongue pill. With a long exhale, Lin Xian reclined against the stone, gazing up at the azure sky and inhaling the crisp air. His body relaxed as the slow advancement in his cultivation had left him feeling quite agitated. In a moment of ennui, Lin Xian rediscovered his youthful spirit, retrieving an ancient mirror from his pocket to observe the surroundings through its pristine surface. The mirror, meticulously polished, reflected the scenery with crystal clarity. However, after a while, Lin Xian appeared to grow weary of this pastime, shifting his attention to other diversions. He directed an ancient mirror towards the sunlight, and the rays were reflected outward, casting a yellow spot on the ground. Lin Xian revealed a smile, reminiscent of a child's delight. At that moment, the light from the ancient mirror fell upon a tender sprout of medicinal herbs, and Lin Xian did not shift the beam. The sprout appeared remarkably vibrant under the illumination, with every leaf and stem clearly discernible. However, while Lin Xian was still admiring the delicate sprout, a miraculous scene unfolded before him. He beheld the sprout growing at a visibly rapid pace. In merely a few dozen breaths, the sprout had sprouted 2 additional green leaves and gained a height of nearly an inch. This sudden spectacle left Lin Xian momentarily stunned. He rubbed his eyes vigorously with his hands, yet upon reopening them, the scene remained unchanged. The herb had indeed grown taller and sprouted 2 new leaves. He was certain he was not hallucinating. Everything was undeniably real. At this juncture, he could no longer remain seated. His demeanor shifted to one of solemnity, tinged with an unmistakable excitement. In a swift motion, he leaped down from the boulder and approached the herb for a closer inspection, reaffirming that he was not under an illusion. At that moment, The herb ceased its frenetic growth, for Lin Xian had put away the ancient mirror. He sensed he had stumbled upon a profound secret, his hands and feet trembling uncontrollably with anticipation. Once again, he retrieved the ancient mirror and, employing the same technique as before, directed a beam of light. As the reflected rays descended upon the herb, it began to grow at an astonishingly visible pace. This time, Lin Xian did not cease his efforts. He maintained the state, and the outcome left him utterly astounded. In merely 2 hours, the herb had accrued over a decade of medicinal age, rendering it suitable for use in concoctions. At this moment, Lin Xian's emotions were profoundly complex. With myriad thoughts racing through his mind, he had always harbored a sense that this ancient mirror was no ordinary object. And now he had uncovered one of its remarkable functions, which could only be described as extraordinary. Possessing such a divine artifact meant he could swiftly acquire various medicinal materials. As long as seeds were available, he would not have to wait decades for them to mature. This revelation would significantly expedite his cultivation progress. Lin Xian pondered extensively, even contemplating far-reaching possibilities. The subsequent experiments became straightforward, given sufficient time. The ancient mirror could accelerate a newly sprouted herb to complete maturity, whether it be a century or a millennium. Once fully matured, the herb would cease its growth. Remarkably, obtaining a millennium-old herb would require no more than 20 days. With this newfound capability, Lin Xian began to continuously cultivate herbs, fully aware of the demands for materials in alchemical concoctions. Meanwhile, as he tirelessly expedited the growth of the herbs, a summons from Vice Sect Master Wang reached the pharmacy. In the grand hall of Deputy Sect Master Wang's residence, a warm smile graced his face as he addressed Lin Xian, saying, "Dr. Lin, I have managed to procure this dragon tongue herb through considerable effort, though there is but a single specimen. I hope you will utilize it wisely. The dragon tongue herb is exceedingly rare throughout the Qiankun Kingdom, and I have expended tremendous effort to acquire this one." As Deputy Sect Master Wang spoke, Lin could not help but inwardly murmur, wasn't this dragon tongue herb obtained by Prince Zhao? How has it now transformed into something that Deputy Sect Master Wang struggled to acquire? Nonetheless, he maintained his composure, cautiously accepting the dragon tongue herb. Upon opening the box and examining it closely, he was genuinely taken aback by the quality of the herb. It was remarkably intact and fresh, its roots still brimming with vitality. For Lin Xian, who possessed the ancient mirror, the value of this dragon tongue herb had taken on a new significance. Unable to contain his joy, Lin Xian expressed, "Rest assured, Deputy Sect Master Wang, with this dragon tongue herb, I believe I will soon be able to concoct the elixir." Upon hearing Lin Xian's confident assurance, Deputy Sect Master Wang felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had been anxious that the scarcity of the herb might lead to Lin's failure, rendering all efforts futile and complicating matters with Prince Zhao. Now, with Lin Xian's affirmative response, all his concerns dissipated, and he felt a surge of happiness. After departing from Deputy Sect Master Wang's residence, Lin Xian proceeded directly to the medicinal field in the small valley. He planted the roots of the dragon tongue herb into the soil, ensuring that the remaining portions would also be suitable for medicinal use. If the rhizome is capable of sprouting anew, then the issue of the dragon tongue grass becomes trivial. The remaining tasks transform into a mere formality. As Lin Xian anticipated, the rhizome of the dragon tongue grass continuously burgeoned. After a period of nurturing, Lin Xian succeeded in acquiring dragon tongue grass that had matured over sufficient years. With ample preparations in place, Lin Xian found himself reminiscent of the days spent concocting the jade elixir. As long as his spirit could sustain him, he devoted the majority of his days in the alchemical chamber, with an abundance of medicinal materials at his disposal. The successful refinement of the dragon tongue elixir was merely a matter of time. 2 months later, within the grand hall of the residence of the Vice Sect Master Wang, he held a jade vial in his somewhat trembling hands, containing 3 dragon tongue elixirs. The dragon tongue elixir is specifically designed for qi refinement stage cultivators who have reached the 5th level, imbued with a substantial amount of spiritual energy. For ordinary mortals, it is akin to a celestial potion, capable of enhancing one's constitution, fortifying the body, and prolonging life. These benefits are undoubtedly attainable. Chapter 10. The troubles arising from a single elixir. Within the council hall of the Zhanyue sect, 2 individuals were seated, delineating host and guest. The imposing figure occupying the main seat was a robust man clad in a golden robe. Despite having surpassed his 50s, he retained a vigorous physique. His face was adorned with a thick beard, and combined with his stern expression, He exuded an air of authority, a gravitas reserved for those who have long occupied positions of power. He was none other than Tang Long, the sect master of Zhangyue sect. Seated below him was Vice Sect Master Wang. At this moment, Vice Master Wang had completely transformed his demeanor. In the presence of the master of Zhangyue sect, he appeared exceedingly respectful, even displaying a hint of obsequiousness in his gaze and a touch of flattery in his words. Holding a jade vial delicately in his hands, he addressed, "Master, recently, Dr. Lin has developed a medicinal pill capable of enhancing physical strength and prolonging life. I have obtained 3 pills in total. And since the primary ingredients were provided by Prince Zhao, I took the liberty of giving him 1. Thus, only 2 remain, which I humbly present to you." Upon hearing Vice Master Wang's report, Tang Long's interest was piqued, and he responded with concern, "Is that so? If it is indeed the case, then Vice Master Wang has accomplished a significant feat." As he spoke, Tang Long accepted the jade vial and poured out 1 pill, continuing, "You have shouldered many responsibilities within the sect, and for your efforts, this pill shall be your reward." Vice Master Wang joyfully accepted the pill, his face alight with excitement. Yet within him, there was no trace of surprise, as if he had anticipated this moment all along. The instant he received the pill, he swiftly consumed it, washing it down with a sip of tea, all while under Tang Long's watchful gaze. Tang Long made no attempt to intervene, merely observing in silence. Within mere moments, Vice Master Wang's complexion began to flush, and he felt a surge of energy coursing through his meridians, which simultaneously began to throb with a slight discomfort. He concentrated, striving to regulate his internal energy with great effort. However, regardless of his attempts at suppression, it seemed utterly futile. The air surged through his meridians, and Vice Master Wang felt as though his body was ablaze, enveloped in searing flames. Simultaneously, sweat poured forth like a torrent unleashed from a dam, soon saturating his garments entirely. The intense sensation of burning agony contorted Vice Master Wang's visage into a grimace. Seated in the principal seat, Tang Long maintained an impassive expression, his thoughts inscrutable, silently observing the unfolding events without uttering a single word or making any gestures. After what felt like half an hour, Vice Master Wang finally sensed a slight alleviation of the burning pain. At this point, his robes were thoroughly drenched, exuding a most unpleasant odor. He could distinctly feel the discomfort of his sticky body and thus addressed Tang Long, saying, "I humbly beg your pardon, Master. It is I who have been remiss. Given my disheveled appearance, I request your permission to return home." Tang Long nodded and gestured for Vice Master Wang to take his leave. Yet, internally, he was far from as tranquil as his countenance suggested. He had observed Vice Master Wang's performance with clarity. The scene mirrored the legendary process of marrow washing and bone refining with uncanny precision. The efficacy of this elixir surpassed anything Vice Master Wang had described, manifesting as a veritable miraculous potion. As the sovereign of a sect, Tang Long possessed considerable insight, causing him to grip the jade vial with increased intensity. As though fearing it might vanish into thin air, countless thoughts raced through his mind, unknown to anyone else. Yet Lin Xian's tranquil existence was on the brink of disruption due to this elixir. Within the residence of the deputy sect master, in a secluded chamber, hearty laughter resonated continuously, caressing his vibrant and resilient skin and feeling the fullness of his spirit. The deputy sect master felt as if he had been transported back to his youth. Unable to contain himself, he erupted into laughter, followed by a boisterous exclamation, "Dr. Lin has indeed not deceived me." Simultaneously, this scene unfolded in the secluded chamber of the Zhangyue sect master within the estate of Prince Zhao in Wanqing, where Lin Xian had also caught the attention of several individuals. Oblivious to the unfolding events, Lin Xian was immersed in the sensation of his cultivation progressing, alleviating his previously restless mood. Recently, Lin Xian had been exceedingly busy, tirelessly nurturing medicinal herbs and refining pills, only to collapse from exhaustion before practicing the Xian Yin technique. During this period, numerous conspiracies began to take shape against him. In the conference hall of the Zhangyue sect, Tang Long remained seated in the principal seat, having undergone a significant transformation. His complexion was flushed, and his skin exuded vitality, reminiscent of a man in his 30s. The brilliance in his eyes surpasses that of the past, and his hair gleams with a lustrous blackness, a stark contrast to the somewhat parched strands of your. Below, the Vice Sect Master Wang has undergone an even more remarkable transformation. Once in his 60s, with skin that had begun to wither and hair that was streaked with gray, He now exudes the vitality of a robust, middle-aged man, devoid of any trace of age. Tang Long inquired, Vice Sect Master Wang, is this pill truly concocted by Dr. Lin? Have you inquired if he has any remaining? Vice Sect Master Wang respectfully responded, indeed, this pill is the creation of Dr. Lin. On that day, he visited my residence and mentioned that he was developing a medicinal pill capable of enhancing one's constitution and prolonging life, but he lacked a specific herb, requesting my assistance in procuring it. Fortunately, I was aware that my acquaintance, Lord Zhao, possessed a specimen of the dragon tongue herb, thus I readily agreed to help. At this juncture, Vice Sect Master Wang paused to sip his tea before continuing, upon learning of the pill's efficacy. Lord Zhao promptly consented and soon delivered the dragon tongue herb. I, in my eagerness, took the liberty of presenting one of the 3 pills to Lord Zhao. For without his provision of the dragon tongue herb, the pill could not have been formulated. I beseeched the sect master to pardon my presumption. Tang Long waved his hand and remarked, Vice Master Wang has rendered great service this time. I have yet to reward you. So how can there be talk of punishment? Moreover, were it not for your knowledge of Lord Zhao's possession of the dragon snake herb, I would not have had the chance to consume such a divine elixir. My abilities have greatly increased, and my lifespan has been extended, all thanks to your efforts, Vice Master Wang. Chapter 11. Conspiracy. Vice Master Wang felt elated within, yet dared not claim credit, fully aware of the formidable strength possessed by the individual before him. His very position hinged upon this person's words. Thus he repeatedly expressed his humility and gratitude. Soon, Vice Master Wang took his leave. At that moment, 2 elderly gentlemen entered the hall. One was slender and donned in a gray robe, exuding a contained aura, clearly a master of his craft. Beside him stood another elder, tall and clad in white, his eyes brimming with the weight of experience, yet occasionally revealing a piercing gaze. He too was a master, particularly adept with the sword, having refined his skills to an extraordinary level. Upon their arrival, Tang Long's demeanor shifted to one of respect. He addressed them, saying, Esteemed uncles, the elixir refined by Dr. Lin indeed has the power to prolong life. I trust you have observed the changes in me. The pressing question now is whether Dr. Lin possesses any more of this elixir. Should he have it, I shall procure 2 for you. Hearing Tang Long's words, the elder in gray spoke, by my intuition, it is highly likely that this lad named Lin still possesses some. Otherwise, he would not have gone to such lengths to craft it for others. The elderly man in white, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement, his eyes shimmering with a keen light. For individuals of their advanced age, the allure that captivated them was undoubtedly the yearning for life. The elixir capable of extending their longevity was akin to a priceless treasure for these 2 venerable sages. These elders were none other than the esteemed grand elders of the Zhongyue sect, and also the current sect leader Tang Long's esteemed uncles. After Tang Long had consumed the elixir, he informed them of its existence. The revelation of such a miraculous potion was akin to a celestial melody for the 2 grand elders, whose lives were nearing their twilight. The prospect of obtaining this elixir held the promise of prolonging their existence. Thus they regarded the matter with utmost gravity. Consequently, the trio engaged in earnest discussions regarding the elixir. On the following day, Lin Stin resumed his customary duties in the pharmacy. As no disciples had come to seek his medical expertise, he found himself contemplating the challenges he had encountered in his recent cultivation endeavors. However, this moment of introspection was soon interrupted. A graceful young woman entered, accompanied by a maid. Dressed in a flowing white gauzy gown, she possessed a delicate oval face, a finely sculpted nose, and soft, cherry-red lips. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes were undeniably captivating. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down to her waist, accentuating her slender waist. This young woman could indeed be regarded as a beauty, appearing to be in her early 20s. Upon entering the pharmacy, she swiftly approached Lin Xian and seated herself on the wooden chair opposite him. Her large, glistening eyes blinked repeatedly at Lin Xian as she inquired, Are you Dr. Lin? My name is Tang Wanyi, and Tang Long is my father. The primary purpose of my visit to the pharmacy was to request Dr. Lin to examine my young lady's ailment. The woman's voice was gentle and laced with a hint of allure, prompting any ordinary individual to wonder if she harbored a romantic interest. The combination of her gaze and tone made it difficult to think otherwise. However, Lin Xian was no ordinary man. Having cultivated the Xian Yin technique, he had developed a sense of perception that allowed him to see the unmistakable disdain, contempt, and aversion hidden within Tang Wanyi's eyes. Yet, he was a stranger to her. leaving him perplexed as to why she would harbor such negative sentiments. Without dwelling on her demeanor, Linjia maintained an impassive expression and inquired, Miss Tang, may I ask what affliction you are suffering from? To my eyes, you appear to be in remarkably good health. Although merely 16 years of age, his tone exuded an air of maturity that momentarily stunned Tang Wani, making her feel as though she were conversing with someone older than her father. Realizing that Linjia was not swayed by her charm and spoke to her with a tone befitting an elder, Tang Wani felt a surge of embarrassment and annoyance. She held a degree of confidence in her appearance, yet when tasked by her father to entice Linjia, she was internally resistant. Fully aware of his humble background, a mere peasant struggling to make ends meet, how could someone of her stature, akin to a princess, be expected to ensnare him? Although she could not fathom her father's intentions behind this strategy, the severity of his expression indicated that this matter was of great significance, leaving her no choice but to acquiesce. Regaining her composure, Tang Wani swiftly adjusted her demeanor, casting a sidelong glance at Linjia. Dr. Lin, despite your youth, your manner of speaking resembles that of my grandfather, she remarked. Since I have come to the apothecary, it is undoubtedly due to an ailment. This glance conveyed a sense of camaraderie, as if she and Linjia had been acquainted for decades. Upon receiving this glance, Linjia's mind was filled with perplexity. It appeared that Tang Wani genuinely harbored disdain for him. Yet, why then did she exhibit such a demeanor? However, he soon formed a hypothesis, one that hovered tantalizingly close to the truth. He surmised that this speculation was indeed near to the reality. He had no substantial connection with the daughter of the sect leader, save for matters concerning medicinal pills. The sect leader had gone to great lengths for the sake of these pills. If he were to communicate directly and amicably, he would not be averse to providing a few. Although the dragon tongue pill was precious, the extraordinary abilities of the ancient mirror allowed him to continuously procure dragon tongue grass, thereby rendering the pills less invaluable. The sect leader's actions clearly indicated an attempt to deceive him, which left Linjia feeling quite irked. Since this esteemed daughter of the sect leader desired to perform, Linjia resolved to play along. Thus, he inquired, may I ask, Miss Tang, what seems to be troubling you? Though I am young, every patient in my care has been cured by my remedies, he declared confidently. Upon hearing Linjia's inquiry, Tang Wani adopted a pitiful expression, gazing earnestly at him while pressing her hand against her heart. She spoke, Dr. Lin, my heart has been aching for several days, each pang striking with a piercing intensity. I implore you, please, save me. Witnessing this woman, who was ostensibly 4 years his senior, feigning helplessness and referring to herself as a little girl, Linjia struggled to suppress a laugh. Thus, he replied with utmost seriousness, indeed, heartache akin to a piercing sensation. As he echoed Tang Wani's words, he feigned deep contemplation. After meticulous consideration, Linjia seemed to have discovered the answer and joyfully proclaimed, it must be due to poor blood circulation within the heart. Tang Wani, taken aback by his response, found herself at a loss for words. Her mouth moving soundlessly before she managed to smile, though it was evident to any observer that this smile merely masked her embarrassment. Chapter 12. Rising Fame Ultimately. Tang Wani and her maid departed the apothecary with a prescription in hand. A short while later, in the living room of Tang Long's residence, he sat at the head of the table while Tang Wani, with tears streaming down her face, recounted her grievances. Her demeanor radiated profound distress. After listening, Tang Long furrowed his brow and remarked, if what you say is true, then that young man is utterly oblivious to the matters of love and affection. In light of this, the beauty trap is no longer feasible. However, you must still visit the apothecary daily, as you may uncover some valuable information. Observing his daughter's expression, Tang Long felt a pang of reluctance, yet he had no choice. Ultimately, he stated, that fellow Lin has concocted a potion that can extend life. Have you not noticed the change in your father? The purpose of your proximity to him is to ascertain whether he possesses more of that elixir. Your 2 esteemed uncles do not have much time left. Do you comprehend your father's intentions? It is not that I am heartless, but this task is best suited for you. Upon hearing her father's explanation, Tang Wani grasped the circumstances and ceased to resist the assignment. Henceforth, the apothecary welcomed a new frequent visitor, Tang Wani. Consequently, the establishment became increasingly bustling, with the number of patients multiplying several times over, creating a constant stream of comings and goings. Each day, Tang Wani sought out Linjia, while most of the other patients were her admirers. Linjia could sense varying degrees of hostility from each patient, which left him feeling quite helpless. As events unfolded, Lin Xian's reputation within the Jianghu sect grew resoundingly. Many disciples became aware that the esteemed daughter of the sect leader, Tang Wanyi, seemed to harbor feelings for Dr. Lin, visiting the apothecary frequently under the pretense of illness, merely to converse with him. On this particular day, as Lin Xian conducted his usual duties at the apothecary, he sensed an ominous aura approaching from a distance. Lin Xian lifted his gaze toward the source of the ominous presence, where a dashing young gentleman stood. It was evident that this was yet another suitor of Tang Wanyi. Lin Xian felt a profound sense of helplessness. This was not the first time such an encounter had occurred, yet Tang Wanyi continued to visit him without restraint. The dashing young man took a seat directly across from Lin Xian, his cold, indifferent eyes fixed upon him as he remarked, "A toad should not always aspire to consume swan meat. Otherwise, one day, you may not even know how you met your demise." Lin Xian had always chosen to disregard hostility, but today, faced with such blatant animosity, he could no longer contain the frustration that had been building within him. After all, he was still in the prime of his youth. With an expressionless visage, he returned the young man's cold gaze with an even greater intensity. He addressed his counterpart, saying, "This toad of mine harbors but one passion, the fondness for swan meat. I wonder, do you share this taste for swan meat?" The young man was clearly taken aback by Lin Xian's demeanor. He had investigated Lin Xian thoroughly. After all, he was merely a country bumpkin, hardly better than a beggar. Were it not for the teachings of old Master Huo in the art of medicine, he might very well have perished from hunger by now. The young gentleman clapped his hands and scoffed, "Very well, very well. I, Zhao have lived my entire life without anyone daring to speak to me in such a manner. Not even the head of the Jianghu sect would address me so boldly. You possess great audacity. Indeed, ignorance breeds fearlessness." With that, he rose and departed with an air of arrogance. Meanwhile, the other disciples remaining in the pharmacy regarded Lin Xian with pitying gazes, ultimately shaking their heads as they left. Lin Xian was unaware of who Zhao Kuo was, but the others were well aware. He was the prince of the Qiankun kingdom, born with a silver spoon in his mouth. From the moment of his birth, he was inherently superior to others. Furthermore, this prince seemed to be favored by the emperor, with the potential to become the crown prince and even the ruler of the Qiankun kingdom. Following this incident, Lin Xian's reputation grew immensely. Though the whispers primarily suggested that he had provoked the prince and was in grave peril, with survival seeming improbable, Lin Xian paid little heed to these rumors. He had become a practitioner capable of wielding spells, and what did he have to fear from mere mortals? Whether one was a prince or an emperor, to Lin Xian, they were all simply mortals. If he wished to eliminate a few, he was confident that no one in the Qiankun kingdom could thwart him. As the news of Lin Xian's situation spread like wildfire within the Jianghu sect, a distinguished guest arrived. In the conference hall of the Jianghu sect, Tang Long, the deputy sect master, and Prince Zhao took their respective seats, accompanied by two battle-hardened elders clad in armor, both of whom exuded an aura that suggested they were not inferior to Tang Long. At this moment, Lin Xian was summoned to the conference hall. Upon entering and observing the individuals present, he respectfully cupped his fists in greeting. Prince Zhao, noticing Lin Xian, greeted him warmly, saying, "Lin Xian, my dear nephew, it is a pleasure to finally see you. Just a few days ago, I shared a drink with your father, and both he and your mother expressed how much they miss you." Upon hearing these words from Prince Zhao, Lin Xian furrowed his brow, and a chilling glare emanated from his eyes, causing even someone of Prince Zhao's exalted status to shudder. Lin Xian cast a cold gaze upon Prince Zhao and inquired, "What have you done to my family?" Without uttering another word, he directly addressed the matter that weighed most heavily on his heart. Prince Zhao, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Lin Xian's penetrating stare, managed a forced smile and replied, "Not long ago, thanks to the elixir provided by Dr. Lin, my health has improved. In gratitude for your kindness, I took the liberty of bringing your family to the imperial city, securing a grand residence for them, and arranging for servants to attend to their needs. You need not worry. Your relatives are living happily now. I speak no falsehoods, if you doubt me. I swear upon my honor that what I have stated is entirely true. Should I utter even a single lie, I would deserve a grave without a resting place." Upon hearing the prince's vow, Lin Xian felt a slight easing of his anxiety. He was acutely aware of the prince's ulterior motives. Yet as long as he knew his family was safe, nothing else mattered. At that moment, however, Tang Long interjected, "Prince Zhao, you seem to be overstepping your bounds. The disciples of Jianghu sect are under our care. It is not your place to interfere." With a disdainful snort, he expressed his discontent towards Prince Zhao. Unwilling to back down, Prince Zhao retorted, "Sect Master Tang, while your Qiankun sect possesses certain strength, are you not also subjects of my Qiankun kingdom? Since when do the citizens of Qiankun require the oversight of a mere sect? Or do you believe that your Qiankun sect can rise above my Qiankun kingdom?" The prince's words were sharp and laden with threats, each sentence dripping with menace. Although Tang Long was the master of a clan and possessed formidable personal strength, he lacked the courage and capability to engage in war with the Qiankun kingdom. The words of Prince Zhao left him utterly speechless. Sensing his advantage, Prince Zhao refrained from pressing further, for that was not the purpose of his visit. He turned to Lin Xian with a smile and remarked, "Dr. Lin, your devotion to your family is exemplary. You left home at the tender age of 7 to ensure their well-being. If you accompany me to the imperial city, you shall reunite with your parents and witness the life they currently lead. This is my gesture of gratitude towards you, although I did not inform you beforehand. I hope you will not take offense." At that moment, Tang Long fell silent, merely observing with a cold gaze. Lin Xian, indifferent to the conflict between them, recognized that all discord stemmed from the elixir. His foremost concern was the safety of his family. He replied, "I have no objection to accompanying you to the imperial city. However, I cannot do so today as I need to return to the apothecary to gather some belongings. We can set out first thing tomorrow, if that is acceptable." Prince Zhao, hearing Lin Xian's agreement, displayed little surprise. Since Lin Xian had consumed the divine elixir, Prince Zhao had begun his inquiries, quickly uncovering all pertinent information regarding Lin Xian's family, which was not particularly complicated. Thus, a scheme began to take shape, aimed at compelling Lin Xian to serve their royal family, who possessed an abundance of wealth, something Lin Xian's family desperately lacked. Consequently, the plan appeared unlikely to encounter any unforeseen complications, and indeed it did not. Observing the smug expression of Prince Zhao, Tang Long's countenance darkened to an extreme. Once a disciple of his own sect, he now had no choice but to witness the departure of this remarkable talent. Most critically, the disciple's medical expertise and alchemical skills were unparalleled and irreplaceable. Yet before the entire Qiankun kingdom, he found himself utterly powerless. Upon leaving the Qiankun sect's conference hall, Lin Xian returned directly to the pharmacy. This time, he intended to leave without the intention of returning, thereby planning to take with him various medicinal seeds and mature herbs of paramount importance. He also resolved to carry away the roots of the dragon tongue grass from the medicinal fields. Otherwise, he would lack the necessary materials for the dragon tongue pill. With all preparations in place, Lin Xian aimed to retire early for the night. However, at that moment, he sensed someone entering the pharmacy, swiftly approaching his quarters. Despite the intruder's remarkable agility, they could not elude his perceptive awareness. Lin Xian remained unperturbed, a peculiar smile curving upon his lips. Before long, the door to his room was forcefully kicked open, and a tall, gaunt old man, masked and wielding a sword, entered. The old man was quite direct. Upon entering the room, he pointed his sword at Lin Xian and proclaimed, "Surrender the divine pill, and you may escape death." His voice was aged and hoarse, yet resonated with formidable strength. Lin Xian displayed not a trace of fear upon his visage, stating, "In truth, I possess a considerable quantity of elixirs. Should the sect master require them, feel free to request them openly. Given our connection over the past decade, bestowing a few upon you would be no great matter." He shook his head, letting out a sigh at the thought of resorting to such underhanded methods to procure elixirs. The elderly man, however, paid little heed to Lin Xian's sentiments. Upon hearing of the abundant elixirs, he felt a flicker of skepticism. Yet an undercurrent of excitement surged within him. "Enough of your prattle. Hand over the elixirs immediately, or do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Lin Xian, seemingly genuinely intimidated by the sword in the old man's grasp, produced 10 jade vials from his person. "These vials contain over 100 elixirs. I wonder if this will suffice. If not, I have more." The old man was taken aback at the sight of the numerous vials on the table. "Over 100? Are these truly the rare and precious elixirs spoken of by my disciple?" His head spun with disbelief. Just as he prepared to reach for the vials, a fireball coalesced in Lin Xian's hand, and before he could realize it, it was hurled towards him. Upon seeing the fireball, the old man shouted, "A cultivator!" Without a second thought for the vials, he turned to flee. However, he had barely covered a few paces before the fireball caught up with him. In but a few breaths, the old man was reduced to mere ashes, leaving only the sword behind. This exemplifies the chasm between mortals and cultivators. The old man, though a skilled practitioner, vanished without a trace under the onslaught of magic in mere moments. Lin Xian picked up the sword from the ground. Although it was an ordinary object, it possessed remarkable sharpness. Being wielded as a weapon by a master such as the elderly man indicated that it must possess extraordinary qualities. Lin Xian pondered that even if he were to sell it, it would fetch a considerable sum of silver. Chapter 13. The Imperial City on the following day. After Lin Xian finished his breakfast, he sensed a crowd approaching the apothecary. Among them were Prince Zhao and the leader of the Tang Dragon sect. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow, shouldering the luggage he had prepared the day before, and stepped outside. As Lin Xian emerged from his abode, he was greeted by the beaming countenance of Prince Zhao, while Tang Long approached him with a sullen expression. Before Prince Zhao could utter a word, Tang Long interjected, "Doctor, Lin is about to depart from your cultivating sect to pursue wealth and honor. Truly, a cause for celebration." Tang Long's words dripped with sarcasm, and before anyone else could respond, he shifted his tone, continuing, "I wonder if Dr. Lin has ever encountered my master, the severed uncle? He expressed a desire to bid farewell to you, yet I, Tang, have not laid eyes upon him." Having spoken, Tang Long glanced at Prince Zhao, seemingly seeking a reply from him, but was met with disappointment. Prince Zhao paid no heed to Tang Long's remarks, his smile reflecting the joy within. Upon hearing Tang Long's inquiry, Lin Xian wore a perplexed expression and replied, "I am unaware of what the severed uncle of the sect leader looks like. I have never had the pleasure of meeting him." Tang Long was left speechless by Lin Xian's response, merely flicking his sleeve in frustration and huffing in silence thereafter. At this moment, Prince Zhao turned to Lin Xian and said, "Dr. Lin, have you gathered all your belongings? The carriage is waiting outside, eagerly anticipating your presence." The expression on Prince Zhao's face was one of warmth, and his words were imbued with utmost courtesy. Lin Xian nodded, indicating that he was fully prepared. Subsequently, Lin Xian departed from Sanyua's sect alongside Prince Zhao, leaving behind the place he had called home for the past decade. Within the imperial city, the sixth prince, Zhao Qua, stormed into a residence, which happened to be the abode of Lin Xian's family. Ever since their conflict at Sanyua's sect, Zhao Qua had harbored a lingering resentment. Initially, he had intended to capture Lin Xian's family from their village and bring them to the imperial city. However, upon returning, he learned that Prince Zhaoying had already taken Lin Xian's relatives to the capital. The news thrilled him. Although he felt a twinge of apprehension towards Zhaoying, who was regarded with great respect by their father, the thought that these commoners held no significant connection to the prince emboldened him. With his identity as a sixth prince, he faced some resistance, yet soon enough, Lin Xian's family was apprehended and imprisoned in the celestial dungeon. After a month of travel, Lin Xian and his companions finally arrived in the imperial city, which dazzled the unsophisticated country boy with its grandeur. Nevertheless, Lin Xian had no inclination to marvel at the splendor. His foremost desire was to reunite with his family. It seemed that Prince Zhao understood Lin Xian's sentiments, for upon entering the city, he headed directly towards the residence of Lin Xian's family. Within the grand hall of the manor, Lin Xian's expression had darkened to an extreme degree, while Prince Zhao also wore a troubled countenance as he listened to the report from the guard. Just a few days prior, the sixth prince, accompanied by a retinue of guards, had apprehended all members of the Lin family and imprisoned them in the celestial dungeon. Despite his subordinates' fervent attempts to intervene, they were unable to thwart the sixth prince's actions, and the guard humbly sought the prince's forgiveness, kneeling on the ground, not daring to raise his head. Upon hearing the guard's words, Lin Xian's face turned icy as he addressed Prince Zhao. "Is this what your highness refers to as the happy life my family was leading?" Prince Zhao's expression also darkened. He had painstakingly invited Lin Xian to the imperial city, envisioning that if Lin could serve the royal family, their power would undoubtedly ascend to a new echelon, solidifying their dominion over the Qiankun kingdom. Yet, faced with such a predicament, he began to contemplate various repercussions and potential strategies. Soon, Prince Zhao spoke, "Dr. Lin, this outcome was unforeseen for me as well. How about this? I shall first release your kin from the celestial dungeon, and we can discuss further matters when we meet. Would that be acceptable to you?" Lin Xian nodded and replied, "You had best hope that my family is returned unharmed. Otherwise," he refrained from completing his sentence, opting to assess the situation before determining his subsequent course of action. Upon hearing Lin Xian's overtly threatening words, the expression on Prince Zhao's face shifted dramatically. At that moment, his mind began to race with various calculations. He felt a surge of irritation at Lin Xian's audacity. After all, in the kingdom of Qiankun, He stood as a figure of authority, second only to none. How dare a mere youth threaten him? Were it not for the matter of the divine elixir, he would never have engaged in conversation with such a boy, nor would he have even spared him a glance. Before long, Lin Xian's family was brought into the grand hall, and he was reunited with his kin, whom he had yearned for over the past decade. However, rather than joy, his heart was ablaze with fury. He felt an uncontrollable surge of power coursing through him, his eyes gradually reddening, and his garments billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. Witnessing Lin Xian's alarming state, Prince Zhao was taken aback, as far as he knew. This lad had not trained in martial arts, yet the aura emanating from him instilled fear even in a seasoned martial artist like himself. Suppressing the imminent eruption of his power, Lin Xian regained his composure. He approached Lin Changfeng, gently helping his father to his feet. Each family member, his parents, siblings, bore visible wounds and appeared exceedingly frail. Despite the significant changes in his appearance, Lin Changfeng recognized his son and, in a weak voice, asked, "Is that you? The third son? How did you end up here? Weren't you at Sanyua sect?" Their mother, tears brimming in her eyes at the sight of her transformed son, implored him, "Oh, my dear third son, you must leave at once. Do not linger here. These people are devoid of reason." Amidst the air, the voices of family members echoed, their calls resonating with a profound sense of kinship that transcended the years apart. Lin Xian glanced at his two elder brothers before turning his gaze to his younger sister, who, despite having transformed significantly at the age of 14, still bore traces of the child he once played with fondly. After ensuring that his family was unharmed, Lin Xian addressed Prince Zhao, saying, "Your Highness, do you not owe me an explanation?" At that moment, Prince Zhao's demeanor had undergone a complete transformation. His gaze laced with mockery as he coldly replied, "What sort of explanation does Dr. Lin seek? Should I imprison the sixth prince? Perhaps administer a beating as well? Firstly, that is beyond my power, for the sixth prince is destined to be the sovereign of our Qiankun kingdom. Secondly, even if it were possible, I see no reason to act upon such a request. Mere commoners daring to demand accountability from a prince? Dr. Lin, you are a wise man. How could you so suddenly lose your clarity?" Prince Zhao's demeanor was distinctly indifferent, perhaps revealing his true nature at last. Chapter 14. The Anger of Lin Xian, Part 1. Lin Changfeng and his wife stood by, utterly astonished, as their son appeared so unfamiliar to them. It was disconcerting to witness him confront a powerful prince with such audacity and an unwavering stance. At this moment, a sense of urgency enveloped their hearts. Despite having endured some hardships, they were not gravely harmed. Even if endowed with 100-fold courage, they would not dare to address the lofty prince in such a manner. Yet, Lin Xian stood before them, remarkably composed, exuding an aura that rivaled that of Prince Zhao. He fixed a cold gaze upon Prince Zhao and inquired, "Does this imply that my family has unjustly endured this beating?" Prince Zhao responded with a derisive laugh, "A few lowly peasants have been beaten. The fact that they are still breathing is a testament to His Highness the Sixth Prince's mercy. How ungrateful they are, demanding an explanation. Dr. Lin, I wonder if the alchemy has rendered your mind feeble." With that, Prince Zhao sneered. Lin Xian, hailing from Linjia Village, had always witnessed the mutual assistance among people as a means to overcome difficulties. Consequently, he had always approached others with the utmost kindness. Yet, the Lin Xian of now could no longer suppress the murderous intent bubbling within him. The mortals before him could be obliterated with but a few spells, leaving no trace behind. However, despite his mastery of sorcery, Lin Xian was resolute in his refusal to wield it recklessly to take lives. Suppressing his fierce bloodlust, he turned his attention to his parents and siblings, saying, "Father, mother, and my dear brother and sister, I have brought this calamity upon you. The suffering you have endured shall be avenged, but before that, let us first depart from this place and return to Linjia Village." The thought crossed his mind that he could come and go as he pleased, treating the imperial city with such disdain. Lin Xian glanced in the direction of the voice. Observing Prince Zhao's mocking expression directed at them, Lin Xian maintained an impassive expression and inquired softly, "What does Prince Zhao mean by that?" At this moment, Prince Zhao had reverted to his true demeanor, his face cold as he declared, "From now on, this will be your home. All your needs will be provided by my royal family, and you, Dr. Lin, need only serve as our royal alchemist." Noticing Lin Xian's silence, Prince Zhao assumed he was still contemplating his words and continued, "There is no need for you to worry, Dr. Lin. As long as you diligently concoct elixirs for my royal family, I assure you, such incidents will not occur again. It is your ability to produce divine pills that prompts my conciliatory tone. Should you persist in your stubbornness, however, I shall not hesitate to act. Should your loved ones be harmed in the process, do not lament your choices. Reflect carefully and choose wisely. The undertone of Prince Zhao's words was unmistakably threatening. Yet Lin Xian appeared oblivious to the menace, responding, "My choice is clear. Release my family at once, or the consequences may prove too great for you to bear." Prince Zhao. The atmosphere in the room had grown tense, just as a booming laughter echoed from outside. Accompanied by a brazen voice, "I hear that the toad has arrived in the imperial city. Last time, I merely dealt with his family. Today, I shall show him who Zhao Kuo truly is for daring to offend me." Before long, Zhao Kuo entered the room with a retinue of guards, disregarding the tension within. The imperial city was his domain, and he had never felt the need to consider anyone else's disposition. Upon sighting Lin Xian, Zhao Kuo commanded his guards in a loud voice, "Seize that brat and confine him to the dungeon. Inflict 100 lashes upon him each day until he declares himself a toad." Just as the guards were about to advance, Lin Xian sprang into action, employing a lightness technique. With a powerful push against the ground, his body seemed to defy gravity as he lunged toward the sixth prince, Zhao Kuo. The guards were poised to intercept, but Zhao Kuo halted them, for he was a true disciple of the Jianghu sect, renowned for his martial prowess among his peers. The rustic fellow before him had never been known to practice martial arts, even if he had surreptitiously learned a few techniques. They would be of little consequence against Zhao Kuo. Standing resolute, Zhao Kuo exuded confidence, while Lin Xian concentrated his spiritual awareness, directing it toward Zhao Kuo's head. This was a unique offensive maneuver Lin Xian had developed through his own experimentation with spiritual awareness, effective even against practitioners in the Qi refinement stage. Just as Zhao Kuo prepared to subdue Lin Xian, a sudden, excruciating pain surged through his mind, causing him to cry out and collapse to the ground, his body convulsing violently. The onlookers were struck with astonishment, yet by the time they regained their senses, Lin Xian's sword was already poised at Zhao Kuo's throat. With an impassive expression, Lin Xian addressed the prince, saying, "If His Highness the Sixth Prince does not provide me with an explanation, I shall take matters into my own hands. Should any harm befall the esteemed Sixth Prince, I implore your Highness to extend your understanding." At this moment, Prince Zhao's face revealed a hint of panic as he implored, "Dr. Lin, I beseech you to show mercy. The Sixth Prince is the Emperor's favored heir. Should any misfortune befall him, not only your family but the entire Lin village may be laid to waste. The royal family is willing to compensate for the grievances your family has endured. What do you desire? Gold? Treasures? Indeed. I can petition the Emperor to bestow a high office upon your father, and your siblings could receive rewards as well. If you release the Sixth Prince, all matters can be negotiated." Prince Zhao appeared genuinely anxious, his words tumbling forth in haste. However, Lin Xian sensed that several guards had departed, likely to send word. This indicated that Prince Zhao's spoken intentions diverged from his true feelings, prompting a cold smile from Lin Xian. He harbored no fear. Even if he wished to storm the palace and slay the Emperor, he could accomplish it. He simply chose not to. The current dilemma lay in how to secure his family's escape, and possessing the Sixth Prince made that task significantly easier. Sword in hand, he held the Sixth Prince in place and declared, "Father, mother, siblings, let us depart now. They dare not hinder us." Lin Changfeng and his wife, along with their 3 children, had never encountered such a spectacle and found their bodies unresponsive, with the children trembling uncontrollably. Observing their distress, Lin Xian could only offer reassurance. "Do not fear. Today, no one can harm you. You shall be safe." Upon witnessing Lin Xian's confident gaze, the group stepped forward and made their way outside, with Lin Xian supporting the Sixth Prince. Although the Sixth Prince had been struck by Lin Xian's spiritual force, rendering him not a mere vegetable, he was undoubtedly destined for a life of folly. However, sparing his life served the purpose of using him as a hostage to facilitate his family's escape. Yet, they had not ventured far when they were surrounded by an approaching army. Upon seeing the troops arrive, Prince Zhao and the others immediately knelt upon recognizing the figure in the dragon robe standing at the forefront of the army, exclaiming in unison, "We pay our respects to your majesty. Long live the Emperor for countless ages." The middle-aged man, his eyes fixed on Lin Xian, spoke in a calm yet authoritative tone. "Rise." At that moment, he scrutinized Lin Xian intently, and after a few breaths, his voice echoed once more with a blend of calmness and authority. "You are the esteemed Dr. Lin? Why do you place your sword against the neck of my prince?" Do you comprehend the grave crime of which you stand accused? One punishable by the extermination of 9 clans? Upon hearing the emperor's words, Lin Xian grasped the reality that reason held no sway within the imperial city. With a slight increase in pressure, the 6th prince's head rolled from his shoulders before the eyes of the assembled crowd. Chapter 15. The Wrath of Lin Xian, Part 2. Seeing Lin Xian decapitate the 6th prince before him, the emperor was instantly consumed by fury. This act was akin to a resounding slap to his face in front of all. With a countenance filled with murderous intent, the emperor bellowed, "Capture this man alive. Slay the rest on the spot." After severing the 6th prince's head, Lin Xian swiftly cast a water shield technique, enveloping his family in a layer of blue light. Having cast a water shield upon himself and employed the wind manipulation technique, Lin Xian soared into the air, heading towards the emperor. The spell he conjured astonished everyone, particularly the emperor, whose usually placid countenance finally displayed a look of terror. He shouted loudly, "Protect the emperor! Protect the emperor!" Simultaneously, a multitude of arrows was shot towards Lin Chongfeng's family and the airborne Lin Xian. However, upon reaching the azure barrier, these arrows ceased to advance further. The guards, witnessing their arrows fail to achieve any effect, rushed to the barrier, relentlessly striking it with various weapons. Yet, their assaults merely caused ripples upon the surface of the barrier, failing to inflict any harm upon Lin Xian's family. What was even more perilous was that Lin Xian was drawing ever closer to the emperor. With cries rising from below, "Protect the emperor! Safeguard his majesty!" Although the arrows proved ineffective, they continued to rain down upon Lin Xian. The wind manipulation technique allowed for brief low-altitude flight, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary lightness techniques. At this moment, the emperor sensed impending doom and fled deeper into the palace. Yet, his speed was no match for Lin Xian's flight. Observing the densely packed crowd below, Lin Xian cast aside all reservations, consumed by a profound fury. Initially, he had hoped to resolve matters amicably, but for those lacking strength, Lin Xian's approach proved utterly naive. Despite his mastery of spells, his youth rendered him susceptible to such innocence. In the present moment, Lin Xian found himself cornered, compelled by circumstances to resort to ruthless measures for the sake of his family and himself. A fiery orb swiftly took shape in the sky, hurtling down towards the throng below. The guards below sensed an abrupt surge in temperature. The orb detonated amidst the crowd, creating a gaping void in mere moments. Within this void lay only ashes, while those at its periphery bore the marks of charred skin, their bodies severely scorched by the intense heat unleashed by the explosion. Witnessing this ghastly scene, all the guards ceased their assault, collapsing to their knees, pleading for mercy. Noticing their submission, Lin Xian paid them no further heed and swiftly darted towards the direction where the emperor was fleeing. As Lin Xian approached with alarming speed, the emperor was struck with terror. His heart was heavy with remorse and despair. Where could he escape? To what sanctuary could he retreat? Although he was the sovereign of the Qiankun kingdom, wealthy beyond measure and possessing dominion over all, such power did not confer upon him the means to contend against a celestial being. In that moment, any semblance of superiority evaporated. He felt like a mere commoner, aware that Lin Xian could extinguish his life as easily as one would crush an ant. An overwhelming tide of regret surged within him. If only he could be granted another chance, he would not find himself in such a predicament. Lin Xian alighted before the emperor, effectively blocking his path. Observing Lin Xian's imposing presence, the emperor ceased his flight, while Lin Xian regarded him with cold detachment, remaining silent. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Lin Xian, the emperor trembled and immediately knelt before him. At that moment, the members of the Lin family were equally astonished, their shock no less profound than that of the emperor. Prince Zhao, with a bittersweet smile, realized that someone capable of concocting divine elixirs could hardly be an ordinary individual. Despite his advanced age, he felt foolish for not having perceived this sooner. The emperor, trembling uncontrollably, no longer resembled the sovereign who wielded power over life and death. He knelt on the ground, forehead touching the earth, and spoke in a quavering voice. "To offend an immortal is truly inexcusable. I beseech the immortal to forgive my ignorance. If only the immortal would spare my life, this Qiankun kingdom shall be offered to you." In that instant, Prince Zhao also knelt behind the emperor, pleading for mercy for his own transgressions. Lin Xian regarded the two with cold indifference before turning his gaze towards his family in the distance. Without uttering a word, he flicked his fingers, unleashing 2 fireballs that swiftly struck their targets. Following 2 anguished cries, the Emperor and Prince Zhao were reduced to a mound of black ashes. Upon witnessing this scene, a wave of dread washed over all present. They could not bear the consequences of offending an immortal. Should Lin Xian decide to unleash a massacre, they would be powerless to resist, merely awaiting their fate. After extinguishing the lives of the Emperor and Prince Zhao, Lin Xian refrained from further violence. He soared back to his family, transforming once more into the familiar son, the 3rd of the Lin lineage. Dear parents, brothers, and little sister, let us return home. These individuals shall trouble us no more. Lin Xian smiled. His demeanor drastically changed from before. Upon hearing Lin Xinji's words, the members of the Lin family finally came to their senses. With a radiant smile, Lin Xiaomei exclaimed, "Third brother, are you truly an immortal? Are you still my 3rd brother?" In response to Lin Xiaomei's query, Lin Xian offered a gentle smile and playfully tapped her on the head, uttering nothing. Witnessing this familiar gesture, Lin Xiaomei's smile blossomed even brighter. The 6 members of the Lin family strolled confidently through the crowd, while everyone around them prostrated in reverence. Trembling with fear and not daring to lift their heads, Lin Shan and Lin Kuan occasionally cast curious glances, to which Lin Xian merely responded with a smile. At this moment, Lin Xian felt once more that whether one is a mortal or a cultivator, strength dictates everything. Now he could easily handle mortals, but what would he do if faced with a cultivator? Thus, a farce came to an end. With the emperor's demise, the Qiankun kingdom fell into a fierce struggle for succession. The imperial city became a river of blood, the brutality far exceeding that of a recent upheaval. Yet, regardless of the ferocity of the power struggle, it remained a conflict among men. The successor to the throne, however, bore a newfound taboo in his heart. Despite being the sovereign, the realm was not entirely under his dominion. Lin family village had transformed into a place steeped in taboo. Each emperor was acutely aware of this reality. Furthermore, there would be no more tyrants in the Qiankun kingdom. Past emperors dared not engage in reckless deeds, fearing that an immortal might descend once more and reduce them to ashes. Chapter 16. Return to Lin family village today. Lin family village was bustling with extraordinary liveliness. It was not a festival, yet it surpassed the exuberance of the new year. It was not due to a wedding celebration, yet the atmosphere was more jubilant than that of any joyous occasion. The reason is that Lin Xian's family has returned, bringing with them astonishing news. The 7-year-old who once left home has now become an immortal, possessing the ability to perform spells and soar through the skies. Yet, under dire circumstances, Lin Xian was compelled to take lives. Ultimately, however, he felt a sense of satisfaction as his family departed from the imperial city unscathed. Even though life in Linjia Village was bound to be more arduous, nevertheless, their home was no longer as it had been when he left. Now, they had sufficient food and clothing, and their house had been renovated, significantly improving their living conditions. According to his father, these advancements were made possible through the silver Lin Xian had brought back from Tsanyue's sect. The Lin family had lived in Linjia Village for generations, and returning home felt reassuring and liberating. Everything was so familiar: neighbors, the village head, and childhood companions. Though they had all grown up, remnants of their youthful selves still lingered. His sister, upon returning home, transformed back into her lively and adorable self, clinging to Lin Xian daily, requesting stories. After spending some time in Linjia Village, Lin Xian relished moments of familial bliss. Yet, this sense of contentment filled him with trepidation. He feared succumbing to complacency, forsaking his pursuit of immortality, and growing too attached to his loved ones. Having become a cultivator, his lifespan now far exceeded that of ordinary mortals, and as his mastery deepened, it would only continue to extend. The path he was destined to tread diverged greatly from theirs. At last, a month later, Lin Xian found his parents. Lin Changfeng seemed to have anticipated this moment and spoke first. "Ah, my youngest, you have now ascended to the realm of immortals. As an immortal, you must devote yourself to cultivation. Remaining with us may hinder your progress. If you wish to depart, you are free to do so at any time. And your mother and I will support your decision. However, you must exercise caution while you are on your own." Upon hearing his father's words, Lin Xian felt a pang of emotion. He had not uttered a single word, yet his father had expressed everything he wanted to say. Nevertheless, he quickly adjusted his mindset. For a cultivator, the most crucial element is a resolute belief. This past month had allowed him to fulfill his dream, leaving no room for regret in his heart. Months later, within a tea house in the imperial city of Songyun Kingdom, Lin Xian leisurely savored his tea, the sounds of idle chatter drifting into his ears. Brother Huo, have you heard? It seems that a true immortal has emerged in the neighboring Qiankun Kingdom. It is said that the Emperor of Qiankun, for some reason, provoked this immortal and was subsequently slain in a fit of rage. Oh, such a thing has occurred? Lin Xian inquired. I wonder where Brother Chen has heard this news. Immortals, I've only heard their legends, but I never believed they truly existed. I suspect this is merely a case of miscommunication among the people of Qiankun. Dear Brother Huo, you may find it hard to believe, but my family is engaged in the silk business, and we have a shop in the imperial city of Qiankun. This information comes directly from a young attendant in our store who witnessed the events with his own eyes. It is said that on that day, the Emperor of Qiankun dispatched numerous guards, and in a fit of rage, the immortal struck down the Emperor, as well as many of the guards. The tale is quite vivid, and it strikes me as unlikely to be fabricated, spoke the man with the surname Chun. Upon hearing this, the man named Hu grew intrigued and inquired, did that young attendant happen to see the immortal? What did the immortal look like? The attendants had surrounded the immortal quite closely that day, yet he could not discern the immortal's appearance, replied Chun. Ah, what a pity. If only I could have encountered the immortal and received guidance, I would not hesitate to spend my entire fortune, Hu sighed. Chun, half-jokingly, retorted, even if the immortal were to meet you, how would you recognize him? And why would an immortal deign to notice you, simply based on the coins in your hand? With that, Chun burst into laughter. The two seemed to share a strong camaraderie, and Hu took no offense. Brother Chun, you are gravely mistaken. One must possess ideals, otherwise, what distinguishes us from mere walking corpses? Hu continued. Chun, unwilling to yield, responded, indeed, ideals are important. But if you hold such aspirations, why not venture to the royal palace to heal the emperor? If successful, not only could you gain immense riches, but you might also win the hand of the fairest maiden in Songyun, the Princess Yunqing. A man bearing the surname who wore an expression of embarrassment as he remarked, is it not evident that I lack medical expertise? Otherwise, would I still be here engaging in idle chatter with you? I would have long since entered the palace. The gentleman with the surname Chun, displaying a look of disdain, retorted, do you genuinely believe such words? If such miraculous items truly existed, would the emperor still fall ill? Upon hearing this, Lin Xian had already departed, his curiosity piqued by the mention of the precious artifact. If it were indeed an item used by celestial beings, it would certainly not elude the discerning eye of a cultivator like himself. After a brief inquiry, Lin Xian soon arrived at the gates of the imperial palace, where a considerable crowd had gathered. Among them were youthful gentlemen with graceful demeanor, middle-aged individuals of reserved character, and even several elderly men with hair as white as snow. It appeared that whether drawn by the allure of the treasured item or captivated by the renowned beauty of the first princess of Songyun Kingdom, many had come to offer their services to the ailing emperor. Yet, amidst this assembly, Lin Xian stood out conspicuously, for his youth rendered him the most striking presence. The onlookers scrutinized one another, eager to glean insights about their competitors. Maintaining an impassive expression, Lin Xian followed the eunuch's instructions and entered a palace where the others took their seats. At that moment, a dapper young man beside him turned and spoke, young brother. While the princess is undoubtedly beautiful, one must possess the skill to cure the emperor's ailment to win her hand. Lacking such ability, one might not even be granted an audience with her. Lin Xian glanced at the young man beside him before turning away, his expression unchanged. The young nobleman, feeling overlooked, was consumed by indignation. However, within the confines of the imperial palace, he dared not act out. Thus he swallowed his frustration. One after another, the physicians, under the guidance of the eunuchs, entered the inner hall to attend to the emperor, only to emerge shortly thereafter, all bearing expressions of despondency. An hour passed, and fewer than half remained in the grand hall. 2 hours elapsed, and at last, it was Lin Xian's turn, the final physician to arrive. Chapter 17. Exorcising the poison. Upon entering the inner hall, Lin Xian was led by a eunuch to meet the emperor of the Songyun Kingdom. At that moment, the emperor appeared emaciated, little more than skin and bones, seemingly on the brink of death. It was no wonder that such dire terms had been set. The emperor was clearly nearing his limit. Flanking the emperor's dragon bed stood 2 eunuchs, both exuding an aura of formidable prowess, likely surpassing even the esteemed martial artist from Songyua sect. Aside from these 2 skilled eunuchs, a few individuals adorned in royal attire were also present, unmistakably princes. Swiftly, The eunuch guiding Lin Xian brought him to the emperor's side, whereupon the two eunuchs flanking the emperor fixed their attention upon Lin Xian. He sensed that any sudden movement on his part would prompt them to act without hesitation. After a thorough examination, Lin Xian was certain that the emperor had been poisoned, and the affliction had advanced significantly. While an ordinary physician would be rendered helpless by such a condition, it posed no insurmountable challenge for him. In no time, various remedies sprang to mind, each capable of alleviating the emperor's plight. After completing his examination, Lin Xian rose to his feet and retrieved a jade vial from his person, which contained detoxification pills of commendable efficacy. He poured out a single pill and remarked, "The emperor has indeed been poisoned, and quite severely at that. However, this is not an insurmountable issue for me. Let us first administer one of these detoxification pills. Should it fail to alleviate the toxin, we may then explore alternative remedies." Just as Lin Xian was about to present the detoxification pill to the emperor, he was interrupted by a man adorned in a golden crown and resplendent robes, who declared, "You assert that he is poisoned without proof? My father is the sovereign of our Songyan kingdom and cannot be subjected to your dubious concoction." Unperturbed by the interruption, Lin Xian gazed at the man with a knowing expression and replied, "Are you now reassured?" With that, he returned the detoxification pill to the jade vial and waved his empty hands at the man. The man's irritation at Lin Xian's demeanor was palpable, while the onlookers regarded him with puzzled expressions. Initially, the man had no intention of intervening. He merely sought to preempt any complications. However, witnessing the situation teetering on the brink of success, he was taken aback by the audacity of this impudent youth, who dared to proclaim the emperor's dire condition and profess a remedy, causing a surge of anxiety within him. In a bid to mask his unease, the man bellowed, "Where are the guards? Seize this slanderous interloper, a scheming spy from a rival nation." However, just as the guards were about to take action, the emperor, lying weakly on the dragon bed, spoke up. His voice trembled as he said, "What does the crown prince intend to do?" Cough, cough. "I am not dead yet, so when did it become your prerogative to issue commands?" Cough, cough, cough. As he spoke, he was seized by violent coughing. Then with great effort, he turned his head towards Lin Xian and, in a feeble tone, urged, "Young brother, pay no heed to the words of others. Simply focus on administering treatment. Even if you were to inadvertently cause my demise, none would dare to trouble you." Lin Xian, observing the ailing emperor of the Songyan kingdom, perceived a stark contrast to the emperor of the Qiankun kingdom. This man exuded a rugged strength paired with wisdom. Amidst his iron will lay a tenderness. Despite his precarious state, his children remained reverently attentive, indicating the profound respect he had instilled in them. With the emperor himself having spoken, Lin Xian retrieved the detoxification elixir once more and entrusted it to a nearby eunuch, who personally administered it to the emperor. The onlookers, all tense, including the crown prince, watched the emperor with bated breath. The crown prince, in particular, appeared more anxious than the others. Should the emperor pass away, the Songyan kingdom would fall to him. Yet if the emperor were to recover, his own days of ease would be numbered. The effects of the detoxification elixir were quite pronounced. After consuming it, the emperor coughed up a substantial amount of black blood within mere moments, and following this, his complexion improved slightly. At this moment, Lin Xian placed his hand upon the emperor's pulse, simultaneously probing the state of his body with his spiritual awareness, while channeling his energy into him to dispel the residual toxins within his bloodline. Although he had anticipated the severity of the situation, the depth of the emperor's poisoning still left Lin Xian astounded. Under such circumstances, it seemed unlikely that he could restore the emperor to full health in one attempt. The emperor not only harbored remnants of poison within his blood, but also bore toxins throughout his internal organs. To expel all the poison from the emperor's body would cost Lin Xian a significant portion of his own spiritual energy, and he was not inclined to take such a risk, especially after witnessing the emperor's capabilities in Qiankun Kingdom, and given that he currently found himself in an unfamiliar realm. Thanks to the detoxifying elixir and Lin Xian's efforts, the emperor's condition had improved considerably. At the very least, he was now able to eat and speak, and his complexion had brightened markedly. Regaining some strength, the emperor sat up and addressed Lin Xian, saying, "Young divine physician, I am grateful for your life-saving grace. For convenience, you shall temporarily reside within the palace. Once I have fully recovered, I shall ensure that you are handsomely rewarded." After saying this, he turned to the gathered princes and remarked, "During my illness, you have all diligently attended to my needs, and I have taken note of your efforts. You are all my beloved children. Now that my condition has improved, you may return to your quarters." Once the princes had departed, the emperor turned to the eunuchs beside him and instructed, "Convey my decree. Summon Princess Yunqing to attend to my illness." The eunuch bowed and departed to carry out the command. In the inner chamber, only Lin Xian, the emperor, and two skilled eunuchs remained. The emperor took a moment to steady himself before continuing to question Lin Xian. "Young divine physician, do you mean to say that I have been poisoned?" Lin Xian nodded slightly, remaining silent. The emperor, lost in contemplation, seemed to have unraveled numerous thoughts after an extended period of reflection. At that moment, a eunuch entered the hall to report, "Your Majesty, Princess Yunqing has arrived. Shall I summon her into the hall?" The emperor, interrupted from his musings by the eunuch's words, returned to himself with a chuckle and replied, "My dear Qing has come. Summon her into the hall." The eunuch, receiving the emperor's command, straightened his posture and proclaimed loudly, "Summon Princess Yunqing into the hall." As the eunuch's voice faded, Lin Xian observed a graceful figure approaching the dragon throne, a woman clad in a flowing white gown, her long hair cascading down to her waist. She halted, a little more than a yard away from the throne, then knelt on both knees, demonstrating utmost respect as she performed a deep bow to the emperor, while uttering, "Congratulations, Father, on your recovery." The emperor appeared to hold great affection for this daughter and immediately responded with tender words, "Qing, please rise. This time, your father's ailment has been cured, thanks in no small part to this little divine physician. Come, express your gratitude to the physician on my behalf." Upon hearing her father's instruction, Princess Yunqing obediently lowered her head and gracefully approached Lin Xian. Offering a slight bow, she said, "I thank the divine physician for saving my father's life." Princess Yunqing's voice was melodious, and her manners were impeccably refined. She truly embodied the grace expected of royalty. Moreover, her reputation as the most beautiful woman in Songyun Kingdom was not unfounded. Upon closer inspection, her skin resembled fine jade. Her nose was elegantly defined, and her pair of sparkling, watery eyes appeared akin to a set of dark gemstones. Her cherry lips, when parted, exhaled a fragrance reminiscent of orchids, exuding an immense allure. The Princess Yunqing was merely 16 or 17 years of age, radiating the vibrant essence of youth. Whether it was her nascent bosom or her delicate willow-like waist, each aspect was imbued with a captivating charm that was undeniably fatal to men. People are invariably drawn to beauty, and Lin Xian was no exception. After stealing a few more glances, he graciously averted his gaze, responding courteously, "I am but a healer. It is my duty to save lives. Thus the princess need not be so formal." Lin Xian refrained from further elaboration and did not cast another glance at Princess Yunqing. The princess understood that her ailing father had used her as a bargaining chip for treatment. If all went as planned, she might soon be wed to the man before her. Stealing a furtive glance at Lin Xian, she noted that while he was not exceptionally striking, his features could only be described as refined. Nonetheless, as she assessed him, a sense of relief washed over her. She had initially expected that only aged sages with white beards could heal her father, yet this youth, of similar age to herself, possessed such remarkable medical skills, which astonished her greatly. After exchanging pleasantries, the emperor spoke, "Qing, take your father's token and escort this esteemed healer to the palace's treasury. As the ruler of the Songyun Kingdom, I must keep my word. The items mentioned as gratitude are stored within the treasury, and in appreciation for the healer's life-saving grace, I have decided to bestow an additional treasure upon him. Now, go forth. I am weary and wish to rest for a while." Thus, Princess Yunqing led the way, with Lin Xian following closely behind, making their way towards the depths of the imperial palace. Throughout their journey, silence enveloped them. Lin Xian trailed behind the princess, inhaling the faint fragrance in the air, which stirred within him a peculiar sensation. Meanwhile, Princess Yunqing appeared to have sensed the deepening of Lin Xian's breath, as her complexion subtly flushed with a hint of crimson. Before long, they arrived at the treasure chamber. After presenting the emperor's token, they gained smooth access to the inner sanctum. Upon entering the treasure chamber, Lin Xian was struck by an overwhelming surge of energy. The spiritual essence within was palpably denser than that outside. This led him to deduce that the treasures spoken of by the emperor might indeed be artifacts once wielded by celestial beings. The mere thought exhilarated him, and he could distinctly hear the rapid beating of his own heart, which seemed to crescendo with each passing moment. Princess Yunqing, too, appeared to have detected the rhythm of Lin Xian's heartbeat, yet her thoughts diverged entirely from his. Her face grew increasingly flushed, the redness creeping down to her neck. At this moment, Lin Xian's focus shifted entirely away from Princess Yunqing. He remained steadfast in following her towards the source of the spiritual energy. The treasure chamber was quite spacious, at least 5 or 6 times larger than the dwelling Lin Xian had previously occupied. However, they soon reached the location of the coveted treasure. Lin Xian meticulously scanned the area with his spiritual awareness, finding nothing amiss, before finally lifting the object. It was encased in an exquisite jade box, which he grasped with slightly trembling hands, opening it with anticipation. As the lid lifted, a rich wave of spiritual energy surged forth to greet him. Within the box lay a perfectly spherical orb of vibrant green hue. As the lid was lifted, Lin Xian distinctly sensed a tremor emanating from the ancient mirror he had closely guarded. This reaction intensified his excitement, for the mirror held extraordinary significance in his heart, akin to a celestial relic. The notion that this object could evoke such a response from the mirror suggested its exceptional nature, despite being assured of its worth. Lin Xian cautiously inquired of Princess Yunqing, "Your Highness, is this the treasured artifact spoken of by His Majesty?" The princess nodded affirmatively. Consequently, Lin Xian carefully secured the jade box, preparing to depart. At that moment, Princess Yunqing spoke, "Esteemed healer, my father has graciously permitted you to select another treasure as a token of his gratitude for your life-saving efforts." Lin Xian paused, contemplating briefly before nodding in agreement. Given that the treasure trove housed such a remarkable orb, it was conceivable that other treasures might also reside within. He pondered silently. Thus, he resumed his exploration of the treasury. Lin Xian's method of seeking treasures was rather straightforward. He needed only to attune himself to the flow of spiritual energy. Any fluctuation in this energy undoubtedly indicated the presence of a treasure. With an indifferent demeanor, he roamed the treasury until he stumbled upon another remarkable find, a dark, imposing broadsword, emanating waves of spiritual energy. This sword was surprisingly hefty. Lin Xian exerted considerable effort to detach it, ultimately managing to carry the dark blade away. Upon exiting the treasure chamber, Princess Yunqing escorted Lin Xian to the imperial quarters designated by the emperor. The moon hung high in the sky, unmarred by clouds, as Lin Xian found himself within the royal chambers. During his time in the treasure chamber, the ancient mirror exhibited a peculiar reaction to the green orb. Thus, he decided to retrieve both the mirror and the orb at this moment. Lin Xian held the mirror in his right hand and the orb in his left, scrutinizing them intently. Unfortunately, his observations yielded no discernible results. He merely sensed that the ethereal energy emitted by the orb was being incessantly absorbed by the ancient mirror, which displayed an increasingly potent suction force, drawing in the orb's rich spiritual essence. As Lin Xian marveled at this phenomenon, he noticed that the mirror's suction was intensifying. Just as he contemplated putting away the mirror and the orb, the suction suddenly surged, pulling the orb into the mirror's surface, after which the force vanished, as if it had been nothing more than an illusion. However, the green orb had disappeared, and Lin Xian, still holding the ancient mirror, examined it meticulously, attempting to see through its surface. Yet, the mirror remained intact, with nothing amiss. His disappointment lingered, but to his astonishment, an extraordinary event unfolded. The ancient mirror seemed to come to life, transforming into a streak of green light that darted toward Lin Xian's forehead. The light moved with such swiftness that he could not evade it. In the blink of an eye, it vanished into his brow, leaving no trace behind. In a state of panic and confusion, Lin Xian quickly realized that he had suffered no harm, allowing him to gradually regain his composure. He turned his consciousness inward to examine his body. To his astonishment, he discovered that the ancient mirror had entered his sea of consciousness, where it now spun slowly. Chapter 19. The Transformation of the Universe Mirror. Lin Xian cautiously approached the ancient mirror with his consciousness, finding nothing amiss. He then attached his consciousness to the ancient mirror, and a wondrous scene unfolded. In an instant, Lin Xian's body vanished from the palace. At that moment, he found himself in a different realm, one not particularly vast, comparable in size to the medicinal field he had cultivated at Jianghu sect. The air was imbued with a subtle ethereal energy. Beyond this space, everything else remained in a state of chaos. Lin Xian was uncertain of his whereabouts, yet he harbored a vague suspicion that this might be the interior of the ancient mirror. Everything here felt strikingly real. He could breathe the air, and the soil beneath his feet exuded the scent of earth. However, apart from this, there was nothing else. No mountains, no water, no trees, not even blades of grass. The thought of grass sparked a glimmer of inspiration in Lin Xian's eyes as he began to search his person, ultimately retrieving the root of the dragon-tongue grass. Carefully, he planted it in the soil, and with a flicker of his consciousness, he reappeared in the palace. This experience filled him with wonder. He concentrated once more and entered the ancient mirror's realm again. This time, however, he wielded a dark, hefty broadsword. It was unusually weighty, making it quite laborious to carry, so he decided to store it in this space first. With another flicker of his consciousness, Lin Xian found himself back in the palace once more. At this moment, words failed to encapsulate his feelings: excitement, elation. It seemed that these terms could scarcely convey the depth of his emotions. The gains from this encounter were truly remarkable, had it not been for the verdant beads. He believed that the ancient mirror would never have undergone such a transformation. Moreover, the dark broad sword, emanating waves of spiritual energy, might also be an extraordinary treasure. It was astonishing that merely alleviating the emperor's poison could yield such bountiful rewards. Lin Xian's heart brimmed with joy. As night deepened, for individuals in the emperor's inner chamber remained awake. The emperor spoke in a tone imbued with paternal affection. "Qian, this time your father has used you as a bargaining chip for healing. Do you harbor resentment towards me?" The Princess Yunqing responded calmly. "As long as father's health can be restored, I would not only accept marriage, but would even submit to death without a word of complaint." Upon hearing her words, the emperor appeared genuinely touched and continued, "What feelings do you harbor towards that divine physician? If you are not fond of him, I can certainly offer other treasures as a token of gratitude." At this, Princess Yunqing hastily replied, "Father, you must not. As the sovereign of a nation, your word must be steadfast. If you were to retract your promise for my sake, your authority would be undermined, and I could never commit such an act of treachery." The emperor, upon hearing her response, exhibited a look of satisfaction. From the moment of her birth, he had showered her with affection. If she truly disdained the physician, he had planned to seek alternative treasures as a gift. Yet, from the princess's words, he sensed her approval of the divine physician, and since she was pleased, he would certainly not object. After approximately 10 days of detoxification, the residual toxins within the emperor's body were nearly eradicated by Lin Xian's spiritual power. The emperor's health not only returned to its former vigor, but even surpassed it, which filled him with great delight. Consequently, he summoned his ministers, first granting a universal amnesty, followed by a proclamation for nationwide celebration. "Divine Physician Lin," the emperor addressed, "my recovery is entirely attributed to your miraculous skills. I am a man of my word and shall not renege on my promise. I wonder if you are satisfied with Princess Yunqing. I intend to arrange your marriage next month. What say you, divine physician?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xian nearly spat out the sip of wine he had just taken, forcing it down while coughing. "Ahem, your majesty need not be so grand," he replied. "Princess Yunqing is a paragon of beauty and grace, the most exquisite maiden of Songyun Kingdom. I, however, am but an ordinary man, a mere commoner, and indeed find it difficult to match her stature. Ahem, thus. I humbly beseech your majesty to reconsider this decree." Although the emperor felt a twinge of displeasure at Lin Xian's request for reconsideration, he masked it well, for he sensed that this young physician was quite extraordinary and did not wish to offend him. This was merely a feeling, without any tangible evidence. Yet he chose to trust his instincts, as they had safeguarded him through many crises over the years. Still smiling, the emperor responded, "Divine physician Lin, why such humility? At your young age, possessing such medical prowess alone renders you worthy of the princess. Could it be that you look down upon my dear Qinger? Considering the age of the esteemed physician Lin, it seems he remains unwed. Could it be that he has already found someone who captures his heart?" From the emperor's words, Lin Xian could distinctly perceive a sense of humility, typically when one defies the emperor's will. He perceives such actions as a challenge to his authority and reacts with thunderous wrath. Yet, this emperor of Songyun has maintained a serene smile throughout. Many ministers felt a sense of bewilderment, as today's sovereign appeared somewhat unfamiliar. Lin Xian's expression grew solemn as he addressed the emperor, stating, "When I first embarked on my medical journey, I vowed to traverse the world in search of renowned physicians and to explore the majestic mountains and rivers. Therefore, I shall soon take my leave from Songyun, and I must regrettably decline your gracious offer. I beseech your pardon, your majesty. If you truly wish to express gratitude for my life-saving deeds, I would only require permission to access the royal library within the palace." Upon witnessing Lin Xian's grave demeanor, the emperor was convinced by his words, and the slight discontent within him dissipated. He promptly produced a token, declaring, It is no wonder that you, Physician Lin, exhibit such profound medical knowledge at such a tender age. With your lofty aspirations, I shall not stand in your way. This token will grant you access to the Royal Library of Tsangyun, which houses the treasures collected by our successive emperors. Should you wish to peruse the tomes, I wholeheartedly support you. However, this gesture of gratitude may seem rather modest. Lin Xian accepted the token with care and replied, Your Majesty need not speak so. The opportunity to behold the treasures of Tsangyun's emperors is already a considerable fortune for me. The nobles attending the banquet were indulging in fine wine, their faces adorned with a rosy glow. The atmosphere was vibrant and lively, yet no one seemed to notice the trace of disappointment on Princess Yunqing's face. In truth, she bore no aversion to this impending marriage. In fact, she felt a flicker of joy. Although Lin, the physician, was not particularly striking in appearance, he possessed an air of mystery that continually drew her in, igniting her desire to understand him. Yet alas, the opportunity had slipped away. Chapter 20. The Library of the Imperial Family in the Kingdom of Tsangyun. Within the Royal Library, Lin Xian was engrossed in the vast collection of texts. The accumulation of knowledge over several centuries was indeed impressive. The books here did not disappoint him. What he craved most was knowledge. The library was meticulously organized, with volumes detailing ancient events, skills, and wisdom, while modern texts spanned a wide array of subjects, including medicine, military strategy, and various disciplines, overwhelming Lin with their abundance. However, Lin found little interest in these topics. His curiosity was piqued by the books that chronicled the customs and peculiarities of different nations. According to the texts, the land they inhabited was referred to as the Land of Forgotten. The reason behind this name was not elucidated within the pages. The Land of Forgotten was said to encompass 5 recorded nations, among which were Kanglan and Tsangyun. The writings described the entire expanse of the Land of Forgotten as a colossal island, surrounded by an expansive ocean teeming with ferocious beasts, rendering it exceedingly perilous. Many fishermen residing along the coast would occasionally encounter these dread creatures while fishing, resulting in shipwrecks or, in dire cases, loss of life. Incidents involving fishermen encountering ferocious beasts are not uncommon. Over time, these fishermen have acquired considerable experience, leading to a decline in such occurrences. Lin Xian is also intrigued by this matter. However, the ancient texts provide scant details about these monstrous creatures, merely indicating their colossal size and their ability to manipulate the ocean's currents to launch attacks. In their presence, human efforts seem utterly insignificant and powerless in resistance. Through these texts, Lin Xian has gained a rudimentary understanding of the world he inhabits. It has become evident to him that Elder Huo is undoubtedly a cultivator from an external realm. This world is referred to as the Land of Oblivion, perhaps signifying a place forsaken by the heavenly Tao, where neither birth nor cultivation for immortals is feasible. This is merely Lin Xian's conjecture, as the available texts lack any references to the practice of cultivation, much to his dismay, for he had primarily sought clues related to this pursuit. For over 10 days, Lin Xian has immersed himself in the library, dedicating his time to reading various texts, apart from eating and sleeping. He has thoroughly explored those that piqued his interest, gaining a general comprehension of this forgotten domain. The remaining volumes consist of an assortment of ancient manuscripts, including bamboo slips, animal hides, and even turtle shells, which have sparked an even greater curiosity within him. Grasping a bamboo slip, Lin Xian diligently examined its contents. The records within detail the transactions of an ancient merchant, and after a cursory glance, he set it aside to explore other slips. After spending the better part of the day, Lin Xian had perused the contents of all the bamboo slips, finding nothing particularly remarkable, merely records of mundane events from antiquity. Upon finishing with the bamboo slips, he turned his attention to the animal hides. Some of these hides depicted maps, predominantly those of the Forgotten Lands, while others contained trivial information, which Lin Xian merely glanced at before returning them to their original places. However, when he picked up a particularly ancient hide, the ancient mirror within his consciousness quivered, igniting a surge of excitement within him. The fact that the mirror responded indicated that this artifact must possess some valuable quality. Lin Xian scrutinized the hide closely, yet found it devoid of any inscriptions. It appeared merely archaic, clearly a relic of a bygone era. After deep contemplation, he decided to store the hide within the space of the ancient mirror, trusting that his life-saving grace towards the emperor would justify his request for this artifact. 3 days later, within the grand hall of the Tsangyun kingdom, Lin Xian had completed his examination of all the tomes. Remaining in the Songyun kingdom held no further significance for him. He bowed respectfully before the emperor seated upon the dragon throne and expressed, "I am deeply grateful, Your Majesty, for permitting my entry into the library, which has proven immensely rewarding. Furthermore, I found myself particularly intrigued by one of the animal hides and would like to humbly request your gracious gift of it." Upon finishing his words, Lin Xian presented the hide, cradled delicately in his hands. The emperor scrutinized the beast's skin for a moment and remarked, "This hide appears to have been acquired by my late father during his unintentional sojourn in the kingdom of Xinlua. It bears no inscriptions or information, and after residing in the library for many years, it has served no purpose. Should you, Physician Lin, find it of interest, I shall bestow it upon you." Upon hearing the emperor's words, Lin Xian carefully stored the hide and continued, "May I inquire, Your Majesty, how much knowledge you possess regarding the kingdom of Xinlua? Although our library contains some references, the information is rather scant." The emperor, upon hearing Lin Xian's inquiry, fell into deep contemplation, as if he were meticulously organizing his thoughts or perhaps recalling distant memories. After a brief pause, he spoke. "The kingdom of Xinlua stands as the most powerful nation in this forsaken land. It is said that members of the royal family possess mystical abilities, capable of contending with the ferocious beasts of the sea, far surpassing the capabilities of our four nations. One could assert that had the kingdom of Xinlua harbored intentions to annihilate us, our four nations might have already ceased to exist." As the emperor conveyed these words, his countenance was grave, as if the kingdom of Xinlua loomed over him like a razor-sharp sword. Observing the emperor's demeanor, Lin Xian inquired, "Then why has the kingdom of Xinlua not waged war against the other four nations?" The emperor exhaled deeply and replied, "Perhaps it is out of disdain. The might of the kingdom of Xinlua far exceeds that of the other four. In their eyes, we might resemble nothing more than impoverished mountain villages, hardly worthy of their consideration." Upon hearing the emperor's words, Lin Xian appeared to ponder thoughtfully. It appears that a journey to the kingdom of Xinlua is indeed in order. The accounts from ancient texts had already ignited his desire to visit Xinlua, and now, hearing the emperor's words, his resolve has only strengthened. Observing Lin Xian lost in contemplation, the emperor continued, "It seems that you wish to travel to Xinlua, Lin the divine physician. It would be beneficial to witness its prosperity firsthand. Only by visiting Xinlua can one truly comprehend the essence of flourishing. Perhaps you may also gain considerable insight. My late father, after his visit to Xinlua, was profoundly moved, which inspired him to diligently govern, consequently enhancing the strength of our kingdom of Songyun." After bidding farewell to the emperor of Songyun, Lin Xian departed the kingdom. At present, he found himself seated in a carriage, his mind continually reflecting on the emperor's remarks. The presence of practitioners of celestial arts in the kingdom of Xinlua implies the existence of cultivators. Yet, what might their realms entail? Engaging with such cultivators had long been a yearning of Lin Xian, but he would not dare to approach them without understanding their capabilities and intentions. Fortunately, the ancient mirror had undergone certain transformations after absorbing the verdant orb. The first notable change was the emergence of one or two spaces within, allowing entry for individuals and the storage of objects. This innovation delighted Lin Xian. With the ancient mirror, he possessed a vast repository into which anything could be placed. Furthermore, he had planted the root of a dragon tongue herb within this space, and it soon began to flourish. He discovered that the growth rate of the dragon tongue herb within the ancient mirror was significantly swifter than in the external world, as if the mirror itself were nurturing its development. Chapter 21. The Kingdom of Xinlua. Consequently, Lin Xian cultivated a petite medicinal garden within the ancient mirror's dimension, sowing the seeds of various herbs therein. Thus, he was no longer concerned about procuring the necessary ingredients for concocting the dragon tongue pill, which delighted Lin Xian considerably. This ancient mirror was indeed a heaven-defying treasure, akin to a portable apothecary that accompanied him at all times. Moreover, the accelerated growth rate of the herbs compared to the outside world was nothing short of miraculous. Subsequently, through experimentation, Lin Xian unearthed another attribute of the ancient mirror, the capacity to regulate the concentration of his own spiritual energy, even to the point of preventing any leakage. In the absence of spiritual energy, Lin Xian would be indistinguishable from an ordinary mortal. Although Lin Xian deemed this ability of limited utility, it would prove invaluable during his impending journey to the Xinlua kingdom. Without this function, he would have been hesitant to venture into Xinlua. given his complete ignorance of the prevailing circumstances. The dark, unwieldy broadsword obtained from the Zhongyun Kingdom's treasury was indeed a treasure. Through Lin Xian's exploration, he discovered that upon infusing it with spiritual energy, he could manipulate it using the object control technique, enabling rapid aerial traversal and the execution of aerial strikes with considerable force. Consequently, Lin Xian had acquired a formidable weapon. 2 months later, Lin Xian's carriage arrived at the imperial city of the Xinhua Kingdom. Witnessing the city before him, Lin Xian was deeply impressed. In comparison, the imperial city of the Zhongyun Kingdom resembled a mere hamlet. The entire city was constructed from polished marble, as smooth as jade, including the ramparts. The marble, rarely seen in other locales, seems almost free here. In terms of area, the imperial city of Xinhua is at least 4 times larger than that of Zhongyun. As Lin Xian strolls along the broad streets paved with marble, gazing at the palace-like shops lining either side, and feeling the vibrant throng of people flowing through the city, he gains a newfound understanding of just how prosperous a city can be. While Lin Xian revels in the splendor of this once-forgotten realm, a desperate plea reaches his ears. "Young Master Lu, I beseech you, show us mercy and spare my father and me." A young girl, her youth akin to that of his own little sister, is being grasped by 2 attendants, her pleas echoing in the air. "Spare you? I have no intention of harming you. I merely wish for you and your scholarly father to enjoy a life of comfort in my household," a rotund man replies with a laugh, as if he were the villain of a tale. Observing the tear-streaked face of the girl, Lin Xian finds himself uncontrollably uttering, "Let her go." Though he typically shuns meddling in others' affairs, the sight of the girl evokes memories of his lively, beloved sister, compelling him to speak out. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, the crowd's gaze shifts towards him, including that of the portly man. The man scrutinized Lin Xian for a moment, pondering briefly as he sifted through his memories. Ultimately realizing that there was no wealthy or influential young master in the city who bore such a countenance. With an air of arrogance, he proclaimed, "What are you? A mere child still lacking in maturity, attempting to play the hero and rescue a damsel? Are you not afraid that in your folly, you might endanger your own life instead?" Upon finishing his derisive remarks, he cast a scornful glance at Lin Xian while simultaneously commanding his 3 servants to encircle him. Upon hearing that someone was coming to her aid, the young woman exhibited a flicker of hope. However, her optimism quickly waned as she observed Lin Xian's slender physique and estimated him to be no more than 20 years old. Yet, this disappointment was fleeting, for Lin Xian soon dispatched all the servants with ease, causing the rotund young man's expression to shift to one of alarm. The mockery faded from his demeanor as he stammered in a trembling voice, "Do you know who my father is? He is the prime minister of this kingdom of Xinhua, a figure of great power and influence. If you dare to lay a finger on me, I assure you, you will not live to see another day." Lin Xian, dismissive of such trivial squabbles with mere mortals, replied directly, "Take your servants and leave. Do not harbor any further intentions toward this young lady. Should I learn otherwise, rest assured, even if your father is the prime minister, you shall find no protection." The prime minister's son, not lacking in wit, understood the wisdom of retreating and ignored his servants as he made his way into the distance, his eyes betraying a mix of resentment and a hint of malice. Within the royal city, it was a rare affront for anyone to dare compete with him, the son of the prime minister, for a woman's affections. It was a predicament he had never encountered before. Upon realizing her salvation, the young maiden was filled with joy. She approached Lin Xian, slightly bowing in respect, and expressed, "I am grateful for the life you have saved, kind sir. May I inquire your esteemed name?" "Lin Xian," he replied casually. As noon approached, she continued, "If you do not mind, would you join me for lunch at my humble abode?" Lin Xian had acted out of sheer impulse, expecting no form of recompense. However, as a newcomer to the imperial city, he was entirely unfamiliar with the surroundings. Thus, the maiden's invitation presented an excellent opportunity to glean insights about the royal city. He readily accepted her offer. Together, they traversed the winding streets, and after a considerable time, they arrived at a dilapidated house. The young woman, somewhat embarrassed, said, "My home is rather modest. I hope you will not find it unappealing." Lin Xian waved his hand dismissively, interrupting her words, and they entered the dwelling together. Upon hearing their footsteps, an elderly voice resonated from within. "Frost, why are you home so early today? Is there a lack of business at the shop?" "The shop has been quite busy today, father, so there is no need for concern. However, I encountered danger, and it was thanks to this kind sir that I was rescued." I invited him here to express my gratitude, the maiden replied. Upon hearing his daughter's words, the old man bowed respectfully to Lin Xian in acknowledgement of his kindness. They then took their seats, and Lin Xian, eager to uncover information, directly asked, "What do you know about the imperial family of the Xinhua kingdom?" The elder furrowed his brow, pondered for a moment, and remarked, "Indeed. The kingdom of Xinhua stands as the mightiest among its neighbors, a strength derived from the power of its royal lineage. As far as I know, there are currently 2 grand emperors in Xinhua, both nearing their centennial year, and it is said that these venerable figures are practitioners of the celestial arts, possessing mastery over mystical techniques." Chapter 22. Secrets of the Royal Family. Upon hearing the elder's words, Lin Xian felt a flicker of astonishment. This was the first time he had encountered news of celestial practitioners. He refrained from interrupting the elder, choosing instead to listen intently. The elder, with a nostalgic expression, continued, "In my grandfather's era, our family, the Li clan, could be considered a household of officials. My grandfather held a second-grade position in the court, thus acquiring some knowledge of the royal family of Xinhua. It is well known that our land is referred to as the Forgotten Realm, surrounded by treacherous seas teeming with ferocious beasts, as chronicled in ancient texts." At this point, Lin Xian nodded in acknowledgement. He had already gleaned this information from the tomes in the royal library of Tsunyan Kingdom. The elder's voice paused briefly before he resumed. "The royal family of Xinhua has long sought pathways across the sea. Generations have persevered in this endeavor, with many of their kin venturing forth, never to return. However, during my grandfather's time, a member of the royal family finally succeeded in returning, having acquired profound celestial knowledge, which astonished the entire court." As he spoke, the elder's expression became intricate, filled with longing, envy, and reverence. For mortals, celestial beings are objects of admiration, and perhaps every soul yearns to ascend to their ethereal heights. After taking a sip of tea, the elderly man continued, "Ever since the first member of the royal family returned after mastering the art of immortality, they have been fervently seeking individuals with celestial affinities in the kingdom of Xinhua. Once they gather around 20 such individuals, they embark on a voyage across the seas. And thereafter, these individuals never return to Xinhua. However, members of the royal family periodically return to Xinhua to search for more with celestial potential. According to my ancestors' speculations, they must be venturing to cultivate their immortality, and once they have mastered it, they shall no longer return to this mortal realm." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian felt a surge of excitement. According to the old man's account, these individuals had likely journeyed to a realm conducive to cultivating immortality. It was evident that the royal family of Xinhua had discovered a pathway to this world, which was of paramount importance. Lin Xian, however, remained unaware that without the ancient mirror, he would be fortunate to merely complete the first layer of the Xianyanju, as the land of oblivion was indeed ill-suited for the cultivation of immortals. Does the elder know when the royal family of Xinhua will next set sail? Lin Xian could not restrain his curiosity and asked the question that weighed heavily on his mind. The old man shook his head and replied, "This old fool does not know, but there is a notice board in front of the palace gates where they post announcements. Before each voyage, they recruit a significant number of crew members. Once you see the recruitment notice, you will know that their departure is imminent." Upon receiving this information, Lin Xian felt a thrill of joy in his heart and was eager to leave. Gaining entry into the realm of immortals was a long-cherished dream of his, and with this newfound lead, his excitement was palpable. At that moment, Li Shuang'er obstructed Lin Xian's departure, saying, "I have yet to repay the kindness you have shown me. Noble benefactor, how can you be in such a hurry to leave? You must at least partake in a meal first." Observing the expression of grievance on Li Shuang'er's face, Lin Xian felt a twinge of embarrassment. Having just arrived at her home, he was already eager to depart. With an awkward smile, he returned to his seat and remarked, "I apologize for my impatience. You need not address me as young hero or noble benefactor. Simply call me Lin, elder brother." Li Shuang'er covered her mouth with a smile and replied, then, "Dear Lin, please wait a moment. I shall prepare a meal right away. It will be ready shortly." With that, she entered the kitchen. Now aware of the news regarding cultivators, Lin Xian felt a sense of joy and reassurance. Engaging in conversation with Li Shuang'er's father, Li Shuang'er's culinary skills seemed commendable, as a tantalizing aroma of food wafted through the air, greatly stimulating his appetite. Although Lin Xian was a cultivator at the 5th level of qi refinement, he lacked any fasting pills and had yet to reach the realm of abstaining from earthly sustenance. Thus he still partook in the pleasures of mortal fare. At that moment, Lin Xian sensed a group approaching Li Shuang'er's home, led by none other than the son of the Prime Minister, young Master Lu. Upon recognizing Lu, Lin Xian's expression darkened. Earlier that day, he had only administered a slight reprimand to Lu's servants and had not confronted Lu himself, as he wished to avoid trouble upon his arrival in the imperial city. However, now that he had learned of the existence of cultivators, he no longer feared attracting unwanted attention. Lin Xian stepped out of the Li residence and cast a lightness spell upon himself, rendering his body as weightless as a feather as he glided toward the direction of young Master Lu. In no time, Lin Xian found himself standing before young Master Lu. This time, he struck with great ferocity, inflicting considerable harm not only upon Lu and his entourage, but also upon Lu himself, whose bones suffered numerous fractures. However, Lin Xian refrained from delivering a fatal blow. After all, they were within the imperial city, a place overseen by formidable cultivators. It was prudent to ensure that young Master Lu retreated in defeat. Lu and his men approached with an air of menace, yet before they could reach the Li residence, Lin Xian intercepted them, causing them to flee in tears. It was hoped that this incident would deter young Master Lu from troubling Li Shuang'er any further. Upon returning to the Li residence, Lin Xian found that Li Shuang'er had already prepared several exquisite dishes, which were now elegantly arranged on the table. Upon seeing Lin Xian return, a smile graced Li Shuang'er's face as she said, "Brother Lin, I was beginning to think you had left without a word. Your return is most timely. The meal is just ready, so please take a seat." Lin Xian, feeling no need for formality, settled into a wooden chair and replied. Young Master Lu came by again. I informed him that there was no meal prepared for him here, and thus he departed. Upon hearing his words, Li Shuang'er was momentarily taken aback, then expressed her concern, saying, "Brother Lin, by standing up for me, you have offended young Master Lu. You must exercise greater caution in the imperial city henceforth. Young Master Lu is the favored son of the Prime Minister, accustomed to arrogance and impunity. Over the years, he has committed numerous misdeeds, yet he has never faced retribution." Lin Xian waved his hand, interrupting Li Shuang'er's words, and said, "Do not worry, Miss Shuang'er. He should not trouble you any longer." Upon hearing this, Li Shuang'er was taken aback, her complexion turning pale. Lin Xian realized that she had misunderstood his intentions. So he continued, "You have misinterpreted my words, Miss Shuang'er. I just had a lengthy conversation with young Master Lu, and he has acknowledged his mistakes, promising that he will no longer cause you any distress." Li Shuang'er looked at Lin Xian with uncertainty, asking, "Is what you say truly the case?" "As far as I know, young Master Lu does not possess such a temper." Lin Xian, wishing to avoid further discussion on the matter, smiled and replied, "Let us dine. If we delay any longer, the food may grow cold. You need not dwell on young Master Lu. He genuinely will not trouble you again." Chapter 23. Recruitment Notice. Subsequently, Lin Xian took residence in the inn nearest to the imperial palace, dedicating his time to cultivation while keeping a watchful eye on the notice board. His life was exceedingly simple. As time passed, a year slipped by. Thanks to the Emperor of Songyun Kingdom's generosity, he was spared from financial strain. However, as the year drew to a close, he had yet to see any recruitment notices for crew members, causing unease to brew within him. He was acutely aware that his funds were nearly depleted. If the recruitment notice did not appear soon, he would need to devise a plan to earn some silver. Throughout the course of this year, he has made significant progress. With the aid of the Dragon Tongue Dan, he has reached the pinnacle of the 5th level of Qi refinement, on the brink of breaking through to the 6th level. This achievement stands as his greatest gain over the past year. On this particular day, Lin Xian made his customary visit to the notice board, only to find it surrounded by an enthusiastic crowd, far more vibrant than usual. "Jianghu, are you truly considering applying for that crew position? You must understand that venturing out to sea is fraught with peril. In the past, many crew members have met their demise in the depths of the ocean," remarked a man. "Luo Taizhu, are you still unaware of my circumstances? A single voyage can yield a substantial fortune. As long as I possess the tenacity to survive, I shall return with enough coin to seek a wife. Otherwise, if I continue in this manner, I fear I shall remain a lifelong bachelor," Zhang Godin replied. Upon hearing Zhang Godin's words, Luo Taizhu could only shake his head. It seemed that many of those present shared a similar plight to that of Zhang Godin. Anyone with even a modicum of means was reluctant to embark on a seafaring journey. Lin Xian himself felt a tumult of emotions. Although his situation was somewhat better than Zhang Godin's, it was merely a slight improvement. As he overheard the discussions among the crowd, Lin Xian's heart soared with joy. The recruitment of crew members had finally commenced. He hastily maneuvered through the throng, making his way towards the registration area. However, the recruitment process was not as simple as it appeared. Every applicant was subjected to scrutiny, and only those with satisfactory physical qualifications could venture out to sea. The royal family valued quality over quantity in this regard. Given Lin Xian's robust physique, he faced no obstacles and was smoothly accepted into the crew. He was subsequently assigned to the inn where he had originally resided, though now he was relieved of the burden of paying for his stay. After 2 days of recruitment, he successfully enlisted 100 crew members. Lin Xian was astonished by such a large number of sailors. The ship must be colossal to accommodate so many. Half a month later, Lin Xian finally laid eyes upon the vessel. At that moment, he was utterly taken aback. It could hardly be referred to as a ship, but rather resembled a behemoth. The hull was constructed from steel and enormous timber, exuding an aura of formidable strength. Lin Xian believed that no tempest could possibly inflict damage upon this vessel. The ship's superstructure was exquisitely designed, surpassing the elegance found in the finest residences. Truly, it was a royal creation. The cost of such a ship must be staggering, beyond the financial capabilities of an ordinary individual. Soon, everyone boarded the ship, which instilled a profound sense of security in Lin Xian. He was convinced that nothing, not even the most ferocious beasts, could harm this vessel. During the boarding process, Lin Xian encountered the fabled immortal, a venerable elder with hair as white as snow, exuding an aura of cultivation at the 4th level of qi refinement. Accompanying him were 2 remarkably youthful individuals, seemingly in their 20s. The young man, clad in white garments, was strikingly handsome, his long hair billowing in the sea breeze, embodying the image of a dashing gentleman and exhibiting cultivation at the 3rd level of qi refinement. The young woman, aged around 16 or 17, possessed long hair cascading down to her waist and a slender waist that could be encircled with a delicate grip. Her burgeoning curves began to outline a figure both alluring and graceful, captivating the gaze of onlookers who found themselves drawn to her beauty. Her skin, as pristine as snow, was adorned with flawless features that left no room for imperfection. A delicate nose, lips reminiscent of cherries, and a pair of eyes that seemed to speak volumes, each glance offering a respite from worldly troubles. Her long, elegant legs, complemented by a flowing gown of pale green fabric, rendered her ethereal, as if untouched by the dust of the mundane world. Lin Xian, witnessing such exquisite beauty for the first time, found himself momentarily entranced. The man clad in white evidently harbored an interest in the young woman, engaging her in conversation, to which she responded with a smile. The sight of her smile caused Lin Xian to momentarily forget everything around him, his heartbeat quickening involuntarily. "Hey, you there, standing like a statue. What are you staring at? Hurry and get to your position among the crew. We'll be setting sail shortly." A voice interrupted Lin Xian's reverie. The sound captured the attention of the young woman, who turned to see Lin Xian gazing intently at her. For a fleeting moment, she was taken aback. Although his appearance was ordinary, he exuded an aura of mystique that intrigued her. As she momentarily lost herself in thought, Lin Xian made his way to his designated position. The crew comprised 100 individuals, divided into 5 groups of 20, each responsible for 2 shifts of work. The primary task revolves around driving the vessel's power apparatus, ensuring the ship proceeds in a designated direction. Naturally, the control of that direction lies beyond their purview, as they are solely responsible for providing the propulsion. It must be noted that a woman's intuition is often inexplicable, despite both being at the 3rd level of qi training. The man in white harbored no impression of Lin Xian, viewing him as indistinguishable from the other 99 crew members. In contrast, the woman remained unfazed. That fleeting glance had indelibly etched Lin Xian's image into her mind. In that moment, she perceived him as entirely unique among the crew, and his enigmatic nature eluded her comprehension. Consequently, in the days that followed, she found herself inadvertently recalling this extraordinary crew member. The man in white discerned the woman's preoccupation, evidently linked to that particular crew member, and a flicker of severity appeared in his gaze. The woman was destined to be his. Her heart could harbor no thoughts of another man. Yet, she was evidently inclined towards a man whom he regarded as insignificant, akin to an ant, which he deemed an affront. Unable to restrain himself, he finally inquired, "Junior sister, you seem lost in thought. May I ask what occupies your mind with such intensity?" The woman, not concealing her feelings, smiled faintly and replied, Senior brother, have you noticed that crew member from this afternoon? I can't shake the feeling that he is quite extraordinary. For reasons unknown, that single glance revealed a sense of mystery in his eyes. Upon hearing the woman's words, the man felt a surge of jealousy within, yet he maintained a smile on his face as he replied, "What mystery is there? He is merely an ordinary mortal. Nothing more. Junior sister, you are overthinking this. The land of oblivion has no spiritual veins and is entirely unsuitable for cultivators. He hails from the land of oblivion. Do you still believe he is an elder?" Chapter 24. First encounter with the beast. The grand ship swiftly departed from the harbor, sailing toward the vast ocean. There were no ferocious beasts near the land of oblivion, as per the accounts of our forebears. It is only after one has completely left the land of oblivion that an encounter with such beasts becomes possible. The royal family of Xinlua Kingdom has, after centuries of exploration, discovered a relatively safe route. The helmsman currently guiding the ship is an elderly man with white hair, who is undoubtedly over 100 years old and has likely navigated these waters many times before. Under the old man's guidance, the vessel continued along the path etched in his mind. A month passed swiftly, during which the ship encountered no ferocious beasts, and the crew's spirits were notably at ease. However, each individual harbored a lingering question. Why had so many crew members perished on previous voyages? On this day, Lin Xian suddenly sensed that the spiritual energy in the air was becoming increasingly dense. He realized that the ship had indeed left the land of oblivion, and the perilous journey was only just beginning. Seizing a moment during his shift, Lin Xian utilized the dragon tongue pill along with the intensified spiritual energy in the atmosphere, effortlessly breaking through to the 6th layer of the qi refining stage. With the residual potency of the medicine, he quickly stabilized his newfound realm. A series of 3 knocks interrupted Lin Xian's cultivation. On the ship, he was not acquainted with anyone, leading him to believe that no one would seek him out. As he extended his spiritual consciousness, his expression shifted to one of peculiarity. Rising to his feet, he opened the door, revealing the enchanting woman who resembled a fairy. Observing her up close, Lin Xian felt her extraordinary presence even more acutely. Upon seeing the door ajar, the woman smiled gently, asking, "May I come in for a moment?" Her smile was disarmingly pleasant, effortlessly evoking affection from those who beheld it. Lin Xian stepped aside, replying, "Of course, please, do enter." She graciously accepted the invitation and stepped into the room, as if they were not strangers but longtime friends. After surveying the room for a brief moment, she remarked, "Are you satisfied with the private room arranged just for you?" It took quite a few kind words from me for old Master Xin to agree to this. Turning her gaze towards Lin Xian, she seemed to await his gratitude. Taken aback by her words, Lin Xian replied, "Is this not our first meeting, fair lady? What prompts you to treat me in such a manner? I consider myself rather ordinary in appearance. Could it be that you are fond of my type?" He jested with a smile. The woman, however, entirely overlooked his playful banter, responding earnestly, "There is no particularly special reason. The moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed your uniqueness and felt an inexplicable urge to do this." The young woman, after speaking, transformed into a cheerful demeanor and continued, "My name is Wu Ningying. May I inquire your esteemed name?" Upon hearing her words, Lin Xian's heart trembled, and he mused inwardly, could it be that this lady has discerned my true identity? However, with her cultivation at merely the 3rd level of qi refinement, she cannot possibly perceive my rank. I am confident that even cultivators of a higher realm would be unable to unveil my prowess. "I am Lin Xian," he replied, "and I must express my gratitude for your thoughtful arrangement of a private room for me." After concluding his statement, Lin Xian respectfully cupped his hands in salute to Wu Ningying. "There is no need for such formality," she responded with a smile. "However, should I find myself in peril, I sincerely hope that Brother Lin will extend his assistance." Her words left Lin Xian astounded. This Wu Ningying, without having discerned his cultivation, boldly spoke of offering aid to a mere mortal as if she were a true cultivator. While Lin Xian was still in shock, the large ship began to tremble. Accompanied by the voice of an elderly man, "We are under attack by a beast. Second team, take your positions swiftly and increase the power. Leave the ferocious creature to me." Upon hearing the elder's call, Lin Xian hastily made his way to the deck. He had never encountered a demon beast nor witnessed the techniques of other cultivators. On the ship's deck, a white-haired elder was skillfully maneuvering a flying sword. Weaving through the air, while in the depths of the sea loomed a colossal octopus, its size exceeding that of an ordinary octopus by 100-fold. The tentacles extended several fathoms long, with 3 feet equating to 1 meter and 1 fathom consisting of 10 feet, continuously reaching towards the grand ship. Meanwhile, the elder wielded a flying sword with remarkable precision. Whenever a tentacle latched onto the vessel, he would deftly sever it with his blade. Thus, the octopus's attempts to board the ship were thwarted. With the addition of a new crew, the ship's speed significantly increased, allowing them to navigate the perilous encounter with the ferocious beast without calamity. As the ship regained its stability, the crew on deck, who had been spectating, were drenched in cold sweat. They had never witnessed such a colossal octopus before, and the sight of its tentacles reaching towards the vessel left them feeling unnerved and powerless. It was evident that no one remained skeptical. They had witnessed a true beast, rendering humans insignificant as mere ants in its presence. Had it not been for the elder's flying sword, they could scarcely fathom how to confront such a gargantuan creature. Despite the formidable beast, the ship was also graced with the presence of a celestial master. The earlier display of the master's swordsmanship, cleaving through the monster's tentacles as effortlessly as slicing tofu, brought a sense of calm to the hearts of the crew. On the deck, Wu Ningying did not fixate solely on the beast. She often glanced at Lin Xian. In his eyes, she perceived no trace of the fear that gripped others. Instead, there was a serene composure, as if the octopus held no significance for him at all. This further solidified her belief that Lin Xian was no ordinary being. Lin Xian encountered a demon beast for the first time, and it struck him as a larger version of a wild animal, its body brimming with spiritual energy. These creatures could cultivate by absorbing this energy, thereby augmenting their strength. As for the octopus he had just seen, he did not perceive it as particularly dangerous. He was confident that he could effortlessly defeat the creature, perhaps even more easily than the elder had. The man in white stood on the deck, and when he noticed Wu Ningying glancing toward Lin Xian from time to time, a fierce anger ignited within him, accompanied by a flicker of murderous intent in his eyes. Sensing the sudden surge of hostility, Lin Xian turned his head in the direction of the malevolent gaze, meeting the man's slightly murderous eyes. His expression remained unchanged as he averted his gaze once again. Just as Lin Xian prepared to return to his quarters, he was called to a halt by the man in white. In their brief exchange of glances, the man had not detected any fear in Lin Xian's eyes. Instead, he felt as though he was being disregarded by a mere mortal. Chapter 25, Trouble. As a lofty cultivator, how could he allow a commoner to disregard him? In his view, there was little distinction between a mortal and an ant. With a mere flick of his finger, he could extinguish a multitude. This insignificant being not only overlooked him, but it also appeared that his junior sister held a special regard for him, which pushed him to the brink of tolerance. The man in white spoke in a frigid tone. "Boy, do you have any idea who we are? How dare you harbor such delusions regarding my junior sister? I could extinguish you as easily as one might crush an ant, but who truly cares about an ant? Keep your distance from my junior sister, or I shall not hesitate to eliminate this insignificant creature." Upon hearing the words of the man in white, Lin Xian's expression turned cold. Currently, the elder on the ship possessed the highest level of cultivation, merely at the 4th stage of qi refinement, while Lin Xian himself had already reached the 6th stage. He felt no fear towards them. Lin Xian was perplexed, unable to discern when he had harbored any improper thoughts towards Wu Ningying. He had never approached her proactively. In fact, their exchanges had been limited to just a few sentences. The jealousy exhibited by the man in white was quite remarkable. At this moment, Wu Ningying's smile faded, and she angrily retorted, "Cindy, what madness are you spouting? When has my elder brother Lin ever entertained any improper intentions towards me? It was I who sought him out just now. Do not speak recklessly." It was uncertain whether Wu Ningying's words were deliberate or inadvertent, but they ignited Cindy's fury. Ignoring her, he turned his gaze to Lin Xian, speaking with malice. "Kid, you can only blame your misfortune. I had intended to spare your life, but now I have changed my mind." As he prepared to strike, the voice of the white-haired elder interrupted his actions. "Halt!" Upon hearing the command, Cindy retracted his stance, indignantly stating, "Great-grandfather, this brat is oblivious to his own mortality, daring to disregard me and harboring improper thoughts towards my junior sister. Though he is but an ant, I shall relish the opportunity to crush him." The elder waved his hand, signaling Cindy to step back, and then, with a benevolent expression, addressed Lin Xian, "Young friend, do not take the foolish words of that youth to heart. I am Sing, having lived for a century, and I am his great-grandfather. I wish to apologize on his behalf and hope you will overlook his transgressions, considering my humble request." Lin Xian could not help but scoff inwardly. Indeed, those who had lived for 100 years were often shrewd. Previously, when Cindy had spoken disrespectfully, the elder had merely observed, likely discerning the underlying circumstances before stepping in as a mediator. Though Lin Xian felt displeased, he recognized that this was a cultivator offering an apology to a junior, and he was reluctant to pursue the matter further, as long as Cindy did not trouble him again. "You are an immortal. How could you speak thus to a junior? It would be a great dishonor to me. I would never dare to contend with an immortal. I shall rely upon your protection for this voyage." Lin Xian replied with a facade of trepidation. Seeing his great-grandfather's cordiality towards Lin Xian, Cindy also restrained himself considerably. He was not foolish, otherwise he could not have become a cultivator. Some suspicions began to stir within him. Though he felt indignant, he dared not display it outwardly. The elder, however, could easily discern Lin Xian's demeanor. It was all too apparent. It was merely an act. At barely 20, Lin Xian's performance paled in comparison to the experience of those who had lived for over a century. The elder, increasingly convinced of his own judgment, continued with a warm demeanor. "I feel an immediate kinship with you, young friend. Might you have the leisure to visit my humble abode for a cup of tea? I would relish the opportunity to engage in conversation with you." For Lin Xian, the prospect of conversing with an immortal was indeed a coveted opportunity. However, he harbored concerns about the elder's intentions. After careful consideration, Lin Xian ultimately acquiesced to the elder's invitation. His yearning for knowledge of cultivation triumphed over his apprehensions. Fortified by the awareness that his own cultivation level surpassed that of the elder and his companions, lending him a measure of confidence. Within the confines of the elder's chamber atop the grand vessel, Lin Xian and the elder took their respective seats. The elder, still exhibiting an amiable expression, remarked, "We have spoken at length, yet I have not inquired about your name or origin. This oversight is truly my fault. I must be growing forgetful." He slapped his forehead, feigning a moment of realization. Lin Xian, unfazed by such trivialities, replied, "I am Lin Xian, hailing from the Qiankun Kingdom. To have the fortune of conversing with an immortal is a source of immense pride for me. I shall boast of this to my descendants." With that, he chuckled lightly. Upon hearing Lin Xian's introduction, Jianghu casually remarked, "I have yet to visit Qiankun Kingdom, though I have heard it is rather impoverished, with many inhabitants struggling to secure enough food." Lin Xian nodded, as if reminiscing, and responded, "You are quite right, Elder Xing. The Qiankun Kingdom is predominantly mountainous, and indeed, food scarcity is a pressing issue. In families with numerous children, it is not uncommon for a child to perish from hunger." Casting a glance at Lin Xian, Singer continued, "I perceive that your demeanor is extraordinary, young Lin, suggesting that you must hail from a distinguished family, yet you possess an impressive understanding of these matters." Lin Xian merely smiled nonchalantly, choosing not to respond directly to Singer's inquiry. Instead, he countered with a question of his own. "Might you enlighten me about the cultivators, Elder Singer? I find myself quite intrigued, as it would provide ample material for future tales to regale my descendants." At this juncture, Singer was certain that Lin Xian was no ordinary individual. However, he could not detect any trace of spiritual energy emanating from him. Perhaps Lin Xian practiced some concealed technique, and the specifics of his cultivation level eluded Singer, instilling within him a sense of unease. Simultaneously, he began to regard Lin Xian as an entity akin to himself, if not of a higher caliber. Upon hearing Lin Xian's inquiry, Singer's expression grew solemn as he remarked, "The term immortal is synonymous with cultivator. They draw upon spiritual energy to refine themselves, thus perpetually elevating their cultivation levels. The longevity of a cultivator varies with their realm. For instance, I am currently at the 4th level of the Qi refinement stage. Barring unforeseen circumstances, I could live to around 120 years, though individual health plays a significant role. Should one transcend the Qi refinement stage and reach the foundation establishment stage, their lifespan could extend to approximately 250 years. Regrettably, I have likely missed that opportunity, as my lifespan is nearly depleted." Singer chuckled wryly, sipping his tea before continuing, "My remaining years are few, and I can only make modest contributions to my family and sect. For instance, regarding this task, I have repeatedly transported these disciples from the land of oblivion. They represent the future of our Xinhua sect." Chapter 26, Xinhua Sect, the Sea of Unforeseen Events. Lin Xian listened attentively, and upon hearing the name Xinhua sect, he unconsciously echoed it softly. Noticing Lin Xian's interest in the Xinhua sect, Qiankun continued, "The The Xinlua sect was founded by the earliest successful voyagers from our Xinlua kingdom. The land of oblivion lacks spiritual veins, and its spiritual energy is exceedingly sparse, rendering it utterly unsuitable for cultivation. The pioneering voyagers from our kingdom encountered fortuitous opportunities in the sea of unforeseen events, ultimately discovering a minuscule spiritual vein near the edge of the land of oblivion, thereby establishing the Xinlua sect, a sect dedicated to the art of cultivation. At this juncture, Lin Xian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. His current level of cultivation was attributed to two factors. One, the profound technique bestowed upon him by Elder Huo, the Jianghu, and the other, the extraordinary capabilities of the ancient mirror, which provided him with an inexhaustible supply of elixirs to aid in his training. Otherwise, how could he possibly elevate his cultivation to the sixth layer of qi refinement in such an inhospitable environment? Lin Xian refrained from interrupting Qiankun, who, upon recognizing Lin Xian as a fellow cultivator, continued to speak leisurely. The majority of cultivators within the Xinlua sect are citizens of our Xinlua kingdom. This time, my mission is to guide these capable citizens to the sea of unforeseen events. Now, the Xinlua sect boasts several hundred disciples, including several foundational cultivators. With the sect as their foundation, the disciples collaborate with one another, acquiring resources for cultivation in the boundless Wuwang Sea, transforming their lives into a remarkable tapestry. Hearing Xingu mention that the Xinlua sect has hundreds of cultivators left Lin Xian quite astounded. He had already learned from Li Shuang'er's father that the Xinlua kingdom embarks on a maritime journey every few years. But he had not anticipated that this involved transporting disciples to the Wuwang Sea, nor that they had amassed such a considerable number of them. Is the Wuwang Sea that Elder Xian spoke of the very expanse we now inhabit? Lin Xian, suppressing his curiosity, interrupted Xing Ji's narration. Indeed, we currently reside in the Wuwang Sea. This sea is vast and limitless, dotted with countless islands, teeming with myriad beasts. And the spiritual energy here is significantly more abundant than in the Forgotten Lands. However, to cultivate at an accelerated pace, one must locate a spiritual vein. The energy above such a vein is far denser than the ambient spiritual energy we currently experience. Take, for instance, our Xinlua sect's miniature spiritual vein. It boasts over 3 times the density of the present spiritual energy, Xinggu elucidated. All of this was new knowledge to Lin Xian, who listened intently. Without pausing, Xinggu continued, spiritual veins come in various grades, supreme, large grade, mid-grade, and low grade. Unfortunately, our sect's vein does not even qualify as low grade. It is merely due to our insufficient power that, even if we were to discover a low-grade vein, it would be seized by cultivators or factions of greater strength. Thus, from the outset, we have not aspired to occupy a superior vein. One day, when we possess adequate strength, we shall pursue a more advantageous vein. The realm of cultivation is, despite its challenges, a world where strength reigns supreme. After listening to Singer's extensive discourse, Lin Xian has gained some understanding of the cultivation world. He has now arrived at the Wuwang Sea, a place thriving in cultivation, and seeks to learn more about it. Thus, he inquires, Elder Xian, how much do you know about the Wuwang Sea? Could you enlighten your junior? Elder Xian nodded thoughtfully and replied, my knowledge of the Wuwang Sea is rather limited, as my own cultivation level is rather low, and much of what I know is merely hearsay. Let me first share some information about our Elder Huo sect's surroundings. Our sect is situated at the periphery of the Wuwang Sea, making it the closest cultivation sect to the land of oblivion. In this maritime expanse, there are nearly 10 other cultivation forces, including the Mo Sha sect, Sanqing Gate, and the Hai Sha gang, among others. The strengths of these factions are relatively comparable, allowing us to coexist peacefully over the years. Occasionally, disciples may engage in duels, but the sects do not intervene. Even when a disciple falls due to disputes over treasures and resources, the sects refrain from conflict, as the cultivation world inherently respects strength. And there is little to be said about such occurrences. Elder Xian's expression reflected a sense of regret. To this point, he was entirely certain that Lin Xian was indeed a cultivator. Otherwise, how could he inquire about matters of the cultivation world with such genuine concern? Lin Xian felt deep gratitude towards Elder Xian. From his words, he sensed sincerity and a complete lack of reservation. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Xian spoke up. Elder Xian, may I inquire whether I can remain in the Elder Huo sect after my arrival? In response to Lin Xian's inquiry, Qiankun was not the least bit surprised. However, he maintained a solemn demeanor as he replied, "According to our customs, those who are unable to cultivate must return to Qiankun Luo Kingdom, for it is far more perilous for mortals to linger in this unfathomable sea." The other disciples, being capable of cultivation, are thus willing to journey thousands of miles to this treacherous realm. Young friend Lin, you must consider this matter with utmost caution. At this juncture, Lin Xian paid no heed to the veracity of XNG's words and directly unleashed his aura of the 6th level of Qi refinement, stating, "To be candid, Elder Xen, my true intention in seeking a place to cultivate has brought me to the unfathomable sea. Although this sect was established by the Qiankun Luo Kingdom, it is also a sect that belongs to the land I have nearly forgotten. I am willing to stay at the Qiankun Luo sect, and I kindly request your recommendation." Upon sensing Lin Xian's cultivation level, Qiankun was genuinely taken aback. With a voice tinged with tremors, he exclaimed, "Young friend Lin has already attained the 6th level of Qi refinement? And considering your tender age, truly, you are a prodigy in the realm of cultivation." Qiankun's words became fragmented and illogical, as his mind was awash with a torrent of complex emotions, excitement, joy, and exhilaration. At this moment, he realized that he had brought back a remarkable talent for their sect, given the meager spiritual energy of that forsaken land. Achieving such a level at such a young age hinted at immeasurable future accomplishments. Indeed, the Qiankun Luo sect had struck gold this time. Upon contemplating the future development of the sect, Xinggu burst into hearty laughter and addressed Lin, saying, "Young friend Lin, it would be my utmost pleasure for you to remain in the Xinhua sect. With your remarkable talents, your future is boundless. I dare say I have accomplished a great feat today." Lin, however, remained uncertain about the true nature of his own abilities. He understood that his cultivation relied heavily on the efficacy of medicinal elixirs. Thus, being accepted by the Xinhua sect was indeed fortuitous. Otherwise, adrift in the vast ocean of uncertainty, he could face untold peril due to his current level of cultivation. Xinggu did not pry into how Lin managed to reach the 6th level of Qi refinement in the land of oblivion. He recognized that every cultivator possesses their own opportunities and secrets. As long as he could bring Lin back, it would be a monumental boon for the Xinhua sect. Chapter 27. Arrival at Gourd Island. Lin benefited greatly from his dialogue with Xinggu. Upon concluding their conversation, he intended to return to his quarters, but Xinggu interjected, "There is no need for you to return to the lower chambers, young friend Lin. There are several vacant rooms above. Feel free to choose one. This will also allow you to become acquainted with the newly admitted disciples, and should you require assistance, it will be far more convenient for me." Taking Xingji's words into consideration, Lin pondered briefly before selecting a room nestled in a corner on the top floor. With little in the way of luggage, there was no need for him to return to his previous lodgings. Meanwhile, within Xingji's chamber, Wu Ningying and Xind stood respectfully. Xinggu sat at the head of the table, his expression grave. Wu Ningying and Xind exchanged glances, uncertain of the purpose behind Xingji's summons. After a moment of contemplation, Singer, with a serious expression, addressed Deer, "You must never provoke Lin Xiaoyu again, not even with ill intentions. You should regard him with the same reverence you have for me. Otherwise, you may face dire consequences. Do you understand?" Cindy, taken aback by Singer's words, grasped their underlying meaning. It was evident that the young man named Lin was no ordinary individual, not one to be naive. Cindy solemnly nodded without further inquiries, for he knew that his great-grandfather would never steer him wrong. The gravity of the warning was clearly for his own good, and even implied a suggestion to befriend Lin Xian, which only deepened his astonishment and awareness of the situation's seriousness. Meanwhile, Wu Ningying, listening intently, couldn't help but ask with curiosity, "Senior, is Brother Lin a senior as well?" From the moment I first laid eyes on him, I sensed his extraordinary nature. Although it was merely an instinct, it felt undeniably real. Singer shook his head with a smile, responding, "Though Lin Xiaoyu is not a senior, his cultivation far surpasses ours, and he is of a similar age to you. In a place like the Forgotten Land, achieving such heights is remarkable. It is certain that he will soon enter the Foundation establishment realm. His joining our Xinhua sect would be a great fortune for us." Upon hearing Singer finally reveal the truth, Cindy was left in shock. Although he had suspected Lin Xian's exceptional nature, the confirmation still astonished him. Simultaneously, a wave of trepidation washed over him. Had he succumbed to impulse and clashed with Lin Xian, it was uncertain whether he would still be standing here now. After departing from Singer's chamber, The two made their way towards Lin Xian's quarters. Cindy bore a heavy heart, seeking to mend a rift between himself and Lin Xian, while Wu Ningying was merely curious and wished to engage Lin Xian in conversation. Inside Lin Xian's room, Cindy wore an expression of deep remorse. He first bowed respectfully to Lin Xian and then said, "I sincerely apologize for my earlier offense against you, senior brother Lin. I hope you can overlook my transgressions this time. From now on, should you require anything, simply command me. I shall not hesitate to face any peril, even at the cost of my own life." Upon seeing Cindy's humble approach, Lin Xian was taken aback by his unexpected subservience. He waved his hand with a smile and replied, "Since you have addressed me as senior brother, we are akin to family. Let us consider the previous misunderstandings as lessons learned through our encounter. As I am new to Wuwangxi, I will rely on your guidance in many matters." Hearing Lin Xian's words, Cindy felt a weight lift from his heart. Had Lin Xian truly sought retribution, it would undoubtedly have been Cindy who suffered the consequences. Given Lin Xian's remarkable talents, he was destined for significant support from the sect, and his future achievements would be boundless. Reflecting on his earlier impulsiveness, Cindy was now filled with regret. Upon witnessing the two individuals reconcile their previous discord, Wu Ningying approached Lin Xian, playfully tapping him on the shoulder. With a cheerful demeanor, she remarked, "Hey, senior brother Lin, according to the customs of the cultivation world, your cultivation level now surpasses ours, so we must address you as senior brother. It feels rather peculiar. I hope you will take good care of us moving forward." Wu Ningying remained her usual self, despite referring to him as senior brother. Her attitude mirrored that of their initial encounter, which instilled a sense of warmth in Lin Xian's heart. He felt he had truly integrated into the realm of cultivators. After approximately 2 years of sailing across the seas, the grand vessel approached an island. According to Jianghu, this was the location of the Qiankun Luo sect, Hulu Island. The island earned its name due to its resemblance to a gigantic gourd adrift in the ocean. The base of the gourd represented the core of the sect, where the foundational elders and some exceptionally gifted disciples resided. Meanwhile, the upper portion of the gourd served as the dwelling and training grounds for the disciples. Hulu Island was not a flat expanse. Rather, it boasted a complex topography. Near the coastline lay level grounds, while the central region rose to greater elevations. Indeed, at the heart of Hulu Island was a mountain range, home to a miniature spiritual vein. This spiritual vein stretched from north to south, akin to a thread piercing through the gourd from top to bottom. The peaks housing this vein soared to heights of 1,000 zhang. Shrouded in mist and exuding rich spiritual energy, truly an excellent locale for cultivation. As Cindy prepared for the grand vessel to dock, she produced a yellow talisman and uttered a few incantations. In an instant, the talisman transformed into a blaze of fire. Soaring into the heart of the central mountain on Gourd Island, Lin Xian, due to his cultivation of the Xian had developed a spirit sense upon reaching the 5th level of qi refining. As his cultivation progressed, so too did the strength of his spirit sense. He was now a 7th level qi refiner, capable of perceiving a radius of over 10 miles. Should anyone learn that a 7th level qi refiner had manifested spirit sense, he would likely be captured for research, as such an ability is typically reserved for those in the foundation establishment stage. The large ship soon docked, and the passengers disembarked. Gathering on the shore, whether crew members or newly initiated disciples, all gazed curiously at this unfamiliar new world. Shortly thereafter, several beams of escape light shot forth from the island. These were cultivators. The crew looked on with envy and admiration at the luminous figures in the sky, while the new disciples were filled with excitement. Soon, the crew was assigned their accommodations, and the newly initiated disciples boarded a flying boat, which sped towards the heart of Gourd Island at an astonishing pace. As they ascended higher above the ground, the buildings below dwindled in number, and the sound of the rushing wind filled their ears. All the disciples were exhilarated, including Lin Xian, who was experiencing his first flight aboard a flying vessel, gaining a newfound appreciation for the abilities of cultivators. Chapter 28. The direct disciple. As the flying vessel sped through the skies, it swiftly ascended into the clouds, enveloped in a thick mist that obscured the view of the outside world. The only sound that could be heard was the whistling of the wind, creating an illusion of traversing through a fantastical realm, rendering the sense of direction indistinguishable. This surreal experience did not last long. After approximately the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the vessel seemed to pierce through the enchanting haze and enter an entirely different realm. Beneath a cerulean sky and amidst fluffy white clouds, distant structures resembling pavilions could be faintly discerned. The sight of this ethereal world stirred excitement among the crowd. Before long, the vessel descended onto a grand plaza, dominated by an imposing hall. Behind this magnificent structure, numerous other buildings perched atop lofty mountains. For ordinary mortals, transporting materials to such heights would be an arduous task, yet the celestial being's methods left the newly initiated disciples in awe and deep admiration. As the group disembarked from the vessel, they were led by an elderly gentleman into the hall. Inside, 9 individuals were already seated. At the forefront sat an extraordinarily beautiful woman, flanked by 4 individuals on each side, a harmonious mix of both genders. Upon entering the hall, Linjia kept his head bowed, refraining from casting glances or probing with his consciousness, fully aware that none of the figures present were mere mortals. Once everyone was in place, a melodious and cool voice resonated through the hall. "Jianghu, you have performed exceptionally well on this mission. You mentioned a prodigious disciple named Linjia. I wonder where he might be." Upon hearing the woman mention him, Linjia stepped forward and declared, "I am the disciple." No sooner had he spoken than he sensed a probing consciousness sweep over him. The woman's voice resonated once more. "Indeed, at the tender age of 20, you possess the remarkable cultivation of the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Your aptitude is undoubtedly exceptional. Hence, there is no need for further testing. Linjia, do you wish to become a direct disciple of our sect?" Without a hint of hesitation at the prospect of being accepted by the sect leader, Linjia replied, "I am willing." He promptly knelt and bowed his head to her. The subsequent events unfolded with ease. Linjia was taken away by his master, the sect leader, while the other disciples underwent aptitude assessments before being assigned their respective roles. Within the confines of the sect leader's cave, the woman sat regally in the main seat, while Linjia stood respectfully below. Casting a glance at him, she spoke, "Linjia, regardless of the fortuitous encounters you may have had that enabled you to cultivate to such a level in the Forgotten Land, you must remember that you are now a disciple of the Xinlua sect, and more importantly, a direct disciple of this sect. Henceforth, you must strive diligently in your cultivation, enhance your abilities, and contribute to the growth and prosperity of our sect." As Linjia embarked upon his journey in the realm of immortality, he recognized the necessity of guidance in many matters. Joining the Xinlua sect felt essential, and he bore no aversion towards it. Considering it a sect founded by the people of the Forgotten Land, he promptly asserted, "I shall certainly cultivate diligently and improve my abilities. Should the sect require assistance in the future, I will do my utmost to contribute." Upon hearing Linjia's words, the woman nodded in satisfaction and continued, "My sect is named Luo Yusen, and I hail from the Xinlua kingdom. Should you encounter any uncertainties in your cultivation, feel free to visit my cave abode and consult with me. As for the location of your own cave, you may seek it out at your discretion. Once you find a suitable place, you may carve out your cave. Here is a storage pouch containing a token of my regard for you, as well as the necessary items for excavating your cave. Please accept it." Linjia accepted the storage pouch and took a moment to appraise his master. She was an exceptionally beautiful woman, appearing to be in her 20s. However, Linjia was acutely aware that one should not merely assume his master was of such a youthful age. Many female cultivators possess techniques that enhance their beauty, and they took great care in maintaining their appearance, often resorting to various beauty elixirs. For instance, the youth-preserving pill, which male cultivators generally dismissed, was considered a treasure among female cultivators. Many would go to great lengths to acquire even a single pill, while male cultivators typically focus solely on their own cultivation levels. Linjia dared not linger in his appraisal and promptly secured the storage pouch before departing from his master's cave. Once outside, he probed the storage pouch with his divine sense, discovering its contents to be quite astonishing. Inside were several spirit-infused ores, which he had learned from Jianghu were known as spirit stones. These stones could aid in cultivation, crafting, and array formation, and they also served as a means to replenish spiritual energy during battles, acting as currency within the immortal realm. The quantity of spirit stones within the pouch was indeed substantial, likely numbering in the thousands. In addition to the spirit stones, there are 2 volumes of cultivation scriptures, a flying sword, and a circular shield. These items should indeed be classified as magical artifacts. Throughout his journey, Linjia has witnessed the formidable power of these artifacts. As each time they encountered a ferocious beast, Jianghu would wield the flying sword. Furthermore, there were various other books, maps, and tools for excavating caves among the possessions. Observing such an abundance of items, Linjia felt a surge of joy. His master was indeed generous towards him. Taking out the flying sword, Linjia endeavored to soar into the skies. At first, his flight was unsteady, but after a period of acclimatization, he managed to ascend steadily into the air. Although his speed was somewhat lacking, he was at least able to fly. With his sword in hand, it far surpassed the wind manipulation technique, not only offering greater velocity, but also enabling prolonged flight and higher altitude. After a day of exploration, Linjia ultimately chose a relatively secluded location for his cave dwelling. The scenery here was exquisite, a small valley adorned with a cascading waterfall, beneath which lay a modest pond. Surrounding the pond was a grove of peach trees, blooming with vibrant blossoms that perfumed the air. Linjia's cave was carved into the mountainside adjacent to the pond, simply constructed with a living room, a cultivation chamber, and an alchemy room. The practitioner does not seek luxury. Rather, the more austere the surroundings, the more they temper the mind. Within Linjia's cave, there was nothing beyond a stone table and a few stone stools. After more than 2 years of maritime journeying, he finally had a place to call home. Now, he must begin to devise a plan for his cultivation. Firstly, he must take advantage of the recent time to gain a deeper understanding of the realm of cultivation. With the establishment of a sect, this endeavor should not prove to be overly challenging. Secondly, it is imperative that he acquires further insight into the Wuwang Sea, its location. The surrounding maritime conditions and the circumstances of the sect are among his most pressing tasks. The act of cultivation has, for the time being, become secondary. Chapter 29. First encounter with cultivation. Thereafter, Linjia immersed himself in the sect's library, which housed a vast collection of texts that significantly enhanced his comprehension of cultivation. As a direct disciple of the sect leader, his status afforded him unrestricted access to the library, unlike ordinary disciples who required contribution points to gain entry. Through this period of study, Linjia learned that the so-called immortals are, in fact, mortals who ascend through continuous cultivation, ultimately attaining higher realms to become true immortals. The stages of cultivation include Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, and nascent soul, among others. Each significant elevation in realm doubles one's lifespan. A Qi refinement cultivator can expect to live for over 120 years. A foundation establishment cultivator can reach around 240, while a golden core cultivator may attain approximately 500 years. Those who reach the nascent soul stage can even live for over 1,000 years, which indeed bears resemblance to the divine. Moreover, cultivation encompasses not only the advancement of realms, but also the arts of alchemy, weapon forging, formation arrays, talisman crafting, and beast taming, among others. Nevertheless, the elevation of one's realm remains paramount. If one's cultivation does not progress, there will inevitably come a day when their lifespan is exhausted. Many cultivators are reluctant to devote their time to the arts of alchemy and artifact forging, perceiving such pursuits as mere distractions from their cultivation. Consequently, the sect can only afford to nurture specialized alchemists, artifact smiths, and talisman makers, as the process of combat seldom allows for auxiliary methods, significantly enhancing their chances of victory. Presently, Linjia's proficiency in alchemy, bolstered by an abundance of herbs, enables him to effortlessly concoct the dragon tongue pill. Among the various disciplines, he finds himself most intrigued by talisman crafting. Talismans possess the remarkable ability to encapsulate spells, requiring little more than activation during use, thus conserving spiritual energy and allowing for a swifter execution compared to direct spellcasting. Therefore, Linjia resolves to delve into the art of talisman creation. However, upon inquiry, he discovers that the sect possesses limited quantities of talisman paper and the blood of magical beasts, which are primarily reserved for the training of dedicated talisman makers. To pursue his interest, he must venture to the market to procure the necessary materials. The nearest market to Hulu Island necessitates several days of flight, with the potential for peril along the journey presenting a dilemma for Linjia. Nevertheless, he remains unperturbed, as he has been engrossed in the library, studying diligently, leaving him little time to learn talisman crafting. Thus, for over a month, Linjia has immersed himself in a myriad of texts within the library. Meanwhile, rumors circulate that the sect leader has recently taken a prodigious talent as a personal disciple, prompting many members to seek an audience with this gifted individual. Yet, since entering the sect, this prodigy seems to have vanished without a trace, never having made an appearance. Having perused all the texts available in the library, Lin Xian made his inaugural appearance within the sect. The vast array of martial arts techniques, secret arts, treasures, and materials housed in the library necessitated the use of contribution points for exchange, and as the direct disciple of the sect leader, he possessed no special privileges. Furthermore, he resolved to learn the art of talisman crafting, yet the requisite materials could only be procured from the marketplace. Upon arriving at the task hall, Lin Xian diligently scrutinized the various tasks that appeared in a continuous scroll upon the walls. The missions included hunting a sea shark beast for 10 contribution points, gathering 10 sea red mushrooms for another 10 points, and slaying 10 deep-sea thunderbolts for a reward of 50 contribution points. After reviewing all the available tasks, Lin Xian produced his disciple token and presented it to the disciple overseeing the assignments, indicating his desire to undertake a task. Upon receiving Lin Xian's token, the disciple expressed surprise and remarked, "You are indeed Brother Lin Xian. It has been widely circulated within the sect that the leader has taken on a prodigious talent as his direct disciple, and that disciple's name is Lin Xian. May I inquire if you are that extraordinary disciple?" Taken aback by the disciple's words, Lin Xian paused momentarily before responding, "I hardly consider myself a genius. But the sect leader is indeed my master. I have spent the past month in the library, thus I have seldom been seen within the sect." The disciple, upon hearing Lin Xian's words, displayed a look of astonishment and said, "For one so young as Brother Lin Xian to possess such cultivation is quite rare. With you here, we need not fear the disciples of other sects when undertaking missions in the future." The disciple, filled with admiration, gazed at Lin Xian, while the other disciples, drawn by the commotion, gathered around him, offering greetings and introducing themselves one after another. Many of the female disciples looked at Lin Xian with a hint of affection, making him feel somewhat bashful. After accepting the tasks, he hurriedly departed. The missions he undertook were all along the route to the market, sharing a similar direction. Thus, upon completion, the marketplace would be within reach. The challenges posed by these tasks were relatively modest, and the contribution points were not particularly high. Lin Xian perceived them as merely a convenient detour, whereas many disciples preferred to undertake tasks with greater rewards to save time for cultivation, often shunning those with lesser incentives. With that, Lin Xian took to the skies on his flying sword, leaving the Xinlua sect behind. The collection tasks were rather straightforward, merely demanding a bit of time. Following the guidance of the provided information, Lin Xian arrived at the habitat of the Haiyang mushroom, and it took him just over half an hour to gather the required specimens. His second task involved hunting 10 deep-sea thunderbolts, a type of lightning attribute demon beast known for its fierce and relentless attacks, albeit merely a level 1 demon beast. Given Lin Xian's current strength, accomplishing this task posed no challenge. After casting a water shield spell upon himself, Lin Xian ventured into the depths of the ocean. According to the task details, he swiftly located the deep-sea thunderbolts and commenced his hunt. An hour later, Lin Xian joyfully stored the corpses of the thunderbolts in his storage bag, preparing to make his exit. At this moment, an overwhelming sense of peril enveloped Lin Xian. He swiftly utilized the ancient mirror to completely conceal his aura and took refuge amidst the coral reefs. Soon, two formidable presences approached from a distance. The aura of the foremost cultivator was chaotic, seemingly gravely injured, while the one behind, though slightly better off, was only marginally so. The two halted above the coral reef where Lin Xian was hidden. The elder in front spoke ominously, "Immo, you have pursued me for nearly a year. Do you not intend to relent? If you push me to my limits, even if I must abandon this corporeal form, I shall ensure you do not emerge unscathed." The elder known as Immo chuckled lightly and replied, "Chen Shuo, I bear no grudge against you. If you surrender that piece of beast hide, I shall vow before the heart demon to cease my pursuit of you and take my leave." However, Chen Shuo appeared unconvinced and continued, "Immo Qianfan, we are both at the early stage of the Golden Core realm. Were it not for my prior injuries, I would not be in such a dire predicament. It seems you will not rest until you obtain that beast hide. Very well, I shall destroy it and see if you continue your chase." With that, Chen Shuo hurled an object into the air and simultaneously wielded an axe to strike at it. Upon witnessing Chen Shuo's intent to destroy the beast hide, Immo Qianfan's heart raced with urgency. He extended his right hand, conjuring a colossal hand in midair that reached for the object. Yet, as the axe was about to reach it, it veered past the object and aimed directly at Immo Qianfan. Immo Qianfan quickly realized he had fallen into a trap. He swiftly retreated, brandishing a shield to protect himself, and then formed a spell with his hands, enveloping his body in a layer of yellow light. At that moment, the axe struck the shield, producing a resounding clash of metal, causing the air and even the seawater around them to tremble. Lin Xian felt a jolt in his mind, nearly losing consciousness. He had not anticipated that such a distant collision would almost render him faint. The two figures above, seemingly cultivators of a formidable realm, emanated an aura that suggested they were far more powerful than his master. Consequently, Lin Xian's heart was filled with anxiety. To flee would be perilous, as even a mere sneeze from his adversaries could spell his doom, yet to remain could embroil him in the ensuing conflict. In the air, after parrying the axe's strike, Imo Qianfan launched his counterattack, his anger palpable. He had made it clear that he only desired the beast's skin, yet Qin Shua was unwilling to part with it. Even at the cost of his life, igniting a fierce, murderous intent within Imo's spells and treasures clashed continuously in the sky. A dazzling array of colors flashing as thunderous sounds echoed incessantly. The grandeur of the scene was overwhelming, and for Lin Xian, witnessing such a spectacle for the first time only intensified his unease. Amidst the fray, Qin Shua laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Imo Qianfan, today we shall settle this matter here. Regardless of whether I perish, you shall never lay your hands on that beast's skin." Upon hearing Qin Shua's words, Imo Qianfan felt an ominous foreboding. He had never anticipated that this old rascal would prefer to perish rather than relinquish the beast's skin to him. Yet, in the current predicament, he found himself trapped in a dilemma. The two engaged in a fierce aerial battle, neither willing to yield. Throughout the skirmish, Qin Shua incessantly provoked Imo Qianfan with words, causing the latter's composure to waver, allowing Qin Shua, despite his severe injuries, to match him blow for blow. However, this stalemate did not endure for long, as Imo Qianfan soon regained the upper hand, which plunged Qin Shua into despair. In his desperation, Qin Shua gritted his teeth and declared, "Imo Qianfan, do you truly wish to annihilate me? If you withdraw now, I, Qin, will treat today's events as if they never transpired. The beast's skin belongs to me, and even in my demise, I shall never yield it to you. Have you contemplated the possibility of perishing alongside me?" Imo Qianfan, upon hearing Qin Shua's words, hesitated momentarily before resolutely replying, "That beast's skin holds immense significance. I do not wish to wait for decades only to exhaust my lifespan and die. It is far better to take a gamble. With that beast's skin, I might just glimpse the secrets of the heavens and possibly ascend to the Yuaning realm." Seeing Imo Qianfan's unwavering resolve, Qin Shua fell silent. With a thunderous roar, he shouted, "Burning blood technique." Instantly, his previously pallid face flushed with vitality, and his aura surged dramatically. He then retrieved a crimson pill from his storage bag, hesitated briefly, and swallowed it. At that moment, Qin Shua's veins bulged violently, and his presence became exceedingly ferocious. After a moment of contemplation, Imo Qianfan also produced a pill and consumed it. Suddenly, the breaths of the two individuals began to rise with intensity. Moments later, a fierce battle erupted once more in the sky. Under the tumultuous aftermath of the conflict, the sea grew wild. The once tranquil surface was now tumultuous, with waves reaching heights of several meters. Even the grand vessel of the Xinluozong struggled to maintain stability amidst such turbulent waters. Lin Xian, hidden among the coral reefs, felt the ferocity of the ocean's wrath. Yet he dared not move a muscle. Even the thought of escape seemed futile, as the overwhelming force of the surroundings made breathing a challenge. Above Lin Xian, a cacophony of thunderous roars filled the air, and the heavens themselves changed hue, with seawater being thrust several meters into the sky, evoking a sense of impending apocalypse. The battle raged on for an hour, during which Lin Xian remained concealed within the coral. Finally, a colossal sound resonated, reminiscent of the very collapse of the world, after which the sky and sea gradually restored their tranquility. Lin Xian lingered in his refuge for over half an hour, and upon sensing the absence of any further disturbances, he released his divine consciousness to survey the conditions above and below the water. Not far above his head, Lin Xian spotted a piece of animal hide that struck him as oddly familiar. He dashed out from the coral reef towards the hide, and as he grasped it in his hands, his expression shifted to one of peculiarity. This particular hide was akin to one he had previously acquired from the royal library of the Zhongyan kingdom, prompted by a reaction from his ancient mirror. Little did he expect to encounter another in this location. Without further contemplation, Lin Xian swiftly stored the beast's skin within the ancient mirror space and departed hastily. The only thought occupying his mind at that moment was the notion that this place, fraught with disputes, was not one to linger in. After a span of 2 hours, cultivators began to permeate the sea region, relentlessly searching, their scalps prickling at the sight of severed limbs. At this juncture, Lin Xian had already appeared at another task location, which was not far from the market. He had only accepted 3 tasks on this journey, though the reward amounted to just over 100 contribution points. Visiting the market while completing tasks seemed a delightful endeavor. As he neared the market, the crowd swelled. Some ventured towards the market, while others retreated from it. Nevertheless, none paid heed to Lin Xian, who was engrossed in his tasks. In the realm of cultivation, resources were paramount, and many found themselves stagnant due to a lack thereof. Numerous low-tier cultivators hunted lesser demon beasts, some for tasks and others for resource acquisition, though such trivialities held no value in the eyes of higher-tier cultivators. Chapter 31. The Market of Chowdy Island. Chowdy Island is a petite isle, lush with verdant trees, crowned by a small mountain at its center, where the market is established. This island lies at the confluence of the territories of the Xinlua sect, the Sea Shark Gang, and the Demon Sorcery Cult. Thus, each of the 3 powers has claimed jurisdiction over it for a decade. During this 10-year period, all profits generated by the market are exclusively allocated to the governing sect of that time. Upon entering the market, Lin Xian commenced his aimless wandering. He first arrived at a pill shop named Wanlingju. For him, the elixirs were of paramount importance. Thus, understanding the local alchemical market was essential upon entering the world of cultivation. Upon entering Wanlingju, a man resembling a shopkeeper approached him, inquiring, "Esteemed guest, are you seeking to purchase elixirs or spiritual herbs? Our humble establishment offers a comprehensive array of resources, ranging from recipes to spiritual herbs, demon pills, and finally, finished elixirs." Upon hearing that recipes were available for sale, Lin Xian felt a surge of excitement. He currently possessed only 3 recipes, all left to him by Elder Huo. Now at the 7th level of Qi training, he knew that upon reaching the 8th level, he would need to concoct the Qingyuan pill. Yet he had not a single ingredient for its preparation. What if he continued to use the dragon tongue pill to aid his cultivation? Lin Xian had already tested its efficacy. After advancing to the 5th level of Qi training, the effects of the Qingyu pill had nearly diminished. This implied that once he perfected his cultivation at the 8th level, the dragon tongue pill would no longer be of use. "Please show me the recipes," he requested eagerly. "Oh, and all of them, if you would. I am quite interested in the recipes." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's expression brightened, and he hurriedly ascended the stairs, thrilled at the prospect of a significant transaction. After a short while, he returned downstairs, carrying several jade slips. Upon encountering such a multitude of jade slips, Lin Xian was filled with delight. His previous experiences at the Xinlua sect had acquainted him with jade slips, which serve as a means to preserve precious items over extended periods. Their utility lies in the convenience of accessing information. Simply pressing a jade slip to one's forehead allows for the contents to be revealed. As he gazed at the collection of over 10 jade slips on the table, a joyful expression graced Lin Xian's face. He swiftly picked up one of the slips and began to examine its contents. The first slip detailed a poison-removing pill, an antidote capable of counteracting various lethal toxins, requiring the herb frosty maple for its concoction. Another slip described a blood coagulation pill, a healing remedy that necessitated the herb hemostatic grass. Additionally, there was a slip for a qi gathering pill, suitable for practitioners at the 1st to 4th levels of qi cultivation. Before long, Lin Xian had perused all the jade slips. Many of the formulas contained within were of no use to him, yet he resolved to acquire those pertaining to antidotes and healing, as it is prudent to be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Regrettably, he found no formulas suitable for the foundation establishment stage, which left him feeling rather disheartened. After collecting the formulas of interest, Lin Xian produced a list of medicinal herbs to present to the shopkeeper. "Esteemed shopkeeper," he inquired, "do you have any of these spiritual herbs available for sale? If not, the seeds will suffice." The shopkeeper accepted the list and scrutinized it carefully. After a brief moment of contemplation, he replied, "We do possess a limited stock of these spiritual herbs, along with some seeds. Please wait a moment. I shall retrieve them for you." In a short while, the shopkeeper returned with both the herbs and the seeds before Lin Xian. Upon meticulous counting, Lin Xian discovered that, along with the seeds, he possessed 2/3 of the required spiritual herbs for the Qingyuan pill, leaving only 3 varieties of medicinal materials. Elated, He stored the herbs into his storage pouch and inquired, "Shopkeeper, could you calculate the total cost for the previously mentioned pill formulas along with these herbs?" The shopkeeper, seemingly having anticipated this, promptly replied, "The 5 pill formulas are priced at 100 spirit stones, while these herbs and seeds amount to 200 spirit stones, bringing the total to 300 spirit stones." Linjia was uncertain about the pricing of these items. Yet he felt that the expenditure of 300 spirit stones was exceedingly worthwhile. Not only had he acquired 5 pill formulas, but he also obtained several varieties of spiritual herbs and seeds, now only 3 herbs shy of the complete recipe for the Qingyuan pill. After receiving the spirit stones, the shopkeeper meticulously counted them before smilingly asking, "Would you like to purchase anything else? Our store offers pills of superior quality, attracting many cultivators who travel great distances to procure them." Linjia shook his head. He was confident that no other store's pills could rival the efficacy of those he concocted himself, as he exclusively utilized fully matured spiritual herbs in his alchemical processes. Conversely, the pills available in pharmacies could never employ entirely matured herbs, showcasing the remarkable capabilities of the ancient mirror. Departing from the Wanling residence, Linjia proceeded into the Wanfujian, with the primary objective of this visit to the market being the acquisition of talisman paper and the essence of demonic beast blood. His interest in the art of talismans was undoubtedly as fervent as his passion for alchemy. Upon entering the myriad talisman shop, Linjia promptly acquired 100 sheets of talisman paper and a vial of beast essence. As the proprietor had mentioned that 100 sheets would nearly consume a single vial of the essence. To facilitate the creation of talismans, Linjia also procured a talisman brush, expending a total of 300 spirit stones. Were it not for the 1,000 spirit stones bestowed upon him by his master, he would have been unable to purchase anything, finding himself utterly destitute. After gathering the necessary items for talisman crafting, Linjia leisurely explored several other shops. Although he made no purchases, he significantly broadened his horizons. He currently had 400 spirit stones remaining, yet he could not even afford a single high-grade magical artifact, leaving him with a profound sense of impoverishment. Previously, he had only focused on cultivation, believing that possessing medicinal pills sufficed. With his ancient mirror, the pills seemed so trivial. However, the realization of their true value revealed to him that medicinal pills were, in fact, quite costly. This understanding instilled in him the awareness of the formidable challenges one faces in establishing a foothold within the realm of cultivation. The relentless pursuit of elevating one's cultivation level demands immense effort. Upon entering the marketplace, Linjia had been discreetly concealing his aura at the 3rd layer of qi refinement using his ancient mirror. After spending half a day wandering the market, acquiring various items, and gaining considerable knowledge, he deemed his visit worthwhile. As noon approached, Linjia quietly departed from Chaodi Island, setting his course toward the direction of Xinhua sect. However, after flying less than 100 miles, his spiritual sense detected 2 figures rapidly approaching from behind, swiftly closing the distance between them. Observing the cultivation levels of the 2 individuals, it appeared that they were both at the 6th layer of qi refinement. One of them was a robust middle-aged man, his face marred by a prominent scar, while the woman, seemingly in her 30s, possessed a strikingly alluring demeanor. The pair, resembling a couple, donned matching black attire and swiftly surrounded Linjia from both sides as soon as they caught up to him. Chapter 32. Encountering robbery with a voice that dripped with seduction, the woman cooed, "Little brother, you run quite swiftly, don't you? Why not pause for your sister? I promise I won tea-bite." Given the circumstances, even a fool would recognize that Linjia was facing a robbery. Just as the mundane world has its bandits, so too did the realm of cultivation harbor its share of rogues. Steeling himself, Linjia replied, "Might I implore you both to spare me? I am but a novice in this world of cultivation, and I possess no wealth." The woman maintained her enchanting tone, her smile beguiling yet unsettling as she continued, "Be a good boy and hand over your storage pouch to your sister. I assure you, I will grant you a most comfortable demise." Her words, laced with flirtation, sent shivers down one's spine. Had it not been for the unsettling content of her speech, one might have mistaken her for engaging in light-hearted banter. Realizing that they had no intention of letting him go, Linjia ceased his attempts at negotiation. He promptly struck the storage pouch at his waist, causing a dark broadsword to soar into his grasp. In that instant, both the black-clad man and woman brandished their weapons. The man wielded a formidable broadsword, while the woman brandished a crimson whip. The two individuals displayed an extraordinary synergy. The man wielded a broadsword that lunged toward Lin Xian's broadsword, while the woman's crimson whip sought to ensnare him. In an instant, the broadsword clashed with Lin Xian's weapon, and it was as if the broadsword were made of mere paper, cleaved in two by Lin Xian's strike. Yet the momentum of the broadsword remained undiminished. Witnessing this, the man was seized by terror and hastily produced a talisman, activating it as a yellow barrier enveloped him. The woman's whip, too, failed to achieve its purpose as Lin Xian deftly evaded its grasp. Meanwhile, the broadsword had already descended upon the man's protective shield, producing a sound reminiscent of shattering glass, followed by a cry of agony. As the woman turned to gauge the situation, she found the broadsword arcing toward her. Learning from the man's fate, she refrained from confronting the blade directly, opting instead to flee. However, her speed paled in comparison to that of the flying sword, which swiftly closed the distance. Panic surged through her, and while commanding her whip to counter the sword, she brandished a shield in front of her, exclaiming, "Spare me. Young sir, I am willing to do anything for you." Yet, silence was her only response, the only answer to her plea being the sharp blade of the broadsword. Her whip was soon severed into fragments, and as the sword prepared to strike her shield, despair filled her eyes. The shadow of the sword loomed larger, and even if she wished to evade it, there was no time left. With a resounding clang of metal meeting metal, followed by the woman's anguished scream, she too was cleaved in two by the broadsword. Lin Xian swiftly collected the storage bags of the two and hastened toward the direction of Xinluo sect. This marked his inaugural battle against cultivators, armed solely with that dark broadsword. This confrontation provided him with a newfound appreciation for the sword's sharpness. It was the first time he wielded it since its discovery, and its potency astonished him. The two cultivators he faced were of a lower realm, and with the formidable power of his sword, he effortlessly dispatched them. As he traverses the realm of cultivation, he remains uncertain of how many such encounters await him. Only by possessing a greater array of skills and hidden trump cards can he advance further in this world. Upon returning to the cavern of the Xinluo sect, Lin Xian emptied the contents of the duo's storage bags onto the ground and subsequently cast the bags into the space of the ancient mirror. As he surveyed the scattered spirit stones and materials, he realized that for cultivators, spirit stones are not particularly challenging to acquire, provided one possesses sufficient strength and a modicum of luck. Otherwise, one might meet a formidable opponent, ending up like the two cloaked figures, without a grave to mark their demise. With a sigh, Lin Xian collected the spirit stones into his storage bag, meticulously counting them, over 2,000 in total. He pondered how many cultivators the pair had robbed to amass such wealth, which now fortuitously benefited him. After securing the spirit stones, Lin Xian picked up a jade slip, his interest in it far exceeding that in the spirit stones. Pressing the slip to his forehead, a surge of information flooded into his mind. It detailed the demon refinement body technique, a method of physical cultivation from the demon refinement sect, primarily designed to strengthen the flesh and bones of the practitioner. Upon reaching mastery, a cultivator's body could be likened to iron and bronze, rendering them largely impervious to ordinary magical implements. Upon encountering the demonic body refinement technique, Lin Xian felt a surge of interest. It appeared that this malevolent sect's method of body refinement was quite prevalent. He carefully stored the jade slip in his storage pouch before picking up another jade slip to examine. Enchanting allure could render an enemy's mind unfocused. If the adversary's cultivation level was inferior to his own, it could dismantle their will, transforming them into a mere slave. This was a form of enchantment. After a brief perusal, Lin Xian decided to tuck it away as well. He then took hold of another jade slip and pressed it to his forehead. Terrifying spike allowed the practitioner to condense their consciousness into a sharp projectile, striking at the opponent's sea of consciousness. It was an unexpected assault. Should it succeed, it could lead to the immediate shattering of the opponent's soul. If the disparity in spiritual strength was minimal, it could leave the enemy in a daze for several breaths, with the duration of their stupor varying according to the difference in their spiritual powers. This technique must not be employed against those whose consciousness surpassed his own. Otherwise, one would undoubtedly suffer backlash. Lin Xian noted that this secret technique was indeed remarkable, serving as a formidable weapon in battles against opponents of similar cultivation levels. His consciousness was significantly stronger than that of his peers, making this technique seemingly tailor-made for him. After storing the jade slip, he conducted a final inventory. Yet nothing piqued his interest further. Having organized all the miscellaneous items into a single storage pouch, Lin Xian settled into a meditative posture to cultivate. His current objective was to elevate his state to its zenith, paving the way for the subsequent drawing of talismans. He had already mastered the foundational knowledge of talisman crafting, and it was now merely a matter of practical application. However, the talisman drawing that followed left Lin Xian utterly exhausted, feeling overwhelmed by the endeavor. Not only are humans weary, but the spirit stones seem to have been cast into the depths of water, as over a dozen talismans failed to conjure even a single fireball. Witnessing the relentless consumption of these talismans and the essence of demonic beasts, Lin Xian felt a pang of anguish. All of those had been procured with spirit stones. Just as Lin Xian was engulfed in this heartache, a voice from outside the cave called out, "Senior Brother Lin, are you there? The sect master has summoned you to his presence." Upon hearing the summons from his master, Lin Xian hastily exited the cave and soared into the sky alongside the disciple. Since his apprenticeship, Lin Xian had not been summoned by his master, and today's call likely pertained to an inquiry about his cultivation progress. Chapter 33. Secluded cultivation within the cave of Luo Yusin. Lin Xian stood respectfully below. A melodious, yet cool voice resonated throughout the chamber. "I have heard that you have been undertaking missions recently. Do you require any resources from the sect?" Hearing Luo Yusin's words warmed Lin Xian's heart. Although she appeared aloof, she exuded a different aura altogether. Gazing at his master, who was only slightly older than he, Lin Xian felt a twinge of discomfort, yet he recognized her genuine concern for him. It was merely a matter of completing 3 missions for the sect, and yet he was summoned here. When Luo Yusin inquired, Lin Xian casually mentioned the 3 types of spiritual herbs he needed for refining the Qingyuan pill. Upon seeing the herbs, Luo Yusin displayed no emotion. With a simple wave of her hand, 3 jade boxes descended before Lin Xian. He eagerly opened one of the boxes, revealing the very herb he required. At this moment, Luo Yusin's voice resonated once more. "From today onwards, you shall devote yourself solely to your cultivation. Should you have any needs, you may seek me out as your master. In 3 years, the secret realm of the undersea city will be unveiled, and at that time, the 10 factions in our peripheral seas will each send disciples to participate. Within, there will be murder and treasure hunting, with all manner of tactics employed. Therefore, during these 3 years, you must elevate your cultivation to at least the 10th level of qi refinement to have even a slim chance of survival within." Upon hearing Luo Yusin's words, Lin Xian appeared bewildered. It seemed that Luo Yusin understood his thoughts as she continued. "Due to the restrictions of the secret realm, only qi refinement practitioners may enter. Those above this level cannot pass through. The treasures and opportunities therein are plentiful, yet the dangers are immense. One must not only guard against ambushes from practitioners of various factions, but also contend with the realm's profound mysteries, fraught with unknown perils." After a brief pause, Luo Yusin added, "Cultivators must continuously hone themselves. Retreating in the face of danger will only lead to limited achievements. In my youth, I too ventured into that realm and gained significant opportunities, which allowed me to attain my current level in the late foundation establishment stage. This time, our sect has only 10 slots for entrance into the secret realm. If you encounter disciples from our sect within, offer assistance where possible, should circumstances prove dire. Ensure that you preserve your own life." Having departed from Luo Yusin's abode, Lin Xian returned to his own dwelling. Her words instilled in him a sense of urgency. In the span of 3 years, he must strive diligently to enhance his cultivation and combat prowess, for this endeavor was a matter of life and death for him. Now, all the materials for the Qingyuan pill have been meticulously prepared, and the spiritual herbs are cultivated within the confines of the ancient mirror space. At present, Lin Xian has only attained the 7th layer of qi refinement, rendering the Qingyuan pill unnecessary for him. In pursuit of enhanced efficiency, Lin Xian has devised a structured approach to his cultivation. For instance, drawing upon his experiences from years of practicing the Shen Yanju, he has discerned that the optimal moments for cultivation occur when his spiritual essence is nearly depleted, as the crafting of talismans and alchemy significantly drains one's spiritual energy. He has strategically placed the practice of Shen Yanju after the creation of talismans. This time, he intends not only to cultivate the Shen Yanju, but also to delve into the realms of the soul-piercing thorn and the demonic body refinement technique. Particularly with the latter, the training demands an immense endurance of pain. However, in light of augmenting his chances of survival, the current suffering pales in comparison. A year later, Lin Xian's cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the 8th layer, and his success rate in talisman crafting has improved. He has also made significant progress with the soul-piercing thorn, having grasped its fundamentals. This year has proven to be exceedingly fruitful for him. At this moment, he stands bare-chested, wielding a whip-like artifact that relentlessly lashes against his back, leaving no unscathed flesh upon it. Following the training regimen of the demonic body refinement technique, he has subjected himself to this daily ordeal for an entire year, interspersed with periods of recovery. Consequently, his physique has undergone a remarkable transformation. Not only has his flesh grown more resilient, but his recovery capabilities have also seen continual enhancement. 2 years later, Lin Xian has ascended to the 10th layer of Qi refinement. His spiritual consciousness now extends to a range of approximately 60 miles, which, compared to the 100 miles he could sense during the initial stages of Foundation establishment, is nearly equivalent. The potency of the soul-piercing thorn is beginning to manifest as well. At this moment, Lin Xian believed that within the Qi refinement stage, a single strike from his soul-piercing technique would likely bring his opponent to their end. However, this secret art bore a significant drawback. It excessively drained his spiritual energy. Despite the formidable strength of his soul, he could only manage to execute it once at present. To restore his spiritual power through natural means would require a full day. Even practicing the Xian Yin technique for recovery would necessitate an interval of 2 hours. Currently, Lin Xian's storage pouch contained an impressive collection of fireball talismans, numbering in the hundreds, alongside several dozen intermediate fire serpent talismans. With the continuous influx of resources from the sect, Lin Xian's talisman crafting skills had markedly improved. His robust spirit not only aided his alchemical endeavors, but also enhanced his talisman-making capabilities. After enduring 2 years of arduous trials, Lin Xian's demonic body refinement technique had begun to reveal its potential. His physical form had been cultivated to perfection, rendering him impervious to damage from ordinary low to mid-grade artifacts. He could stand still and allow his adversaries to strike him, exhausting them while he remained unscathed. This realization brought Lin Xian a sense of satisfaction. Reflecting on the suffering endured over the past 2 years, he felt that the results were indeed worthwhile. However, he had reached a plateau where even the whip could no longer further augment his physical prowess, as its strikes had become devoid of sensation against his skin. 3 years have elapsed. Lin Xian ultimately solidified his cultivation at the 11th layer of the Qi refinement stage. His spiritual awareness has once again intensified, and when exerted to its fullest, it can now encompass a radius of 80 miles, remarkably approaching the spiritual perception characteristic of the early Foundation establishment stage. The potency of his soul-piercing strike has also been significantly enhanced. Throughout this year, he devoted much of his time to honing this technique, achieving a level of instantaneous release. Even when confronted with an early Foundation establishment cultivator under ambush circumstances, Lin Xian possesses the confidence to leave his opponent momentarily stunned for over a breath. In encounters with ordinary Qi refinement cultivators, he can assert with great assurance that few would withstand the onslaught of his soul-piercing strike. Of course, exceptions exist, freaks like himself, who, despite being at the 11th layer of Qi refinement, have spiritual awareness nearing that of early Foundation establishment practitioners, while most cultivators of his level have yet to even develop their spiritual awareness. Regrettably, given Lin Xian's current spiritual condition, he can typically unleash such an attack only once. If he dares to risk backlash, he may manage a maximum of 2 strikes. After that, should his adversary survive, he would become a lamb awaiting slaughter. Following 3 years of seclusion, Lin Xian has reaped abundant rewards. With the imminent opening of the underwater city's secret realm, it is time for him to conclude his retreat. Just then, outside the cave, his master has sent disciples to summon him. Chapter 34 Departure within the cave of Luo Yusin. Observing Lin Xian's cultivation at the 11th level of Qi refinement, Luo Yusin nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "After 3 years of seclusion, to have achieved such a breakthrough in cultivation is indeed remarkable. Should you encounter further fortuitous opportunities in the underwater secret realm and successfully establish your foundation, your future accomplishments could be boundless." As if speaking to herself, Luo Yusin then retrieved a silver shield from her storage bag and said, "This shield has accompanied me for several decades. Having been in my possession since I began my Foundation establishment, it has saved my life on multiple occasions. Now, as the secret realm is about to open, I bestow upon you this exquisite defensive artifact, the silver shield, for your protection." Upon hearing that it was an exquisite defensive artifact, Lin Xian felt deeply moved. For such artifacts were rare, and those of exceptional quality were akin to treasures. However, he refrained from being overly sentimental, solemnly accepting the silver shield and placing it into his storage bag. He then expressed, "Thank you, Master, for this precious gift." Lin Xian chose not to elaborate further. Yet he silently resolved that as long as he drew breath, he would never forget his master and the Xinlua sect. Observing Lin Xian's earnest demeanor, Luo Yusin smiled gently and said, "There is no need for such formality. As long as you carry the Xinlua sect in your heart, that is sufficient." Caught in a moment of admiration by Luo Yusin's smile, Lin Xian found himself momentarily entranced. It was the first time he had witnessed her smile, unearthly in its beauty, pure and untainted. Yet, he quickly shook off this reverie. In his heart, Lin Xian held a profound respect for his master. From the land of oblivion to the Xianluo sect, his master had provided him with considerable care and substantial assistance in his cultivation. Noticing Lin Xian's silence, Luo Yusin smiled and said, "All right, let us make haste to depart. The disciples of the sect must be awaiting our arrival." Thus, Lin Xian followed Luo Yusin to the sect's grand plaza, where a multitude of disciples had already gathered. A flying vessel hovered at the center of the square, with the 9 chosen disciples standing in orderly formation beside it. The 8 foundational elders of the sect had also assembled in the plaza. Upon Lin Xian and Luo Yusin's arrival, everyone bowed in deference. Luo Yusin waved her hand and declared, "This expedition to the underwater secret realm is of utmost importance to our Xianluo sect. Elders Feng, Ma, Xian Zhan, and Xian Kong will accompany me, while the remaining 4 elders shall stay behind to safeguard the sect. Rest assured, Sect Master, as long as I, Xian Shan, draw breath, our sect shall remain secure." Several other foundational elders echoed in agreement. Luo Yusin nodded with satisfaction, then addressed the elders and disciples, "Let us board the flying vessel at once. The underwater secret realm is on the verge of opening. We must not delay any further." Consequently, everyone hastily boarded the vessel. Under Elder Feng's adept control, the flying vessel surged into the sky, swiftly vanishing into the enveloping mist. On board, Lin Xian assessed the 9 disciples who were to partake in the trial. Among them, 7 possessed a cultivation level of the 12th layer of qi refinement, while the remaining 2 had attained the pinnacle of qi refinement, just a step away from foundational establishment. Lin Xian felt a twinge of embarrassment. If he were not the direct disciple of the sect leader, would he truly qualify to partake in this trial? The answer was undoubtedly negative. The other disciples exuded an air of pride, harboring subtle discontent towards Lin Xian, yet none displayed it outwardly. All maintained a facade of cordiality. The flying vessel swiftly navigated through the skies, and the disciples within took a moment to familiarize themselves with one another, for only 10 would enter the secret realm. Should they encounter one another within, at least they would recognize fellow disciples of the same sect. Inside the vessel, Elder Feng discreetly communicated with Luo Yusin, expressing concern. Does the sect leader not fear for Lin's safety in the secret realm? With such talent, having ascended from the 7th to the 11th level of qi refinement in just 3 years at our Xinlua sect, if he survives, he could undoubtedly become a pillar of our sect. Luo Yusin shook her head and replied to Elder Feng, "A flower nurtured in a greenhouse will never grow into a mighty tree. While the secret realm is fraught with peril, it is also replete with opportunities. Only those who can endure and seize opportunities within the realm can truly be deemed worthy of cultivation. It is essential to remember that cultivators are also subject to fate. And this elusive element is what ultimately determines how far a cultivator can advance." Elder Feng appeared to concur with Luo Yusin's perspective and ceased further communication. He turned his gaze towards Lin Xian for a brief moment before directing his attention forward once more, his expression inscrutable. None could discern what thoughts occupied his mind. Only he himself understood that he harbored little confidence in this seemingly ordinary youth. After 10 days of relentless travel, the group from Xinlua sect finally arrived at the site of the underwater city's opening. Here lies an expansive ocean, devoid of any islands, where the Elder Feng has suspended his flying vessel in midair. At this moment, various factions have gathered at this location. Upon the arrival of Xianluo Zong, the atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant. A robust man called out to Xianluo Zong's flying craft, exclaiming, "It is indeed Taoist Luo who has arrived. The last time I beheld Taoist Luo was 60 years ago, when she was the undeniable beauty among the 10 great powers. Today, she is even more enchanting than she was 6 decades past. Just look at her figure. Simply exquisite." At the sound of his words, Luo Yusin furrowed her brows slightly, while Lin Xian's expression turned entirely cold. Meanwhile, within the ranks of the four major factions, some men emitted lewd laughter, joined by numerous male cultivators who echoed their sentiments. Undeterred by such vulgarity, Luo Yusin maintained a frigid demeanor as she surveyed her surroundings. The individuals aboard Xian Luozong's vessel felt a surge of indignation, including the elders. An affront to their leader was an affront to the entire Xian Luozong. Observing Luo Yusin's impassive expression, none dared to voice their discontent. Soon, other factions' flying vessels began to arrive in succession, rendering the airspace increasingly lively. Familiar cultivators greeted one another, while rival factions exchanged barbs, yet all refrained from escalating to physical confrontations, limiting themselves to mere verbal exchanges. This unspoken understanding had been cultivated over many years. For engaging in combat in this realm could yield unpredictable consequences for all involved. This is a wondrous region for every 60 years. A city emerges from the depths of the sea, known as the Underwater City. Each appearance of this city lasts for a year, during which cultivators in the Qi refining stage may enter its confines. The origins of this city remain a mystery, with no records to illuminate its past. What is known is that countless opportunities and treasures lie within its walls, and each unveiling of the underwater city has the potential to elevate certain cultivators, provided they can seize these opportunities and emerge alive. Chapter 35. The opening of the secret realm. 3 days have passed, and the atmosphere in this area has reached an unprecedented level of excitement. All sects have arrived, and the leaders of various factions have congregated to discuss the pertinent matters regarding this trial. Within the flying vessel of the Xinhua sect, each disciple participating in the trial diligently reviews the information at hand. Each sect has accumulated experiences pertaining to the underwater city trial, compiling them into documents for the disciples' reference. While it may not be exhaustive, it at least provides the disciples with a basic understanding of the underwater city. Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, the sea below began to stir. Bubbles erupted from the water, growing increasingly dense and larger, as if the entire expanse of the ocean were boiling. Witnessing this spectacle, the elders and disciples of the various sects displayed expressions of delight. After a waiting period of 60 years, the underwater city was finally poised to open once more. At last, the sea roared as if it were in a state of complete boiling, with the waters tumultuously churning. This breathtaking spectacle left the disciples, witnessing such a scene for the first time, utterly astounded. Remarkably, this grand and majestic scene persisted for an entire hour. After this duration, a castle gradually emerged from the boiling waters, ultimately hovering in the sky like a mirage. It radiated a sacred and solemn aura, invoking an involuntary desire to worship. At this moment, the castle's gates stood firmly shut, enveloped in a faint, ethereal veil of light. Through this veil, the interior of the castle could be glimpsed, albeit indistinctly. Yet, those who had previously entered the undersea city were aware that the inside held wonders beyond imagination, vastly different from what was currently visible. Disciples from various sects, guided by their esteemed elders, gathered before the castle's gates, their eyes ablaze with fervor. The undersea city was a treasure trove. Even a year of cultivation within its bounds would yield significant enhancements in their abilities, not to mention the abundance of rare treasures and celestial resources within. If foundation-building practitioners were granted access, they would undoubtedly plunge in without hesitation. However, attempts had revealed that any practitioner above the Qi refinement stage was unable to penetrate the delicate veil of light, suffering severe backlash instead, mildly resulting in the destruction of their cultivation or grievously leading to their immediate demise. As the castle gates slowly opened, under the command of the elders from various sects, the disciples surged eagerly towards the entrance. In but a few breaths, 100 Qi refinement practitioners had entered the undersea city, and once the number reached 100, the gates gradually closed once more. At this moment, all the disciples partaking in the trial had entered the secret realm, leaving only the elders of various factions to remain behind. They would wait here for an entire year, after which, the city gates would reopen, allowing the surviving cultivators to emerge once more. Those who could return alive would have, to varying degrees, gained something from their experiences in the secret realm, and they would become the focal points of cultivation for their respective sects, destined to rise to the esteemed ranks of elder within their orders. Upon passing through the city gates, Lin Xian was abruptly enveloped in a sensation of disorientation, akin to the world spinning around him. Just as he was on the verge of succumbing to nausea, this dizzying feeling finally dissipated. and his feet found solid ground beneath him. Taking a deep breath, he forcefully suppressed the overwhelming urge to vomit and prepared to extend his spiritual awareness. To his astonishment, his typically expansive perception, capable of reaching 80 miles, could barely detect even 8 miles within this realm, indicating a significant suppression of spiritual awareness. As he savored the exceptionally rich spiritual energy in the air, every pore of Lin Xian's body instinctively opened, reminiscent of parched earth welcoming the first drops of rain. This invigorating sensation prompted an involuntary sigh of delight from him. With such abundant spiritual essence, supplemented by medicinal elixirs, Lin Xian was confident that if he dedicated a year to seclusion and cultivation, he could elevate his realm to the pinnacle of qi refinement. However, he was well aware that such indulgence was not an option. The trial only occurred once every 60 years, and the other cultivators were preoccupied with seeking treasures and opportunities. He would not squander his time in mere seclusion. At this juncture, Lin Xian began to survey his surroundings and soon realized he was situated in a desert. The relentless waves of heat assailed him, making it feel as though he were trapped within a steamer. Indeed, as the materials indicated, the underwater city is not a fortress, but rather a realm of hidden wonders. Lin Xian extended his consciousness, and to his astonishment, he found no trial disciples within several miles, indicating that the disciples had been randomly transported the moment they entered the secret realm. Given the vast expanse of the secret realm, encountering another disciple would indeed require a stroke of fate. In the midst of the desert, golden sands swirled endlessly, with nothing but the arid landscape surrounding him, save for a solitary volcano standing resolutely in the distance. Considering the conditions of this place, coupled with the information he had gathered, Lin Xian surmised that he was most likely situated in the infamous heartburn region mentioned in the documents. Being in the heartburn region, it was only natural for him to seek out the sole landmark here, the smoking volcano. As the saying goes, to view a mountain is to run to one's death. Though the volcano appeared deceptively close, after hastening towards it for an hour, Lin Xian felt he had drawn near, yet he had not yet reached its base. Suddenly, he halted, swiftly drawing his black broadsword and striking towards a certain spot. Just as the sword was about to descend, a scaled foot emerged from the previously barren sands. In an instant, the foot collided with the sword, sending it flying while leaving a visible gash upon the appendage. A roar erupted as a desert lizard, nearly 10 feet in length and covered in scales, burst forth from the sand. Its hue mirrored that of the desert, rendering it nearly indistinguishable from its surroundings. However, Lin Xian possessed the ability to extend his consciousness, albeit only for a few miles, enabling him to detect a beast concealed beneath the sands. Lin Xian skillfully wielded his broadsword, relentlessly attacking the desert lizard. With each slash, thrust, and cut, the formidable beast, despite its size and tough hide, found itself in a precarious situation, suffering numerous wounds as it desperately tried to close the distance. Yet Lin Xian's blade was exceedingly sharp, making it arduous for the lizard to defend itself, let alone launch a counterattack. Lin Xian was astonished by the creature. His sword had proven its lethality before. During his return from Chaodi Island, he had encountered a bandit who could not withstand a single strike from his weapon. And yet this desert lizard had been engaged with him for nearly half an hour. Although he held the upper hand, his spiritual energy was depleting significantly. With one hand, he performed incantations to direct the sword's assault, while the other grasped a low-grade spiritual stone to replenish his energy. After a meal's worth of time, the lizard could no longer withstand the relentless onslaught of the sharp blade and was ultimately slain by Lin Xian. Chapter 36. The Heart of the Inferno. Carefully collecting the lizard's precious blood, he knew that the blood of such a fire attribute beast was invaluable for crafting fire attribute talismans, possessing greater potency than those made from the blood of ordinary beasts. Next, he gathered the lizard's hide and flesh, ultimately storing the entire carcass within the confines of his Qiankun Mirror. Lin Xian understood that every part of a magical beast held treasure, and he was determined not to waste a single piece. Having processed the beast's remains, Lin Xian resumed his swift journey towards the volcano. The closer one approaches the volcano, the higher the temperature of the air becomes. Although cultivators who attain a certain level of mastery can remain impervious to extremes of heat and cold, the qi practitioners, being of a much lower realm, have yet to transcend their mortal forms. At this moment, Lin Xian felt increasingly uncomfortable, as if ensconced within a steamer, inhaling air that was oppressively warm. His skin began to flush, gradually giving way to a sensation of burning heat. After another hour's journey, Linjia finally arrived at the foot of the volcano, where he encountered 3 others who had also made their way to this location. As no treasures had yet revealed themselves, the group remained wary of one another, refraining from any hostile actions. Upon reaching the base of the volcano, the 3 did not linger but instead soared directly towards the summit's crater, and Linjia, without hesitation, followed closely behind. Upon reaching the peak, the temperature was already sweltering. Not only was Linjia affected, but the foreheads of the other 3 cultivators also began to bead with perspiration. After exchanging glances, they all proceeded towards the crater. As Linjia entered the volcano's mouth, he immediately sensed an increase in temperature, and the beads of sweat on his brow grew more numerous. Steering his flying sword, he descended slowly along the mountainside, while continuously extending his divine sense to survey the surroundings. This was a vast circular cavity formed by the volcanic eruption, with temperatures escalating as one ventured deeper. After a brief period of descent, Linjia's divine sense detected a fire rock crystal embedded in the cliff face. This crystal was a relatively rare material for refining tools, particularly sought after for crafting fire tribute artifacts. Even in the market, it could fetch several hundred low-grade spirit stones. Elated, he stowed the fire rock crystal in his storage bag and continued his descent. Although the sensation of heat was steadily intensifying, Linjia felt that his body could withstand it entirely. His physique was now far superior to that of an ordinary cultivator. The torment endured during the practice of the demonic body refinement technique still vivid in his memory. However, the significance of body refinement was now apparent. The other 3 cultivators were drenched in sweat, their garments soaked, while Linjia merely perspired lightly, the scorching air causing him negligible discomfort. Throughout this journey, Linjia had acquired 3 fire rock crystals, a feeling akin to collecting spirit stones, and he had amassed them in hundreds. Furthermore, as he descended deeper, he sensed an increasing likelihood of encountering more fire rock crystals. It is a sentiment that resonates with every cultivator. Linjia was no exception. He descended swiftly, 1 zhang, 10 zhang, 100 zhang. Upon reaching a depth of 100 zhang, he clearly felt the temperature rising. At this point, he was also drenched in sweat, his dark garments thoroughly soaked. However, upon glimpsing the 10 fire rock crystals within his storage bag, all other emotions were overshadowed by exhilaration. These 10 fire rock crystals were equivalent to over 3,000 low-grade spirit stones, and his body was still capable of enduring the heat. In contrast, the other 3 cultivators were gritting their teeth in endurance. 200 zhang. Linjia's body began to suffer burns, yet it quickly mended itself. The devil refinement body technique was truly extraordinary. Such burns could only harm his outer layer. Although the pain was considerable, it was swiftly remedied. Moreover, during this process, Linjia sensed that his body, which had previously been incapable of enhancement, was gradually strengthening. This indicated that the limitations of the devil refinement body technique had been shattered. The harsh environment here was enabling his flesh to transcend its shackles. Realizing this, the joy of acquiring the 20 fire rock crystals paled in comparison. 300 zhang. At this moment, the 3 cultivators had ceased their descent, long since retracing their steps. They could no longer endure the extreme heat. Meanwhile, Linjia found himself in a state of both agony and ecstasy. His body was incessantly scorched by the high temperatures, yet it continually healed. In this repetitive cycle, he felt his physique growing ever stronger. As he gradually acclimated to the heat at 300 zhang, he collected the fire rock crystals from the surrounding cliffs and ascended to 400 zhang. Then came 500 zhang. Upon reaching this height, Linjia distinctly perceived a significant increase in temperature. It felt as though he had been plunged into a vast furnace. He had transformed into a living flame, seared from the inside out by the intense heat. His attire had been reduced to ashes by the scorching environment. In this setting, the rate of his bodily enhancement accelerated even further. Though the pain intensified, the sensation of transformation compelled Linjia to grit his teeth and persevere. He sought to retrieve a healing elixir from his storage pouch. However, the moment the pill materialized, it was incinerated to ashes by the searing heat. Were it not for the presence of the Qiankun Mirror, his storage pouch would surely have been rendered useless. Left with no alternatives, Linjia could only continue to endure, awaiting the fortification of his body to acclimate to such a harsh environment. At this moment, Linjia had lost all sense of time, wholly engaged in his battle against pain. After an indeterminate duration, he finally felt the torment begin to wane. indicating that his body had started to adapt to the dire conditions surrounding him. Time passed once more, and the sensation of pain had nearly dissipated. His skin had taken on a faint golden hue amidst the oppressive heat, descending to a depth of 600 zhang, then 700 zhang. Lin Xian found himself once again at the 700 zhang mark, where the temperature surged anew. Here, he could vaguely discern the bottom, a vast ocean of molten lava, with a small island nestled at its center, upon which lay his skeletal remains. This place had transformed into a fiery realm, adorned with fiery crystals dotting the cliffs. Nevertheless, Lin Xian had no inclination to gather any of these crystals. He felt as though he were submerged in a cauldron of oil, each pang of agony igniting every nerve within him. At this moment, his veins were visibly engorged, his visage contorted in anguish, and as he clenched his teeth with excessive force, blood oozed from the corners of his mouth, only to be instantly consumed by the flames. Despite enduring unprecedented suffering, his skin radiated a soft golden light, which grew ever more intense as time passed. As the golden light grew increasingly intense, Lin Xian's suffering gradually diminished. After what felt like an eternity of struggle, he sensed that his physical form had reached yet another pinnacle, with no further enhancement in strength. Chapter 37. The Depths of the Volcano. Thus, his demonic body refinement technique attained a state of consummation. Not only that, but this perfected state surpassed that of an ordinary practitioner who had also reached completion, albeit at the cost of enduring far greater agony. Nevertheless, Lin Xian bore no regrets for withstanding such torment. In this harsh environment, his body had adapted, exemplifying the merits of body refinement. His physique now resembled a weapon. As he clenched his fists, he could feel the explosive power surging within. It was difficult to fathom the consequences of a single strike delivered by such a body. Having acclimated to the surroundings, Lin Xian resolved not to squander the opportunity, collecting all the fire rock crystals into the space of the Qiankun Mirror. He then continued his descent slowly. 800 feet, 900 feet, 1,000 feet. At last, Lin Xian reached the depths of the volcano, a realm of molten lava where even his formidable physique felt discomfort. Landing on a small island in the center, he beheld a skeletal structure that gleamed like jade, leaving him awestruck. Despite the extreme heat and the passage of countless ages, this skeleton remained entirely intact while emanating a faint glow. It was evident that this practitioner had been a formidable figure in life. However, as Lin Xian scrutinized the skeletal hand, his eyes suddenly widened and a surge of elation coursed through him. For he beheld a ring adorning the bony fingers, a ring far superior to a mere storage pouch. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xian strode forward decisively and removed the storage ring from the finger. In that instant, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. A brilliant golden flame erupted from the ring, soaring into the air and rapidly transforming into a visage that bore a human face, which erupted into boisterous laughter, leaving Lin Xian momentarily dazed. Once the laughter subsided, the face circled around Lin Xian, muttering to itself, "What an unexpected sight! A mere child in the Qi refinement stage, with talent abysmally lacking." Though the physical body and spirit seemed commendable, upon hearing the face's soliloquy, Lin Xian felt a shiver run down his spine, utterly at a loss in the presence of such an entity. Thus, he mustered his courage and spoke. "The younger generation was unaware of the esteemed presence here and has inadvertently intruded. I humbly ask for your forgiveness, and I shall take my leave at once." As he prepared to depart, the face let out a derisive snort and remarked, "Since you have come to this place, we are bound by fate. I shall offer you two choices. 1, I shall extinguish your life. Or 2, I shall temporarily reside within your body until we exit this place, at which point we can deliberate further. You, with your woeful talent and a 5-element root, have somehow managed to cultivate to the 11th layer of Qi refinement at such a tender age. Should I seize your body? It is unlikely you would ever reclaim your former glory." Upon hearing that the other party did not intend to usurp him, Lin Xian felt a sense of relief and was about to respond, agreeing to the second request of the visage. However, at that moment, the visage suddenly exclaimed, "No, something is amiss. You must possess some hidden anomaly. Even in my era, it would be inconceivable for someone with 5 spiritual roots to cultivate to the 11th level of Qi refinement at such a tender age." Before Lin Xian could utter a word, the golden flame that had taken the form of a visage transformed once more into a swirling mass of golden fire, surging toward the center of Lin Xian's brow. Lin Xian was taken aback, yet the velocity of the flame was astonishingly swift, instantly penetrating his brow. At that moment, The visage's voice resonated within Lin Xian's mind, declaring, "Let me uncover the secrets you conceal." The visage laughed heartily within Lin Xian's consciousness, nearly causing him to faint from the intensity. As the golden flame entered Lin Xian's sea of consciousness, it reformed into a visage, delving deeper into his inner realm. Upon reaching the depths of Lin Xian's sea of consciousness, before the Qiankun Mirror, it was met with awe, exclaiming, "What treasure is this? Could it be the essence of your secret?" Just as the visage prepared to investigate further, the Qiankun Mirror emitted an irresistible force, drawing the visage relentlessly toward its surface. In that moment, the visage, struck with horror, cried out, "What devilry is this? Release me. Youngster, let us negotiate. Cease this at once." This visage was once a formidable figure of immense renown, fully aware that being drawn into the mirror would spell nothing but misfortune. The tone directed towards Lin Xian has become markedly more courteous. However, it remains oblivious to the fact that Lin Xian has already lost consciousness. No matter how fervently it calls out, it receives no response. In the end, it can only watch helplessly as it is drawn into the ancient mirror. Within the mirror, a visage is ensnared in a realm of chaos, screaming frantically and flailing about, yet all its efforts prove futile. What shocks it further is the gradual separation of its primordial flame. It had always been immortal. As long as its essence continued to burn, it could cling to existence. This very method had allowed it to survive for countless millennia. Now, witnessing the disjunction of its primordial flame, how could it not feel an overwhelming sense of urgency? Yet, all is in vain. Ultimately, its remnants and primordial flame are severed. The flame is drawn away by the ancient mirror, leaving it with nothing but a fleeting remnant of its soul, destined to dissipate into oblivion. However, after a brief interval, it is unexpectedly elated to sense that its remnant soul shows no signs of disintegration, which somewhat alleviates its despondent state. After an indeterminate passage of time, Lin Xian awakens. Finding himself beside a skeletal frame, his consciousness still intact, indicating the failure of the visage's attempt at possession. He begins to probe his body with his spiritual awareness, discovering a golden flame residing in his dantian, a revelation that stirs a sense of tension within him. He then calls out to the flame with his spiritual awareness, "Elder? Elder? Is it you? Have you chosen not to possess me, or do you intend to dwell within me?" However, Lin Xian did not receive a response. Just as he was about to withdraw from his introspection, the ancient voice echoed once more in his mind, "Youngster, what exactly is that ancient mirror in your sea of consciousness? Why have you imprisoned me within it? Release me at once." Upon hearing the elder's words, Lin Xian was initially taken aback, but then a wave of joy washed over him. It turned out that he had been saved by the Qiankun Mirror. Not only had the mirror rescued him, but it had also confined that person's face within its depths. Elated yet respectful, Lin Xian replied, "Elder, this ancient mirror is beyond my control. I acquired it purely by chance, and it operates independently of my will. To release you is a desire I hold, yet my strength is insufficient." Chapter 38. The revered heartburn elder. Upon hearing Lin Xian, the ancient voice discerned sincerity in his words. To him, a mere qi refinement cultivator seemed no more significant than an ant, and even with his vast experience, he could not fathom the origins of the ancient mirror. With a heavy sigh, the elder lamented, "Alas, I, the revered heartburn elder, once roamed the world with unmatched prowess, until, in the twilight of my days, I devised this method to prolong my existence. Yet, I ultimately fell to a most inconsequential 5-element root cultivator and found myself imprisoned within this enigmatic mirror. How tragic! How lamentable! Had my former adversaries known of my current plight, they would surely die of laughter without me needing to employ any of my divine abilities." Upon hearing the words of the face, which once exuded formidable strength, Lin Xian, out of respect for the powerful, began to offer words of comfort. "Senior, there is no need to be disheartened. Although I am currently unable to wield the Qiankun Mirror, who knows? One day, as my cultivation advances, I may very well gain the ability to control it. When that day comes, I shall certainly release you." Lin Xian mused inwardly, "To release you, I must first possess the capability to manage you. Otherwise, liberating you would merely invite trouble upon myself." The visage seemed genuinely moved by Lin Xian's words, falling silent for a significant time. Eventually, a frail voice resonated once more, "Young one, if you truly harbor such intentions, I shall guide you in your cultivation. With an adept of my caliber, a transformation god, to mentor you, provided you do not falter along the way, Even a pig could attain the nascent soul stage. You need only vow to the heavenly Tao that should you ever possess the power to liberate me and you renege on that promise, your life shall be forfeit. Lin Xian understood that vows made by cultivators were not to be taken lightly, especially when made in the presence of the heavenly Tao. He took a moment to contemplate the implications of this arrangement. The visage had claimed to be a transformation god, presumably at the height of its powers. Though it was now but a remnant of its former soul, the essence of a transformation god was indeed formidable. If he were to acquire the ability to free it during his golden core phase, would it not pose a risk to him once released? The insights possessed by a transformation god were unparalleled. The prospect of receiving guidance from such an entity was, without a doubt, an immense temptation for Lin Xian. After careful consideration, Lin Xian finally spoke. Senior, you have requested that I swear an oath to the heavenly way, which I have no objection to. However, I would also appreciate it if you could make a similar vow to the heavenly way, ensuring that should you escape your predicament, you will not act against my interests. I trust you can understand my concerns, for the extent of your capabilities is beyond my imagination. The ancient voice responded without hesitation, that request is quite reasonable. There is no issue. Consequently, the two of them took turns swearing their oaths to the heavenly way. Following this exchange of vows, their relationship became significantly more amicable. Lin Xian took the initiative to inquire. Could you please introduce yourself, senior? The ancient voice replied slowly. Certainly, that is not a problem. My name has been forgotten over the passage of time. People refer to me as the Flameheart Elder. For my innate flame is known as the flame of the heart's burning. It has now lost its master and resides within your Dantian. From now on, it belongs to you. Truly, you have gained a great fortune. After expressing this sentiment, the ancient voice continued. In my prime, I attained the mid-stage of the transformation god realm, yet I was ultimately unable to break through this boundary, and ascension became a distant dream. In the end, I was unwilling to accept this fate and resorted to a secret method, leaving behind a fragment of my soul to linger on until this day. The aged voice paused momentarily before continuing. As long as I can procure a sufficient amount of soul-nourishing wood to restore this fragment of soul, I shall be able to seize a new life. Presently, my fate is intertwined with yours, young man, and I shall hold nothing back from you. Although your innate talent may be somewhat lacking, it seems you possess a fortuitous destiny. Who knows, I might indeed witness the light of day once more. Hearing the words of the burning heart sovereign, Lin Xian could only manage a wry smile. Every member of the Xinlua sect believed their own aptitude to be extraordinary, neglecting to assess their true capabilities, only to discover now that he was, in fact, a wastrel, endowed with the most inferior qualities. His cultivation could only rely on the consumption of elixirs. However, Lin Xian was confident that with the Qiankun Mirror in his possession, even with the weakest of innate talents, as long as he had the appropriate formulas and an ample supply of elixirs, his progress would not lag behind that of anyone else. Sensing the shift in Lin Xian's emotions, the burning heart sovereign continued. In the pursuit of immortality, innate talent is not of paramount importance. I believe fortune surpasses aptitude and significance. Take you, for instance, with a barren spiritual root, cultivating should be an arduous task. Yet you have remarkably reached the 11th layer of qi refinement at such a young age. Now, encountering the remnant soul of a transformation god cultivator like myself, I could have extinguished you with but a mere flick of my finger, yet here I am, imprisoned by this broken mirror in your sea of consciousness. While my primordial flame has now become your treasure, does that align with conventional wisdom? The burning heart flame, the very fire that brought me renown in my time, possesses immense power and myriad uses, which I shall gradually elucidate to you in due course. Therefore, do not let your inferior aptitude bring you down. Though Lin Xian did not require the comfort of the honorable burning heart, the words spoken by it alleviated his turmoil regarding his own aptitude. Prior to entering the secret realm, everyone from the Qiankun Luo sect proclaimed their unparalleled talents, and he genuinely believed himself to be a prodigy. However, upon encountering the honorable burning heart, which described his aptitude as the most abysmal, Lin Xian experienced a profound internal dissonance. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He retrieved the storage ring obtained from the skeletal remains and inquired, "Can you unlock this storage ring, esteemed one?" The honorable burning heart replied, "Opening this storage ring is certainly within my capabilities, but I fear you may be left disheartened." Upon hearing these words, Lin Xian's initial exuberance at acquiring the ring waned, replaced by a sense of despondency. Nevertheless, he gestured for the Honorable Burning Heart to proceed with the unlocking. In no time, the storage ring was opened, and the soul imprint was dispelled by the Honorable Burning Heart. Lin Xian's consciousness then permeated the interior. The space within the ring was vast, at least several dozen times greater than that of his storage pouch, yet it was utterly devoid of any contents. The myriad treasures and resources he had envisioned were conspicuously absent. Undeterred, Lin Xian meticulously searched every inch of the space with his consciousness. As time passed, his frustration deepened. Just as he resigned himself to the notion of returning empty-handed, he discovered a piece of animal hide nestled in a corner of the ring. This hide emanated an ancient aura, yet it felt remarkably familiar to Lin Xian. Indeed, he had already acquired 2 pieces of this beast's skin, and now, having obtained another, this time from the storage ring of the ancient and enigmatic, it reaffirmed his vague intuition. Lin Xian's initial encounter with this piece of beast skin was prompted by the guidance of the Qiankun Mirror, which drew his attention to its presence. The extraordinary nature of the Qiankun Mirror implied that anything capable of eliciting a reaction from it must also be remarkable. Chapter 39. The flame of Lin Xian presented the beast skin to and inquired, "Esteemed Elder, do you know the purpose of this beast skin? It seems that your storage ring now holds only this piece." Appeared to be scrutinizing the beast skin, as if lost in thought. After a considerable pause, his voice resonated once more in Lin Xian's mind. "This piece of beast skin was an accidental acquisition from my past, and I never discovered its purpose thereafter. However, the ancient aura it exudes led me to believe it was extraordinary, prompting me to retain it within my storage ring. I never anticipated that after countless ages, all other items would have turned to dust, while this beast's skin remains intact. It appears that indeed, this item is remarkable." Having not received the desired answer from Lin Xian could only place the beast's skin back into the Qiankun Mirror. He then continued, "Might you elaborate on the? You were named after this flame in your earlier years, so it must surely be exceptional." Upon hearing Lin Xian's inquiry, the revered Burned Heart Master emitted a disdainful snort and, with an air of arrogance, proclaimed, "The flame of Burned Heart possesses numerous exquisite qualities and is exceptionally powerful. In my youth, I nearly perished in my quest to obtain it. Who would have thought that it would now fall into the hands of a mere boy like you?" The tone of the Burned Heart Master conveyed a hint of reluctance. Lin Xian offered an awkward smile and replied, "Now that both the senior and I have sworn oaths to the heavenly path, should misfortune befall me, your aspirations may also be thwarted. Therefore, I implore you to lend your utmost support. If one day I am able to master the mirror of heaven and earth, I shall certainly fulfill today's vow and release you." The Burned Heart Master sighed helplessly and remarked, "At your current level, it would be a challenge to unleash even 1,000th of the flame's power. However, the flame can refine your physique and dispel medicinal toxins, which will greatly benefit you. As for combat, although your current cultivation allows only a minimal manifestation of the flame's might, your adversaries are similarly lacking in prowess. Thus it could enhance your combat capabilities." After a brief pause, the Burned Heart Master continued, "The flame of Burned Heart inherently possesses a certain restraining effect on malevolent beings, yet it can also disrupt human cultivators. In battle, your opponent must constantly divert their focus to counteract the effects of the flame. Otherwise, they risk being consumed by it in an instant. For malevolent entities, the flame serves as their nemesis. Should you wield the flame, with your current cultivation, you should have no difficulty dealing with second or even third-tier demonic beasts." As the lecture by the Venerable Heartburn drew to a close after another hour, Lin Xian gained a deeper understanding of the heartburn flame residing within his dantian. This extraordinary flame could indeed be regarded as a rare treasure. For a practitioner like Lin Xian, who relied on medicinal pills for cultivation, the affliction of pill toxicity was an unavoidable predicament. As the toxicity accumulated over time, the challenges of cultivation and breakthroughs would exponentially increase. However, with the acquisition of the heartburn flame, he had at least mitigated a significant obstacle in his path to advancement. Furthermore, this flame possessed the remarkable ability to refine the body. Though his physical form was already formidable among his peers, the prospect of further enhancement would undoubtedly delight anyone who would ever refuse the opportunity to become even more robust. Suddenly, Lin Xian recalled something and inquired of the Venerable Heartburn, "Senior, are you aware of the origins of the Undersea City?" The Venerable appeared somewhat puzzled and responded, "The Undersea City? What are you referring to?" Sensing that the Venerable was genuinely unaware of the Undersea City, Lin Xian elaborated, The undersea city is currently a secret realm accessible to those of the Qi training stage, and this realm only opens once every 60 years. The Venerable seemed to be in a state of confusion and then asked, "Are you speaking of this world?" Lin Xian nodded and continued, "This secret realm is far richer in spiritual energy than the outside world, and it is filled with countless heavenly treasures. It now serves as a testing ground." It seemed that the revered Wang Xian understood Lin Xian's words, as he appeared to be lost in recollection. After a moment, he spoke. "This world once experienced a fierce battle. At that time, the heavens and earth changed color, and the very fabric of space shattered. According to your description, this secret realm may merely be a fragment of that space. As for why it reappears every 60 years, it could be related to its operational patterns." The revered Wang Xian speculated. Lin Xian, driven by curiosity, had posed the question, and upon hearing the explanation, he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Suddenly, Lin Xian's eyes sparkled with realization as he said, "Since you claim that this secret realm is a fragment of space, you must possess some knowledge of it, esteemed elder." The revered Wang Xian certainly grasped Lin Xian's intent and, with a hint of resignation, replied, "I am indeed familiar with this space. Yet countless millennia have passed since my era. Time has transformed everything, and I suspect it has undergone significant changes." Lin Xian reflected on this and recognized the truth in the elder's words. However, he reasoned that even amidst such changes, it would be preferable to learn from someone rather than remain in ignorance. Now that the crisis had subsided, he wished to depart from the volcanic depths and continue searching for opportunities. With the guidance of the revered Wang Xian, he felt he might truly uncover further fortunes. As Lin Xian contemplated his departure, he was halted by the elder's words. "Are you truly intent on leaving? You stand amidst a treasure mountain, yet remain unaware of its worth." Upon hearing the revered Wang Xian's remark, Lin Xian abandoned his intention to leave and respectfully inquired, "I am but a novice. I humbly ask for your guidance, esteemed elder." Considering Lin Xian's respectful demeanor and his need for assistance, the esteemed Burning Heart Master remarked, "My skeletal frame is no ordinary object. Are you truly prepared to abandon it? It may hold significant value in the future. Moreover, the intense fire spirit energy here can greatly enhance your cultivation. The magma beneath, having coalesced over millennia, should yield some fire crystal essence. While not exceedingly rare, it possesses considerable worth for a Qi refining practitioner like yourself. Since you have arrived, it would be unwise to overlook such treasures." Upon hearing the Burning Heart Master's counsel, Lin Xian experienced a moment of clarity and promptly retrieved the skeletal frame into the Qiankun Mirror. Subsequently, the Burning Heart Master imparted techniques for manipulating the burning heart flame, advising Lin Xian to practice diligently. Utilizing the protective shield formed by the flame, Lin Xian began to absorb the fire spirit energy around him freely. With the harmful fire toxins effectively kept at bay, the energy he absorbed was remarkably pure, leading to a rapid enhancement of his cultivation. Within just a few days of practice, Lin Xian felt as though the results were akin to nearly a year's worth of training in the outside world. His cultivation level had ascended to the 12th layer of Qi refining, with only a single step remaining before achieving great perfection in Qi refining. Chapter 40. The Resolute Trio. With the guidance of the Burning Heart Master and the synergy of the Burning Heart Flame, Lin Xian's rate of energy absorption was unprecedentedly swift. This rapid advancement in cultivation was a novel experience for him, filling him with exhilaration. If he were to continue training at this pace, might he not soon establish his foundation? However, upon reaching the 12th level of Qi training, the esteemed Master Finqin halted his cultivation, stating, "As you have achieved a breakthrough, it is imperative to first acclimate yourself to your current state of being, solidifying your foundation. Only by establishing a robust base can you aspire to progress further." Although Lin Xian felt a sense of unfulfilled yearning, he acknowledged the wisdom in Master Finqin's words and ceased his cultivation. In truth, since his breakthrough, he had sensed a significant deceleration in his progress. Even dedicating all his remaining time to training might not suffice to attain a state of perfection. Once he paused his practice, Lin Xian inquired, "Esteemed elder, what exactly is the fire rock crystal you mentioned earlier? Is it truly precious?" Master Finqin replied with a calm demeanor, "The fire rock crystal is a material utilized in the forging of artifacts, primarily those associated with fire. It is indeed quite rare, as its formation spans millennia. Thus, a single fire rock crystal in my era was regarded as a treasure. Its significance lies in its ability to enhance the potency of the heart-burning flame, which is why I specifically instructed you to gather them. Master Finqin's words stirred a deep interest within Lin Xian. The crystal's value aside, its potential to amplify the heart-burning flame was an opportunity he could not refuse. Enveloping himself in a golden shield formed by the heart-burning flame, Lin Xian leapt into the sea of magma without hesitation. With the protective barrier in place, he felt as though he were merely a tranquil lake amidst the extreme heat. 2 hours later, Lin Xian leaped from the molten lava, now adorned in a long, dark robe. The hair that had been burned away had regrown through the application of spiritual energy. After being tempered by the heartburn flame, his physical form had been further enhanced. His skin gleamed like jade, and his bones were pure and translucent. Lin Xian had undergone a significant transformation, both internally and externally. Within the golden light barrier, he remained unscathed by the harsh external environment. With a swift motion, he drew a flying sword and soared rapidly towards the volcanic crater. The descent had cost him considerable time and inflicted immense pain, yet the rewards reaped were immeasurable. The materials he had gathered were undoubtedly valuable, sure to fetch a substantial number of spirit stones upon his return. Furthermore, he had obtained the heartburn flame and the remnants of the heartburn sovereign's soul. This fragment belonged to a deity-level cultivator who had existed for countless millennia. With such assistance, his future cultivation would undoubtedly become more manageable. Moreover, the beast hide, which even the heartburn sovereign had remarked upon with intrigue, was something Lin Xian had no time to examine at present. Thus, he stored it within the Qiankun Mirror, intending to study the 3 pieces of beast hide thoroughly when time permitted. After a swift retreat, Lin Xian emerged from the volcano, only to find 3 familiar faces surrounding him, blocking his path. Seeing Lin Xian completely unscathed, the 3 individuals were taken aback with mild astonishment. One of the disciples clad in the garments of the demonic cult spoke up. "Youngster, you have made us wait here for a full month. Surely, during this time, you have accumulated quite a bit of resources. I do not wish to waste words. Surrender your storage pouch, and my companions, and I shall grant you a chance to escape. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise here today." Observing the trio's apparent confidence in their intimidation, Lin Xian felt no need to engage in further dialogue. He understood that in the realm of cultivation, reason held no sway. Only strength commanded respect. Coincidentally, Lin Xian was eager to test the limits of his physical prowess. With a powerful push from his right foot against the ground, he propelled himself swiftly toward the speaking disciple of the demonic cult. Renowned for their physical training, the disciple's face contorted into a sneer as he recognized Lin Xian's approach. He was acutely aware of the superiority of his own physical strength compared to that of many ordinary cultivators, and the audacity of this practitioner to challenge him in a contest of raw power irked him. Thus, he charged forth to meet Lin Xian without hesitation. In a heartbeat, their fists collided, while the other 2 disciples wore faint smiles, envisioning Lin Xian's impending misfortune. As anticipated, the moment their fists connected, a piercing scream echoed through the air. The 2 disciples' smiles grew even more radiant at the sound of the cry. However, as the dust settled, the outcome of the confrontation became starkly apparent. Lin Xian stood unscathed, while the disciple from the demonic cult lay on the ground, clutching the severed remains of his right arm with his left hand, agony etched upon his face. Upon witnessing such a scene, the 2 individuals were taken aback and hurried to the side of the disciples of the demon slaughter sect. One disciple inquired, "Brother Zhao, what has transpired? Did that young man employ some treasure to ambush you?" The disciple of the demon slaughter sect shook his head, his expression filled with anguish as he replied, "That fellow's physical prowess is not inferior to mine. I was careless and suffered a significant setback." The other 2 disciples simultaneously expressed their astonishment, exclaiming, "Impossible. Your sect is renowned for its body refinement. Disciples from other sects seldom possess such skills." "I recognize that young man. He is a disciple of the Elder Huo sect, and he is the weakest among the participants in this trial. How could he possibly reduce Brother Zhao to such a state?" At that moment, the disciple of the demon slaughter sect stood up, his gaze solemn as he remarked, "Indeed, this young man's physical strength surpasses mine. If the 3 of us join forces and proceed with caution, defeating him should not pose a challenge. Moreover, he has remained at the volcano's mouth for a month. We cannot fathom what opportunities he may have encountered within. If we eliminate him, the spoils shall undoubtedly be plentiful, and those opportunities will also be ours." After finishing his statement, a fierce expression emerged on his face. Although he had lost one arm, he had forcefully suppressed his injuries through medicinal elixirs, and his body remained intact, retaining his combat capability. The other two disciples exchanged glances, each perceiving the fervor in the other's eyes. With a disciple from the demon cult leading the charge, they recognized the formidable physical prowess of this Xinhua sect disciple. They were certain that as long as they attacked from a distance with their magical artifacts, his physical strength would be rendered ineffective. United, the three of them aimed to confront a disciple whose cultivation was inferior to theirs, a task they deemed effortlessly achievable. Having reached a consensus, the trio simultaneously produced their magical artifacts. The disciple from the demon cult unveiled a black axe, which swelled in the wind, transforming into a colossal black battle axe. Chapter 41. 1 against 3. The other two disciples similarly revealed their artifacts, a silver longsword and a fiery red spear. The moment these three artifacts emerged, they emanated a potent aura of spiritual energy, unmistakably indicating their extraordinary nature. Remarkably, all three artifacts were of superior grade. It was evident that the disciples entering the trial's secret realm were not ordinary individuals. Upon witnessing the trio's collaboration, Lin Xian remained unfazed. Previously, his mid-grade physical artifact had failed to inflict any damage. However, now his body had undergone a significant transformation, presenting an opportune moment to test its current resilience. In the face of the three disciples' artifacts, Lin Xian did not summon the silver shield bestowed upon him by Luo Yusen, nor did he draw his own artifact, the broadsword. Instead, he resolutely swung his fists toward their magical weapons. The trio, brimming with confidence in their artifacts, could not suppress their sneers as they observed Lin Xian opting to confront their weapons with mere flesh. According to their understanding, it was common knowledge in the cultivation world that no matter how robust a Qi refinement practitioner's body might be, it could not directly contend with magical artifacts. The mocking expressions of the three men quickly solidified upon their faces as Lin Xian effortlessly sent the colossal axe flying with a single punch, subsequently seizing the magical artifacts of the other two with firm grasp. It must be acknowledged that the silver longsword was indeed razor-sharp, as Lin Xian's hand had been cut, causing blood to flow steadily from his palm. Yet, that was merely a trivial consequence. The face of the cultivator wielding the silver sword changed several times. He was acutely aware of its formidable sharpness, capable of slicing through iron with ease. To his astonishment, this young man had dared to catch his silver longsword with his bare hand, and thus far, his hand remained relatively unscathed, suffering only a superficial cut and a minor loss of blood. Before the two could fully comprehend the situation, an even more shocking revelation unfolded. They realized that their control over their magical artifacts was waning, as if slipping from their grasp. This unsettling phenomenon did not last long, for their artifacts were swiftly absorbed into Lin Xian's Qiankun Mirror. In the very first exchange, they had already lost a superior grade artifact, leaving them utterly astounded. Their expressions turned gravely serious, although those artifacts were not their trump cards. The loss of a valuable weapon after just a single maneuver was a profound blow to their morale. The encounters of the two individuals instilled a sense of tension within the disciple of the demonic sect. Casting a glance at his axe, his expression grew increasingly complicated. His heart was beginning to waver. Yet, upon glancing at his severed right arm, he resolutely declared, "Gentlemen, this lad undoubtedly harbors some peculiarities. How else could one with such meager cultivation possess such a formidable physique? Perhaps he has mastered some extraordinary technique, which has bestowed upon him this remarkable strength. I, Zhao, now that once I have vanquished him, I shall not contend with you for that technique. My sole desire is to avenge my lost arm." The other two cultivators were similarly swayed by his words. They had numerous strategies yet to be employed. They believed they could subdue this lad based solely on his physical prowess, albeit at a potentially steep cost. After securing the two superior grade artifacts, Lin Xian had no intention of merely standing by to await their next assault. Hearing the disciple of the demonic sect continue to incite discord, Lin Xian charged once more towards him. The disciple's complexion paled as he witnessed Lin Xian's advance, prompting him to hastily retrieve a black shield from his storage pouch and position it defensively before him. Having experienced Lin Xian's prior onslaught, he was determined not to underestimate him again. Lin Xian's fist soon collided forcefully with the black shield, and the disciple felt an overwhelming force emanating from it, propelling both him and the shield backward in a tumultuous flight. When the disciples of the demon sect beheld the dented imprint of a fist upon their sturdy black iron shield, their expressions shifted dramatically once more. The sheer force of Lin Xian's previous strike was unmistakable. Having sent one disciple flying, Lin Xian noticed that the other two had drawn talismans, preparing to invoke them with intricate hand gestures and incantations. However, Lin Xian would not permit them to activate the talismans with such ease. Though he was unaware of their nature, he could surmise that their unleashed power would be formidable. As Lin Xian advanced toward him, one of the cultivators shouted, "Brother Zhao, hold that brat off for a moment while we activate the talismans bestowed upon us by our sect's elders." I refuse to believe that his physical form can withstand a strike bearing 70% of a Foundation establishment cultivator's strength. Upon hearing this, the demon sect disciple felt a surge of elation, his resolve solidifying. After consuming a red pill, his body began to undergo a transformation. The disciple's stature grew taller. His limbs became increasingly robust, and his hands and feet morphed, losing their human semblance. Sharp, glimmering claws emerged, exuding a chilling radiance. He now resembled a humanoid beast, his eyes gleaming with a fierce crimson light. With a fearsome roar, the disciple charged at Lin Xian. Seeing this monstrous figure approach, Lin Xian did not falter. He met the beast head-on with a punch. Their fists collided once more, and this time, both combatants were forced to stagger backward from the impact. Lin Xian shook his somewhat numb right hand, yet the disciples of the demon cult persisted in their assault. After stabilizing their stance, they continued their advance towards Lin Xian. The close-quarters combat offered little time for reaction due to the proximity of their engagement. Soon, the two clashed once more, and Lin Xian was once again sent flying. Fortunately, his robust physique shielded him from any significant injury. However, the disciple of the demon cult was beginning to feel frantic. Transforming into a demon had cost him dearly. Not only was there a time limit on this transformation, but once reverted, his body would also suffer backlash. Realistically, his chances of establishing a foundation in the secret realm had dwindled to nearly nothing. Merely returning to his current state would be considered a small victory. Having cultivated the demon transformation technique, complemented by the sect's unique elixirs, the disciples of the demon cult could assume the form of a demon. In this form, they would possess approximately 70% of the power of a foundational cultivator, yet this formidable strength proved insufficient to harm Lin Xian. At that moment, genuine fear crept into the disciple's heart. This was his most potent trump card, and it still could not subdue Lin Xian. Furthermore, the attacks from the other two disciples were comparable in strength to his own, suggesting that even if they coordinated their efforts, eliminating Lin Xian would not be an easy feat. As doubt began to take root in the disciple's mind, he contemplated retreat. Sensing the potency of the talismans wielded by the other two disciples, Lin Xian, after being struck once more, took out his silver shield. Upon its emergence, the silver shield expanded dramatically, transforming into a colossal barrier that stood before Lin Xian. It radiated a profound aura of spiritual energy, unmistakably indicating its extraordinary nature. The dual talisman attacks swiftly struck against the silver shield, which erupted with a brilliant radiance, accompanied by two resounding booms. Lin Xian was once again sent flying. Chapter 42. Annihilation. As the dust settled, Lin Xian's figure re-emerged before the three individuals. At this moment, their expressions were exceedingly grave. They understood that this young man had yet to reach the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, yet he had managed to withstand nearly 70% of an attack from a Foundation establishment cultivator. The trio realized they had provoked someone they should not have. With the situation as it was, they knew that further words would be futile. One disciple shouted decisively, "Let us confront him." As the voice echoed, Lin Xian prepared to continue the battle, only to witness the three of them skillfully dispersing in three different directions. How could Lin Xian possibly allow them to escape? He unleashed a soul-piercing strike towards one disciple while simultaneously launching his broadsword towards another. In no time, two anguished cries pierced the air. The remaining disciple, upon hearing the screams, was enveloped by the shadow of death. While fleeing, he shouted desperately, "Fellow cultivator, spare me. Today's events are a misunderstanding, all due to that Zhao Ming from the Demon Slaughter sect. Had it not been for him, I would have long vacated this place. Moreover, my father is the leader of the Sea Shark Gang, and our gang is neighbors with your Xinhua sect. I implore you, consider our neighborly ties, and let me go." Lin Xian swiftly collected the storage bags of the two disciples before pursuing the last member of the Sea Shark Gang. He paid no heed to the disciples' words. Only when faced with defeat did they speak of neighborly bonds. Where had they been before? Lin Xian, possessing robust physical strength, moved with greater swiftness than the disciples of the Sea Shark Gang. Sensing the relentless approach of Lin Xian from behind, one disciple of the Sea Shark Gang felt a chill run down his spine and shouted, "If you insist on extinguishing my life, know that my father has placed a restriction on me. Should I perish, he will undoubtedly be aware. And then your Qiankun Luo sect shall be prepared to face the wrath of my Sea Shark Gang." In a desperate bid for survival, the disciple resorted to threats when pleas proved futile. With the facade of civility torn away, Lin Xian paid no heed to his menacing words, ultimately extinguishing the life of the Sea Shark Gang leader's son. Though Lin Xian did not seek out conflict, he showed no mercy towards foes who harbored malicious intent against him. Within a secluded cave, Lin Xian sat cross-legged, engaging in meditation to recuperate the spiritual energy expended through his use of the soul-piercing strike. After vanquishing 3 adversaries, he chose not to continue seeking opportunities within the secret realm, instead opting for a hidden locale where he excavated a temporary dwelling to restore his strength. As Lin Xian meditated, the voice of the revered Heartburn echoed in his mind. "I must say, you are indeed a ruthless individual, unhesitatingly dispatching even the leader's son of the Sea Shark Gang, entirely unconcerned about inviting calamity upon your sect." Lin Xian smiled faintly and replied, "Senior, you jest. When faced with those who wish to take my life, I must be resolute and unyielding. Furthermore, even if I were to spare the leader's son of the Sea Shark Gang, would he truly forget this encounter upon his return? The troubles that ought to arise will inevitably find their way to me. Even if the Sea Shark Gang were to come knocking at my door, the Qiankun Luo sect would harbor no fear of them." In response to Lin Xian's reply, the esteemed Burning Heart Elder appeared quite pleased and continued, "At such a tender age, your level of awareness is commendable. The path of cultivation indeed requires one to bravely face challenges, without the courage to confront adversity. Your journey in cultivation shall not venture far." Lin Xian was taken aback by the elder's remarks. He had not contemplated such matters deeply, nor had he thought of the future extensively. After his spiritual energy was restored, he ceased his cultivation. Casually, he retrieved the storage bags of the 3 individuals, emptying their contents onto the ground. The storage bags contained a considerable amount of spirit stones, which Lin Xian meticulously gathered into a separate bag. Upon counting, he discovered over 40,000 low-grade spirit stones, which brought him a moment of joy. Next, he sorted through various materials and miscellaneous items, placing them into another storage bag. Ultimately, only a few magical artifacts, talismans, elixirs, and jade slips remained scattered on the ground. After collecting the elixirs into a storage bag, Lin Xian picked up a formidable black axe, admiring its impressive power before adding it to his collection. When Lin Xian's gaze fell upon the talismans before him, he found himself momentarily dazed. He recognized most of the talismans, including several beginner high-level ones, which he eagerly gathered. However, there was one talisman adorned with a small sword that he could not identify. After consulting with the esteemed master of the Burning Heart, I discovered that what I had encountered was a talisman, a treasure that could only be forged by cultivators of at least golden core level. Although it is a consumable item, each activation possesses some of the formidable offensive capabilities of a golden core artifact. It appears that my gains this time are indeed substantial. With this talisman in hand, my life-preserving arsenal has increased. The remaining few magical tools did not capture my interest, so I decided to store them away. What remained were merely a few jade slips, which intrigued me the most. I picked up one jade slip and pressed it to my forehead. A surge of information flooding into my mind. The Demon Slayer technique, upon cultivation, allows one to transform into a demonic form, significantly enhancing both physical strength and offensive power. However, the ghastly appearance of the disciples from the Demon Slaughter sect after their transformation filled me with an instinctive aversion to this technique. I stored the Demon Slayer technique in my spatial pouch and then took another jade slip, pressing it to my forehead once more. The Void Sword technique. The martial art of the sword treading manner caught my attention, especially since my weapon is a broadsword. However, it is impossible for me to switch my cultivation method at this point. I am merely a step away from achieving the peak of Qi refinement, and I have no intention of abandoning my current Xianyan technique. My most formidable trump card is the Soul Piercer, which requires a robust spiritual essence. The cultivation of the Xianyan technique has not only granted me spiritual awareness during the Qi refinement stage, but as my cultivation grows, so too does my spiritual essence. While I may not practice the Void Sword technique, a particular secret art recorded within it captivated my interest. The great sword technique allows the sword's blade to grow to an enormous size, enhancing its attack power by 60%. Upon encountering this secret technique, Lin Xian felt a deep intrigue, and he copied it onto an empty jade slip, resolving to cultivate it in the future. He perused the remaining jade slips, yet none piqued his interest, so he gathered them all together. After examining the storage bags of the three individuals, Lin Xian acquired over 40,000 spirit stones. A black axe, a secret technique, a talisman treasure, and several powerful talismans. Nothing else caught his eye. Finally, Lin Xian, struck by a thought, retrieved 3 pieces of animal hide. The moment these 3 hides appeared, the venerable burning heart within the Qiankun Mirror became agitated, exclaiming, "You, young lad, have actually obtained 3 pieces of animal hide. Back in my day, after acquiring a piece, I realized it was merely a fragment and searched tirelessly for the others. Yet, after a millennium of searching, I found not a single one. And here you are, at such a tender age, already in possession of 3. TSK. With these 3 pieces alone, it is hard for me to believe you have poor fortune. In fact, I have an inkling that my acquisition of this fragment was akin to safeguarding it for you, and after millennia, it has ultimately found its way to your hands." Chapter 43. The Primordial Immortal Canon. Hearing the words of the venerable burning heart, Lin Xian offered a sheepish smile and replied, "Senior, you flatter me. I merely stumbled upon these pieces of animal hide by sheer luck. I cannot possibly bear such praise." The venerable Finchin let out a deep sigh and continued, "Although fortune may seem ethereal and elusive, I have always believed in its existence. This beast's skin, even though I have safeguarded it for millennia, is of little consequence. It is ultimately yours and shall find its way into your hands. However, after having kept this artifact for such a long time, I believe it is only right that I come to understand its true nature." It seemed as though Finchin was addressing Lin Xian directly, yet there was an air of ambiguity to his words. Lin Xian observed the 3 pieces of beast skin, noting how their fractured edges could be seamlessly reassembled into a singular whole. With this revelation, he promptly set to work. The process of reassembly was swift, and before long, the 3 fragments were united. At that moment, a startling spectacle unfolded. As the pieces merged, a blinding white light erupted, dazzling to the extent that one could scarcely keep their eyes open. Not only Lin Xian, but even the venerable Finchin, observing through the Qiankun Mirror, felt a surge of tension. He had already discerned the extraordinary nature of the beast's skin, and now the moment of revelation was at hand. The brilliance of the white light was fleeting. After several breaths, it gradually dimmed and ultimately vanished. At that juncture, the 3 fragments coalesced into a complete beast skin. With heavy steps, Lin Xian approached the skin and, upon finding nothing amiss, he lifted it with a slightly trembling right hand. To his astonishment, the surface of the beast's skin was inscribed with text, the 4 prominent characters on the far right standing out distinctly. Yuan Shi Xianjing. At that moment, Finchin also exclaimed loudly through the Qiankun Mirror, "It is indeed the Yuan Shi Xianjing." Ah! The somewhat deranged voice of the Honorable Burning Heart left Lin Xian in a state of perplexity. As he pondered inwardly, is it truly necessary to make such a fuss over a mere technique? Fortunately, Lin Xian refrained from voicing his thoughts, for had he done so, he would undoubtedly have faced a torrent of scathing reproach from the Honorable Burning Heart. After a spell of mania, although the Honorable Burning Heart's mood had yet to settle, he finally began to speak. "Young Lin, your fortune is nothing short of extraordinary. Do you comprehend the significance of this technique?" Lin Xian shook his head and replied, "Senior, I only understand that this is a technique. Its true implications remain beyond my grasp. I implore you to enlighten me." The tremor in the Honorable Burning Heart's voice was palpable. While Lin Xian could not ascertain the origins of this technique, he recognized its extraordinary nature. To evoke such fervor, even madness, in a cultivator from a millennium ago surely indicated that this was no ordinary technique. This time, the Honorable Burning Heart cast aside his usual airs. Speaking with a voice still tinged with tremors, "The primordial immortal scripture is something I have heard of, albeit only as a legend. It is said to have been passed down by a powerful celestial being who emerged at the dawn of chaos. Although this technique is merely a simplified version of his own practice, reduced countless times, it possesses the potential to elevate one to the pinnacle of immortality. Techniques of this caliber are not merely absent in this realm, but even in the higher dimensions, they are virtually non-existent." The conviction in the Honorable Burning Heart's words left Lin Xian utterly astounded. This unassuming piece of beast hide concealed such an astonishing technique. Lin Xian was still in a state of shock when the voice of the Burning Heart Master resonated once more. This cultivation technique is divided into 3 parts: upper, middle, and lower. The lower section corresponds to the foundational realms of cultivation, and this portion alone is truly a priceless treasure in this generation. The middle section pertains to the intermediate realms, while the upper section aligns with the realms of immortals. Such a complete and profound technique is indeed a rarity in the realm of cultivation. The Burning Heart Master's words ignited Lin Xian's curiosity, prompting him to inquire, "Esteemed elder, what are the various realms of cultivation? Is it truly possible to achieve immortality as an immortal?" At that moment, Lin Xian's standing in the eyes of the Burning Heart Master shifted once more. He was now utterly convinced of Lin Xian's extraordinary fortune, certain that Lin Xian was indeed a person of great destiny. The foundational realms of cultivation include Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, and nascent soul. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the transformation stage, one can ascend to the spiritual realm. As for the subsequent realms, it is best left unspoken, for they lie far beyond reach. Those who attain such levels will naturally come to understand them. The Burning Heart Master spoke slowly, his heart now tranquil. In that moment, he made a momentous decision. He would resolutely follow Lin Xian, for perhaps he could partake in a fragment of Lin Xian's fortune and surpass his former self. As for the thought of claiming Lin Xian's fortune for himself, it was not entirely absent from his mind. However, for one who has always placed faith in destiny, an undeniable truth prevails. Those endowed with great fortune are not easily preyed upon. If it were indeed as simple as that, they would not truly possess such remarkable fortune. Lin Xian remained oblivious to the fact that a singular technique had irrevocably transformed the Heartburn Sovereign. In his heart, he merely felt relieved that a troublesome issue had been resolved. He had secured a method for cultivation after establishing his foundation, alleviating his worries about the absence of a technique post-foundation. Overthinking would yield no benefit. Even if the technique were extraordinarily powerful, it would not afford him any immediate enhancement in combat prowess. Should he fall midway, this celestial technique would merely become another's possession. Possessing a celestial technique does not equate to being a celestial being, a realization Lin Xian grasped with clarity, thus allowing his emotions to settle. Furthermore, he perceived this treasure as somewhat perilous. Even if it held no value for him, it would certainly be coveted by those ancient beings. If word of his possession of such a technique were to spread, Lin Xian was certain he would not witness the dawn of the following day. At this moment, the esteemed master of heartburn spoke gravely. "Young Lin, you must ensure that your cultivation technique remains a closely guarded secret, even from your wife. Should it be revealed, there will be no sanctuary for you in this vast world. Understand that such a technique would incite insatiable envy, even among the cultivators of the higher realms. This generation of practitioners would regard it as an invaluable treasure. If they were to learn of its existence, I have no doubt they would not hesitate to resort to murder for the sake of acquisition. You must realize how many individuals have been unable to advance due to the allure of such techniques, ultimately exhausting their lifespans in the process. The number of such practitioners in the realm of immortality is far from negligible. What do you think they would do if they discovered the existence of your technique?" Chapter 44. The Swamp of Death. Upon hearing the master's words, Lin Xian nodded solemnly, as they echoed his deepest fears. His current cultivation was meager. Even a mere foundation establishment practitioner could easily take his life, let alone those ancient beings who had lived for countless ages. However, Lin Xian pondered that as long as he remained cautious regarding the matter of his technique, there was little chance of others discovering it. His own Qiankun Mirror was also an extraordinary treasure. The addition of another such item would yield similar results. He simply needed to exercise greater vigilance moving forward. Departing from his temporary abode, Lin Xian hastened towards the Swamp of Death, the closest location to the Heartburn realm. According to the information regarding Xian Luozong, the Death Marsh is a realm rife with malevolent creatures. At the heart of the marsh lies the Wailing Spirit Pool, rumored to be the lair of these beasts, where the air is thick with spiritual energy, giving birth to numerous spiritual herbs and treasures. Lin Xian pondered that since he was in the vicinity, he must venture to the Wailing Spirit Pool. With this thought in mind, he stepped into the Death Marsh. The name bestowed upon this region by the outside cultivators aptly reflects its perilous nature for practitioners. The treacherous terrain, dotted with quagmires, poses a constant threat. A moment's inattention could lead one to be ensnared in a bog, where their spiritual power would be suppressed, ultimately leading to their demise beneath the earth. Many cultivators have met their end in this very place. Should one dare to fly through the air, they might become prey to the aerial beasts that dwell above. Upon entering the death marsh, the atmosphere grew exceedingly murky, severely limiting visibility. Within this obscured air reside various malevolent creatures, and should one inadvertently trespass into their territory, dire consequences would ensue. Therefore, despite the dangers that lurk on the ground, most cultivators who dare to enter this domain traverse its surface, and Lin Xian was no exception. At this moment, he found himself in a predicament, ensnared by a swarm of water serpents. Nevertheless, although numerous, these serpents were merely first-level beasts. Given Lin Xian's current physical prowess, even standing still to endure their attacks would inflict minimal harm upon him. Even the venom that the water snakes take pride in proved ineffective against Lin Xian, for as soon as the poison entered his body, it was incinerated completely by the heart-burning flame within him. Lin Xian felt a surge of joy at discovering such a remarkable efficacy of the heart-burning flame. Soon, he had dispatched hundreds of water snakes with his bare hands, meticulously collecting their vital blood and other valuable materials before continuing his journey towards the center of the swamp, the Wailing Spirit Pool. However, after traversing less than 100 miles, he found himself encircled by a swarm of blood-sucking bats. Although these bats were merely first-tier demonic beasts, their numbers far exceeded those of the water snakes. In the past, such a predicament would have posed significant trouble for Lin Xian, but now, dealing with these bats had become considerably simpler. With a swift gesture and a chant, Lin Xian summoned forth a brilliant golden flame that erupted from within him, transforming into a golden firebird that circled around him incessantly. Measuring approximately 3 feet in length, the appearance of the firebird caused the temperature in the vicinity to rise dramatically. The bat swarm, seemingly confronted with a natural enemy, began to exhibit signs of unease. With a powerful shout, Lin Xian commanded, "Go!" The firebird launched itself towards the swarm of bats, simultaneously calling forth the heart fire, incinerating numerous bat hearts that rained down like drops of rain to the ground. The fiery bird continuously unleashed golden flames upon the surrounding bats, many of which were instantly reduced to ashes. Those bats whose hearts were consumed by the heart's fire continued to plummet, and the ground became a grim tapestry woven from their lifeless bodies, obscuring the earth beneath. Some fell into puddles, causing the water's surface to ripple with a crisp patter reminiscent of a gentle rainfall. The once darkened sky brightened considerably after the fiery bird's brief onslaught, while the accumulation of bat carcasses on the ground grew ever more formidable, invoking a sense of unease within Lin Xian as he surveyed the somber scene. Stepping onto his flying sword, Lin Xian swiftly followed the fiery bird, breaking through the territory of the bats. After flying a considerable distance without looking back, he descended once more to the ground. Uncertain of the other beasts that roamed the skies, he preferred to avoid unwarranted entanglements. Not long after Lin Xian set foot on the ground, his divine sense detected a struggle ahead, where someone appeared to be battling a beast. To his surprise, the combatant seemed to be a disciple of the Xinluo sect, grappling with a second-tier beast, a long-tailed crocodile. From the unfolding scene, it was evident that the Xinluo disciple was on the verge of succumbing to the creature's ferocity. Without hesitation, Lin Xian raced towards the battlefield. Within a few breaths, he arrived at the scene. The disciple of the Xinluo sect, upon noticing the arrival of a fellow cultivator, wore an expression of relief. Recognizing Lin Xian, the disciple exclaimed joyfully, "Senior brother Lin, please help. My sister can hardly hold on any longer." Lin Xian did not respond. Instead, he brandished his black broadsword and struck at the long-tailed crocodile. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, the long-tailed crocodile abandoned the disciple of the Xinluo sect and swiftly swung its tail, sending the broadsword flying. Lin Xian remained expressionless, having now closed the distance to the long-tailed crocodile. With a leap, he ascended onto the creature's head, relentlessly hammering down with his iron fists. The long-tailed crocodile was struck by searing pain atop its head, causing its body to spiral and roll uncontrollably. Lin Xian's left hand firmly grasped the flesh on the crocodile's head, while his right hand continued to rain down blows upon it. Blood flowed freely, flesh was torn asunder. The excruciating agony compelled the long-tailed crocodile to relinquish its attack as it writhed on the ground, unable to dislodge Lin Xian from its head. Lin Xian battered the top of the crocodile's skull into a pulp, ultimately retrieving a silver-long sword to plunge into its brain, stirring it mercilessly. Gradually, the creature's tumultuous thrashing began to slow, its strength waning until it finally lay still. Thus, a second-tier demon beast, equivalent to the initial stage of Foundation establishment, was vanquished by Lin Xian. He collected the beast's essence, skin, and other materials, placing them into his storage bag. At that moment, the Xinlua sect disciple approached Lin Xian. The female disciple first bowed respectfully, then smiled and said, "I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, senior brother Lin. At last, I witness your remarkable prowess." Lin Xian regarded the Xinlua sect disciple with curiosity and inquired, "Have you heard of me before?" However, upon reflection, it is indeed remarkable that upon entering the Xinlua sect, I was immediately accepted as a direct disciple by the sect master. How many disciples can boast of such recognition? Chapter 45, The Vengeful Spirit Pond. The young woman smiled and remarked, "Wu Ningying is my dear friend. Ever since he returned from the Xinlua kingdom, he has been incessantly praising senior brother Lin, claiming that he is an extraordinary genius who managed to cultivate to the 7th level of qi refinement even in the treacherous Forgotten Lands. He is the most prodigious talent I have ever encountered in my life." Previously, when Lin Xian heard such words, he would allow himself to believe he was indeed a genius. Yet, the esteemed Master Fenxin had clearly stated that he was merely a waste, struggling with a 5-element root that hindered his cultivation. Nevertheless, he did not wish to engage in a debate on the matter and replied, "Not at all. That is merely the flattery of junior sister Wu. My achievement of reaching the 7th level of qi refinement is solely due to fortunate circumstances." The young woman took his humility at face value and continued, "My name is Chen Lu, and I am a friend of Wu Ningying. I am deeply grateful to senior brother Lin for saving my life." Lin Xian waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Junior sister Chen, there is no need for such formality. As disciples of the same sect, we ought to look out for one another. There is no question of gratitude." After expressing her thanks, Chen Lu inquired, "Are you planning to visit the Vengeful Spirit Pond?" Lin Xian nodded and asked, "Are you not also heading to the Vengeful Spirit Pond, junior sister Chen?" She shook her head, responding, "I do intend to go to the Vengeful Spirit Pond as well. It is said to be the area with the most concentrated spiritual energy within the entire Death Swamp. There may be numerous spiritual herbs and treasures within the pond, and even a brief cultivation session there could yield significant rewards. However, my younger sister has already encountered numerous disciples from other factions on the road to the Wailing Spirit Pool. If we wish to seize any advantages, we must hasten our pace. Otherwise, upon arrival, we may find nothing left." Upon hearing Chen Lu's words, Lin Xian replied with an unchanging expression, "Since junior sister Chen has suggested this, let us proceed together. This will certainly expedite our passage." After another day's journey, the two finally reached the heart of the Death Marsh, the Wailing Spirit Pool. At this moment, a considerable number of trial disciples had already gathered by the pool, numbering around 20. Noticing the arrival of more disciples, a trial disciple clad in a crimson robe approached Lin Xian and his companion, offering a polite salute as he introduced himself. "I am Cheng Ziyuan, the young master of the Blood Demon sect. I kindly invite the esteemed friends from the Xinlua sect to join us over there." Lin Xian glanced in the direction indicated by the young master of the Blood Demon sect, where the others were congregated. He nodded, and the two followed Cheng Ziyuan to the gathering. At that moment, Cheng Ziyuan spoke, "I have been chosen by many to lead this endeavor, and I must admit, I feel quite apprehensive. However, in order to ensure that we all have the opportunity to gain some fortune, I must step forward. Now that the Wailing Spirit Pool lies before us, how can we, as cultivators, allow such a chance to slip away? Do you all agree with what I have said?" Upon hearing Cheng Ziyuan's words, some of the cultivators nodded, while others remained expressionless. At this moment, a man's voice resonated. "I am Luo Heng from the Swordstep sect, and on behalf of all the disciples here, I am willing to join Brother Cheng in this endeavor." "You are indeed correct, Brother Cheng. Such an opportunity is not to be missed by us cultivators. I, a disciple of the Demon Sorcery cult, shall also participate. I, from the True Cloud sect, will join as well. I, from the Madblade sect, will also partake." In an instant, voices of agreement surged forth. Witnessing this scene, Cheng Ziyuan displayed a satisfied smile upon his face. Before long, all the cultivators present had consented to participate in the action, leaving only Lin Xian and Chen Lu. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xian finally turned to Cheng Ziyuan and inquired, "Brother Cheng, I arrived here without a clear understanding of the situation. What exactly do you mean by action? I would be most grateful if you could elaborate. Upon finishing his statement, Lin Xian respectfully cupped his hands in greeting. Cheng Ziyuan, upon hearing Lin Xian's words, showed no signs of impatience and responded with a smile. Brother Lin, you may not be aware that the vengeful spirit pool is teeming with ferocious beasts in great numbers. Moreover, the spiritual energy within this pool is exceptionally rich. Not only that, but the pool also harbors the rare blue heart lotus. The seeds of this lotus are the primary ingredient for concocting many foundational elixirs, which are exceedingly rare in the outside world. The lotus root of the blue heart lotus is even more precious. It is not only useful in alchemy, but legend has it that the root of a millennium-old blue heart lotus is a vital material for golden core cultivators to refine their avatars. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian felt a stir of emotions within his previously calm demeanor. He inwardly queried the respected master of the burning heart, esteemed elder. Is what this young master of the blood demon cult speaking the truth? After a while, the voice of the heartburn venerable echoed in my mind. Indeed, this blue heart lotus is a low-tier spiritual herb, suitable for concocting pills for those in the foundation establishment stage. As for the 1,000-year-old lotus root, I have only heard of it and have yet to see it. It is said that once the heart lotus root reaches a millennium, it transforms into a pale golden hue. While it can be used to forge a clone, such a clone possesses significantly diminished combat prowess, and its physical strength is rather frail. What that young man stated is indeed the truth. At that moment, Cheng Ziyuan's voice resonated once more. Thus, we have collectively decided to enter the pond. Whether for cultivation or the gathering of spiritual herbs, any fortuitous encounters will belong to the individual. However, when confronting the demonic beasts, we must unite in our defense. Understanding the circumstances, Lin Xian turned to glance at Chen Lu. After a brief moment of eye contact, Lin Xian nodded and remarked, "We both agree to partake in this endeavor." Upon hearing Lin Xian's response, Cheng Ziyuan seemed to have anticipated this, nodding with a smile. He then addressed everyone with a loud voice. All present have consented to participate in this mission. However, I must lay down a warning. When facing the demonic beasts, everyone must exert their utmost efforts. Should anyone act dishonestly, they should not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Whatever opportunities you encounter in the pond will be your own, and I will not covet them. Cheng Ziyuan's words were filled with righteousness and fervor, earning the respect of most of the cultivators present. After a fervent mobilization, Cheng Ziyuan proclaimed loudly, "Now, everyone, maintain your formation and descend into the pool in an orderly manner. Once you enter, do not cause chaos. First, eliminate the beasts, and then seek your individual fortunes." Under Cheng Ziyuan's command, the cultivators from various factions preserved their formation as they slowly approached the grievance spirit pool. The group of over 20 soon entered the depths of the pool. As anticipated, upon their entrance, the formerly tranquil surface of the water began to stir with tumultuous waves, and all the cultivators sensed the disturbances beneath. Tension gripped the hearts of the crowd as they felt the growing agitation of the water. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they drew forth their magical artifacts. Their understanding of the grievance spirit pool was crystal clear. It was not only teeming with beasts but also rumored to harbor third-level beasts equivalent to those in the mid-foundation stage. It could be said that if they truly encountered a third-level beast, all would have to retreat from its ferocity. Chapter 46. The Great Battle Against the Beasts. As the crowd established their formation, less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea passed before they beheld a multitude of beasts surging towards them. Though the visual onslaught was overwhelming, the cultivators felt little trepidation, for these creatures were merely first-level beasts, easily dispatched. Once the beasts entered the range of attack, a myriad of luminous colors erupted from the throng, hurtling towards the advancing horde. The once clear waters of the pool became stained crimson, the scent of blood growing increasingly pungent. First-level beasts, having only recently transformed from ordinary wild animals, possessed little intellect, driven instead by their primal instincts of savage bloodlust. Although the first-tier monsters posed no real threat to these cultivators, they continued to surge towards the crowd. Among the practitioners present, only Lin Xian had reached the 12th level of Qi cultivation. The others were all at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, equipped with fine gear. Confronting these first-tier beasts was as effortless for them as slicing through vegetables. After approximately an hour, all the first-tier monsters had been vanquished by the trial disciples, who were now jubilantly gathering the materials from the slain beasts. Some disciples, finding the low-level materials beneath their notice, stood idle, taking on the role of temporary sentinels. However, just as everyone believed they could seek their individual fortunes, Cheng Ziyuan's commanding voice rang out. "Return quickly. Take your positions." In truth, the urgency was evident even without his call, as the waters of the pond stirred once more, echoing the previous ominous signs, albeit with greater intensity this time. It was clear that the next wave of beasts would not be merely first tier. The disciples swiftly returned to their designated spots, and indeed, before long, over 10 massive beasts emerged into view, confirming the arrival of second-tier monsters. A slight sense of relief washed over them, as the number of beasts was relatively small, estimated to be no more than 20. This fact instilled in them the courage to continue fighting. Had the numbers been overwhelming, the trial disciples would have had no choice but to scatter. Upon witnessing the water snake, thick as a bucket and measuring over 10 feet in length, one disciple could not help but swallow hard. Nevertheless, none of the disciples retreated. After all, the intelligence of these beasts was rather limited, and their only advantage lay in their formidable physical prowess, which far surpassed that of humans. It must be said that Cheng Ziyuan's leadership was quite methodical, directing the more capable disciples to engage a single beast, while the remaining disciples launched a concerted assault on another. With 29 disciples participating in the trial and only 18 beasts to contend with, once 18 disciples were allocated, the remaining beast would face the onslaught of 12 attackers. Although these second-tier beasts were significantly stronger than those encountered earlier, the battle concluded with remarkable swiftness. In the span of a mere meal, all 18 second-tier beasts were vanquished by the trial disciples. While some disciples sustained injuries while fending off the beasts, fortunately, none fell in battle. These second-tier monsters were akin to early Foundation-level beasts, and the materials they yielded were of considerable value. Consequently, the spoils were shared among the group, and each disciple reaped some reward. Joy illuminated the faces of the disciples, but Cheng Ziyuan and Lin Xian bore expressions of concern. Cheng Ziyuan's apprehension stemmed from the potential threat of a third-tier beast, a mere legend, yet one that warranted caution. Lin Xian, having conferred with the esteemed Elder Fenxin, had learned of the existence of a third-tier beast lurking below. "Elder Fenxin, you mentioned that there are treasures below. Are they guarded by that water snake?" Lin Xian pondered inwardly. "Indeed, although I am merely a remnant soul with limited consciousness, I can still sense this distance. That spiritual object must be the source of the ethereal energy within this wailing spirit pool. And these demonic beasts have become what they are thanks to the influence of that object." The venerable burning heart spoke slowly. Lin Xian understood that anything deemed a valuable item by the burning heart must be extraordinary, igniting his curiosity toward the spiritual object. After dividing the materials from the second-tier demonic beasts, everyone departed to seek their fortunes. However, Lin Xian remained stationary, engaged in conversation with the venerable burning heart. "Senior burning heart, do you know how deep this wailing spirit pool is? With my current strength, can I contend with that third-tier demonic beast?" Lin Xian pondered internally. "If we speak of a cultivator at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, you would undoubtedly be unable to confront it. But this is a third-tier demonic beast. If you adeptly utilize the burning heart flame, you may stand a chance against it. However, once you vanquish the third-tier beast, what will happen to the other cultivators? You must understand that such a spiritual object is a treasure for those of your cultivation level. Even Foundation establishment cultivators, and especially Golden Core cultivators, would be tempted by it. Moreover, the commotion from battling that third-tier beast will surely not be subtle, as long as those above are not deaf. They will certainly hear and clearly sense the disturbances below." The venerable burning heart's attitude towards Lin Xian had transformed completely from the initial encounter. He now sought to bask in Lin Xian's brilliance, thus providing a thorough and lucid analysis. The words of the revered Heartburn Elder naturally crossed Lin Xian's mind. His contemplation was primarily centered on whether he could contend with the third-level demon beast. As for the trial disciples, he believed they would not all unite against him. After all, there was but a single treasure at stake. Who would ultimately claim it if they did band together? After careful consideration, Lin Xian resolved to confront the third-level demon beast. Feeling the stirrings of ambition, he made his way toward the depths of the vengeful spirit pool. Cheng Ziyuan observed Lin Xian's movements intently. After a moment of contemplation, he too decided to follow. Lin Xian seemed to have anticipated Cheng Ziyuan's pursuit, paying him no heed as he descended deeper into the pool. The vengeful spirit pool was indeed quite profound. After half an hour of diving, Lin Xian finally glimpsed its bottom and the formidable third-level demon beast, a great water serpent. This serpent had grown to several zhang in length, its body thicker than that of 2 men combined. At this moment, it coiled majestically at the pool's base, where, at its center, lay a clamshell cradling a serene blue pearl. Cheng Ziyuan, trailing behind, also spotted the blue pearl and could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, "It's actually the water spirit pearl." Haha. His laughter echoed with unrestrained joy. Lin Xian, well aware of the water spirit pearl's fame, reflected on how few cultivators in the realm were unfamiliar with such a renowned treasure. In truth, since arriving at the Xinluo sect, Lin Xian had learned that the Qiankun Mirror had once absorbed a green pearl, which should have been the wood spirit pearl. Chapter 47. Tier 3 Demon Beast. After the Qiankun Mirror absorbed the wood spirit pearl, certain changes began to manifest. At this moment, Lin Xian could distinctly sense the Qiankun Mirror's yearning for the water spirit pearl. Since it was something the Qiankun Mirror desired, Lin Xian was determined to obtain it. For the Qiankun Mirror held unparalleled significance in his eyes, more so than the primordial celestial scriptures. Without the Qiankun Mirror, he would indeed be rendered a cultivational wastrel, finding it exceedingly difficult to elevate his prowess. After a hearty laugh, Cheng Ziyuan found himself in a quandary. Despite the allure of the treasure, how could they possibly acquire it? It was evident that in order to obtain the water spirit pearl, they would need to vanquish the formidable serpent. However, even if all the cultivators present unleashed their full might, defeating the serpent seemed an insurmountable task. Cheng Ziyuan's eyes darted rapidly as he contemplated various strategies. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he smiled at Lin Xian, saying, "Brother Lin, I presume you are familiar with the water spirit pearl. Such a treasure would undoubtedly entice even golden core cultivators. Our fortunate encounter must be a blessing from the heavens, yet the serpent stands in our way, preventing us from acquiring the treasure. I have a method that could allow us to obtain it smoothly, provided Brother Lin is willing to cooperate. Once the treasure is in hand, I assure you that you shall not be at a disadvantage." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian understood the ulterior motives behind Cheng Ziyuan's words, and a cold chuckle echoed within him. However, he maintained a placid demeanor, responding, "I, too, possess a method to effortlessly acquire the treasure, as long as Brother Cheng is willing to cooperate to some extent. Once the treasure is secured, I shall present it to you with both hands. What do you think, Brother Cheng?" After speaking, Lin Xian cast a look of disdain at Cheng Ziyuan. Initially taken aback by Lin Xian's words, Cheng Ziyuan soon transformed his surprise into delight, directing a gaze filled with joy towards Lin Xian, only to be met with Lin Xian's mocking eyes. Realizing he had been played, Cheng Ziyuan felt a surge of embarrassment and anger, which swiftly morphed into murderous intent. Lin Xian observed with indifference as Cheng Ziyuan's emotions shifted from embarrassment to fury and ultimately to a desire for vengeance. Despite being at a lower cultivation level than Cheng Ziyuan, Lin Xian harbored no fear. He knew he could effortlessly vanquish Cheng Ziyuan if it came to blows. Meanwhile, the massive water serpent, having sensed the presence of the 2 human cultivators, regarded them with a cold stare. As a third-tier demon beast, it had developed a semblance of intelligence. Recognizing their intentions, it understood that the water spirit pearl was its prized possession, the source of its current power. Thus, its singular thought regarding these intruding human cultivators was to consume them whole. Both Cheng Ziyuan and Lin Xian noticed the serpent's icy gaze fixated upon them, prompting them to fall silent. Cheng Ziyuan, in particular, swiftly turned and began to retreat upward with great speed. He did not believe it wise to linger in this perilous situation. The longer he stayed, the less chance he had to escape. The water serpent cast a cold glance at the fleeing Cheng Ziyuan but had no intention of pursuing him. Once Cheng Ziyuan vanished from its perception, its attention shifted entirely to Lin Xian. Upon witnessing such a scenario, Lin Xian discerned that the great water serpent had acquired a modicum of intelligence. He addressed it, stating, "Surrender the water spirit pearl, and I shall spare your life." At that moment, Lin Xian drew forth his formidable sword artifact. Indeed, upon hearing Lin Xian's words, the great water serpent became enraged. It opened its gaping maw and unleashed a torrent of water arrows directed at Lin Xian. In response, Lin Xian brandished his silver shield, positioning it before him. Swiftly, the water arrows struck the shield, emitting a brilliant white light, yet the silver shield remained utterly unscathed. The formidable power of a top-tier artifact was truly remarkable. Having successfully blocked the water arrows, Lin Xian maneuvered his sword towards the great water serpent. However, the serpent swung its robust tail, sending Lin Xian's sword flying aside. Realizing that his sword could not reach the serpent, Lin Xian formed a series of hand seals and chanted incantations to summon the heartburn flame. As the flame manifested, it transformed into a 3-foot-long firebird, launching itself towards the great water serpent. At that moment, Cheng Ziyuan had already escaped to the water's surface and called out loudly, "Everyone, swiftly vacate this place. Below lies a 3rd-tier water serpent beast." Upon hearing this, the crowd was struck with terror. Even the cultivators who were gathering blue heart lotus in the pond hastily retreated to the shore and hurried towards the periphery of the death swamp. Chen Lu, filled with anxiety, had observed Lin Xian heading towards the depths of the pond. At that instant, she had yet to catch sight of him and remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Noticing Chen Lu's anxious expression, Cheng Ziyuan approached her with a smile and said, "Junior sister, I suggest you leave as well. If that water serpent breaks the surface, very few of the cultivators here will survive. It appears that your junior brother is likely facing grave peril. How could he possibly escape the jaws of a 3rd-tier beast with his cultivation at the 12th level of Qi refinement?" Observing the lack of gratitude for his goodwill, Cheng Ziyuan chose to remain silent and left the wailing spirit pool. He had no desire to become embroiled in the chaos should the 3rd-tier beast emerge from the depths. Within mere moments, only Chen Lu remained by the pool, as the other cultivators either distanced themselves or departed entirely. Following their exodus, the wailing spirit pool began to roil violently, with the once tranquil surface now frothing with waves that grew ever higher. Simultaneously, a multitude of bubbles surfaced, increasing in number and size. Witnessing this unsettling transformation, Chen Lu's already anxious heart became increasingly restless. Lin, her senior brother, was a prodigy of the sect, a beacon of hope for its future. How could he possibly perish here? At that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to leap into the pool, yet reason prevailed, reminding her that waiting was her only option. Even if she were to plunge into the depths, it might only serve to exacerbate Lin Xian's predicament. Meanwhile, a fierce battle was indeed unfolding at the bottom of the pool. Although the flame of the heart is a fire element, its potency in the water remains formidable, primarily due to the heart fire it summons to exert pressure upon the beast. With the flame of the heart suppression, Lin Xian simultaneously wielded a black wide sword and a silver long sword to launch a vigorous assault on the great water serpent, inflicting several wounds upon its body, though none were fatal. In a moment of desperation, Lin Xian leaped onto the serpent's head, relentlessly pummeling its skull with his fists. Lin's physical strength has now surpassed the realm of Qi training. Even foundational cultivators cannot withstand the ferocity of his blows. His current power is comparable to that of a 3rd-tier beast. The great water serpent, under the relentless assault of Lin's fists, felt excruciating pain. With blood continuously streaming from its head, the heart fire relentlessly scorched the serpent's heart, while Lin wielded a silver long sword in his left hand, relentlessly striking the serpent's head with his right. In agony, the great water serpent thrashed about at the bottom of the pool. Chapter 48. The water spirit pearl acquired. As the great water serpent thrashed wildly at the bottom, the entire vengeful spirit pool trembled as if an earthquake had struck, and the waves on the surface transformed into towering surges. Witnessing such a scene, Chen Lu felt her heart sink. She even forgot her own safety. Standing motionless at the edge of the pool, her eyes fixed on the water, appearing somewhat dazed. Lin's silver sword, in terms of sharpness, surpassed even that of a broadsword. At this moment, he gripped the sword with both hands, continuously plunging the silver blade into the serpent's head, each thrust penetrating deeper until only the hilt remained visible. In its agony, the serpent thrashed wildly, colliding with various obstacles, its body twisting and turning. Such impacts posed no threat to Lin. Through this battle, he recognized the advantages of body refinement. With a robust physique, he could engage in close combat with these beasts without sustaining significant injury. After approximately an hour of this tumult, the great water serpent finally ceased its struggles. At this moment, the bottom of the pool lay in disarray. Gazing at the shell in his hand, Lin Xian reveled in the rich spiritual energy emanating from the blue pearl within, a smile gracing his lips. He stored the corpse of the serpent and the water spirit pearl into the Qiankun Mirror, then sat cross-legged to recuperate. The situation above remained unclear, and he would not recklessly ascend. Standing by the pool, Chen Lu observed as the water gradually regained its tranquility, her hopeful gaze fixed upon the surface. All she could do was pray, wishing for Lin's victory in battle. After an hour of meditation at the pool's depths, Lin Xian had nearly restored himself to his peak condition and then directed his focus toward the surface. Upon reaching the water's edge, his eyes immediately fell upon the excited face of Chen Lu, while the other trial disciples had already departed. Approaching her, Lin Xian smiled and said, "Apologies for causing you concern, junior sister Chen. That water serpent proved to be quite formidable, which required more effort on my part." Chen Lu refrained from further inquiries. Seeing Lin's triumphant return filled her with joy. "Brother, let us depart. The trial period has now extended beyond 3 months, and we must seize the time to seek opportunities." Lin Xian nodded in agreement. During this venture to the spirit resentment pool, he had acquired the water spirit pearl, which, after being absorbed by the Qiankun Mirror, had undergone another transformation. Specifically, the space within the cosmic mirror has expanded, and the spiritual energy within it has intensified somewhat. Moreover, a pond has emerged within the mirror. On his return journey from the pond's depths, he took the opportunity to collect some blue heart lotuses, which he subsequently planted in the pond of the cosmic mirror. He is confident that, with the mirror's nurturing properties, these blue heart lotuses will ultimately yield golden lotus roots. As for the lotus seeds, they will be inexhaustible. This can be considered a modest harvest from his expedition into the Death Marsh. Not long after Lin Xian and his companion departed from the Death Marsh, Lin Xian's spiritual sense detected the presence of Cheng Ziyuan. Upon this revelation, Lin Xian halted his steps and addressed Chen Lu, saying, "Junior sister Chen, let us part ways here. I have some matters yet to attend to. Please take care." Without waiting for Chen Lu's response, he made his way towards Cheng Ziyuan. Having heard Lin Xian's intention to act independently, Chen Lu set off in another direction. On a low hill, Lin Xian and Cheng Ziyuan stood facing each other. Cheng Ziyuan, somewhat astonished, remarked, "Brother Lin, I can't believe you escaped from the clutches of that third-tier demon beast. I wonder if you managed to acquire the water spirit pearl?" Lin Xian, maintaining an air of composure, replied, "Indeed, the water spirit pearl is now in my possession, safely stored within my storage pouch. Would you care to borrow it for a time, Brother Cheng?" He said this half-jokingly, a faint smile gracing his features. Upon witnessing Lin Xian's demeanor, Cheng Ziyuan was reminded of the moment when he had been toyed with by Lin Xian, and a surge of indignation welled up within him. He spoke with a frigid tone, "Rest assured, Brother Lin, I shall procure your storage bag myself without troubling you." Lin Xian scoffed derisively, propelled himself off the ground with a powerful kick, and charged towards Cheng Ziyuan. Sensing Lin Xian's fierce advance, Cheng Ziyuan did not dare to underestimate him. He swiftly drew a bone shield and positioned it before him. In the next instant, Lin Xian's fist collided with the shield. Cheng Ziyuan felt an overwhelming force radiate from the shield, causing him and the shield to be sent hurtling backward. Lin Xian had no intention of granting Cheng Ziyuan any reprieve, relentlessly pursuing him. As Lin Xian closed the distance once more, he unleashed a flurry of punches against the bone shield, which began to fracture ominously, on the verge of shattering completely. Lin Xian showed no signs of halting his assault, while Cheng Ziyuan, situated behind the shield, found it increasingly difficult to endure. The bone shield was a premium defensive artifact, bestowed upon him by his father for protection prior to entering the underwater city. That Lin Xian could nearly obliterate it with mere fists underscored the terrifying power behind his strikes. Cheng Ziyuan began to comprehend why Lin Xian had chosen not to flee back then, and began to suspect that the water spirit pearl might indeed have been seized by this Lin fellow. With that thought, a fierce determination ignited in his gaze. He was resolute in his quest to obtain the water spirit pearl, a treasure he could not afford to let slip through his fingers. Cheng Ziyuan's eyes flickered as he implored, "Brother Lin, I beseech you to cease your actions. What transpired earlier was merely a misunderstanding. If you halt your assault, I shall depart immediately and vow never to trouble you again." However, Lin Xian remained deaf to Cheng's plea, his grip unwavering. Perceiving Lin's indifference, Cheng felt a surge of desperation and adopted a more menacing tone, declaring, "Lin, if you do not relent, once I emerge from this secret realm, I shall report this matter to my father, and the Blood Demon sect will surely raise your Xinlua sect to the ground." With a resounding crack, the skeletal shield shattered into 4 pieces beneath Lin Xian's iron fist. Cheng, now genuinely frightened, realized that although he possessed several defensive artifacts, none compared to the shattered shield. If Lin continued his relentless assault, he would undeniably be in peril. As Lin's fist surged towards him once more, Cheng's hair stood on end. In a panic, he produced a round shield to defend himself, exclaiming, "Brother Lin, it truly was a misunderstanding. If you permit me to leave, I will safeguard this secret once outside the secret realm and divulge nothing to my father. Should you doubt my sincerity, I can swear an oath by the heavens." At that moment, Lin Xian's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. He understood that the conflict with Cheng Ziyuan was irreconcilable. Even if he let him go, Qing would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon his exit and cause trouble for the Xinlua sect. Contemplating this, Lin did not relent. Instead, his attacks intensified with fervor. In the brutal close-quarters combat, Cheng Ziyuan found himself utterly powerless. Although he had various means at his disposal, each required time to execute. Lin Xian relentlessly swung his fists at the shield, which soon began to reveal cracks. This shield was evidently far weaker than the skeletal one. Cheng Ziyuan felt an overwhelming anxiety. With such proximity, escape was clearly impossible. Should he lower his defenses, he would be met with Lin Xian's fists. His mind raced as he contemplated his options, and finally, with a resolute grit of his teeth, he seemed to have made a decision. In this life-and-death situation, there was no room for further contemplation. Just as the shield was on the verge of shattering, Cheng Ziyuan let out a mighty roar, chanting an incantation, and he began to undergo a transformation. His once pale face flushed with an increasing intensity of crimson, ultimately resembling a figure drenched in blood. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his aura intensified steadily. Sensing Cheng Ziyuan's metamorphosis, Lin Xian retreated a short distance. He understood that Cheng Ziyuan had undoubtedly unleashed some arcane technique, and until he could ascertain its potency, maintaining a safe distance seemed prudent. Observing Lin Xian's retreat, Cheng Ziyuan drew forth a blood-red blade and charged towards him with ferocity. The tides of battle had shifted. Cheng Ziyuan was now advancing rather than retreating. Lin Xian, undeterred, brandished a black broadsword in his right hand and clashed against the blood-red blade. The weapons intertwined in the air, sparks flying, followed by a fierce exchange of punches. In this confrontation, both combatants matched each other in strength. From this encounter, Lin Xian discerned that Cheng Ziyuan's secret technique seemingly enhanced his physical strength and fortitude, reaching a level that was remarkably comparable to his own. After a fierce exchange, both combatants retreated several paces. Although Cheng Ziyuan did not find himself at a disadvantage, he was internally astounded beyond measure. This secret technique, known as blood demon transformation, could only be barely activated given his current cultivation level. Furthermore, utilizing blood demon transformation exacted a tremendous toll on him. Despite this, he was only able to contend with Lin Xian on equal footing. Cheng Ziyuan was acutely aware of the formidable power of this technique. Under his present condition, he would not have to exert himself so much even when facing a practitioner at the initial stage of foundation establishment. What kind of anomaly was this Lin fellow? At that moment, a sense of trepidation washed over him. The battle had devolved into a close-quarters melee. With the ebony broadsword and the crimson great knife, both exceptional magical artifacts, gripped firmly in their hands, wielded as if they were mere conventional weapons. Lin Xian, though taken aback by Cheng Ziyuan's prowess after employing his secret technique, understood that every secret art demands a price. Relying solely on his physical prowess, he expended minimal spiritual energy in combat. If this continued, victory would undoubtedly be his. Lin Xian's thoughts mirrored the very concerns that plagued Cheng Ziyuan. Although he could presently match Lin Xian strike for strike, this state was not a true reflection of his capabilities. Once the duration of blood demon transformation elapsed, he would not only revert to his original state, but would also enter a prolonged period of weakness. In such close-quarters combat, finding an opportunity to escape becomes increasingly elusive. A myriad of emotions surged within Cheng Ziyuan, and in desperation, he spoke again. "Lin, my friend, continuing this conflict is futile. Why don't we part ways and vow never to disturb one another again? What say you?" Lin Xian regarded Cheng Ziyuan with a mocking gaze and replied, "Do not underestimate me, Cheng. Since we have already severed ties, it is a matter of life and death. I am curious to see how long you can endure in this state." With that, Lin Xian swung his broadsword and charged at Cheng Ziyuan once more. The two soon found themselves embroiled in battle again. Cheng Ziyuan was taken aback by Lin's unwavering resolve. This obstinate adversary sought nothing less than to end him. A wave of regret washed over him. Had he not been so consumed by desire for the water spirit pearl, he would not have provoked this calamity. The two engaged in fierce combat once again, their figures entwined amidst the earth, sky, and mountaintops, the clang of metal ringing incessantly. This skirmish exhilarated Lin Xian. After an hour, Cheng Ziyuan began to falter. Aware of his impending doom and feeling despondent, he ultimately succumbed to Lin Xian, who seized upon a moment of weakness and severed his head with a single stroke, collecting Cheng Ziyuan's blood-stained dagger into his storage pouch. Lin Xian then removed the pouch itself and overturned it onto the ground, revealing a substantial array of items. Lin Xian stored over 20,000 spirit stones into his storage bag, followed by placing his magical artifacts, various pills, talismans, and other miscellaneous items into a dedicated storage pouch. Ultimately, he picked up 2 jade slips lying on the ground. Pressing one jade slip to his forehead, a surge of information flooded into Lin Xian's mind. The Blood Demon Great Method. This was the primary cultivation technique of the Blood Demon sect. As the young master of the sect, it was to be expected that he practiced one of its most elite techniques. However, Lin Xian felt no particular interest in the Blood Demon Great Method. Rather, he was pleasantly surprised by the secret techniques recorded within. The Blood Demon transformation enhances one's physical strength and power, a technique Lin Xian had already witnessed and found quite impressive. Unfortunately, this transformation could only be executed through the cultivation of the Blood Demon Great Method, and Lin Xian had no time to delve into such studies, especially since the Blood Demon Great Method only encompassed the foundational techniques of the Qi training stage. The Blood Wind technique, which ignites one's vital essence to enhance mobility, was also commendable, and notably, it did not require the cultivation of the Blood Demon Great Method. Only a robust vitality was necessary. Nodding thoughtfully, Lin Xian retrieved a blank jade slip and proceeded to copy this secret technique onto it, subsequently storing it away with satisfaction. At last, only a red token remained on the ground, one side adorned with a demonic visage and the other etched with a blood character. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Xian ultimately discarded the token into the swamp. Observing the decapitated corpse on the ground, his expression remained impassive. Then, a fireball erupted from his fingertips, reducing both the body and head to ashes, after which Lin Xian swiftly turned and raced toward the outskirts of the death marsh. At that moment, the voice of the esteemed Elder Huo resonated within Lin Xian's mind. Young Lin, have you ever considered seizing the opportunity of this trial to establish your foundation within the secret realm? Lin Xian halted his steps and, with a voice brimming with excitement, inquired, Elder Huo, please do not jest with me. Every cultivator yearns to establish their foundation. Among the hundreds of disciples of the Xinluo sect, there are but a handful who have achieved this. If I could successfully establish my foundation, it would be the greatest reward of this trial. Chapter 50. The Spirit Gathering Pool. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Elder Huo expressed his dissatisfaction with a cold snort, retorting, what significance does establishing a foundation hold? It is merely the first step on the path of cultivation. Is that all you aspire to? This sudden and somewhat bewildering reprimand left Lin Xian puzzled. Was it wrong for him to feel elated at the prospect of establishing his foundation? Not only would it double his lifespan, but the process itself would also serve as a purification of his physical body, resulting in a qualitative leap post-foundation establishment. Furthermore, his spiritual consciousness would similarly experience a transformation. Although his current level of spiritual awareness was formidable among Qi refinement cultivators, establishing his foundation would usher in a significant enhancement. With so many advantages at stake, how could he not be excited? Little did Lin Xian know that Elder Huo's expectations for him transcended the mere establishment of a foundation. In the Elder's eyes, Lin Xian's future achievements should be boundless, and to be so thrilled over establishing a foundation was indicative of a lack of ambition in his perspective. Concerning the apparent displeasure of the venerable Master Fenxin, Lin Xian felt perplexed by the reason, yet chose not to delve further into it. He inquired, Master Fenxin, do you perhaps possess knowledge of any opportunities for foundation establishment within this secret realm? Although somewhat irked by Lin Xian's urgency, Master Fenxin replied with a calm demeanor, you, my young friend, are already grappling with the challenges of cultivation, let alone the prospect of establishing a foundation. However, with my guidance, the path to foundation establishment becomes considerably more attainable. It seemed that Master Fenxin was deliberately toying with Lin Xian's anticipation. Despite his slight vexation, Lin Xian maintained his respect and said, since you possess methods for foundation establishment, I humbly ask you to share your wisdom. Hearing Lin Xian's respectful words, Master Fenxin appeared satisfied and spoke. I recall that there once existed a spirit gathering pool in this very region. teeming with concentrated spiritual energy. It was a sacred ground for low-tier cultivators to achieve breakthroughs. I am uncertain if it still exists, but given that this space is now isolated, I surmise that the spirit gathering pool remains. If you can locate it, the hope for your foundation establishment shall be within reach. Master, do you still remember the location of the spirit gathering pool? Linjia asked, unable to contain his eagerness. The desire for foundation establishment burned fervently within him. In the perilous fringes of the Wuwang Sea, cultivators with established foundations represented the pinnacle of strength. Should he succeed in achieving this milestone, the power and status of the Xinlua sect would undoubtedly be enhanced. Although Master Fenxin sensed that Linjia was perhaps placing too much emphasis on foundation establishment, he acknowledged the fact that this initial step in cultivation had thwarted countless practitioners. Had it not been for the spirit gathering pool, the success rate of this lad's foundation establishment through alternative means would be lamentably low. Even with access to the spirit gathering pool, success was far from guaranteed. After a moment of contemplation, the revered master of the Heart of Fire responded with some uncertainty. The general direction should be correct. Regardless of whether the spirit gathering pool still exists, we ought to investigate. Thus, the master conveyed the approximate location of the spirit gathering pool to Linjia, noting that it lay a considerable distance from the death marshes. He advised Linjia to strive for the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage before reaching the spirit gathering pool, as this would enhance his success rate in foundation establishment. The two fundamental prerequisites for foundation establishment are, firstly, to attain the peak of the qi refinement stage, and secondly, to possess the foundational techniques of the foundation establishment stage. Linjia, equipped with the primordial immortal scripture, need not worry about techniques. While the primordial immortal scripture encompasses the cultivation methods and formulas for all stages, they are significantly more arcane than ordinary techniques. No one could guide Linjia in mastering the primordial immortal scripture. The so-called insights and experiences became irrelevant to him. Everything depended on his own comprehension and reflection. To meet the requirements for foundation establishment, Linjia resolved to enter a short-term seclusion. Upon departing from the vengeful spirit pool, he had absorbed a substantial portion of its spiritual energy, which, though it did not lead to a breakthrough, considerably enhanced his cultivation. With a plan in mind, Linjia paused when passing a mountain peak, where he established a simple temporary cave dwelling in a concealed spot along the cliff. Thus began Linjia's period of seclusion. 3 months have elapsed since the commencement of the trial, leaving a span of 9 months remaining. Logically, even if Linjia devoted all this time to cultivation, achieving the pinnacle of qi refinement would be an arduous task. However, in order to enhance the success rate of his foundation establishment, Linjia felt compelled to undertake this endeavor. Even if he could not attain the ultimate level, he must at least grasp the intricacies of the Yuan Shi Jing. Without a comprehensive understanding of the techniques, a breakthrough in foundation establishment would be futile. The spiritual energy within the secret realm is indeed far denser than that of the outside world, making it more conducive for cultivators. Remarkably, Linjia spent merely a month refining his qi, reaching approximately 70% of the 12th layer, nearly attaining the pinnacle of qi refinement. Through a month of seclusion and contemplation, he felt he had sufficiently comprehended the foundational techniques of the Yuan Shi Jing, making him confident in his ability to establish his foundation. With the issue of technique resolved, Linjia decided to emerge from his seclusion. Although there were still 8 months left in the trial, he had only learned about the gathering spirit pool from the words of the revered Master Fenxin. He was completely unaware of the current state of affairs regarding it. A sense of unease lingered within him, perhaps due to the overwhelming allure of foundation establishment, which had altered his mindset. Continuing in seclusion seemed of little use. Upon leaving his temporary cave after a month, Linjia hastened towards the direction of the gathering spirit pool, as mentioned by Master Fenxin. He felt a pressing need to ascertain its existence. For Master Fenxin had lived a millennium ago, and in the passage of such time, many things may have changed. After several days of arduous travel, Linjia finally arrived before a vast mountain range, its undulating peaks stretching for hundreds of miles. The mountains were shrouded in mist, their dense foliage flourishing, with the highest summits soaring into the clouds, evoking a sense of awe at the wonders of creation. Within the forest, the spiritual energy was palpable, invigorating anyone who entered. The enchanting beauty of the place made Linjia sense its uniqueness. At that moment, the voice of the mind-burning elder echoed in his mind. This is it. The spirit gathering pool should still be here. and if I am not mistaken, its effects may be even stronger than before. Upon hearing the elder's words, Lin Xian felt his heart race uncontrollably. The atmosphere around him was indeed extraordinary. Just as he was about to soar into the air on his sword, the elder's voice rang out again. Do not even think about flying. There seems to be a natural barrier here. If you wish to avoid a fatal fall, you should ascend on foot. Chapter 51. Ascending the peak, entering the mountain range. Lin Xian sensed an even more concentrated spiritual energy, and he agreed with the elder's assertion that the spirit gathering pool must still exist. The mountains were far from tranquil, with the occasional roar of beasts echoing through the air. Lin Xian was certain that he was not the only trial disciple in this range. This notion was quickly validated when his spiritual awareness detected the presence of another trial disciple, fortuitously, a familiar face from the Xinlu sect. Without hesitation, Lin Xian leaped towards the site of the conflict. In the brief span of a few breaths, Lin Xian beheld Xinlu, who was engaged in a fierce battle with a white tiger. Upon noticing Lin Xian's presence, her face lit up with surprise. Before she could utter a word, Lin Xian unsheathed his black broadsword and deftly leaped towards the white tiger. With a powerful and forceful strike, bolstered by his advanced cultivation, he swiftly vanquished the second-tier demon beast. After securing his sword, Lin Xian approached Xinlu with a smile and remarked, "The last time I encountered you, junior sister, you were embroiled in a struggle with a crocodile. Now, I find you battling a white tiger. Your allure is indeed extraordinary, as demon beasts seem irresistibly drawn to you." Hearing Lin Xian's playful banter, Xinlu couldn't help but chuckle, replying, "Senior brother Lin, you are truly my savior. Every time I find myself in peril, you appear like a hero coming to the rescue. Should I pledge my heart to you, or perhaps more?" Lin Xian was momentarily speechless by her jest. After clearing his throat, he skillfully shifted the topic, asking, "What brings you here, junior sister? Have you heard any news?" Upon hearing Lin Xian's inquiry, Xinlu's expression grew grave as she responded, "It is likely that many trial disciples will converge here. I inadvertently overheard others discussing a significant opportunity that awaits. As soon the summit of that mountain will become accessible, where we may find the chance to advance our foundation." Lin Xian's heart raced at this revelation, thinking to himself, "So it is true." Yet, he still feigned confusion and asked, "Is your statement genuine, junior sister? How did those trial disciples come to know of the foundational opportunities in this place?" Xinlu replied, "I have heard from those disciples that a senior of the Yuzhen sect once attained such an opportunity here, successfully establishing a foundation within the secret realm. This time, the disciples of Yuzhen sect have entered the secret realm and have made their way directly to this location, all for the purpose of foundation establishment." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian suddenly understood and remarked, "Then let us also proceed, lest we miss such an opportunity." Xinlu nodded with a smile. Within the mountains and forests, the spiritual energy was abundant, nurturing a plethora of mystical beasts, some of which had even reached the third tier. Lin Xian adeptly avoided numerous third-tier beasts with his spiritual awareness. Although Lin Xian's cultivation had once again advanced, the range of his spiritual awareness had not significantly increased, still falling short of 10 miles. Nevertheless, even with this limitation, his awareness granted him considerable advantages, making his ascent far smoother than that of other cultivators. Xinlu, following Lin Xian, found it perplexing why she encountered beasts in the mountains after only a short distance. While it seemed that the mystical creatures instinctively retreated upon seeing her senior brother, however, in areas dense with beasts, Lin Xian had no choice but to engage in combat with some second-tier beasts to avoid clashes with the third-tier ones. Fortunately, with their combined efforts, defeating the second-tier beasts proved to be relatively manageable. As they approached the main peak, the density of mystical beasts increased, and the trees grew ever taller. Leveraging the advantage of his spiritual awareness, Lin Xian was always able to select the optimal path, requiring minimal effort. In a secluded area near a rocky cliff, Lin Xian swiftly swung his black broadsword, bringing down a massive pangolin that lay lifeless on the ground, its body severed. After collecting the vital essence, he entrusted the remaining materials to Xinlu. Beside a towering pine tree, a leopard lay motionless as Lin Xian diligently gathered its essence, while Xinlu, filled with joy, reflected on her time alongside him. During this period, she had acquired a wealth of materials from various demon beasts, contributing merely as a supportive aid, merely restraining their adversaries. Facing any of these beasts alone would have been insurmountable for her. This experience had unveiled Lin Xian's formidable prowess, earning her genuine admiration for him, and she now called him senior brother with ease. where once her respect was born from his status as the direct disciple of the sect leader. She now regarded him with sincere reverence. After traversing the mountains and forest for over 10 days, the duo finally arrived at the base of the main peak. Upon their arrival, they found a multitude of trial disciples gathered there. From a distance, the disgruntled voices of the trial disciples echoed. "What do you mean by blocking our passage? Members of the Crazy Blade sect, the Sea Shark Gang, the Blood Demon cult, the Sword Treading Manor, and the Devilish Sorcery sect? This place does not belong to your sects. Are we not permitted to ascend?" A disciple of the Blood Demon cult coldly chuckled and replied, "Of course you may ascend, but you will have to wait for 2 months. The heavenly pool above will soon reveal its waters during the surge of spiritual energy, and there is sufficient spiritual essence for only 20 individuals. If all of you go up, then none shall establish their foundation here." At this moment, a disciple from the Yuzhan sect stepped forward and declared, "This heavenly pool was discovered by the predecessors of our Yuzhan sect. You several sects cannot lay claim to it." The disciple from the Blood Demon sect exchanged glances with several others from different factions and then coldly retorted, "Even if this place was found by your Yuzhan sect, what of it? The world of cultivation operates on strength. If you possess power, it belongs to you. Without strength, even if it is truly yours, it may be seized by others. Moreover, this place does not solely belong to your Yuzhan sect." Upon hearing these words, the Yuzhan disciple felt a surge of fury. He turned to the other cultivators present and said, "Those who have come to this place must be quite familiar with the heavenly pool. I need not elaborate on its significance. Such an opportunity cannot simply slip away before our eyes." The emotions of the other sect disciples were also ignited by the words of the Yuzhan disciple, and they began to shout in unison, "Let us unite. Perhaps we still have a chance. Eliminate those who stand in our way, or else we shall remain trapped in the Qi refinement stage forever." The yearning of cultivators for the elevation of their realms often surpasses their desire for treasures, for the enhancement of one's level signifies a doubling of lifespan. To obstruct someone's ascension is akin to threatening their very life. Soon, the two sides clashed fiercely. In terms of numbers, they were evenly matched, with Lin Xian and Chen Lu also amidst the fray. Chen Lu had earlier conveyed to Lin Xian, through sound transmission, that should a battle ensue, there was no need to exert full strength. Preserving one's life was paramount. Chapter 52. Arrival at the Gathering Spirit Pool. Perhaps many trial disciples shared the same sentiments as Chen Lu, and before long, the 5 major factions obstructing their path began to gain the upper hand. At this moment, a disciple of the Yuzhan sect shouted, "If you continue to wallow in this murky water without the determination to fight fiercely, I, Zhang, once again urge you to depart swiftly. Otherwise, when we are annihilated, you may find that the opportunity to escape will elude you entirely." The words of this disciple from the Yuzhan sect seemed to resonate, as the majority of individuals exerted their utmost efforts. Indeed, Zhang's assertions were grounded in reality. Thus, the conflict between both sides intensified, leading to injuries among the disciples. The ferocity of the battle escalated, with both factions unleashing their true prowess, resulting in casualties among their ranks. It is only logical to consider that with so many disciples, should they all enter the spirit gathering pool, the inevitable outcome would be that none would successfully establish their foundation. The pool's spiritual energy is finite. The presence of one additional individual diminishes the prospects for another's success. The path of cultivation resembles traversing a narrow bridge. Upon crossing, one enters a new realm. To fall from the bridge is to face irretrievable doom, becoming a stepping stone for others. Lin Xian, relying on his formidable physique, felled several trial disciples with his iron fists. Those who sustained injuries faced imminent demise, as they would soon be targeted by other disciples. The clash was exceptionally brutal. Within a single hour, the number of casualties from both sides had surpassed 20, with their storage bags seized by rival trial disciples. Here, there were no rules. Possession was determined by who could take it. Many disciples, previously strangers to one another, even resorted to claiming the storage bags of their own allies. The ground lay stained with blood, the air thick with the pungent scent of carnage, which swiftly began to attract the beasts of the forest. At that moment, an unknown voice called out, "There's no need to continue fighting. Only a handful of us remain. We can all enter the heavenly pool now. Continuing this battle serves no purpose. If the beasts arrive, it is we, the cultivators, who will suffer." Upon hearing this, the skirmish ceased promptly, for among cultivators, self-interest always prevails. There were no personal grievances among them. Their conflict was merely over the opportunity for foundational advancement. Soon, one of the cultivators began to unleash fireballs upon the corpses strewn across the ground, reducing nearly 30 fallen cultivators to ashes. These bodies were favored prey for the beasts, and such actions were taken to prevent the influx of creatures drawn by the sin of blood and the remains of their companions. After completing this grim task, the trial disciple spoke. With only a few days until the tide of the heavenly pool, let us wait by its edge. The remaining trial disciples nodded in agreement. Thus, Lin Xian and Chun Lu followed the group to the summit of the main peak. Atop the peak, there was no sign of the heavenly pool or the spirit-gathering pool. Only a vast rocky pit remained. The stones were remarkably smooth and exquisite, akin to the touch of jade. These rocks, perpetually soaked by the waters of the heavenly pool and nourished by spiritual energy, likely acquired such qualities through this divine process. Lin Xian mused within himself. As the other trial disciples arrived at the summit, they dispersed, for the disciples here belonged to various influential factions, and those from the same sect were few. Lin Xian cast a brief glance around. There were 3 from the Blood Demon sect, 2 from the Jade True sect, 2 from the Sword-Treading Villa, and his own faction, the Qiankun Luo sect, had only 2 members. The Demon Slaughter sect had 1. And the Mad Blade sect had 1 as well. In total, there were merely 14 individuals present, with some factions not represented at all. Although Lin had not expended much spiritual energy during the earlier battle, everyone else was seated in meditation, making it unwise for him to stand out. Moreover, the rich spiritual essence in the air provided ample benefits for cultivation. Thus, the 14 disciples settled into their meditative practices. Some were healing their injuries, while others were replenishing their spent spiritual energy. In truth, it seemed that only Lin Xian was genuinely cultivating. As the disciples meditated, 2 third-level demon beasts were sniffing the air at the site of the earlier conflict. One, a creature with a light green hue and a bovine form, possessed a single silver horn atop its head. The other, adorned in tawny spots resembling a feline, bore 2 3-inch-long fangs that glinted menacingly, revealing its carnivorous nature. After sniffing the air for a while, the 2 third-level demon beasts began their approach towards the summit. Just as they were within 10 miles of the peak, Lin Xian opened his tightly shut eyes and called out to the other trial disciples still in meditation. 2 third-level demon beasts are approaching us. Do any of you have a strategy to counter them? Upon hearing Lin Xian's call, the crowd rose to their feet, seemingly incredulous. Some disciples gazed down the mountain and indeed beheld 2 enormous demonic beasts advancing toward the summit. Lin Xian was communicating telepathically with Chun Lu, instructing her that if a battle ensued, her sole priority should be her own safety. There was no need to employ full force against the beasts. Should she inflict excessive pain, they would retaliate with all their might. She merely needed to maintain a distance and divert their attention. What Lin Xian conveyed was common knowledge among cultivators. However, confronted by second-tier demonic beasts, survival was already a daunting challenge, let alone facing 2 simultaneously. If they refrained from exerting their full capabilities, the opportunity for foundation establishment would be irrevocably lost. At this juncture, Lin Xian felt compelled to step forward, proclaiming loudly, "I will hold off the saber-toothed spotted leopard alone, while the rest of you concentrate your attacks on the silver-horned azure bull. Do not withhold any of your abilities. If you continue to be secretive, forget about foundation establishment. Your very survival may hang in the balance." Without needing Lin Xian's admonition, the gravity of the situation was clear to all. Many cultivators had initially prepared to flee, but upon hearing Lin Xian's determination to confront the more formidable beast, skepticism lingered briefly. This doubt, however, was short-lived, as Lin Xian had already launched an offensive against the saber-toothed spotted leopard. Drawn by Lin Xian's assault, the leopard charged at him with alarming speed, its gaping maw revealing sharp fangs that glinted ominously. Lin Xian brandished his magical artifacts. With a sword in his right hand and a shield in his left, he engaged the demonic beast in combat. As the crowd witnessed Lin Xian engaged in a fierce battle with the saber-toothed leopard, they too began to unleash their most formidable weapons against the silver-horned azure bull. A kaleidoscope of vibrant lights flickered as their assaults struck the beast, which responded with a thunderous roar. Lowering its head, the silver-horned azure bull charged at them with its gleaming silver horn. Remarkably resilient, it withstood the onslaught, bearing only faint scratches upon its tough hide, and scathed beneath the surface. Chapter 53. The Bath of the Heavenly Pool. Lin Xian's silver shield proved its worth, as the saber-toothed leopard, despite its ferocity, found little efficacy in breaching its defenses. Meanwhile, other cultivators, recognizing the futility of their weapons against the silver-horned azure bull, resorted to their most potent secrets. A disciple from the blood demon sect produced a talisman emblazoned with a skull, his expression tinged with reluctance. Yet, upon witnessing the bull's erratic movements, he steeled himself and activated the talisman. Upon activation, the talisman transformed into a sanguine skull that spiraled upward into the sky. The disciple deftly manipulated his hand gestures, commanding the blood-red skull to open its maw and lunge toward the silver-horned azure bull. In no time, the skull had reached its target, and a series of crunching sounds echoed as the bull's flesh was savagely gnawed away, consumed within the gaping jaws of the skull, which deepened in crimson hue. As the bull endured the relentless feeding, it let out a mournful wail in response to the pain inflicted upon it. At this moment, it could no longer concern itself with attacking the human cultivators. Its sole desire was to rid itself of the blood-colored skull that was gnawing at its flesh. With the addition of the blood-colored skull, the 13 disciples felt a sense of relief, promptly unleashing their magical artifacts to assault the silver-horned azure bull. Meanwhile, the silver-horned azure bull, in agony, darted about erratically, though its speed was not particularly swift, allowing the disciples to effortlessly evade its attacks. And the battle unfolded in a manner favorable to the trial disciples. On Linjia's side, protected by the silver shield, the saber-toothed leopard could not land a blow on him. However, Linjia's black broadsword was damaged during the confrontation, forcing him to draw forth the blood-colored great knife to continue the battle against the saber-toothed leopard. Although the black broadsword was destroyed, the saber-toothed leopard was not faring much better, suffering multiple wounds inflicted by the black sword, its blood gushing forth from the injuries. Due to its wounds, the speed of the saber-toothed leopard diminished, making it increasingly easier for Linjia to strike. The power of the blood-colored great knife was no less formidable than that of the black broadsword. Each slash left a deep gash on the saber-toothed leopard's body. In a bid to swiftly slay the beast, Linjia quickly recited an incantation, and soon, a golden firebird soared forth from within him. The heart-burning flame manifested, summoning the heart fire to incinerate the saber-toothed leopard's heart. The saber-toothed leopard sensed the imminent danger and began to harness its own spiritual power to suppress the heart fire, while Linjia relentlessly wielded the blood knife against it. Ultimately, with the assistance of the heart-burning flame, Linjia succeeded in vanquishing the saber-toothed leopard. Carefully securing the essence of the saber-toothed panther, Linjia subsequently stowed the corpse into his storage bag and turned his gaze towards another battlefield. At that moment, the silver-horned azure bull was nearing its limits, and soon, under the combined efforts of the disciples, it too fell to the blades of 13 others. The slaying of the silver-horned azure bull ignited a palpable excitement among the disciples, many of whom were likely experiencing their first encounter with a third-tier beast and celebrating their inaugural kill of such a creature. In no time, they divided the spoils from the silver-horned azure bull among themselves. Chun Lu approached Linjia with a beaming smile. After a fierce battle, the disciples had expended considerable energy. Yet with the demise of 2 third-tier beasts, their opportunities for foundation building were assured. As the disciples settled down to recuperate, a disciple from the blood demon sect, adorned with a skull-shaped talisman, approached Linjia and spoke in a chilling tone, "If I am not mistaken, that crimson blade you wielded earlier must be the blood demon blade used by our sect's young master, am I correct?" Linjia regarded the blood demon disciple with a calm demeanor, opting for silence as he turned to lead Chun Lu to a different location. The blood demon disciple shot a cold stare at Linjia before returning to his 2 companions, whispering as if to convey a message. The other 2 disciples cast a glance in Linjia's direction before resuming their meditation. Linjia understood that news of his slaying the young master of the blood demon sect would inevitably spread, yet he remained unfazed. After all, he had already forged enmity with these factions when he vanquished the young master of the Sea Shark gang, and the addition of another adversary mattered little to him. After several days of anticipation, a rich and vibrant liquid began to emerge from the depths of the rocky pit atop the main peak, steadily increasing in quantity. In merely half an hour, the bottom of the pit was nearly submerged, and as time progressed, the liquid level continued to rise. At this moment, the hearts of the disciples were filled with excitement, yet none dared to enter the pit, for standing in the spiritual liquid would leave their knees exposed to the air. Another hour passed, and the liquid level ascended several feet. The disciples exhibited an unspoken understanding, refraining from stepping into the liquid. Thus, they waited for approximately 7 or 8 hours until the liquid level finally stabilized, completely filling the rocky pit. The disciples exchanged glances, and gradually, several disciples from various factions stepped into the spiritual liquid. At this juncture, the summit resembled an ocean of spiritual energy. The richness of the liquid was matched by the intensified aura in the air. Lin Xian and Chen Lu found themselves in a designated area belonging to their Xinhua sect, maintaining a respectful distance of about a foot apart, a distance Chen Lu had intentionally chosen to preserve. As they soaked in the liquid, Chen Lu's garments clung to her form, accentuating her alluring curves, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Nevertheless, she was cautious not to stray too far from Lin Xian, as doing so would place her within the territory of another faction. Should the moment of breakthrough in their cultivation arrive, it would be prudent for them to remain within each other's reach for mutual support. Upon entering the spiritual liquid, none of them hesitated. They immediately commenced their cultivation. It is important to note that the concentration of spiritual energy within this liquid surpassed all their previous understanding. Only by immersing themselves in the liquid did they realize how extraordinarily rich the spiritual energy could be. Lin Xian also did not linger and prepared to begin his cultivation. At that moment, the voice of the burning heart elder echoed in his mind. Lin, do not rush. Allow me to impart a set of incantations to you. When the time comes for your cultivation, if you utilize these incantations, your rate of absorbing spiritual energy will increase several-fold. Otherwise, with your current pace of cultivation, do not even entertain the thought of foundation establishment. Hearing of such a technique, Lin Xian was overjoyed. Although he was not far from achieving the pinnacle of qi training, reaching that state would still require at least 6 months of diligent effort. Now, with this opportunity and the accompanying incantations, he could finally see the hope of foundation establishment. Chapter 54, Foundation Establishment, Part 1. All the disciples began their cultivation, and the environment of the heavenly pool excited them immensely. Bathed in the dense spiritual energy of the liquid, they could all sense the transformation of their abilities. With the assistance of the burning heart elder, Lin Xian spent an entire day comprehending and mastering the incantations imparted to him. Eagerly, he then commenced his cultivation. Immersed in the spiritual liquid, Lin Xian felt as though his body was enveloped in an ocean of spiritual energy, which could no longer merely be described as rich. It could only be characterized as profoundly dense. In accordance with the incantation of the revered burning heart, Lin Xian absorbed spiritual energy from the essence fluid at a pace at least tenfold that of his fellow disciples. With such a conducive environment for cultivation, complemented by the teachings of the revered burning heart, even a practitioner as inept as Lin Xian could experience the exhilarating sensation of rapid advancement in his cultivation. As 10 days elapsed, the majority of the trial disciples within the heavenly pool had reached a saturation point in their cultivation, with a select few already embarking on the foundational stage, commencing the compression of the spiritual energy within their dantians. However, Lin Xian was an exception. He was still fervently engaged in his training, lagging behind the 12th level of qi refinement, far from saturation. A month passed. With the aid of medicinal elixirs, Lin Xian made significant strides in his cultivation, inching ever closer to the pinnacle of qi refinement. Meanwhile, 2 or 3 other disciples exhibited signs of spiritual energy beginning to liquefy. Nevertheless, Lin Xian remained unperturbed. Impatience could easily lead to a deviation from the path, a cardinal sin in cultivation. 2 months later, Lin Xian exhaled a sigh of relief. He had finally achieved the consummate level of qi refinement. At this juncture, aside from Lin Xian, all other disciples had entered the foundational stage. The process of foundation establishment is a protracted one, beginning with the absorption of spiritual energy to saturate the body. Only then can one compress the internal spiritual energy through continued absorption. Once the spiritual pressure reaches a certain threshold, the spiritual energy will liquefy. The completion of the liquefaction of the dantian's spiritual energy signifies the first step in foundation establishment, yet it does not guarantee successful completion of the process. Then, the dantian begins to expand, at which point the cultivator aspires to operate the foundational cultivation technique, a critical step in the process of establishing a foundation. Once the foundational technique is activated, a substantial influx of spiritual energy is required. This energy must continuously liquefy until it ultimately fills the dantian, marking the successful completion of the second step in foundation establishment. This phase is paramount, as a deficiency in spiritual energy could lead to the failure of the entire process. The inhaled spiritual energy must swiftly transform into spiritual liquid. Thus, this step demands a significant quantity of spiritual energy. Outside the secret realm, nearly all sects rely on foundation establishment pills to supply such vast amounts of energy. However, the disciples undergoing trials within the secret realm are liberated from the need for medicinal pills, as the spiritual energy contained in the celestial pond's liquid is entirely sufficient for their foundational needs. Upon completing the second step, one can ascend to the status of a foundational cultivator, with the subsequent task merely revolving around the continued absorption of spiritual energy to stabilize their realm. As long as there is no excessive consumption, their level will remain intact. Now, 2 months have elapsed, and Lin Xian has elevated his cultivation to the peak of the qi refinement stage, yet the spiritual energy within him has not yet reached saturation. Meanwhile, other disciples are swiftly compressing their spiritual energy, beginning to witness its liquefaction. Though the slower ones have not yet experienced liquefaction, the spiritual energy within them has reached a state of saturation. For months have passed. At last, Lin Xian's spiritual energy has attained saturation, a feat achieved through his relentless consumption of Qingyuan pills and the harmonious application of the Burning Heart Master's techniques. Without that guidance, Lin Xian is certain he would not have even reached the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage. Once again, Lin Xian meticulously revisited the primordial celestial scripture within his mind, delving into the process of compressing spiritual energy. At this moment, the disciple of the Blood Demon sect was making the most rapid progress, having liquefied half of the spiritual liquid within his dantian. If all went according to plan, in 2 months, the spiritual energy within his dantian would be entirely liquefied. Due to her proximity to Lin Xian, Qianlu also benefited from his presence. Owing to the incantation of the revered Heartburner, spiritual energy surged towards the area where Lin Xian and she were situated. Consequently, Qianlu found herself in 3rd place in the foundational establishment process due to the influx of spiritual energy. Lin Xian exerted all his effort to circulate the incantation, absorbing the spiritual energy at a terrifying speed, causing a sensation of pressure and pain in his dantian. At this juncture, the veins on Lin Xian's forehead throbbed visibly, and his visage took on a somewhat ferocious aspect as he gritted his teeth, enduring the ordeal. Had he chosen to absorb the spiritual energy at a gentler pace, the agony would have been considerably alleviated, perhaps even imperceptible. However, the sheer velocity at which Lin Xian was drawing in spiritual energy rendered his foundational establishment process one of unparalleled suffering. The spiritual energy continued to flood in, and Lin Xian felt as though his dantian were on the verge of explosion. He could not afford even a moment's relaxation. Any lapse in concentration could lead to a catastrophic rupture of his dantian, leaving him incapacitated. It was not uncommon for practitioners to experience dantian explosions during foundational establishment, and the numbers were not insignificant. Many were exceedingly cautious during this critical phase, for failure meant shattered dantian and the irrevocable severance of their path in cultivation. 10 more days have elapsed. Lin Xian endured the pain, refusing to relent for even a moment. He understood that the first step on the path of cultivation was one he must take. The spiritual energy continued to surge into his body, while the sensation of pressure in his dantian intensified. Despite Lin Xian being submerged in the spiritual liquid, beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. At that moment, time felt extraordinarily prolonged. Each second was a torment, each moment an agony. All he could do was summon every ounce of his physical strength and spiritual resolve, gritting his teeth to persevere. Thus, another 10 days passed. The mantra imparted by the revered master burned like a high-powered fan, with Lin Xian's dantian as its target. The relentless influx of spiritual energy subjected him to immense suffering. Had it been any other cultivator, their dantian would have surely ruptured by now, given Lin Xian's formidable physique and potent consciousness. At this juncture, he felt on the verge of exhaustion, relying more on sheer willpower to continue. The indomitable spirit of perseverance echoed in his mind, urging him to hold on. He felt that the spiritual energy had reached an overwhelming pressure, and the liquefaction of the spiritual essence was imminent. Finally, after 5 months had passed, the spiritual energy within Lin Xian's dantian began to liquefy, bringing a wave of relief to his body. Yet, he knew this was merely the first step in establishing his foundation. He must not allow himself to relax. Chapter 55, Foundation Establishment, Part 2, Within the Dantian. The spiritual energy began to liquefy, and the sensation of distinction dissipated, thanks to the incantation of the heart-burning elder. The spiritual energy continued to be absorbed into the Dantian at an astonishing pace, having endured the excruciating pain. The efficacy of the nameless incantation imparted by the heart-burning elder during the foundation establishment process became evident. The spiritual energy incessantly transformed into a liquid state, while the rapidly entering energy replenished the consumed reserves. This situation persisted for an entire month, and at this moment, Lin Xian's Dantian resembled a vast ocean. With all the spiritual energy converted into spiritual liquid, he had successfully completed the first phase of foundation establishment. At this juncture, Lin Xian's Dantian expanded instantaneously, growing to more than 5 times its original size. Typically, after foundation establishment, a practitioner's Dantian would at most double in size. Yet Lin Xian's Dantian expanded 5-fold. He finally comprehended why the 5-element root was deemed a waste. Even if one were to reach the pinnacle of Qi training, could such a Dantian contain sufficient spiritual energy? Thus, there had never been a record of success in foundation establishment for practitioners with 5-element roots. In contrast, those with heavenly roots found foundation establishment to be a breeze. Even without foundation establishment pills, the likelihood of success remained high, and concerns regarding core formation were minimal. This distinction possibly lay at the heart of the matter. With his divine consciousness turned inward, Lin Xian surveyed his vastly enlarged Dantian, and instead of elation, a solemn expression took hold of him. He fervently channeled the nameless incantation while simultaneously activating the foundational techniques of the Yuan Shi immortal scripture. A surge of greater suction emanated from his body, drawing the spiritual energy from the Tian Qi frantically into his being. This step is undoubtedly the most crucial one. Without a moment's hesitation, he extracted all the Qing Yuan pills from his storage bag and consumed them in one swift motion. Although the spiritual energy contained within these pills was nearly negligible, it was still better than nothing. Due to the overwhelming force of absorption, a vortex formed around Lin Xian, drawing in a substantial amount of spiritual energy from the heavenly pool. Under this potent influx of energy, Chen Lu successfully completed the second stage of her foundation establishment, thus marking the presence of 3 foundation establishment practitioners within the heavenly pool. The commotion caused by Lin Xian's foundation establishment had attracted the attention of numerous trial disciples, as the spiritual energy in their vicinity had become exceedingly thin, forcing them to halt their own foundational processes. Observing that Lin Xian had yet to succeed in his endeavor, Chen Lu abandoned her efforts to consolidate her cultivation and instead erected a protective barrier for him. The disciples whose foundational processes had been interrupted wore expressions of resentment, directing their anger towards Lin Xian. However, who could they blame? Lin Xian remained motionless within his own domain, and the depletion of spiritual energy was merely a reflection of their own inability to retain it. With Chen Lu providing protection, any trial disciple who might have considered taking action found themselves lacking the courage to do so. For Chen Lu was now a foundation establishment practitioner, someone they were compelled to address with respect as a senior. A torrent of spiritual energy surged into Lin Xian's Dantian, rapidly transforming into spiritual liquid. However, Lin Xian's Dantian possessed a capacity 5 times greater than that of an average practitioner. Thus, it would require an immense quantity of spiritual energy to fill it. Many trial disciples remained in anticipation of Lin Xian's successful foundation establishment, for at that moment, they would still hold a glimmer of hope. The current state of Lin Xian appears to be interminable, gradually leading those disciples still clinging to hope into despair. As for the other 2 disciples who have already established their foundation, while they are somewhat affected, the impact merely prolongs the time required for them to solidify their realm. As long as they refrain from excessively depleting their spiritual energy, their cultivation will not falter. This situation persisted for an entire month, during which Lin Xian finally filled his Dantian with spiritual liquid, marking his ascension as a foundational cultivator. Meanwhile, the originally milky white spiritual liquid in the heavenly pool had transformed into a clear hue, and the once viscous spiritual energy had nearly dissipated, although a trace remained. It was scarcely stronger than the surrounding air. Upon opening his eyes and gazing at the furious disciples, Lin Xian was taken aback. It was Chen Lu who discreetly transmitted a message, elucidating the cause of their ire, leading Lin Xian to a sudden realization. Consequently, he felt no remorse. He had narrowly avoided a failure in establishing his foundation, and he had not moved an inch within his designated area. Even if the failure of those disciples was somehow linked to him, he was entirely unaware of it. Moreover, if given the chance to repeat the experience, he would act in the same manner. He possessed no virtue of self-sacrifice for the sake of others. Witnessing Lin Xian's successful foundation establishment, Chun Lu exhaled in relief. Now, she could finally stabilize her own cultivation, and she was acutely aware that her own success in establishing a foundation was largely due to Lin Xian's influence. His mysterious cultivation method had absorbed most of the spiritual energy from the heavenly pool, and as the individual closest to Lin Xian, she, too, had reaped significant benefits. At this moment, the spiritual energy within the heavenly pool was nearly equivalent to that in the surrounding air. Consequently, all participants exited the pool. This particular opening of the heavenly pool witnessed 4 individuals successfully establish their foundation, 2 from the Xinlua sect, 1 from the blood demon cult, and 1 from the sword-treading manor. This marked the highest number of successful foundation establishments recorded in the history of the underwater city openings. Lin Xian and Chun Lu leapt from the pool, their garments thoroughly soaked. Lin Xian cast a glance at Chun Lu's curvaceous figure before hastily averting his gaze. Realizing the situation, Chun Lu promptly utilized her spiritual energy to evaporate the moisture enveloping her. Following her successful foundation establishment, her complexion appeared to have improved. Her cheeks slightly flushed, and an air of fluster enveloped her. Noticing Chun Lu's unease, Lin Xian smiled and remarked, "Congratulations, junior sister Chun, on your successful foundation establishment. From now on, you shall be regarded as an elder of our Xinlua sect. For the time being, let us focus on solidifying your cultivation, Elder Chun." Chun Lu playfully reproached, "But didn't senior brother Lin also succeed in establishing his foundation?" She then added, "However, I must express my gratitude to you, senior brother, for your assistance in my achievement." Lin Xian, fully aware of the reason behind Chun Lu's gratitude, chose to remain silent, and the two began to consolidate their cultivation. Meanwhile, the other disciples who had not succeeded in establishing their foundations gradually departed from the heavenly pool, as remaining there held no further significance. Only the 2 successful disciples from the blood demon cult and sword-treading manor lingered, diligently working to stabilize their own cultivation. Having just achieved such a significant milestone, they were reluctant to wander aimlessly in search of further opportunities. Should one encounter any monstrous beasts, the decline in their cultivation level would be a trivial matter. Yet perishing in such a place would be a grave concern. Thus, the 4 disciples who successfully established their foundations remained in the heavenly pool to stabilize their cultivation. As the ambient spiritual energy diminished from its initial abundance, their progress became exceedingly sluggish. It was not until the trials were nearing their conclusion that Lin Xian was the last to solidify his cultivation. Now, they were all veritable foundation-building practitioners. Chapter 56. A new trouble. After a year, the underwater city trials finally came to an end, and the participants were teleported back. The outcomes were mixed. Some rejoiced while others lamented. The demon sect had only 2 disciples emerge, while the blood demon sect saw 3 return, one of whom successfully established a foundation, eliciting joy among the higher-ups. The Swordstep Villa also had 3 disciples return, with one achieving foundation establishment, leaving their leaders equally elated. Meanwhile, the leader of the Shark Gang wore a grim expression, for none of the emerging disciples belonged to his faction. His piercing gaze fell upon Lin Xian, as he had evidently learned that his son had been slain by this young man from the Xinlua sect. Furthermore, it was likely that other disciples had also met their demise at his hands, and to add insult to injury, this young man had successfully established his foundation. It was hard to believe that when he first entered the secret realm, he was merely at the 11th level of Qi cultivation. Even if he devoted an entire year to his training, reaching the pinnacle of Qi cultivation seemed improbable. Yet, upon exiting the realm, he had astonishingly established his foundation. This suggested that he must have seized the opportunities intended for his son to achieve such a remarkable feat. Lin Xian deliberately ignored the gaze of the leader of the Sea Shark Gang. Since he dared to eliminate his son, he evidently was not afraid of retribution. As Lin Xian contemplated how to deal with the Sea Shark Gang, several ominous stares from the Blood Demon sect were directed at him. At that moment, a successfully established disciple of the sect subtly moved his lips, clearly transmitting a message to the elders of their sect. Sensing the situation was amiss, Luo Yusin transmitted to Lin Xian, "Xiener, have you offended the Sea Shark Gang and the Blood Demon sect in the secret realm?" Lin Xian replied through their mental communication. Disciple has indeed brought trouble to our sect. Not only did I slay the son of the Sea Shark Gang's leader, but I also killed the young master of the Blood Demon sect, as well as the heir of the Demon Fiend sect. Initially, Luo Yusin's expression remained impassive, but upon hearing this, she felt a pang of headache. Nonetheless, she maintained a calm tone as she replied, The trials in the secret realm do not concern life or death. You have done nothing wrong. I am genuinely pleased to see you successfully establish your foundation. Should those sects seek to trouble our Qiankun Luo sect, we shall contend with them as a whole. Lin Xian felt deeply moved by Luo Yusin's words and continued to communicate. Master, rest assured. If our Qiankun Luo sect finds itself in dire straits, you may expel me from the sect. Hearing Lin Xian's transmission, Luo Yusin furrowed her brow and responded, Do not utter such words again. Even if our Qiankun Luo sect were to perish, I firmly believe that one day, you will elevate it to even greater glory. Witnessing his master's resolute stance, Lin Xian chose to remain silent. At this moment, the leader of the Blood Demon sect flew towards the residence of the Xinluo sect. Sneering as he spoke, I must congratulate you, Taoist Luo, for the remarkable achievements of your Xinluo sect. 2 individuals have successfully established their foundations, and 7 have returned safely. Truly, you are commendable. Having grasped the true situation, Luo Yusin, undeterred, calmly replied, Our sect's disciples have lived up to the expectations of their elders, and we are indeed pleased with such accomplishments. Within the secret realm, each relies on their own abilities. The disciples' success is merely a result of their own fortuitous encounters. There is no need for you to exaggerate, Taoist Chung. At this juncture, the leader of the Shark Gang arrived at the Xinluo sect, his eyes brimming with murderous intent as he declared, Sect Master Luo, that wretch killed my son within the secret realm. I implore you to surrender him, and we, the Shark Gang, shall remain amicable neighbors with your Xinluo sect. Otherwise, I swear that even if it costs the last man of my gang, we shall not rest until we have settled this matter with your sect. Then, the leader of the demonic sect also arrived at the Xinluo sect, seething with anger as he stated, My demonic sect has only 2 individuals returning safely, marking the most devastating loss in all our trials. And it surely cannot be unrelated to that wretch. We, the demonic sect, are willing to ally with the Shark Gang. If you hand over that individual, we shall also remain peaceful neighbors with the Xinluo sect, ensuring mutual non-aggression. Luo Yusin maintained an expression of indifference, showing no signs of emotional upheaval despite the threats posed by the 3 factions. She glanced around, reassured to find no other forces taking advantage of the situation, and felt a slight sense of relief. Addressing the rulers of the 3 great factions, she declared, The rules of the underwater city trial have always been thus. Within the secret realm, everything relies on one's own cunning. Have you all forgotten this? Should you conspire to bully my Qiankun Luo sect, you are gravely mistaken. Even if my sect were to face annihilation, I dare say none of your factions would emerge unscathed. As Luo Yusin spoke, her tone grew increasingly frigid, making it evident that she would not yield to the 3 great powers. Not only Luo Yusin, but the elders who accompanied her also wore expressions of indignation. The regulations of the underwater trial had always been upheld by the 10 major factions, yet now, witnessing 2 disciples of the Qiankun Luo sect successfully establish their foundations, it was evident that they sought to take this opportunity to jointly strike against her sect. The Haisha Gang and Emosha Jiao, being the closest to Qiankun Luo sect, feared that should her sect grow stronger, it would pose a threat to their own. They aimed to use the pretext of vengeance to unite and diminish Qiankun Luo's influence. As for why the Blood Demon sect chose to involve itself, it left the leaders of the other 2 sects somewhat perplexed. However, the addition of strength could only be advantageous, and the ideal outcome would be for the 3 factions to unite in the destruction of Qiankun Luo sect. Should they succeed, all that Qiankun Luo possessed in this region would be divided between the 2 sections. The territory of the Blood Demon sect was still quite distant, separated by yet another faction, indicating they likely had ulterior motives. Upon hearing Luo Yusin's resolute stance, the leaders of the 3 factions ceased their demands for Lin Xian's surrender, exchanged some harsh words, and departed simultaneously. Even though they do not adhere to the rules, they dare not engage in open conflict here, for 2 powerful factions are present. The 10 major forces have mutually agreed that no combat shall occur at the entrance of the undersea city trial. To provoke the collective ire would be ill-advised. If one were to confront the Xinluo sect, it would require a united front from the 3 major factions, deploying their finest to achieve a more favorable outcome. Summoning the disciples aboard the flying vessel, Elder Feng deftly steered it swiftly back to the sect. This trial, while resulting in 2 individuals successfully establishing their foundation and 7 disciples returning safely, should have been a cause for celebration. However, the expressions of the crowd were devoid of any joy, and the atmosphere within the vessel was notably oppressive. On board the vessel, Chun Lu and Lin Xian had now seated themselves among the other foundational cultivators, their status markedly elevated above that of the other disciples. In an apparent effort to alleviate the tension, Chun Lu smiled and remarked, "My successful foundation establishment this time is entirely due to Brother Lin's contributions. In the secret realm, he saved my life twice." Chun Lu began recounting the myriad events that transpired within the secret realm. She did not utilize sound transmission. Thus, all the other trial disciples could hear her tale, casting envious glances in her direction. Although each of them had gleaned some gains during their time in the secret realm, in comparison to the achievement of successfully establishing a foundation, their experiences seemed trivial. Chapter 57. The Rising Storm. Upon hearing that Lin Xian, in the Qi refinement stage, single-handedly vanquished a third-tier beast, the disciples were taken aback, their expressions reflecting astonishment. The elders wore grave faces. After all, the beast was comparable to a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Although these beasts possessed limited intelligence, their physical prowess was exceptional, presenting a challenge far beyond what a Qi refinement disciple could tackle alone. However, they soon realized that Lin Xian was a prodigious talent, the direct disciple of the sect leader, and it would not be surprising if the leader had bestowed upon him certain treasures. With such enhancements, the notion of victory seemed somewhat plausible. Furthermore, Lin Xian was indeed an anomaly. He had managed to cultivate to the 6th layer of Qi refinement even in the Forsaken Lands where cultivation was nearly impossible, defying conventional logic. Luo Yusin sat in silence, her face devoid of expression. She was deep in contemplation, strategizing for the impending tempest. The Xinlua sect boasted 9 foundation establishment cultivators, including 2 in the late stage, 4 in the mid-stage, and 3 in the early stage. With the addition of 2 newly established cultivators, the sect had a total of 11 foundation establishment practitioners. Yet, they were poised to confront a coalition of 3 powerful factions. Based on previous intelligence, the combined forces of the 3 factions were estimated to include around 20 foundation establishment cultivators, with approximately 3 to 4 in the late stage. In terms of numbers, the Xinlua sect was undeniably at a disadvantage. Lin Xian's voice broke through Luo Yusin's reverie. "Master need not worry. When soldiers come, we shall meet them with arms. And when water rises, we shall build walls. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will surely pass." Lin Xian smiled faintly as he spoke. Glancing at her disciple before her, Luo Yusin felt her heavy heart lighten somewhat. Having lived for over 70 years, she was still considered young among cultivators, as she had barely reached 1/3 of her lifespan. However, she had encountered countless individuals of various dispositions, yet this particular disciple remained somewhat unfathomable. Taking a deep breath, Luo Yusin smiled and said, "Xianer is right. There is no need to be troubled by matters that cannot be changed. Let us return to the sect and deliberate on a course of action." Luo Yusin's smile eased the atmosphere within the flying vessel, and the heavy hearts of those present seemed to lighten in tandem with her mood. The journey proceeded smoothly, devoid of any troubles. Upon the vessel's descent onto the plaza of Hulu Island, several elders who remained at the sect came forth to greet them. They were pleasantly surprised to see 7 out of the 10 trial disciples return, especially as 2 of them had successfully established their foundations. The elders were particularly astonished by Lin Xian's achievement, for he had entered the secret realm with merely the cultivation of the 11th layer of Qi training. Even if he had emerged at the peak of Qi training, they would have accepted it, but to see him successfully establish his foundation was beyond their expectations. Meanwhile, Xind was equally taken aback. In just 4 years at the sect, Lin Xian had transformed from an inexperienced novice into a senior foundation cultivator. Now, he would have to address Lin Xian as senior. Fortunately, he had heeded his great-grandfather's advice to reconcile with the now esteemed Lin Xian, or else he would have faced considerable hardship. Wu Ningying displayed no semblance of a cultivator's awareness. Upon seeing Lin Xian still wearing a cheerful demeanor, she noted that little had changed since their initial encounter. With a bright smile, Wu Ningying approached Lin Xian and said, "Congratulations, Senior Lin, on successfully establishing your foundation. Our Xinlua sect has gained another foundational practitioner. From now on, You must be addressed as Senior Lin. However, you don't appear old at all. May I still call you Brother Lin? Lin Xian smiled faintly in response. It is merely a title, and I am indifferent to it. The kindness you extended to me aboard the ship remains unreturned, and now that I have established my foundation, many of the elixirs I possess have lost their efficacy. I shall present them to you, with hopes that one day you too will successfully establish your foundation. With that, Lin Xian produced over a dozen jade vials and handed them to Wu Ningying. She accepted them without hesitation, tucking them into her storage pouch, and boldly proclaimed, "Now this is what a true senior should do, taking care of the juniors." At that moment, another foundational elder in the square could no longer remain silent. With a stern expression, he admonished, "Little Ing, you must not be so disrespectful. Elder Lin has established his foundation. He is your senior. From now on, you must show him the respect due to a teacher, as this is the custom of the cultivation world, and we must not disrupt it." Wu Ningying pouted but then playfully made a face at Lin Xian before respectfully approaching the elder, bowing deeply, and stating, "Yes, master. From now on, I shall treat Elder Lin with the utmost respect, honoring him as I do you." Upon hearing the tone of Wu Ningying's speech, the elder shook his head. He was well aware of his disciple's capabilities. Her aptitude was commendable, yet she lacked the tranquility necessary for cultivation. At a similar age to Lin Xian, who had already achieved foundation establishment, she remained at merely the 5th layer of qi refinement, a result of 4 arduous years of practice. In the council hall of the Xinlua sect, Luo Yusin sat in the principal seat, surrounded by 11 foundation establishment cultivators, an unprecedented gathering in the sect's history. Just moments ago, I had elucidated the matter to the assembly. The demon cult, the sea shark gang, and the blood demon sect had formed an alliance and were poised to invade our Xinlua sect. It was apparent that the demon cult and the sea shark gang, seeing our growing strength, sought to conspire against us, while the intentions of the blood demon sect remained shrouded in mystery. Are there any countermeasures from the esteemed elders? Luo Yusin's voice resonated throughout the council hall, and finally, she turned her gaze toward the elders seated to her right. The elder was a slender, elderly man clad in a cerulean robe, his hair and beard now grizzled, suggesting he had lived many years. Noticing the sect leader's attention upon him, he adjusted his white beard and remarked, "It is evident that the 3 major forces harbor ambitions against our Xinlua sect. The demon cult and the sea shark gang, being our neighbors, naturally fear our ascendants. However, I believe this situation may also present an opportunity for our Xinlua sect." The Grand Elder paused at this point, casting a glance over all the seated elders. Many wore expressions of confusion, uncertain of the unfolding situation, ultimately turning their gazes back to the Grand Elder. Without further ado, he adopted an air of profound mystery and spoke, "The strength of our Xinlua sect has already surpassed that of the demon cult and the sea shark gang, and a confrontation with them is inescapable. However, this trial has only intensified the disparity among our 3 factions. The unexpected involvement of the blood demon sect adds an element of perplexity. Nevertheless, this will not alter the final outcome. Should we triumph over the 3 major factions, not only will our territory expand significantly, but our prestige will undergo a remarkable transformation. In the future, our recruitment of disciples may no longer necessitate a return to the Xinlua kingdom, allowing us to attract more exceptional talents." Chapter 58. The crisis of Xinlua sect. In response to the Grand Elder's assertions, the other elders nodded in agreement. However, this was contingent upon the Xinlua sect's ability to vanquish the 3 major factions. At this juncture, one elder, unable to restrain himself, inquired loudly, "Grand Elder, while your words hold truth, it is essential that our Xinlua sect is capable of defeating the 3 factions. If we succeed, the territories of the demon cult and the sea shark gang will undoubtedly become ours, along with their resources. Yet, our current strength is lacking, and we are on the brink of being consumed by them." This elder was known for his fiery temperament and forthrightness, his voice resonating with intensity. However, the Grand Elder remained confident and continued, "First and foremost, we have the protective formation, the smoke and cloud array. With the enhancement of the formation, is it not plausible that the strength of their 3 sects could be diminished by a third? Furthermore, let us not forget our Elder Lin, who was capable of slaying a 3rd-tier beast even during his qi refinement stage. Do you truly regard him as merely a novice foundation establishment cultivator? I believe our Elder Lin may very well serve as our ace, and ultimately, our victory will hinge upon his prowess." Upon hearing these words, the eyes of the other elders brightened. They had all considered Lin Xian to be a newly promoted Foundation Establishment cultivator, yet they had overlooked his combat capabilities. Although they had not heard of Lin Xian's exploits since entering the Foundation Establishment stage, his ability to engage in battles above his level surely remained intact. While it might be uncertain whether he could confront late Foundation Establishment cultivators, he would undoubtedly have no trouble dealing with those in the mid-Foundation Establishment stage. At that moment, the elders gazed at Lin Xian with eager anticipation. Feeling somewhat pressured under their scrutiny, Lin Xian managed a sheepish smile and remarked, "While I cannot claim to confront late Foundation Establishment cultivators, I do possess a degree of confidence in my ability to slay those in the mid-Foundation Establishment stage." His choice of words, to slay rather than simply to confront, transformed the expressions of the elders into a complex mix of emotions. After all, it had taken them decades to reach the Foundation Establishment stage, while this young man was barely in his 20s, audaciously proclaiming his capacity to eliminate mid-Foundation Establishment cultivators. Even they would not dare to speak so boldly. Nonetheless, no one doubted Lin Xian's assertion. In this context, they all understood that he would not engage in mere bravado. Lin Xian's bold assertion stemmed from his ability to extend his spiritual awareness over a radius of 150 miles, a prowess surpassing that of mid-Foundation Establishment cultivators. In the presence of such practitioners, he had indeed earned the right to wield the Soul Piercer. A surprise attack would easily succeed if the opponent remained unprepared. With the endorsement of the Grand Elder and Lin Xian's words, the assembled elders felt a significant alleviation of their initial panic, though a lingering tension undoubtedly remained, given that they faced a coalition of 3 formidable factions. Observing the atmosphere within the council chamber, Luo Yusin felt a profound satisfaction. The Grand Elder, a pivotal figure in the founding of the Xinlua sect, had tirelessly shielded and guided the sect through turbulent times. It was fair to say that without his unwavering support, the Xinlua sect would not have attained its current stature, and the elders held him in deep respect. As the tension began to dissipate, Luo Yusin addressed the assembly. "Since all esteemed elders have no objections to the Grand Elders' Council, our sect shall commence with the arrangements. Elder Lin, having recently entered the Foundation Establishment stage, and with a great battle on the horizon, our sect shall grant you access to the Treasure Pavilion, allowing you to select a magical artifact. What do you all think?" The elders nodded in agreement, recognizing the necessity of equipping Lin Xian as an unexpected advantage. With their consensus, Luo Yusin continued, "Effective immediately, we shall recall all disciples and activate the smoke, wind, and cloud formation. Foundation Establishment elders will pair up to patrol the entire sect, with each pair assigned to a 2-day watch. As for Elders Chun and Lin, given your brief time at the Foundation Establishment stage, you need not partake in the patrols. Instead, focus on familiarizing yourselves with your new realm." Under the meticulous arrangement of Luo Yusin, Xian Luozong swiftly commenced its operations. All the hundreds of Qi training disciples were summoned back and entered the formation within the main peak. Although the disciples were bewildered by the unfolding events, they harbored an innate understanding that something significant was about to transpire, causing a sense of trepidation among them. At this moment, Lin Xian also ventured into the treasure vault of Xian Luozong. He was directly escorted by the elder responsible for guarding the vault to the section where the treasured magical artifacts were stored. The elder simply instructed him to select an artifact that suited him before departing. The treasures within the vault were not abundant, to illustrate. Lin Xian counted the magical artifacts and found merely 5 in total, comprising 2 superior-grade artifacts and 3 top-grade artifacts, thereby limiting his options considerably. Automatically disregarding the superior-grade artifacts, he examined the 3 top-grade ones, a golden spear, a fiery red whip, and a set of 7 golden flying needles. At that moment, Lin Xian found himself irresistibly drawn to the 7 golden needles. These needles, radiating a faint golden hue, were reminiscent in thickness to chopsticks and measured approximately 2 inches in length. The tips emitted a chilling glimmer, as though they could pierce through anything. Upon scrutinizing the label, he discerned their designation, the 7-star needles. After a brief contemplation, he glanced at the spear and the whip once more and, without further hesitation, seized the jade box containing the 7-star needles and made his way toward the exit. Upon reaching the entrance, the guardian elder noticed Lin Xian's choice of the 7-star needles and furrowed his brow slightly, remarking, "Elder Lin, do you know why these 7-star needles have remained in the treasure vault all this time?" Lin Xian replied, "I am unaware, esteemed elder. Is there a particular reason for their prolonged presence? I would be grateful for your guidance. Upon finishing his words, Lin Xian politely clasped his hands together, exhibiting utmost courtesy. Although he and the elders were currently at the foundation establishment stage, rendering their statuses relatively equal, he was nonetheless in need of assistance. Moreover, the elder guardian, clearly over a century old, could be regarded as a senior figure to the merely 20-something Lin Xian. The elder guardian, without any preamble, spoke directly. This set of 7-star needles may not hold much advantage in direct combat. However, if employed for a surprise attack, its potency is extraordinary. Few cultivators would be able to defend against it, and the likelihood of falling victim to an unexpected strike is significantly high. Many elders from various sects have coveted this set of 7-star needles. To prevent wastage of the artifact, the sect master established a rule. Anyone capable of wielding 3 golden needles may exchange them for this set. Apart from the sect master and the grand elder, other elders can, at most, control only 2 of the 7-star needles, thus considerably diminishing the artifact's power. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian comprehended the elder guardian's intention. He refrained from further commentary and promptly opened the jade box, releasing his spiritual sense to commence the activation of the 7-star needles. Chapter 59. The army presses forward soon. 3 golden needles soared from the jade box, beginning to orbit around Lin Xian. With a mere thought, the 3 golden needles transformed into 3 golden threads, shooting forth in different directions before executing a sharp turn and returning to encircle Lin Xian once more. Upon witnessing this scene, the elder of the Guardian Pavilion underwent several transformations in expression. Such a maneuver was beyond his capabilities, even with the manipulation of 2 golden needles. Yet this newly appointed Elder Lin effortlessly commanded 3. Aside from the sect master and the grand elder, it seemed that no one else within the sect could achieve such a feat after the initial shock. The guardian elder revealed a smile, exclaiming, "Elder Lin truly lives up to being the sect master's direct disciple, possessing exceptional talent that surpasses the ordinary." It appeared that this time, the Xinlua sect had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Perhaps. The guardian elder refrained from continuing his thoughts and instructed Lin Xian to swiftly familiarize himself with the usage of this set of magical artifacts. Lin Xian felt an increasing sense of urgency within him, aware that time was of the essence for both himself and the Xinlua sect. The stakes of success or failure were critical to the survival and prosperity of the sect. Every disciple must remain vigilant and meticulous. While it was likely that many would perish, should the Xinlua sect endure this crisis, it would usher in a period of unparalleled prosperity. All losses would eventually be compensated, but if they faltered, the borders of the Wuwang Sea might forever be devoid of the Xinlua sect as a sect of cultivation. The alliance of the 3 major forces materialized more swiftly than anticipated. Driven by mutual interests, they promptly reached an agreement. Within a fortnight, the forces of the 3 factions arrived at Hulu Island. Upon witnessing the assembly of cultivators outside the formation, a wave of panic surged through the hearts of the disciples of the Xinlua sect, even causing trepidation among those at the foundation establishment stage. Outside the protective formation of the Xinlua sect, nearly 1,000 cultivators had gathered. At the forefront stood 3 individuals, all of whom were late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Behind them were 18 elders from the 3 major factions, all foundation establishment cultivators as well. These individuals constituted the main force in this battle and were crucial to determining the outcome of the battlefield. Although they had anticipated this scenario, the sight of such a formidable assembly before the elders of the Xinlua sect weighed heavily upon their hearts. The troops of the 3 major factions advanced with great momentum. In their minds, this was a war devoid of suspense. In terms of both the number of foundation establishment cultivators and disciples, they held an unequivocal advantage. Observing the swirling mist of the formation below, the leader of the Sea Shark gang wore a disdainful expression and called out into the fog, "Friend Luo, nearly a month has passed. I wonder if you have made up your mind to surrender the one named Lin or to persist in your obstinacy." After a brief pause, the leader continued, "It seems that you have chosen to remain obstinate. My fellow friends, let us foundation establishment cultivators breach the formation first. Once it is shattered, we shall leave no one alive in the Xinlua sect. What say you, my companions?" At this moment, the leader of the Sea Shark gang bore a fierce countenance, as if he could already envision the scene of blood flowing through the Xinlua sect. The other 2 late-stage sovereign cultivators shared a similar sentiment, as if victory was within their grasp. The leader of the demonic sect shouted, "Foundation establishment cultivators, follow us 3 to breach the formation. The remaining disciples shall stand by." 21 foundational cultivators transformed into 21 beams of light, plunging into the smoke and wind cloud array. The unfolding events were largely anticipated by the Grand Elder. The moment of opportunity for the Xinhua sect had finally arrived. At this juncture, the elders of the Xinhua sect were both anxious and exhilarated, a reaction that aligned perfectly with the Grand Elder's foresight. The pivotal factor determining the outcome of this battle hinged upon the forthcoming counterattack from the Xinhua sect. In accordance with their prior agreement, Luo Yusin and the Grand Elder promptly entered the array to engage in combat with 2 late-stage foundational cultivators, preventing them from sabotaging the smoke and wind cloud array. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 mid-stage foundational elders maneuvered through the array, facing off against another late-stage foundational cultivator. Lin Xian emerged as the linchpin of this conflict, tasked with infiltrating the array to seize the opportunity to ambush the early and mid-stage foundational cultivators within. Should he execute his mission with efficiency, the scales of victory would tip in favor of the Xinhua sect. The smoke and wind cloud array was primarily a defensive formation, designed to ensnare adversaries, devoid of offensive capabilities. Those who entered the array would find their spiritual awareness and senses severely suppressed, their visual range reduced to mere feet. In contrast, the defending side enjoyed a home field advantage. Under the control of the array-manipulating cultivators, their spiritual awareness and senses experienced minimal disruption. Had the strengths of both sides been comparable, few would dare to enter the array. However, this time, the disparity in strength was pronounced, leading the coalition of the 3 major factions to contemplate a direct breach of the formation, with the addition of Luo Yusin and the Grand Elder. The leader of the Mo Sha sect and the chief of the Hai Sha gang found themselves ensnared, compelled to exercise caution against the onslaught of the 2 formidable foes, thus rendering them incapable of dismantling the formation. Furthermore, another leader from the Blood Demon sect was incessantly harassed by the 4 mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators from the Exine Luo sect, which hindered his ability to focus on breaching the array, significantly diminishing the efficiency of their assault. Elder Huo was tasked with manipulating the grand formation, while the remaining 3 early-stage foundation establishment elders, including Chen Lu, were assigned to engage the enemy within the array. It could be said that all of Exine Luo sect's foundation establishment cultivators, save for Elder Huo, were fully committed to the fray. Although the coalition of the 3 major powers found themselves on the defensive within the array, their numerical superiority was a distinct advantage. Whenever they detected a cultivator from Exine Luo sect, they would converge and attack en masse, which posed a dilemma for any Exine Luo cultivator attempting a stealthy assault. Should they be struck, they would not only face certain death but also incur grave injuries. In the earlier skirmishes, the cultivators of Exine Luo sect suffered considerable losses, relying on the protection of the formation to preserve their lives. Having discerned the strategic maneuvers of the coalition, Lin Xian prepared to make his move. He withdrew 3 golden needles, specifically the set of 7-star needles selected from the treasure vault of Exine Luo sect. Currently, he could only wield 3 at most. Hence, he refrained from extracting the entire set. As the needles circled above Lin Xian's head under his command, his consciousness roamed incessantly among the cultivators of the 3 major factions. After exchanging glances with the foundation-building cultivators of the sect, the early-stage cultivators launched an assault against the coalition's initial cultivators. However, their magical tools failed to breach the defenses of their opponents, being repelled by protective artifacts. Yet, in the course of their counterattack, they revealed vulnerabilities. Lin Xian decisively propelled 3 golden needles towards a foundation-building cultivator of the coalition, the needles moving with remarkable speed. By the time the cultivator sensed the approach of the needles, it was already too late to react. 1 needle pierced through his brow. Chapter 60. A dire situation. The foundation-building cultivator did not even have time to scream before Lin Xian eliminated him. The 7-star needle truly lived up to its reputation as a premium magical artifact, proving to be invincible in ambushes. Witnessing the tragic demise of his companion cast a shadow of fear over the once confident coalition cultivators. Their hearts began to quiver with trepidation. Driven by this fear, the early-stage cultivators huddled together, each drawing forth their defensive artifacts to create a formidable barrier around themselves. At that moment, they cared little for breaking formations. Preserving their lives took precedence. However, their plans were destined to fail. Observing the foundation-building cultivators fortifying their defenses, a subtle smile curved Lin Xian's lips. He sheathed the golden needles and summoned forth a blood-red greatsword, another exquisite magical artifact with formidable offensive capabilities. With a swift hand gesture and incantation, the blood-red sword surged towards the gathering of foundation-building cultivators. Sensing the impending threat of the powerful artifact, 5 cultivators turned on their heels and fled to the side. With a decisive stroke, the blade struck the remaining defensive artifacts of the few cultivators. Though these artifacts were not of the highest quality, their numbers were significant. This single blow shattered 4 defensive artifacts, yet ultimately, it failed to injure any of the cultivators. The Allied forces comprised 18 cultivators, with 12 in the early stages of foundation establishment and the remaining 6 in the mid-stages. Their purpose for entering the formation was twofold: to assist the late-stage foundation cultivators in breaking the array and to jointly restrain any cultivators from the Xinhua sect they might encounter, potentially even vanquishing them. However, the unfolding events did not align with the Allied cultivators' expectations. Instead, the Xinhua sect cultivators were well prepared, causing the former to falter in their resolve. At this juncture, the remaining 17 cultivators abandoned their attempts to breach the formation, realizing that if they did not unite, they risked being systematically defeated. Lin Xian executed an attack that failed to harm a single soul. However, over a dozen counterattacks were directed towards him. Anticipating this, Lin Xian had already shifted his position, evading the onslaught. With their attacks missing, the cultivators hastily summoned their defensive artifacts once more, fortifying their defenses with even greater rigor, leaving no discernible flaws. Their sole hope now rested on the 3 late-stage foundation cultivators breaking the formation swiftly. Otherwise, their predicament would become increasingly dire. Upon witnessing such a scenario, Lin Xian furrowed his brow. It was evident that the mid-foundation establishment cultivators engaged in combat with the Blood Demon sect's leader had sustained significant injuries. With one mid-foundation cultivator already rendered incapable of continuing the fight and removed from the formation, they were on the verge of collapse. This situation was decidedly disadvantageous for the Elder Huo sect, and matters were deteriorating rapidly. Anxiety began to swell within Lin Xian. Gazing at the impenetrable defense formed by the 17 cultivators, he felt a sense of helplessness. He could not idly observe as the situation unfolded unfavorably. Countless thoughts raced through his mind, and ultimately, he appeared to arrive at a resolution. Perhaps there still lay a glimmer of hope. Thus, a soul-piercing dart swiftly shot forth, aimed at the sea of consciousness of a foundation establishment cultivator. Within a breath's time, a piercing scream echoed as a nascent foundation cultivator fell unexpectedly to demise. The manner of this fall sent ripples of panic among the others. After all, their defense was impervious, and no artifact could silently extinguish the life of a foundation cultivator. Lin Xian pressed on undeterred. Having entered the foundation establishment stage, his spiritual power had significantly surpassed that of his previous qi refining phase, now nearing the strength of late foundation establishment cultivators. Consequently, the potency of the soul-piercing dart had experienced a remarkable enhancement. Furthermore, he was now capable of unleashing the dart consecutively twice. If he forced himself, he could even execute it thrice, though such an action would inevitably result in backlash upon himself. Another soul-piercing dart was released, and once more, within a breath span, a nascent foundation cultivator let out a wail and collapsed to the ground. After the monk collapsed, the remaining cultivators could no longer remain passive. One cultivator shouted loudly, "That was a soul attack. We must flee at once." Those at the early foundation establishment stage understood well that the adversary could likely eliminate early-stage cultivators solely through such soul attacks, making them the most vulnerable. Mid-stage cultivators possessed inherently stronger souls, and even if the soul attack proved somewhat effective, it was improbable that it could extinguish their lives directly. It could be asserted that such soul attacks could not annihilate mid-stage cultivators. As the cultivators scattered in panic, their formation disintegrated entirely. Fear gripped their hearts, especially among the early-stage cultivators, who felt as though they were being stalked by the specter of death. The Grim Reaper side poised to reap their lives at any moment. Witnessing this turmoil, the disciples of the Xinhua sect felt a surge of exhilaration. Their opportunity had finally arrived. The early-stage cultivators within the formation commenced a fierce assault on the fleeing cultivators. At this juncture, the early-stage martial practitioners had completely lost their fighting spirit, their thoughts consumed by the specter of death looming above them, anxiously fearing that they would be the next to fall. Lin Xian once more retrieved 3 golden needles, deftly maneuvering them through the air, striking down one early-stage cultivator after another. Their storage bags became spoils of war for Lin Xian. The air was filled with a cacophony of screams as early-stage cultivators fell victim to the Xinhua sect's attacks. Although the mid-stage cultivators remained unscathed for the moment, unease began to stir within them as well. The shrieks did not linger for long. Merely a brief moment passed before tranquility once again enveloped the formation. Without the united defense, the early-stage cultivators within the array were akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. As silence returned to the formation, the mid-stage cultivators grew tense. Unlike their early-stage counterparts who scurried about chaotically, they maintained their defensive formation. The struggle between Luo Yusin and the Grand Elder remained fiercely contested, their strengths seemingly evenly matched. However, among the 4 mid-stage cultivators of the Xinhua sect, only 2 still possessed combat capabilities and continued to fight valiantly. The situation remained dire. Should the leader of the Blood Demon sect manage to intervene, there would be no one capable of opposing him. He could unhesitatingly dismantle the array, which, though it would require some time, would ultimately be breached. Once the formation fell, the Xinhua sect would be doomed to annihilation. Without the array's support, the combined force of 3 late-stage cultivators would surely overwhelm Luo Yusin and the Grand Elder, leaving the remaining 6 mid-stage cultivators without anyone to contend with. The Xinhua sect stood at the precipice of life and death. Chapter 61. A critical moment faced with such a perilous crisis. All the elders of the Xinhua sect found themselves bereft of solutions, turning their gazes towards Lin Xian in hopes of a miracle. Lin Xian, too, felt helpless. Despite his deep affection for the sect and his unwillingness to witness its destruction, he was merely an early-stage cultivator, while 6 mid-stage cultivators stood before him. On his side, apart from the 2 mid-stage cultivators who were still gritting their teeth in perseverance within the formation, he could only rely on the 3 early-stage cultivators for assistance. The disparity in strength was nothing short of astronomical. After a brief contemplation, Lin Xian retrieved a talisman inscribed with the image of a small sword from his storage bag. Indeed, this was the small sword talisman he had acquired from a disciple of the Sword Mountain sect during the trial in the secret realm. Upon extracting the talisman, Lin Xian deftly performed a series of hand seals while reciting incantations fervently. In just a few breaths, the talisman transformed into a small sword, gleaming in a lustrous silvery hue, now hovering above Lin Xian's head and radiating an intense aura of spiritual energy. As he altered his hand seals, the small sword surged forth, slashing towards the magical artifacts of the 6 mid-stage cultivators. The power of the talisman was something Lin Xian had only heard of, for such treasures were exceedingly rare in the entire peripheral sea region. Here, without any golden core cultivators to forge talismans, all such artifacts had to be procured from the more central waters. Upon witnessing the emergence of the talisman, the 6 mid-stage cultivators wore expressions of grave concern. Fully aware of the talisman's might, they continuously shifted their hand gestures, amplifying the defensive power of their magical artifacts. Yet, despite their efforts, when the silvery small sword struck their defenses, it cleaved through their protective artifacts with ease, severing them in twain. The small sword, undeterred by the destruction, continued its relentless advance, breaching 4 layers of defense in succession. Observing the tremendous power of the talisman, Lin Xian felt a sense of solace. While the 6 mid-stage cultivators were filled with trepidation, realizing that, given such offensive capability, they might not withstand the talisman's assault. This time, although 4 defensive artifacts were lost, no casualties were inflicted upon the cultivators. After withstanding the assault, the 6 individuals retaliated with their own offensive artifacts, targeting Lin Xian. At that moment, 3 other early-stage cultivators arrived by Lin Xian's side, each raising their defensive artifacts. Lin Xian also produced his silver shield, positioning it before him. The onslaught arrived swiftly. Due to the necessity of controlling the talisman, Lin Xian found himself immobile. Any movement would result in the talisman slipping from his grasp. The talisman, a small sword, darted through the air, clashing with the 3 offensive artifacts, effectively neutralizing their attacks. Yet, 3 artifacts still surged toward Lin Xian. The defensive artifacts of the 3 early-stage cultivators were soon breached. Although the power of the attacking artifacts diminished upon breaching the defenses, they still carried significant destructive force as they collided with the silver shield. The silver shield glimmered brilliantly, resonating with 3 metallic clangs as the incoming artifacts were repelled. Witnessing this, Lin Xian felt a surge of joy while simultaneously directing the talisman's sword to strike again at the 6 opponents. Realizing their previous assault had failed, the 6 cultivators retrieved their defensive artifacts once more, preparing to defend as the talisman's sword approached them rapidly. In mere moments, the sword descended again, this time breaking through all 6 defenses and landing a decisive blow on one of the mid-stage cultivators. A chilling scream echoed as the mid-stage cultivator was cleaved in two, a testament to the talisman's formidable power. Following the defeat of the mid-stage cultivator, the spiritual energy emanating from the talisman diminished significantly, its radiance waning. As Lin Xian altered his hand gestures, the talisman continued its relentless assault towards another mid-stage cultivator. After 2 rounds of fierce attacks, the defensive artifacts of the mid-stage cultivators were nearly obliterated. Even those that remained were low-grade artifacts they typically shunned. Such artifacts were as insubstantial as mere paper in the face of the talisman's might. At this juncture, the 3 early-stage cultivators from the Qiankun Luo sect unleashed their artifacts, launching a vigorous onslaught against the mid-stage cultivators of the allied forces. Under the overwhelming force of the talisman, 2 more mid-stage cultivators swiftly met their demise, while the remaining 3, now thoroughly terrified, fled towards the direction of the Blood Demon sect's leader. At that moment, the 2 mid-stage cultivators from the Qiankun Luo sect were also vanquished by the Blood Demon sect's leader. As he prepared to dismantle the formation, he noticed 3 mid-stage cultivators scrambling towards him in disarray. A brief moment of sensing caused his expression to darken significantly. Of the 21 foundation-building cultivators that had entered the formation, only 6 remained. Such losses were undeniably substantial. Even if the 3 great powers ultimately emerged victorious, they would be left severely weakened. Should other factions seize the opportunity to exploit their plight, their sects would face catastrophic ruin. The thought of returning with further injuries made it evident that before they could settle comfortably, they would likely be besieged by rival forces. With this in mind, the 3 foundation-building cultivators found themselves in a dire predicament, caught in a situation where moving forward was fraught with peril and retreat was equally unfeasible. Regret began to seep into their minds. Had they known how troublesome the Qiankun Luo sect would prove to be, they would not have sought out such unnecessary troubles. After slaying 3 mid-stage cultivators, Lin Xian's talisman had exhausted its power, disintegrating into ash and scattering with the wind. However, he did not take action. At this moment, the 3 mid-level cultivators had lost their defensive artifacts. He once again produced 3 golden needles. As the needles emerged, they swiftly transformed into 3 golden threads, hurtling toward the trio of cultivators. The speed of the needles was astonishing. The 3 could not evade them and were each struck, followed by 3 anguished cries. Thus, the leader of the Blood Demon sect watched helplessly as the 3 fell before him. With a furious roar, he commanded his artifact to launch an assault in Lin Xian's direction. Yet, how could Lin Xian simply stand by and allow him to strike? At this juncture, he no longer needed to control the talismans. With a swift motion, he deftly evaded the attack from the Blood Demon sect leader. Collecting the storage bags that lay on the ground, Lin Xian withdrew from the great formation. He was now severely depleted, both in spiritual consciousness and energy, and in dire need of replenishment. The other 3 early-stage cultivators also exited the formation. In the face of a late-stage cultivator, they were as insignificant as ants, unable to make any impact. Once Lin Xian emerged from the formation, he seated himself cross-legged, beginning to channel the Xian Yin Sutra to restore his spiritual consciousness. Simultaneously, he retrieved a jade vial from his storage bag, pouring out several pills and consuming them without hesitation. The leader of the Blood Demon sect, in a frenzy within the formation, attacked wildly. However, he failed to strike any of the Qiankun Luo sect's cultivators and ultimately ceased his onslaught. No longer concerned with breaking the formation, he had brought most of the sect's elite with him to Qiankun Luo sect. With the situation now hopeless, he sought only to spill blood and relieve the pent-up frustration within him. Chapter 62. A turn of events. Sensing the arrival of the Blood Demon sect master, Luo Yusin and the Grand Elder chose not to linger in battle. They swiftly withdrew from the formation, fully aware of the unfolding events within. As the Grand Elder had stated, Lin Xian had indeed become their unexpected ally, rescuing the Xinluo sect, a fact that could not be denied. Although the situation had significantly improved for the Xinluo sect, threats still loomed. Should the 3 adversaries breach their formation, the sect would remain vulnerable to the assaults of 3 late-stage foundation establishment cultivators, such as the decisive role played by high-level practitioners in battle. However, this remained a theoretical concern. Presently, the Xinhua sect had assumed absolute initiative. The 3 late-stage cultivators, ensnared within the formation, could not recover, and their combat prowess was diminished. Furthermore, the formation could not be dismantled in haste, and breaking it would require considerable effort. In truth, the imminent danger did not stem from the Xinhua sect, but rather from the 3 late-stage cultivators. It appeared that the cultivators had grasped this reality as well. After everyone had exited the formation, they did not rush to dismantle it. The leader of the Sea Shark gang proclaimed loudly from within the formation, Luo Daoist. Our 3 great factions have indeed acted improperly this time. All our foundation establishment cultivators have perished here. Perhaps it would be wise to let this matter rest. What say you, Luo Daoist? Luo Yusin replied with a cold laugh. You 3 sects come and go as you please, disregarding the Xinhua sect as if it were inconsequential. Your words hold no credibility. Today, I, Luo Yusin, declare this. As long as I draw breath, I shall not rest until there is a reckoning between my Xinhua sect and your 3 great factions. Upon hearing Luo Yusin's words, the 3 individuals ensnared within the formation felt a sense of despair wash over them. They were aware that, despite being late-stage cultivators, they were trapped within the confines of the array. To break free would require an immense expenditure of spiritual energy, and should they choose not to escape, they would remain imprisoned, ultimately leading to their demise. At that moment, regret flooded their hearts. What they had believed to be a certain victory had culminated in such a disheartening outcome. The instigator of this predicament was none other than that young man surnamed Lin, who not only possessed a remarkable treasure, but also exhibited an astonishing rate of cultivation. Even if he had not come to the Xinhua sect this time, it was only a matter of years before the sect would launch an assault on theirs, and their fate would likely mirror their current plight, though this outcome had merely been expedited. Witnessing Luo Yusin's unwavering resolve extinguished any thoughts of reconciliation among the 3, prompting them to launch a frenzied assault on the nodes of the formation. Observing their desperate attempts to dismantle the array, Luo Yusin and the Grand Elder re-entered the formation. Luo Yusin did not wish for conflict, yet the situation had escalated to a point where seeking peace would equate to releasing a tiger back into the mountains, leaving the Xinhua sect with a lingering threat. Missing this opportunity would render the annihilation of 3 late-stage foundation cultivators a nearly insurmountable task in the future. Upon re-entering the formation, the Grand Elder earnestly advised Luo Yusin, Sect Master, we must not become entangled in battle. Our objective is merely to exhaust their spiritual energy, preventing them from successfully breaking the array. We need not engage in a deadly struggle. Luo Yusin nodded in agreement, responding, Your foresight is commendable, Grand Elder. It is thanks to your wisdom that we may successfully navigate through this crisis. After this crisis, our Xinhua sect will once again flourish. The Grand Elder sighed and remarked, As inhabitants of the Forgotten Land, we were never meant to cultivate. Without unforeseen circumstances, we would have merely aged and perished in that desolate place. Now, having finally escaped the Forgotten Land and established our roots in the Wuang Sea, we possess a sanctuary for cultivation. I shall not allow it to be extinguished. Although our current strength is feeble, I firmly believe that with continuous development, there will come a day when the southern seas will recognize the presence of our Xinhua sect. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, Luo Yusin felt a surge of emotion. She had witnessed the growth of the Xinhua sect firsthand, and it could be said that the majority of its achievements today are due to the Grand Elder's efforts. Within the formation, the persistent interference from Luo Yusin and the Grand Elder vexed the trio attempting to breach it. They wished to confront the 2 in a life-or-death struggle. Yet the latter showed no inclination to engage in a fierce battle. Instead, as they endeavored to dismantle the formation, the 2 would launch their attacks. This significantly hindered their progress. Ultimately, one member of the trio focused solely on breaking the formation, while the other 2 maintained vigilance, attacking when Luo Yusin and the Grand Elder advanced, and resuming their efforts to breach the formation when the 2 retreated. As they worked to dismantle the formation, they also utilized spirit stones to continuously replenish their spiritual energy. Otherwise, once the formation was broken, they would find themselves drained of power and devoid of the ability to fight, leading to certain demise. Thus, in the end, they were not overly anxious to breach the formation. Thus, an hour passed, followed by another hour. Luo Yusin and the Grand Elder incessantly harassed the trio, who seemed to have discerned the intentions of their adversaries. While the three could restore some of their spiritual energy through spirit stones, such replenishment was exceedingly limited, compounded by the relentless interference from Luo Yusin and the Grand Elder. Although the trio felt exasperated, they found themselves powerless to alter the situation. 3 hours elapsed, and the nodes of the formation had been nearly dismantled by the three. The formation was on the verge of collapse. At this moment, although their spiritual energy had been significantly depleted, they still retained about 30% of their power. United in their efforts, this remaining energy would suffice to utterly annihilate the Xinlua sect. As they envisioned the downfall of the Xinlua sect, the trio acknowledged that their own sects would undoubtedly face decline, perhaps even extinction. However, the prospect of releasing the pent-up frustrations within them made the endeavor worthwhile. They were soon to advance into the golden core stage of cultivation, and if their inner turmoil remained unexpressed, it would pose considerable obstacles to their breakthroughs. There was even a possibility of being invaded by inner demons during their ascension, leading to a descent into madness. At this moment, the remaining combat-capable cultivators of the Xinlua sect had been gathered by the Grand Elder, encompassing both the foundation establishment and Qi refinement stages. The Grand Elder gazed solemnly at the assembly and proclaimed, "The formation shall soon be breached. The sect master and I can only contend with 2 of our adversaries, leaving the third to your hands. It is possible that we may incur losses, yet the Xinlua sect must not be extinguished. You are all subjects of our Xinlua nation. Bringing you here to cultivate was meant to be your opportunity. If we endure this trial, our Xinlua sect shall witness a transformation, and in turn, you will have access to greater resources for your cultivation, illuminating your futures." His speech quelled the fear within the disciples, igniting a fervor for battle among them. It was the Xinlua sect that had elevated them to the status of cultivators, unveiling the vistas of a broader world. Now it was time for them to reciprocate. Chapter 63. The Battle for the Survival of Xinlua Sect, Part 1. Currently, the Xinlua sect boasts 4 foundational stage cultivators. Elder Huo, due to his control over the formation, has not expended his energy. The other 2 mid-foundational elders, after enduring a period of recovery, have regained some combat strength. The remaining members are primarily Qi training disciples, with those below the 10th level not summoned by the Grand Elder for this confrontation. However, there are several dozen at the 10th level and above. Their combined attacks can inflict substantial damage. This battle is pivotal for the survival of the Xinlua sect, and it is understandable that the Grand Elder has taken such measures. If the sect were to fall, these disciples would find themselves equally devoid of refuge. In these few hours, Linjia has restored himself to his peak condition, as the soul power expended from using the soul-piercing strike has completely replenished. The Qianyin technique is indeed a remarkable art. However, it is regrettable that Elder Huo only imparted to him the foundational aspects of its practice. Upon entering the foundation establishment stage, Linjia began to cultivate the primordial immortal scripture. Although this scripture is reputed to be extraordinary, Linjia finds it pales in comparison to the Qianyin technique. Firstly, the content of the primordial immortal scripture is profound and abstruse, demanding a considerable investment of time for comprehension, and the speed of cultivation is agonizingly slow, as if this technique were inherently incompatible with Linjia's nature. In stark contrast, the Qianyin technique allows Linjia to thrive as if he were a fish in water, and its unique influence on his consciousness has proven immensely beneficial. The primordial immortal scripture lacks such advantages. Linjia has not practiced it for long, and his current sentiment is that it is inferior to even the most ordinary techniques, devoid of any distinguishing features. If there is any uniqueness to it, it lies in its obscurity and the extreme sluggishness of its cultivation process. Nevertheless, Linjia is not inclined to abandon the primordial immortal scripture, for it is a technique that has astonished even the revered Burning Heart Elder, who repeatedly cautioned him to never disclose its existence. Just as Linjia lamented the absence of the subsequent techniques of the Qianyin, a thunderous roar abruptly interrupted his thoughts. The swirling clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, revealing 3 resounding bursts of laughter that echoed deafeningly through the air. Soon, the leaders of the Sea Shark Gang, the Demon Sorcery Cult, and the Blood Demon sect appeared in the sky above the square. Although their appearances were somewhat disheveled, they exuded an air of confidence, their gazes condescendingly surveying the cultivators below, and their expressions gradually turned menacing. The leader of the Blood Demon sect spoke in a frigid tone. "Today, none of you from the Xinlua sect shall escape with your lives. I shall drain your blood and souls, and forge them into blood spirits, rendering you my puppets, forever deprived of rebirth. Initially, the Blood Demon sect had no intention of involving themselves in this conflict, as they were quite distant from the Xinhua sect and had no stakes in the matter. However, upon learning from their trial disciples that Lin Xian had annihilated the Blood Demon sect's young master, Cheng Ziyuan, and acquired the coveted water spirit pearl, they felt compelled to seize the treasure. What was once perceived as a virtually risk-free endeavor turned into a devastating loss for the Blood Demon sect. With nearly half of their elite forces decimated, even if they returned safely, the Blood Demon sect would face the looming threat of being swallowed by other factions, a possibility that loomed large. Upon hearing the leader of the Blood Demon sect's words, the disciples below remained largely unfazed. The earlier words of the Grand Elder had dispelled their panic and fear, and they now sought only to contribute to their sect, feeling a sense of pride in their participation in this battle, regardless of the outcome. 3 late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators were filled with pent-up frustration. Their desire for bloodshed was approaching madness, as only through slaughter could they find tranquility in their hearts. The battle soon erupted. Luo Yusin clashed fiercely with the leader of the Sea Shark gang, both sides unleashing their full might, engaging in a fierce struggle with no quarter given. The Grand Elder stood alongside the leader of the Blood Demon sect, their magical artifacts clashing in a dazzling display of brilliance, the battle unfolding with equal ferocity. The leader of the Blood Demon sect wore a sinister grin as he surveyed the group of cultivators before him, noting that among them were merely 7 Foundation establishment practitioners, while the rest consisted of Qi refinement cultivators. Among the Foundation establishment practitioners, 2 mid-stage cultivators exhibited unstable auras, clearly still recovering from severe injuries and barely able to fight, while he regarded the early-stage practitioners with disdain, perceiving them as nothing more than lambs awaiting slaughter. The leader sought to witness despair etched upon the faces of these disciples. Yet he was met with disappointment. Despite their inferior cultivation levels, there was not a hint of fear upon their visages. Some even displayed excitement, eager to engage. This left him perplexed. At the forefront of the formation stood Lin Xian, having drawn forth a silver shield to protect himself. The other cultivators swiftly brandished their magical artifacts. Notably, not a single Qi refinement cultivator possessed a defensive artifact. All their tools were designed solely for offense. Under Lin Xian's command, dozens of Qi refinement practitioners coordinated their attacks, directing their artifacts toward the leader of the Blood Demon sect. A multitude of colorful beams shot forth like a meteor shower, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Observing the onslaught of attacks approaching him, the leader of the Blood Demon sect wore a mocking expression. He produced a bone shield, which expanded in the wind, transforming into a gigantic shield of several feet, concealing the leader entirely behind its formidable presence. At this moment, the attacks reached the front of the Blood Demon sect's leader, producing a sound reminiscent of rain striking banana leaves as dozens of assaults landed successively upon the skeletal shield. The leader stood firm as a mountain, unfazed by such a spectacular display of power. Just as another strike was about to descend, a blood-red blade, he let out an enraged roar, exclaiming, "You little brat! It seems that Ziyuan has indeed perished at your hands. Just wait, I shall flay your skin, strip your tendons, and extract your soul to let you fully experience the methods of my Blood Demon sect, and then you shall pay for my son's life." As his voice faded, the blood-red blade struck the skeletal shield, sending sparks flying. The leader felt a tremendous force surge through him, causing him to involuntarily stagger back 2 steps. Although he sustained no injuries from the assault of the blood-red blade, being repelled by a novice cultivator was a humiliation he could not tolerate. A flash of ferocity crossed his face as he withdrew a blood-red axe. The axe swelled in the wind, transforming into a massive weapon nearly 3 feet long. Its entire body shimmered with a blood-red hue, emanating a rich aura of spiritual energy. With a pointed finger, the leader directed the giant axe towards Lin Xian. Witnessing the axe hurtling towards him with great speed, Lin Xian wore a grave expression. He dared not retreat. For behind him stood all the elite disciples of the Xinhua sect, who lacked the capability to withstand the assault of a superior magical artifact. Chapter 64. The Battle for the Survival of Xinhua Sect. Part 2. Lin Xian fervently infused his spiritual energy into the silver shield, which began to radiate a brilliant silver light. Swiftly, the colossal axe struck the silver shield, producing a resounding metallic clash. Lin Xian immediately felt an immense force emanating from the shield, causing him to taste blood and spout a mouthful of it as he was sent flying backward. After retreating a distance of 10 feet, he regained his footing, wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth. Lin Xian then rapidly performed a series of hand seals, and soon a golden firebird soared forth from his body, heading towards the blood-red axe. Simultaneously, he summoned the heart flame, which began to scorch the heart of the blood demon lord. As the heart-burning flame emerged, the blood demon lord's expression grew grave. It is known that most of their artifacts and techniques are closely tied to blood, while flames are the primary nemesis of their powers. The more formidable the flame, the more potent its restraining effect on his techniques. The golden firebird transformed into a fiery net as it approached the blood-red axe, enveloping it completely. The axe was quickly surrounded by the golden flames, its blood energy surging forth. Yet, upon contact with the golden fire, this energy instantly evaporated, dissipating into wisps of azure smoke. The blood demon lord formed hand seals, reciting incantations as he attempted to control the blood-red axe, which darted left and right. Each time the axe made contact with the golden net, a sizzle echoed through the air and clouds of smoke began to rise, accompanied by the acrid scent of charred material. At that moment, the blood demon lord lamented internally. The already limited spiritual power he possessed now had to be partially diverted to suppress the heart flame, while his prized artifact, the blood demon axe, was ensnared by the golden fire. As the formidable artifacts of the Xinluozong cultivator surged forth once more, he had no choice but to channel his spiritual energy into the bone shield once again. Lin Xian then withdrew a silver long sword, commencing to weave intricate hand seals and recite incantations. In a swift motion, the silver blade transformed from its original 3 feet into a full 10, emanating a rich resonance of spiritual energy. With a pointed gesture towards the magnificent sword, it followed closely behind the multitude of artifacts, slicing towards the blood demon lord. Soon, the air reverberated with a sound reminiscent of raindrops striking banana leaves. Although these artifacts failed to breach the blood demon lord's defenses, his already diminished spiritual energy, reduced to a mere 30%, was halved yet again after 2 waves of assault. Moreover, he felt his control over the blood-red giant axe waning, as the golden flames continued to sear it, nearly exhausting the blood energy within. Witnessing such a dire situation, the blood demon lord was filled with urgency. He had initially believed that his superior cultivation would soon enable him to vanquish his opponents. Yet, the outcome defied his expectations. He discerned that among these cultivators, only the one surnamed Lin exhibited formidable combat prowess, while the others were inconsequential. He concluded that eliminating the Lin fellow would render the rest as easy to dispatch as slicing through vegetables. With this thought, the blood demon lord resolutely abandoned the blood-red giant axe, a flicker of reluctance crossing his visage. He struck his chest with a fist, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, within which a dark red entity surged forth, hurtling towards Lin Xian's heart at an alarming speed. In that instant, Lin Xian felt enveloped by the shadow of death. Despite still wielding the silver shield, his body instinctively tilted slightly to the right. In a swift motion, a dark red object struck the silver shield with the velocity of a bullet. To Lin Xian's astonishment, the once reliable silver shield crumbled as if it were made of mere paper, with the dark red object piercing through it instantaneously. Unrelenting, it continued its trajectory, penetrating Lin Xian's body and soaring behind him. A searing pain surged through him as a thumb-sized hole appeared in his left chest, blood gushing forth from the wound. Regardless of his shock, Lin Xian hastily retrieved a healing elixir from his storage pouch and consumed it without hesitation. Had he not instinctively tilted his body to the right just moments prior, the object might have pierced his heart. Now, the gaping wound lay less than an inch from his heart, yet his life was spared. At this moment, Lin Xian was overwhelmed with astonishment. The nature of that dark red object was a mystery, yet its power was undeniable. It was well known that his silver shield possessed formidable defensive capabilities, and his body, enhanced through rigorous training, surpassed that of ordinary foundation cultivators by a considerable margin. Nonetheless, that dark red object had effortlessly penetrated both his silver shield and body in one fell swoop, even claiming the life of a chi-refining disciple behind him. Meanwhile, the colossal sword struck the skeletal shield, and this time, the blood demon lord did not merely retreat a couple of steps. The skeletal shield was cleaved in two. However, the blood demon lord swiftly withdrew, evading the sword's deadly arc. At that moment, Lin Xian disregarded any thoughts of backlash and unleashed a soul-piercing dart aimed directly at the Blood Demon Lord's consciousness. Simultaneously, he swiftly retracted the silver sword and retrieved 3 7-star needles. He dared not gamble any further, uncertain whether the Blood Demon Lord harbored more of those dark crimson entities. If there were, would he be fortunate enough to evade them once more? Soon, the soul-piercing needle launched toward the Blood Demon Lord's consciousness. At present, although Lin Xian's spiritual awareness fell slightly short of that of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, it was exceedingly close. The backlash was unlikely to occur, though the effectiveness might significantly diminish. Lin Xian had anticipated this outcome. As the soul-piercing needle penetrated the Blood Demon Lord's consciousness, he simultaneously activated the 7-star needles. Upon breaching the Blood Demon Lord's mental barrier, the needle instantly pierced through, subjecting him to an intense wave of pain, leading to a swift loss of consciousness. After 2 breaths, he began to regain awareness. Just as he recovered a flicker of consciousness, the Blood Demon Lord sensed the looming threat of death. Without hesitation, he attempted to move his body. Yet time was no longer on his side, for the 3 golden needles were already approaching, aimed at his brow, heart, and dantian. With a thunderous roar, the Blood Demon Lord's body went rigid and motionless. The 3 7-star needles had pierced through his brow, heart, and dantian, creating 3 gaping wounds the size of a thumb from which blood gushed forth. The Blood Demon Lord wore an expression of disbelief, his eyes dimming gradually. Even in death, he could scarcely believe that he, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, had succumbed to a mere novice in the same realm. His body fell backward, stirring up a cloud of dust. Lin Xian cast a fleeting glance at the blood-soaked, unblinking figure of the Blood Demon sect leader, swiftly removing the storage pouch from his waist. He then shifted his gaze towards the other 2 battlefields. Chapter 65. The curtain falls initially. The 2 other battlefields were evenly matched. The Sea Shark leader and the Demon Sorcery leader had harbored hopes that the Blood Demon sect leader would swiftly conclude his skirmish, enabling them to gain a decisive advantage with a 3-against-2 scenario. However, as they gritted their teeth and persevered, what awaited them was the demise of the Blood Demon sect leader at the hands of Lin Xian. The current situation was exceedingly unfavorable for the 2. Faced with opponents of comparable strength and with their own spiritual energy severely depleted, both the Sea Shark leader and the Demon Sorcery leader found themselves devoid of fighting spirit. Although Lin Xian had sustained grave injuries in his battle with the Blood Demon sect leader, rendering him nearly powerless, he had retreated to his sect to recuperate. Yet, the Sea Shark leader and the Demon Sorcery leader held no intention of continuing the fight against Luo Yusin and the Grand Elder. Instead, they fought while distancing themselves from the Exine Luo sect. However, the Grand Elder and Luo Yusin were acutely aware of their intentions and would not permit them to escape unscathed. For allowing a tiger to return to the mountains would lead to endless troubles. At this juncture, several Foundation establishment elders had already infiltrated the ranks of the allied Qi refining disciples. Despite the overwhelming numbers of the Qi refining disciples, numbering in the hundreds, they were akin to ants before the Foundation establishment cultivators, quickly collapsing under pressure. The Qi refining disciples lacked the courage to confront the Foundation establishment cultivators, and upon witnessing their approach, they scattered in all directions. Thus, the imminent crisis threatening the Exine Luo sect was averted. Lin Xian, having sustained severe injuries, withdrew to his cave dwelling for healing, no longer participating in the unfolding events. Listening to the gentle murmur of the stream, inhaling the fragrant air, and strolling amidst the cascading petals of the peach orchard, Lin Xian's face broke into a smile. Since the moment he learned of his impending entry into the underwater city, he had been in seclusion, diligently honing his skills. Within the secret realm, he faced constant threats from various demonic beasts and disciples of rival factions, leaving his heart unable to find a moment's peace. With the conclusion of the trial, he now found himself on the brink of annihilation, yet fortune smiled upon him, allowing him to avert disaster. At last, Lin Xian could truly relax. With the aid of numerous elixirs, Lin Xian's injuries had healed significantly. For a cultivator, as long as their essence root remains intact, with ample time and medicinal resources, restoration to full strength is a feasible endeavor. Once he had sufficiently recovered, Lin Xian began to sift through the various storage bags acquired from the recent battle. He overturned several bags, spilling their contents onto the ground, resulting in a plethora of items filling his cave. Spirit stones, elixirs, talismans, magical artifacts. and cultivation techniques lay scattered about. Carefully sorting the spirit stones, elixirs, and artifacts into different storage bags, only a handful of jade slips remained on the floor. Since entering the foundation establishment stage, Linjia had not come across any formulas suitable for this level, leaving him in a predicament of having no elixirs to consume. The elixirs he had just obtained alleviated his immediate crisis. Linjia harbored great hopes of discovering some foundation establishment formulas among the jade slips from these cultivators. Thus he approached them with eager anticipation. Lifting a jade slip to his forehead, Linjia encountered a technique known as the evil demon art, presumably a cultivation method practiced by the disciples of the demon sect. After a brief appraisal, he tossed it into his storage pouch, as its contents failed to pique his interest. He then picked up another jade slip, which detailed a recipe for a foundational elixir called Return to Origin Pill. To his surprise, the primary ingredient was a demon's core, complemented by various spiritual herbs. Having some expertise in alchemy, Linjia was accustomed to recipes that involved intricate combinations of spiritual plants, making this revelation novel to him. However, he did not dwell on it for long and proceeded to the next jade slip, discarding those that failed to captivate him. He continued to deposit slips into his storage pouch, watching as the remaining slips dwindled. Next came the blood demon technique. Linjia pressed another slip to his forehead, recognizing it as the principal cultivation method of the blood demon sect. Though he held little interest in the technique itself, the secret methods inscribed within caught his attention. The blood refining technique promised a significant increase in one's vital essence. The blood ignition technique allowed for the burning of vital essence to enhance combat prowess. And the blood explosion technique could detonate at least 30% of one's vital essence, inflicting substantial damage upon all foes within a Tinjiang radius. The more vital essence utilized, the greater the explosion's force, though caution was advised, exceeding 70% would result in one's demise. Lastly, the blood escape technique enabled one to consume their vital essence to instantly flee up to 200 miles away. Note: only golden core cultivators may practice this. The secret techniques documented within the blood demon art are entirely related to blood, particularly the blood escape technique, which is undoubtedly the best choice for evasion. Upon discovering the final secret technique, Linjia's expression brightened with joy. The blood demon spike, formed from one's own essence blood into a spike, can be nurtured within the body. Once engaged in battle, it can be unleashed with devastating power, which Linjia had personally experienced. When struck by this blood demon spike, it first penetrated his silver shield, then pierced through his body, ultimately annihilating a Qi refinement disciple. Such formidable might could very well lead to the immediate demise of even a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator if caught unawares. Elated, Linjia retrieved several blank jade slips to transcribe the secret techniques from the blood demon art. While he was not yet capable of practicing the blood escape technique, he could certainly refine the method for the blood demon spike. After several days of seclusion, Linjia's injuries had fully healed. One day, as he prepared to contemplate the secret methods from the blood demon art, a familiar figure approached his cave dwelling. This individual was always sent by Luo Yusin to summon him. In the conference hall, Luo Yusin sat elegantly in the main seat, with the Grand Elder occupying the primary position on the right, while the left remained vacant. Upon Linjia's arrival, Luo Yusin smiled and gestured for him to take a seat. Linjia glanced at the seat but first bowed respectfully to Luo Yusin, inquiring, "Master, your disciple has been summoned. What matters require my attention?" With a serene smile, Luo Yusin remarked, "You have successfully established your foundation. You are now my peer. So there is no need to address me as master any longer. Summoning you to the assembly hall is merely a formality." Upon hearing this, Linjia refrained from further comments and took his seat at the prominent position on the left. The other elders seemed to share no objections regarding this decision. Although Linjia was in the early stages of foundation establishment, his remarkable performance during the recent war was well acknowledged. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he rescued the Xinlua sect. Given his ability to slay the late-stage blood demon sect leader, his prowess was evidently formidable. Thus, the remaining two mid-stage foundation elders offered no dissent. Chapter 66. The flourishing Xinlua sect as Linjia settled into his seat. Both Luo Yusin and the Grand Elder nodded in acknowledgement. Once he was seated, Luo Yusin addressed him, saying, "Elder Lin, you have rendered great service to our sect in this conflict. According to our sect's traditions, we must reward your contributions. Do you have any requests?" Linjia paused for a moment before responding. "The Xinlua sect is my home. It is only natural for me to exert my efforts for its benefit. I have no personal demands. Very well then, Luo Yusin replied. Take your time to ponder. Should you think of any requests in the future, feel free to share them with me. After her statement, she turned her attention to the others, continuing, now, with the Demon Fiend sect and the Sea Shark gang in a state of near dissolution, I have dispatched elders Xian Shan and Xian Zhan to take control of these factions. What are the thoughts of the esteemed elders regarding the lower-ranked disciples? The Grand Elder narrowed his eyes and spoke. Eradicate all direct disciples of the two major factions. As for the ordinary disciples, grant them an opportunity to choose. Those who wish to join our sect may do so, while those who prefer to depart shall be allowed to leave. The other elders nodded in agreement. For the Grand Elder's wisdom was renowned within the sect. Many elders who had witnessed the rise of the Xinlua sect understood that without the Grand Elder, there would be no Xinlua sect as it exists today. Consequently, his words were seldom met with dissent. Soon, the elders were assigned their tasks. The annihilation of the Hai Sha gang and the Mo Sha sect had afforded the Xinlua sect a remarkable opportunity for growth. With the territories of the three factions now under the control of the Xinlua sect, the substantial resources accumulated by the two major factions were also absorbed into their ranks. This battle, while fraught with peril, had elevated the reputation of the Xinlua sect, leaving many cultivators in awe. Apart from the direct disciples of the two major factions, a considerable number of ordinary disciples chose to join the Xinlua sect. Having held little status within their original sect, they were largely overlooked, and the change of name bore minimal impact upon them. Thus, within less than a month, the number of disciples in the Xinlua sect surged from over 400 to more than 1,000, establishing it as the preeminent force in the coastal regions of the southern Wuwang Sea. Given sufficient time, their strength would only continue to grow. The Xinlua sect entered a phase of rapid development, which brought joy to Lin Xian, though he remained preoccupied with his own pressing matters. It is essential to understand that his cultivation relied entirely on the substantial ingestion of medicinal pills. Ultimately, he managed to gather the requisite materials for the Guiyuan pill through the support of his sect. Following the acquisition of these materials, he retreated once more, this time primarily to delve into the formulation of the Guiyuan pill and the mastery of its secret techniques. Regarding the Blood Demon sect's arcane arts, Lin Xian resolved to first hone the blood refining technique and the Blood Demon spike. The sect's secret techniques are fundamentally blood-based, thus demanding a significant quantity of vital essence. The blood refining technique serves as the foundation. Only by substantially augmenting the amount of vital essence can the power of these techniques be amplified. Within Lin Xian's cave dwelling, in the alchemy chamber, he meticulously controlled the flames to scorch the demon pill within the cauldron. After months of experimentation, he discovered that the process of refining pills using demon pills is strikingly similar to that of using spiritual herbs. In the case of spiritual herbs, one must harness the properties of several primary ingredients, complemented by auxiliary herbs, to elicit their full potential. The resultant pills are a manifestation of the spiritual energy contained within these herbs, maximally stimulated. Conversely, when employing demon pills for pill refinement, the primary source of spiritual energy transitions from spiritual herbs to demon pills, yet the underlying principle remains unchanged. However, substituting spiritual herbs with demon pills introduces new demands regarding the techniques and temperature control in the alchemical process. Identifying the precise temperature for this refinement necessitates continuous practice. Over the course of several months, Lin Xian encountered numerous failures before ultimately determining the optimal temperature for melting the demon pill. In the present day, the Xinlua sect can undoubtedly be characterized by its immense wealth and prosperity, with vibrant scenes flourishing throughout its ranks. This flourishing state brings immense joy to the higher echelons of the sect, as they have journeyed from the Xinlua kingdom to the boundless seas of Wuwang, and now, it appears they are genuinely embarking on a path of development. Within Lin Xian's cave abode, the alchemical chamber remains suffused with relentless heat, the flickering flames illuminating the entirety of the room. At this moment, he meticulously manipulates the fire, continuously scorching a demon pill. A pale blue demon pill spins ceaselessly amidst the flames, and after an hour of intense incineration, it shows signs of beginning to melt, intensifying the heat. The demon pill finally transforms into a pool of pale blue liquid. Swiftly, Lin Xian retrieves several jade vials from a nearby stone table, pouring the meticulously refined essence of spirit herbs into them. The various essences of spirit herbs swiftly amalgamate into the pool of pale blue liquid. The subsequent step is fusion, the most crucial phase of the alchemical process. As the pale blue liquid continues to whirl, its hue gradually shifts to a delicate golden color, simultaneously unleashing a surge of tumultuous power. Lin Xian diligently amplifies his spiritual consciousness to suppress this volatile force. Failure to do so would result in the liquid being explosively ruptured by the overwhelming power, leading to the scattering of the precious elixir and the utter waste of all materials. He carefully restrains this power with his consciousness, exercising caution not to be overly forceful, as excessive intensity would yield the same disastrous outcome, an explosion of the elixir and a failed alchemical endeavor. The flames blazed fiercely within the alchemical furnace. Yet under Lin Xian's mental suppression, the swirling mass of liquid grew considerably calmer. As it continued to rotate, the once faint blue hue vanished, giving way to a delicate golden radiance, signifying that the fusion process was nearing its conclusion. After the passage of a meal's time, not a trace of blue remained. The entire mass became crystalline and translucent, resembling a piece of exquisite glass. The fusion was complete. Lin Xian reduced the intensity of the flames, lowering the temperature, while the glass-like liquid continued to spin gently. At this juncture, the temperature could not be too high, for excessive heat would risk scorching this essence. The essence, about the size of a fist, began to take on a slightly sticky consistency under the relentless heat. At this moment, Lin Xian utilized his mental prowess to divide it evenly into 10 portions, each resembling a small glutinous rice ball, still rotating slowly. Lin Xian meticulously controlled the flame's temperature, continuously roasting these 10 orbs, which grew increasingly viscous. The subsequent steps became rather simple, as long as the flame's temperature was managed effectively. The process of alchemy would essentially be deemed successful. An hour later, a rich fragrance of elixir filled the entire alchemical chamber. Lin Xian clapped the furnace, causing the lid to soar into the air, revealing 10 smooth, round, pale golden return-to-origin pills, expertly refined. After securing the elixirs, Lin Xian exhaled deeply, settling into a cross-legged position to commence his recovery. Chapter 67. The explosive Taoist. The refinement of the returning yuan pill is significantly more challenging than that of the pure yuan pill. Firstly, it is a foundational stage elixir, imbued with a far more concentrated essence of spiritual energy. Secondly, the returning yuan pill primarily employs demon cores as its key ingredient, which possess a far more volatile spiritual energy. Consequently, the process of refining this pill cannot be sustained indefinitely, as it demands an immense expenditure of mental acuity. After nearly a year of seclusion, Lin Xian has achieved considerable progress. He has not only mastered the art of refining the returning yuan pill, but has also successfully condensed a blood demon spike. This formidable secret technique serves as his trump card, boasting even greater power than the soul-stirring thorn. Today, the Xinlua sect is graced by the presence of a senior elder, causing a palpable sense of unease among the sect's upper echelons. In the conference hall, an elderly man with graying hair and beard sits in the main seat with his eyes closed, while Luo Yusin and the Grand Elder stand respectfully below. Despite his aged appearance, the elder's skin retains a youthful elasticity, emanating boundless vitality. His sharply defined visage bears the marks of time, particularly the 1-inch-long scar on his left cheek, which, though somewhat fearsome, instills a greater sense of reverence. Clad in a light-colored Taoist robe, the elder's aura remains entirely concealed. Had he not previously unleashed a surge of his presence, the onlookers might have mistaken him for an ordinary old man. Do not feel anxious. I hail from the esteemed Xianqing Palace, the foremost among the 4 great sects of the southern seas, known by the moniker of Zhatian. I have come upon hearing that a disciple from your sect has obtained the water spirit pearl during an underwater trial. As I possess a singular affinity for the water element, I stand on the cusp of a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, and the water spirit pearl would greatly aid my endeavor. Thus, I have traversed great distances to arrive here. Rest assured, should you present the water spirit pearl to me with both hands, I shall not treat the young Lin poorly and will take care of your Xinlua sect as well. The Zhatian Taoist spoke in a languid tone, unhurried and measured. Upon hearing the Zhatian Taoist's intentions, the Grand Elder and Luo Yusin both breathed a sigh of relief, their previously anxious hearts settling at ease. The Grand Elder then, with a beaming smile, replied, "It is a great fortune for our Xinlua sect to receive your esteemed presence, and it is indeed a rare opportunity for us. It is our honor to serve you, esteemed Elder. I shall personally fetch Elder Lin from his cave dwelling. I am certain he will be more than willing to assist you." With that, he bowed and exited the council hall. Before long, the Grand Elder returned, escorting Lin Xian into the assembly. Upon entering the hall, Lin Xian beheld the Zhatian Taoist seated at the head, accompanied by another cultivator adorned in the garb of a late-stage foundation establishment practitioner. "Elder Lin, your fortune has arrived, and so has the opportunity for our Xinlua sect. Do not tarry in paying your respects to the venerable Zhatian." Before Lin Xian could fully comprehend the situation, the Grand Elder's voice resonated through the hall. Upon hearing the words of the Grand Elder, Lin Xian felt a jolt of surprise. The venerable figure seated at the head of the table exhibited no fluctuations of spiritual energy, appearing as an ordinary mortal. The Grand Elder referred to him as a predecessor, indicating that he was at least a golden core cultivator. Lin Xian was unaware of the Elder's identity or his purpose for being there, but adhering to the customs of the cultivation world, he respectfully bowed and greeted the Elder. At this moment, the Grand Elder spoke again. "Elder Lin, this esteemed predecessor is the foremost figure of the 4 major sects in the Southern Seas, a predecessor from the Qianqing Palace. His visit to our Xinlua sect is primarily to seek an exchange for the Water Spirit Pearl. It is our honor to serve such a venerable being. You should present the Water Spirit Pearl promptly, for the predecessor's time is exceedingly precious." At last, Lin Xian understood the Elder's intentions, and he felt a strong aversion to the Grand Elder's actions and words, which seemed to reflect an eagerness to serve like a mere dog. Lin Xian furrowed his brow and replied, "What is the Water Spirit Pearl? I have never possessed such an item. Why does the Grand Elder make such claims?" Upon hearing Lin Xian's response, the previously meditative Zhatian Taoist slightly opened his eyes, a piercing glimmer emanating from his narrowed gaze, exuding an air of danger. Meanwhile, Luo Yusin, standing nearby, appeared anxious, her lips moving as if to speak, yet no words escaped her. At that moment, Lin Xian felt an overwhelming sense of pressure descend upon him, making it difficult to breathe. The flow of spiritual energy within him slowed considerably, and he struggled to resist the oppressive force with his consciousness, though the effect was minimal. "Predecessor, please temper your anger and grant me a moment, so that I may persuade Elder Lin," the Grand Elder implored anxiously. With a slow exhalation, the Grand Elder spoke in a calm tone. "Elder Lin, this is indeed a rare opportunity for our Xinlua sect. As one of our esteemed elders and a practitioner hailing from the land of forgetfulness, do you not consider the interests of our sect?" At this moment, Lin Xian felt a profound urgency. The Water Spirit Pearl had already been absorbed by the Qiankun Mirror. He could hardly voice this predicament. Furthermore, the Qiankun Mirror was the foundation of his cultivation, his greatest secret, though he wished to contemplate the sect's welfare. The crux of the matter was that he simply could not produce the Water Spirit Pearl. Born and raised in Linjia Village, he had witnessed the mutual support among neighbors, how they lent grain to his family during times of scarcity, allowing them to survive the famine. The entire Linjia Village felt like one big family. Now that he had joined the Xinlua sect, he regarded it with the same warmth and willingness to assist. However, he truly could not provide the Water Spirit Pearl, and the Grand Elder's demeanor today left him feeling quite uncomfortable, as if he was being portrayed as selfish for not offering it. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, Lin Xian's discomfort grew, and his tone turned slightly frigid as he replied, "Grand Elder, I truly do not know what the Water Spirit Pearl is. If such a treasure exists, I would not hesitate to present it with both hands." Hearing Lin Xian's response, the eyes of the celestial Taoist narrowed even further, as if he had lost patience. He turned to a disciple beside him and instructed, "Yuan Jun, go and assist your master in this matter." With that, he closed his eyes. Beside him, Yuan Jun observed Lin Xian's obstinate denial of possessing the Water Spirit Pearl. He understood well, for it was a treasure coveted even by golden elixir cultivators. It was only natural for a mere foundation establishment practitioner to display such behavior upon acquiring it. With a cold chuckle, Yuan Jun remarked, "Lin, my friend, my master fears the tarnishing of his reputation through the accusation of bullying the weak. But I hold no such trepidation. As for whether you possess the Water Spirit Pearl, capturing you will reveal the truth." With that, Yuan Jun extended his hand, aiming to seize Lin Xian. Seeing Yuan Jun make his move, Lin Xian was not one to hold back. He unleashed a powerful punch towards Yuan Jun. In but 2 breaths, their fists clashed, resulting in a sharp crack followed by a muffled grunt. Caught off guard, Yuan Jun suffered a significant setback in the first exchange. Chapter 68. A desperate situation. Yuan Jun had not anticipated Lin Xian's physical strength to be so formidable. As a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, he had refined his own body. Yet, for most practitioners, the focus lay solely on cultivating spiritual energy, neglecting the physical form. It appeared that Lin Xian was indeed a practitioner dedicated to physical cultivation. With a forceful motion of his left hand against his right arm, another crack echoed as he tested the movement of his limb. Flushed with embarrassment and anger, Yuan Zhen exclaimed, "To encounter a dedicated physical cultivator is quite rare. Today, let me, Yuan Zhen, experience the might of body cultivation." With that, Yuan Zhen retrieved a bronze flying sword from his storage pouch. As he deftly altered his hand seals, the sword transformed into a bronze blade over 3 feet in length. Its surface shimmering with azure light, emanating a rich aura of spiritual energy. A top-tier magical artifact. Yuan Zhen continuously altered his hand gestures, ultimately uttering a singular word, "Go." At his command, the bronze sword shot forth towards Lin Xian. Under Yuan Zhen's manipulation, the sword bifurcated mid-flight, dividing into 3 and advancing from 3 distinct angles to pierce Lin Xian. Lin Xian, unwilling to underestimate the threat, swiftly retrieved his silver shield, positioning it defensively before him. Although the last encounter had left the shield with a thumb-sized puncture from the Blood Demon Lord's blood spear, its integrity remained largely intact, offering considerably more protection than the average magical artifact. In short order, the 3 bronze swords collided with the silver shield, producing a series of metallic clangs. While the silver shield successfully thwarted this assault, its surface was left marred with numerous cracks resembling a spider's web. Though Lin Xian felt a pang of anguish at the damage, he had no time to dwell on the fate of his artifact. His predicament was dire. The explosive Taoist seated in the main position, currently refraining from intervening out of respect, would not merely allow Lin Xian to depart unchallenged. His goal was the water spirit pearl, and until he acquired it, escape was not an option. Moreover, the late-stage Foundation establishment practitioner, Yuan Zhen, was significantly more formidable than the Blood Demon Lord. How could Lin Xian possibly extricate himself from this perilous situation? Contemplating these grim realities, Lin Xian felt his heart plummet to despair. The likelihood of a successful escape seemed exceedingly slim. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder and Luo Yusin stood silently by, offering neither action nor words. This only served to deepen Lin Xian's discomfort, for even if they could not defy the wishes of the Golden Core Elder, a single word of intercession would have provided him some measure of solace, leaving him with a complex array of emotions. However, Lin Xian had already concocted a justification for himself. Facing a Golden Core cultivator, resistance was utterly futile, especially with a sect backing them. Lin Xian's mind raced through various possibilities for escape, yet each was swiftly dismissed. Before the Golden Core cultivator, he was engulfed by a profound sense of powerlessness. A stark reminder that in the presence of absolute strength, all schemes and stratagems are rendered futile. The battle raged on. As 3 bronze swords merged into one after a single strike, propelled by the Yuan Zhen technique, surging toward Lin Xian with lethal intent. The speed of the bronze sword was astonishing. Evasion was an impossibility. Gritting his teeth, he had no choice but to raise his silver shield as a barrier. Soon, the bronze sword collided with the silver shield, producing a sound reminiscent of shattering glass. This time, the silver shield could not withstand the onslaught and disintegrated into countless fragments. At that moment, Yuan Zhen, with a mocking expression, remarked, "Kid, your shield was quite impressive, managing to block 2 strikes from my Qing Gang sword before shattering. I wonder how many blows your flesh can endure against my Qing Gang sword?" Lin Xian, now devoid of any defensive artifact akin to the silver shield, felt akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, a sense of despair gradually surfacing within him. Leaving Lin family village at the tender age of 7, he had only sought to provide a better life for his family, to ensure that his younger sister could savor meat. Yet, unexpectedly, he received teachings from Elder Huo, believing he had embarked on the path of cultivation and thus gained an opportunity for immortality. In pursuit of furthering his journey in cultivation, he had sought refuge in the Qiankun Luo sect. Upon arriving at Xinluo sect, he was once again enveloped in a sense of warmth, feeling cared for and cherished, reminiscent of his time in Lin family village. However, at this juncture, he faced imminent annihilation, yet both the sect leader and the Grand Elder remained impassive, uttering not a single word on his behalf, nor displaying any intent to intervene. Lin Xian recalled that upon emerging from the secret realm, the sect leader had declared that he would rather see Xinluo sect perish than surrender him to the 3 major factions. In retrospect, those words seemed dubious. Or perhaps they were simply unafraid of the alliance of the three great powers. Memories flooded his mind. He had once believed that cultivation would grant him immortality. Yet here he was, on the brink of death at scarcely 30 years of age. With this thought, Lin Xian steeled himself. If he was to die, he would take someone down with him. His eyes gleamed with determination and a fierce aura, unprecedented in his lifetime. In this moment, he only wished to eliminate Yuan Zhan, and then he would not concern himself with what followed. With a thunderous shout, he unleashed his soul-stirring attack, simultaneously striking his chest with his right hand. Instantly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, from which a dark red object shot forth like a bullet, hurtling towards Yuan Zhan's heart. Two urgent warnings rang out simultaneously. The Grand Elder surged towards Lin Xian from behind, while Luo Yusin remained motionless. And Yuan Zhan stood in a daze, his eyes vacant. The blood demon spike raced forward with astonishing speed, closing the distance to within 3 feet of Yuan Zhan in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the explosive Taoist opened his eyes, radiating intense brilliance. He waved his sleeve, and the blood demon spike was deftly deflected by the fabric, veering off course. Witnessing that the blood demon spike failed to claim Yuan Zhan's life, Lin Xian felt as though his heart had turned to ash. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a fierce wind rushing from behind. As he turned, he beheld the cold countenance of the Grand Elder. Before Lin Xian could react, a sharp pain pierced his dantian, as a frigid dagger had already been thrust into it. Lin Xian stared in disbelief at the Grand Elder, then glanced at the dagger embedded in his dantian. The Grand Elder paid him no heed. Instead, he removed Lin Xian's storage bag and, with utmost respect, addressed the exploding heaven Taoist. Senior, this Lin fellow is unappreciative and has no ties to our Xinluo sect. To express my apologies, I humbly present this storage bag for your acceptance. At this juncture, Yuan Zhan regained consciousness, his face flushed with indignation, and he prepared to charge at Lin Xian to exact vengeance. However, the exploding heaven Taoist gestured for him to step aside. He seemed entirely uninterested in the brutal conflict unfolding among the sect's elders. With an expression of indifference, he beckoned, and Lin Xian's storage bag soared into his grasp. Chapter 69. A ray of hope. At this moment, Lin Xian's dantian throbbed with excruciating pain, his spiritual energy rapidly dissipating, and his cultivation level began to plummet. Yet, he appeared utterly indifferent to it all, fixating intently on the Grand Elder before shifting his gaze to Luo Yusin. However, neither of them paid him any mind. Their full attention was focused on the expressionless visage of the exploding heaven Taoist. No words are necessary at this moment. The scene speaks volumes. Lin's lips curled into a self-deprecating smile, perhaps the last smile he would ever wear. In that instant, it felt as though a great door within his heart had swung open, allowing a myriad of thoughts to blossom within him, illuminating many truths. Perhaps this was the true essence of the immortal cultivation realm, a concept Lin had long pondered. Finally, in this moment, he grasped the profound meaning behind the phrase immortal cultivation realm. Lin coughed up a mouthful of blood, a grimace marking his face, as if he realized the significance of those words far too late. Had he understood sooner, perhaps his fate would have been different. The celestial exploder meticulously searched through Lin's storage bag, but failed to find the coveted water spirit pearl. His gaze turned frigid, a murderous intent beginning to emanate from him. The water spirit pearl was of utmost importance to him. Possessing it would grant him a 70% chance of successfully forming his infant soul. Yet this young man seemed to be courting disaster, exhibiting a level of defiance he had not encountered in many years, especially from a mere fledgling just embarking on the path of cultivation. His wrath now ignited. Lin's body lay limp upon the ground. His aura diminished to that of a 4th-level Qi refinement practitioner. Under the oppressive weight of the celestial exploder's presence, he struggled to draw breath. Within the assembly hall, not a single soul harbored a shred of sympathy for him, including his own master, Luo Yusin. A furious figure, known as the exploding heaven Taoist, swiftly appeared before Lin Xian. His gaze was frigid, devoid of any semblance of humanity. It resembled the scrutiny of an inanimate object rather than that of a living being, lacking even the slightest emotional fluctuation. Soon, the Taoist's right palm enveloped Lin Xian's head, and an overwhelming surge of divine consciousness began to inundate Lin Xian's sea of consciousness. At that moment, Lin Xian heard a piercing scream from the heartburn elder, and then, with a roll of his eyes, he succumbed to unconsciousness. The exploding heaven Taoist consciousness forcefully advanced deeper into Lin Xian's sea of consciousness, but soon, an ancient mirror materialized within his perception. Before he could comprehend the situation, he felt a powerful pulling force that began to draw his consciousness towards the mirror. Having lived for several centuries, the Taoist acted without hesitation, decisively severing the portion of his consciousness that had been ensnared, and the remainder swiftly retreated from Lin Xian's sea of consciousness. At that moment, the exploding heaven Taoist was no longer the picture of calm indifference. His face was etched with astonishment. Having survived countless battles and faced death numerous times over his long life, there were few occurrences that could truly astonish him. Yet, this young man before him had left him utterly flabbergasted. He had probed countless minds, yet had never encountered a situation quite like this. In all his years, he had never heard of such an anomaly. What was the origin of that ancient mirror, and what kind of treasure could possibly reside within a cultivator's sea of consciousness? Even a consummate practitioner at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, like him, remained utterly oblivious to these mysteries, and the most terrifying aspect was indeed the unknown. However, upon realization, a surge of ecstasy coursed through his heart. The ancient mirror exuded an aura that was remarkably archaic, unparalleled by any treasure he had ever encountered or heard of. It was astonishing that, having traversed countless miles to this remote locale for the water spirit pearl, he would encounter such a remarkable find. The young man had already succumbed to unconsciousness, and extinguishing his life was akin to crushing an ant, an utterly trivial endeavor. At that moment, the celestial explosion Taoist felt an overwhelming urge to laugh maniacally, convinced that fate had indeed favored him. Yet, just as the celestial explosion Taoist prepared to strike Lin Xian, an ancient mirror flew forth from the center of Lin Xian's brow. This mirror, no larger than a palm, bore a primitive design and emanated an aura reminiscent of a bygone era. Upon its emergence, the celestial explosion Taoist was so taken aback that he retreated hastily. He had already witnessed the devastating power of this artifact. Having lost a third of his soul strength during a previous soul-searching endeavor, he was left to ponder what other formidable abilities it might possess. If there were any, they would undoubtedly be fearsome. The other three individuals in the hall, witnessing the terrified countenance of the venerable celestial explosion, were equally perplexed by the unfolding events and retreated to a safe distance. However, upon seeing the ancient mirror emerge from Lin Xian's brow, their expressions shifted dramatically. After the ancient mirror soared into the air, it did not launch an assault on any of the cultivators present in the hall. Instead, it hovered a foot above Lin Xian, soon emanating a beam of white light that enveloped him entirely. Within the span of a single breath, Lin Xian vanished before the eyes of several cultivators. As the white light receded, the ancient mirror shimmered with brilliance before disappearing from sight. The Grand Elder blinked repeatedly, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, yet Lin Xian had indeed vanished from the hall. Not only the Grand Elder, but also Luo Yusin and Yuanjun shared his astonishment. The expression of the Zhatian Taoist darkened as he returned to his seat, inquiring, "Are you too aware of Lin Xian's origins? Relate everything you know about him to me without omission." The Grand Elder exchanged a glance with Luo Yusin before he began to speak. Lin Xian hails from the Forgotten Lands, a place where cultivation is deemed impossible. Years ago, he joined our sect's recruitment team. At that time, we were all quite astonished. The Forgotten Lands lack spiritual veins, and the spiritual energy is sparse. Yet, when he arrived at our sect, he had already attained the 7th level of Qi refinement. We merely regarded him as a prodigious talent. The Grand Elder recounted the tale with utmost reverence towards the Zhatian Taoist, fearful of omitting even the slightest detail that might provoke the Elder's ire, for a mere sneeze from him could spell the end of their Exine Luo sect. The Zhatian Taoist listened intently to the Grand Elder's words, occasionally furrowing his brow, which sent a chill of apprehension through the Grand Elder, who was speaking below. At last, he finally articulated everything he knew, and upon observing that the Elder did not exhibit any signs of anger, the Grand Elder heaved a sigh of relief. The water spirit pearl remained unattained, and considerable soul power was lost. The celestial exploder did not linger for long, and after listening to the Grand Elder's account, he ascended in a flash of light, departing from the Xinhua sect. Chapter 70. The Withered Leaf Island after the celestial exploder's departure. Both Luo Yusin and the Grand Elder felt a lightness in their bodies, releasing a long breath of stale air. Luo Yusin remarked, "Master, do you think our actions today were somewhat inappropriate? That Lin Xian may possess a significant opportunity. His future achievements could be boundless. I sense that our Xinhua sect might have overlooked something." The Grand Elder furrowed his brow and replied, "No matter how great his fortune, he must first grow. At present, his dantian is damaged, and he should have no prospects left in this life. He spoke with a tone of uncertainty. Subsequently, the two fell into silence. In a state of confusion, Lin Xian found himself in a dream, returning to the place of his birth, the carefree Linjia Village. However, this was not a pleasant dream. Rather, it was a nightmare. In the dream, he had become an ordinary person, and upon learning of his transformation, the royal family of the Qiankun Kingdom led a large force to Linjia Village. To extract his secret, the royal entourage brutally slaughtered one villager after another before his eyes. At last, only his family remained, yet the nightmare had not come to an end. He gazed upon his father, mother, elder brother, younger brother, and finally his little sister, all perishing before his eyes. Despite revealing all his secrets, none of his family survived. They were all brutally slain by the royal forces. Little sister. In a moment of terror, Lin Xian shouted, awakening his sister. At that instant, his garments were drenched, his forehead glistening with sweat, and a sinister expression lingered on his face, while the murderous intent in his eyes seemed almost tangible. Upon hearing the cries from within the room, a wooden door swung open, revealing a tall girl with flowing blue hair, clad in a simple long dress. Upon seeing Lin Xian sit up, she joyfully exclaimed, "Big brother, you are finally awake. Grandpa and I went fishing at sea and found you floating, gravely injured and on the brink of death. Grandpa brought you aboard the boat. However, upon returning to the village, you had been unconscious for over 10 days, Grandpa thought you." Hearing the girl's voice and observing the rudimentary surroundings, Lin Xian shook his head, dispelling the emotions of his nightmare. His eyes appeared vacant, his lips cracked, and his skin dry, revealing his exhaustion. Suddenly recalling something, Lin Xian weakly inquired, "May I ask, young lady, where is this place? Is it far from the land of oblivion?" His head was still clouded, and he had not considered whether she was aware of such a name. He simply spoke the thought that consumed him, his yearning to return to his parents' side. The blue-haired woman pondered for a moment before responding, "This is Withered Leaf Island. As for the land of oblivion, I have not heard of such a place and am unaware of its distance." Seemingly struck by a thought, she continued, "My grandfather is quite knowledgeable. Perhaps he might know of the land of oblivion. Please wait a moment, big brother, while I prepare some fish soup and inquire with my grandfather if he is familiar with that place." With a cheerful smile, the blue-haired woman departed. Upon seeing her, Lin Xian was reminded of his younger sister and the horrific scene of her demise in a nightmare, causing a flicker of resentment to appear in his eyes once more. Before long, an elderly man entered Lin Xian's abode. The old man appeared to be in his 60s. Though slightly stooped, he was still brimming with vitality. After sizing up Lin Xian, he remarked, "Young man, you don't seem to be from around here. Where are you from? And how did you end up drifting on the sea?" Lin Xian assessed the old man and confirmed he was merely a mortal before replying. "Thank you for saving my life, elder. I am Lin Yao. I encountered a fierce beast at sea, resulting in my injuries, and I cannot recall the events that followed. However, elder, do you know where the land of oblivion is? What is this place we are in?" The old man, after a moment of contemplation, replied, "Anyo, I must admit I have no recollection of the land of oblivion. As for this place, I believe Lafia has already informed you. It is called Withered Leaf Island, a rather ordinary island in the Wuwang Sea." Upon hearing the mention of the Wuwang Sea, Lin Xian shifted his inquiry and asked, "Do you, esteemed elder, know the precise location of this place within the Wuwang Sea?" The elder responded promptly, "We are situated in the western waters of the Wuwang Sea, and Kai Island has been our ancestral home for generations." The elders often recount various intriguing tales from the Wuwang Sea. Thus we are aware that the vast expanse we inhabit is indeed the Wuwang Sea. Upon learning that they were in the western waters, Lin Xian felt a pang of disappointment. Now, he was no different from an ordinary mortal. The prospect of traversing the Wuwang Sea to return to the Forgotten Land seemed utterly unattainable, even if he still possessed his foundational cultivation skills. Bridging such a vast distance appeared nearly impossible, let alone in his current state. Noticing Lin Xian's crestfallen expression, the elder sought to offer comfort, saying, "Anyo, since returning is not an option, it would be wise to settle contentedly on Kai Island. Once your injuries heal, we can devise a plan. As long as you are safe, solutions will inevitably arise." Accepting that a return to the Forgotten Land was not feasible, Lin Xian chose not to dwell on his troubles. As the elder suggested, as long as he remained unharmed, there would always be a way forward. Exhaling a deep breath, Lin Xian turned to the elder and inquired, "May I have the honor of knowing your name? I assure you that I shall repay your kindness in due time." The elder chuckled lightly and replied, "You may call me Luby. The young lady outside is my granddaughter, Lafia. For many years, we have relied on each other, as there are no others in our household. You are welcome to reside with us." At that moment, Lafia entered with a steaming bowl of fish soup. From a distance, Lin Xian caught a whiff of its delightful aroma, causing him to involuntarily swallow. Noticing Lin Xian's instinctive action, Ruby chuckled and remarked, "Look at you, Anyo. You've been in a coma for over 10 days. You must be famished. You should start with some fish soup. After such a long time without food, you can only manage something light like this. Anything else would be too much." Lafia took a seat beside Lin Xian, ready to feed him the soup. However, Lin Xian felt a sense of embarrassment at the thought of a young lady feeding him, so he promptly sat up and said, "Thank you, Lafia. I can manage on my own." With that, he took the bowl of soup from her hands and began to drink eagerly. Since his foundation establishment, he had not partaken in the earthly delights of food, and upon tasting the soup, he found it exceptionally delicious, drinking heartily. Observing Lin Xian's delight in the soup she had prepared, Lafia smiled with joy. Chapter 71. Current state with the bowl of soup consumed. Lin Xian seemed to regain some of his vitality. Gazing at the two strangers before him, he felt a deep sense of emotion in their eyes. He saw no trace of insincerity, only genuine warmth, simplicity, and purity. As Lin Xian began to drift into thought, Lafia and Ruby quietly exited the room. Since awakening, Lin Xian had struggled with his emotional state, feeling overwhelmed, primarily because the scenes from his dreams had touched upon the most vulnerable parts of his heart, inciting uncontrollable anger within him. At this moment, he gradually regained his composure and began to reminisce about the events that had transpired earlier. He recalled that his dantian had been rendered useless by the Grand Elder. Upon assessing his condition, he realized he was devoid of any spiritual energy. Now, he bore little distinction from an ordinary mortal. As Lin Xian continued to reflect, waves of memories surged forth, enveloping him in an icy chill. It could be said that even his heart had transformed into an eternal glacier. This ordeal had irrevocably illuminated the true nature of the cultivation world for Lin Xian, shattering all notions of innocence, kindness, and loyalty under the piercing blade of the Grand Elder. However, with his dantian destroyed and having become a mere mortal, what relevance did the affairs of the cultivation realm hold for him? The deceptions, feigned affections, and intrigues were now utterly disconnected from his existence. A profound sense of resentment welled up within Lin Xian. Was his path to cultivation truly severed? Would he simply wither away as a mortal in this place? He summoned his divine consciousness, eager to ascertain whether it still remained intact. To his delight, although he had lost his spiritual energy, his consciousness persisted. He hastily connected his consciousness with the Qiankun Mirror's space, and in an instant, Lin Xian found himself within that realm, where various materials, elixirs, and artifacts remained in their original places. The spiritual herbs in the medicinal field were still flourishing, and the blue heart lotus in the pond had reached an age of a millennium. The lotus flowers had blossomed abundantly, filling the entire space with their enchanting fragrance. Many lotus seeds have reached maturity, and some have even existed for a millennium. The prospect of refining elixirs with these seeds is intriguing. However, a wave of despondency washed over Lin Xian as he realized he possessed no trace of spiritual energy to engage in alchemy. Suddenly, a flicker of hope ignited within him, and he urgently called out in his consciousness, "Elder Finchine, are you still there?" Yet, silence enveloped him, and with a sense of frustration, he called out once more, only to be met with the same void of response. Lin Xian recalled a chilling scream he had heard just before losing consciousness, possibly the last remnants of Elder Finchine's spirit meeting a tragic fate. Yet, how had he managed to escape the clutches of the Xinlua sect? Was it possible that the Elder deemed him useless and discarded him into the sea? A myriad of questions flooded his mind, but lacking clarity, Lin Xian chose not to dwell on them. The undeniable fact remained. He was still alive, still possessed of consciousness, and the Qiankun Mirror remained with him, indicating that the explosive Taoist had not succeeded. As he continued to introspect, Lin Xian discerned a 1-inch wound within his dantian, which was marred by a network of fissures resembling a spider's web. Instinctively, he began to circulate the Yuan Shi Immortal Sutra, only to discover an absence of any spiritual energy within him. His body felt like a stagnant pool, with his dantian destroyed and spiritual energy entirely dissipated. Lin Xian found himself devoid of any vitality. However, The fact that his consciousness remained intact and the Qiankun Mirror was not lost offered him a modicum of solace. Upon leaving the realm of the Qiankun Mirror, Lin Xian found himself once more within the innermost confines of the wooden cabin. Surveying his surroundings, he approached a spear and, gripping it firmly with his right hand, thrust it directly towards his left arm. A sound akin to metal clashing resonated through the air as the spear bent upon impact, tearing through the sleeve of his garment, yet leaving his skin unscathed. With an expression devoid of emotion, Lin Xian returned the spear to its original position. Internally, he reflected, "It appears that the strength of my physical form remains intact. Although I have narrowly escaped with my life from this calamity, the very foundation of my cultivation has been compromised. This is the work of the esteemed elder whom I once held in high regard, who, in a bid to appease the golden core cultivators and sever ties with me, has orchestrated this elaborate scheme." A cold smile crept across Lin Xian's face as he settled back onto the wooden bed, fully comprehending his predicament. His dantian lay destroyed, his cultivation rendered null, and it seemed that his path to immortality had been irrevocably severed. A glimmer of hope lingered in the possibility of restoring his dantian. But could it truly be revived after such devastation? Lin Xian was uncertain. Perhaps in the realm of cultivation, nothing is truly impossible. Many aspects surpassed his current understanding. Much like when he was a mortal, unable to fathom the capabilities of cultivators. For now, he would grant himself this flicker of hope. Otherwise, living without hope is akin to existing as a mere shell of a being. Exhaling a long, heavy breath, he gradually dispelled the gloom that weighed upon his heart. He was originally an ordinary mortal, yet now he possesses the ability to wield spiritual consciousness and a physique comparable to that of a foundation-building cultivator. In comparison to an average person, he is indeed fortunate. At the very least, he is now capable of safeguarding himself. And perhaps one day, he might discover a method to restore his dantian. Lin Xian contemplated this within his heart. His physical form, already robust, had been further invigorated after consuming some fish soup, and coupled with a significant transformation in his mental state, he radiated renewed vitality. A new aspiration took root within him. He resolved not to abandon hope, nor the path of cultivation. As he pushed open the door and stepped outside, he was greeted by a cerulean sky, the gentle caress of the sea breeze, and the melodious cries of seabirds. Lin Xian felt a profound tranquility envelop him. Inhaling the moist air deeply, he began to sketch a preliminary outline for his future life. At that moment, Livia was busy sun-drying fish. Upon noticing Lin Xian's emergence from the house, she hurried towards him. Once she reached him, a hint of reproach laced her tone as she said, "Brother Lin, you have sustained serious injuries and remain quite weak. Why are you wandering about instead of resting in bed?" Lin Xian gazed at the beautiful blue-haired woman before him and offered a faint smile, replying, "My body is quite resilient. This is merely a minor injury. After drinking the fish soup you prepared, I feel much better. Therefore, I have made the decision to leave this place. Where is Grandpa Ruby? I wish to bid him farewell. Had it not been for you all, I might have already become shark bait." Upon hearing that Lin was about to bid farewell to them, Lafia expressed her concern, saying, "Brother Lin, you have only just awakened. How can you consider leaving? You are unfamiliar with this place and have nowhere to go. It would be wiser to wait until you have fully recovered before departing." Lin shook his head, his resolve unwavering. He bid Lafia farewell and asked her to convey his goodbye to Ruby before departing the fishing village with a small amount of food gifted by Lafia. Chapter 72. The scarred mountain. Lin departed from the fishing village where Lafia and the others resided, but he did not venture far. Positioned behind the village was a modest peak, jagged and seemingly marred by some external force, leading the villagers to name it the Scarred Mountain. Lin was reluctant to remain in the village, fearing he might bring trouble to the fishermen. After all, he had incurred the wrath of a golden core cultivator, specifically one from the esteemed Qianxing Palace, the foremost sect in the southern seas. Though uncertain whether they would trace him to this location, Lin preferred to exercise caution. The Scarred Mountain was desolate, with sparse trees and rugged rocks, rarely visited by villagers. Lin discovered a somewhat secluded spot atop the mountain that afforded a panoramic view of the entire village. The scenery was quite pleasant, offering vistas of the village, the vast sea, and the birds soaring above the water. He resolved to establish a temporary dwelling there, ensuring he would not disrupt Lafia and the others' lives while also providing himself with a greater sense of security. Devoid of spiritual energy, he found himself unable to wield magical artifacts. For the first time, Lin Xian realized that excavating a cave abode was an arduous task. After 3 days of relentless effort, he finally constructed a shelter capable of shielding him from the elements. However, it could scarcely be termed an abode, for its dimensions were modest, and the tools he employed were exceedingly rudimentary. Faced with the formidable rock formations, he encountered insurmountable challenges. Lacking spiritual power, he felt almost as mortal as any common man. After 3 days of exhaustive labor, Lin Xian had consumed all the provisions gifted to him by Lafia, and now his stomach began to grumble incessantly, a sensation he had not experienced in years. With a wry smile, he departed from his makeshift shelter, determined to seek out sustenance. This quest posed little difficulty for him. With his keen perception, he could scour a radius of 150 li. Soon, he detected several wild rabbits nearby, and with the swiftness of his physical prowess, he swiftly hunted them down, securing his dinner. After the meal, Lin Xian reclined alone on a rudimentary wooden bed, gazing up at the starry sky while listening to the rhythmic crashing of waves against the rocks. In the distance, the flickering lights of a fishing village illuminated the night. In that moment, his heart was imbued with an unparalleled tranquility. Having toiled for over 30 years, he had never before experienced such leisure. In his youth, he labored tirelessly to stave off hunger, and upon entering the Jianghu sect, his endeavors intensified. For failing the assessments would result in his return home, plunging his family back into a life of feasting and famine. Upon entering the realm of cultivation, Lin Xian found himself even busier than during his time at Jianghu's sect, often toiling day and night. He had anticipated that pursuing immortality would lead to a life of tranquility, yet the reality proved otherwise. Lost in a myriad of memories, he became acutely aware that his spiritual consciousness had already enveloped the entire fishing village. Grandfather, it was not I who urged Brother Lin to leave. He chose to depart of his own volition, despite my attempts to dissuade him. The voice of Livia echoed in Lin Xian's mind. Humph, that young lad Nyo is gravely injured and has gone without sustenance for over 10 days. Have you considered where he might venture? What will he eat? Such a thoughtless girl you are, came the voice of Ruby. My dear, many of our fishing tools are in disrepair. Should we not procure some replacements from the town tomorrow? Otherwise, our inability to catch fish could lead to dire consequences, he lamented. Ah, have you heard? Old Ruby rescued a mysterious young man from the sea, and he has been staying at their home for several days now. Do you suppose he intends to betroth Livia to that fellow? After all, no one in our village dares to marry her. She has been a harbinger of misfortune since birth, having caused her parents' demise. Just look at her striking blue hair. She is truly an anomaly. Having gone days without catching anything worthwhile, our stock of dried fish is dwindling. I must venture out to sea tomorrow and strive to catch some fish. Otherwise, I may be destined to remain a bachelor for life. A cacophony of voices filled Lin Xian's mind. Senior brother, do you truly believe there are treasures hidden within these desolate mountains? Certainly. How could a senior brother deceive his junior sister? The last time I inadvertently passed by here, I discovered an ancient cave dwelling nestled within the remnants of a mountain. The protective barriers surrounding the cave, having aged significantly over time, are on the verge of dissipating. Today, I brought my junior sister along, primarily because I wished for us to become a pair of celestial companions. Otherwise, this cave would remain solely mine to enjoy. My brother holds my sister in such high regard that I find myself at a loss for how to repay him, save for offering myself in devotion. Then, strange sounds began to emanate, suggesting that my sister was in distress. At this moment, Lin Xian recalled all his spiritual senses from the fishing village, directing them toward the pair of siblings. Upon locating them, their positions became vividly clear in his mind, approximately 100 miles away. It appeared they were embroiled in a struggle, the senior brother relentlessly tearing at the fabric of his sister's garments, while she reciprocated by rending his attire. Soon, their clothing lay in tatters. This was Lin Xian's first encounter with such a confrontation among cultivators, and he found it perplexing at such a close range. A mere flick of a magical artifact could lead to their demise. However, Lin Xian soon witnessed the scene he had been contemplating. The senior brother had, unbeknownst to him, drawn a dagger from his storage pouch and thrust it toward the abdomen of the young woman, striking a spot reminiscent of the one where the elder had once pierced him. With a piercing scream, the woman collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, the senior brother spoke, saying, "Junior sister, I am truly sorry. This ancient cultivator's cave requires the essence of a woman's blood as a guide to unlock its secrets. When the day comes that I attain the great Tao, I shall certainly remember your sacrifice." The shock on the woman's face was palpable. She could hardly fathom that the usually affable senior brother could exhibit such cruelty. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xian remained impassive. Had he encountered such a situation in the past, his expression would have mirrored that of the woman. However, after experiencing similar events firsthand, he gained a profound understanding of cultivators. In their eyes, only profit and loss mattered. They would go to any lengths if it served their interests. The desires of mortals, such as greed for wealth, fame, and power, were magnified manifold in the hearts of cultivators. While mortals may yearn for material gains, cultivators seek the great Tao and immortality, justifying any action to achieve their goals. Half an hour later, Lin Xian arrived near the scene of the incident. He emitted no traces of spiritual energy. While the cultivator remained clearly in the Qi refinement stage and possessed no consciousness to detect Lin Xian's presence, the senior brother continued with his mysterious preparations. The man busied himself, using the woman's blood to intricately outline a complex pattern. Lin Xian concealed himself behind a rock, 100 meters away, vigilantly monitoring the man with his consciousness. After another half hour, the man finally completed his task, yet he did not pause for rest. Instead, he resumed chanting incantations. Then the blood-red patterns began to emanate a crimson glow, which intensified as the man continued his incantations. With a hearty laugh, Lin Xian noticed that the barrier at the entrance of the cave gradually dissipated, revealing a pitch-black opening. Without hesitation, the man stepped forward and entered. Observing his entry into the dark abyss, Lin Xian took a moment to contemplate before following suit. From the man's words, Lin Xian had gathered that this place was likely the lair of an ancient cultivator, replete with opportunities, yet potentially fraught with peril. Nevertheless, Lin Xian resolved to take the gamble. His Dantian had been destroyed, and his once 200-year lifespan had dwindled to the mere decades of a mortal. Approaching his 30th year, he had little time left, and any glimmer of hope to restore his Dantian was worth pursuing. Upon entering the cave, he was greeted by an elongated corridor. Lin Xian followed closely behind the man, moving at a measured pace. Despite the dimness of the passage, Lin Xian could discern the man's every action with clarity through his spiritual awareness, while the man remained oblivious to his presence. After a brief interval, the man reached the end of the corridor, where a stone door loomed before him. The door stood approximately 10 feet high and 6 feet wide, exuding an air of formidable weight. Upon seeing the door, a look of excitement spread across the man's face as he retrieved an object from his storage pouch and inserted it into a nearby slot, causing the great door to begin its slow ascent. Upon witnessing such a scenario, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows, realizing that the man must possess some knowledge about this cultivator's cave. Otherwise, how could he possibly possess the key to unlock the stone door? Lin Xian had no time for further contemplation when he observed the stone door fully ajar, and an unsettling chill swept through the air, causing him to shudder even from a distance. The man seemed to be in deep thought, refraining from entering immediately. After a duration of more than 10 breaths, he finally stepped through the threshold, whereupon the path diverged into 3 distinct passages. Ultimately, he opted for the leftmost corridor. Once the man had ventured into the passage, Lin Xian arrived at the stone door, confronted by the ominous aura emanating from the 3 pathways. He fell into a reverie, extending his spiritual awareness, which caused him to tremble anew. The 3 passages bore almost identical energies, an unsettling sensation that left him disquieted. Ultimately, Lin Xian could not discern which path to take through his spiritual perception. Frowning, he noted that the man hesitated at the entrance for quite some time, evidently uncertain of the circumstances within. In the end, Lin Xian resolved to enter the rightmost passage. The corridor was entirely paved with azure stone, and in the dim light, the stones emitted a faint glow, enhancing the eerie atmosphere of the passage. This was the first time Lin Xian had encountered such an environment, and an inexplicable tension gripped his heart. At this moment, he possessed not a trace of spiritual energy, aside from his robust physique. He bore little distinction from an ordinary mortal. Nevertheless, Lin Xian did not waver, resolutely advancing towards the depths of the corridor. After traversing a mere 10 or so paces, Lin Xian suddenly sensed the presence of some enigmatic entities drawing near. A chilling breeze enveloped him, causing goosebumps to rise upon his skin. Despite the absence of spiritual power, his consciousness remained intact. These entities, though lacking a physical form, could not evade his perceptive awareness. While Lin Xian anxiously contemplated how to confront these indistinct presences, the Qiankun Mirror soared forth from his forehead, emitting a beam of white light that illuminated the path ahead. Subsequently, a powerful suction emanated from the mirror, drawing in all the elusive entities he had sensed moments before. As the white light dimmed, the Qiankun Mirror returned to its resting place on Lin Xian's brow. Witnessing this remarkable occurrence, Lin Xian felt an overwhelming joy. With the Qiankun Mirror to contend with these formless beings, he could navigate the passage with ease. True to Lin Xian's expectations, whenever he detected the presence of those indistinct entities, the Qiankun Mirror would instinctively emerge, consuming them as if they were its sustenance. After a brief passage of time, Lin Xian finally reached the terminus of the corridor. It opened into a vast stone chamber, at the center of which lay a circular blood pool, filled with a liquid as crimson as blood itself, exuding a pungent, metallic odor. Above the pool, a coffin rested, and upon the stone wall behind it were inscribed numerous characters. Lin Xian approached the wall with measured steps, scrutinizing it closely. I was once the sovereign of this boundless sea, yet I fell victim to treachery from my own disciple, gravely wounded and forced to flee to this place. Should future souls be fortunate enough to arrive here, they may inherit my legacy. Throughout my life, I mastered both the arts of law and body, traversing the vast seas unchallenged. My successor need only learn one of my techniques. Upon achieving mastery, they shall merely need to cleanse my domain. Upon observing the inscriptions etched upon the stone wall, Lin Xian furrowed his brow. From the depths of the submerged city, the revered figure had managed to exist in a fragmented soul form for millennia. Lin Xian understood that such formidable practitioners possessed unparalleled powers, making true death elusive. This esteemed cultivator might very well share a similar fate. However, considering his possession of the Qiankun Mirror, which appeared to exert some dominion over soul entities, he felt a sense of relief. Ordinary individuals confronted with the remnants of these powerful souls would either be usurped, becoming mere puppets. Yet with the Qiankun Mirror, these spectral beings seemed to serve as sustenance, drawn into its depths. With this thought, Lin Xian's courage swelled. His Dantian lay in ruins. He faced a choice between restoration or the arduous path of body refinement. Though fraught with challenges, the latter still offered a glimmer of hope. The practitioner claimed mastery over both arts, suggesting he possessed commendable body cultivation techniques. With anticipation stirring within him, Lin Xian could no longer contain his eagerness. After much deliberation, he resolved to open the coffin. In his heart, the living seemed far more formidable than the deceased. He exerted effort to gradually push aside the stone lid, only to be met with a wave of putrid air. Lin Xian's gaze slowly turned towards the stone coffin, within which lay a skeletal remains. The garments that adorned the skeleton in life had completely decayed, leaving only a smooth, jade-like framework that bore a striking resemblance to that of the Burning Heart Sovereign. Chapter 74. The Dark Knight Demon Lord. To the right of the skeleton rested 2 jade slips. Upon seeing the slips, Lin Xian's heart surged with uncontainable joy. Suppressing his inner excitement, he circled the stone coffin, meticulously examining the skeleton. Unlike the previous encounter with the Burning Heart Sovereign, this skeleton revealed no storage artifacts. Although the bones had endured the ravages of time, they remained lustrous and translucent, emitting a faint glow, appearing even more formidable than those of the Burning Heart Sovereign, perhaps a testament to its rigorous body refinement. Noticing that the skeleton exhibited no signs of movement, Lin Xian reached for the 2 jade slips. Grasping one in his hand, he eagerly pressed it against his forehead. He discovered that it contained secrets of the heavenly demon sacred body, a body refinement technique that, when cultivated to perfection, endowed the practitioner with a physique as resilient as a magical artifact. Even the most ordinary of treasures would be incapable of inflicting harm upon such a body, allowing one to engage in combat against nascent soul cultivators with sheer physical prowess. However, the resources required for such cultivation were indeed daunting. Cultivating the sacred body of the heavenly demon necessitates not only specific elixirs, but also the infusion of spiritual liquid to refine the body, both of which require a substantial amount of spiritual herbs. However, for Lin Xian, obtaining these herbs does not seem to pose a significant challenge. Just as he was about to examine the second jade slip, an unexpected event transpired. A skeletal figure, which had previously shown no signs of life, suddenly leaped forth from the coffin. Its polished, jade-like bones began to emanate a sinister, inky aura, while its eye sockets glowed with an eerie green light, fixating intently on Lin Xian. Simultaneously, the skeleton's jaw began to move, producing a chilling voice. "Young one, how do you find the techniques of the Dark Knight Demon Lord? Are they satisfactory?" Observing this development, Lin Xian remained unperturbed. He had long anticipated that such formidable practitioners would not easily succumb to death. He stepped back a few paces, fixating his gaze upon the skeletal figure, his expression devoid of panic. In a composed tone, he replied, "I have come to this place precisely for the body refinement techniques of esteemed predecessors. The inscription on the wall indicates that these methods are meant for those fortunate enough to inherit them. I am merely acting in accordance with your words." Lin Xian spoke with a calm demeanor, unhurried and steady, while the Dark Knight Demon Lord erupted in laughter upon hearing Lin Xian's words. "Is it true that the cultivators of today's immortal realm are so naive? Your intellect seems to be regressing," he remarked, "seeing your Dantian destroyed. Could this innocence be the cause? The techniques I offer are indeed treasures for you, not only capable of allowing you to continue your path of cultivation, but perhaps even aiding you in your quest for vengeance. However, let me handle those matters for you." Upon uttering these words, a beam of green light erupted from the skeletal remains, soaring towards Lin Xian's forehead. Witnessing this familiar scene, Lin Xian's heart finally eased, for he had feared that the skeleton would not merely attempt to seize his body, but would instead launch an attack, leading to considerable complications. Indeed, the green light penetrated Lin Xian's sea of consciousness, delving deeper into its recesses. Shortly thereafter, a piercing scream echoed, and as anticipated, the green light was absorbed by the Qiankun Mirror. Casting a glance at the fallen skeletal frame, Lin Xian ultimately ensnared it within the Qiankun Mirror as well. Once more, he grasped another jade slip, which indeed contained a martial technique, the celestial demon art, a practice of the demonic path. Lin Xian held little interest in this technique. His Dantian had been destroyed, rendering him incapable of cultivation, and moreover, he was not lacking in martial arts. His intrigue lay solely in the secret arts documented within these techniques. Among them was the art of corpse refinement, capable of transforming soulless corpses, including skeletons, into puppets, manipulated through one's spiritual consciousness to assist in combat. The methods and materials required for this refinement were detailed within. Upon encountering this secret art, Lin Xian's thoughts drifted to the two skeletal forms of the Burning Heart Venerable and the Night Demon Lord within the Qiankun Mirror, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. After securing the jade slip containing the celestial demon art into the Qiankun Mirror, Lin Xian picked up the jade slip of the celestial demon's sacred body and began to read attentively. After a brief interval, he set aside the jade slip and turned his gaze towards the blood pool at the center of the stone chamber. According to the Night Demon Lord, this blood pool was utilized for cultivating the celestial demon's sacred body, intended for his future soul transference prior to his demise. The cultivation of the celestial demon body is indeed peculiar. It begins with the infusion of specialized spiritual liquid to establish a foundation for the physical body. Subsequently, one may utilize spiritual herbs to concoct body-tempering elixirs and pills for supplementary training. As for the future, Lin Xian chose not to dwell on it. His immediate focus was on solidifying his physical base to enable the practice of the celestial demon body technique. Submerged within the crimson liquid of the blood pool, only his head remained above the surface. He valiantly endured the repugnant stench of blood, feeling waves of heat surging into his body. Pain akin to being sliced by countless blades coursed through his muscles. Lin Xian was no stranger to body refining. It was a relentless process of honing the flesh, and such experiences were never devoid of discomfort. Despite his mental preparation, the sensation was far more intense than any previous trials. Veins bulged on his forehead as beads of sweat cascaded down like raindrops. He clenched his teeth, suppressing the excruciating agony, determined not to utter a sound. Time crawled at an agonizing pace for Lin Xian. He found himself wishing to lose consciousness just to escape this torment. Yet, he realized he must endure, second by second. An hour passed. Lin Xian continued to withstand the inhumane suffering. He refused to surrender, for this was a pathway that would allow him to progress on his cultivation journey. Deep inside, he vowed that this time, he would not allow himself to be harmed again. 2 hours had passed. Lin Xian had grown numb to the pain. It felt as if this corporeal form were no longer his own. The substance from the blood pool continuously surged into Lin Xian's body, inflicting immense agony while simultaneously transforming his flesh. His physical strength was steadily enhancing. For hours elapsed. As his body grew stronger, Lin Xian gradually acclimated to the suffering. This was a sign that his physical form was nearing its limits. With prior experience in body refinement, he understood that he was close to the foundational stage. Half an hour later, Lin Xian emerged from the blood pool, feeling unprecedented vitality. Clenching his fists tightly, an explosive power surged from his muscles to his knuckles. At that moment, a surge of battle intent ignited within him. He felt that even a high-grade defensive artifact could be shattered by his punch. Chapter 75, the central stone chamber having lingered in the blood pool for several hours. Lin Xian emerged feeling somewhat famished. He retrieved some roasted meat from the Qiankun Mirror, and after consuming a few bites, he felt considerably revitalized. He then turned back towards the stone door. At this juncture, he was uncertain of the other man's condition. He wondered if the man had traversed the central passage. Nevertheless, he resolutely stepped into the central corridor. After merely a dozen breaths, Lin Xian discovered numerous corpse refiners wandering ahead, indicating that the other man had yet to traverse the central passage. What awaited at the end of the corridor? Lin Xian felt a sense of anticipation rising within him. Now, his physical strength has once again been enhanced, and he yearns to familiarize himself with this newfound power through combat. In a swift motion, Lin Xian dashed towards a corpse of the refined kind. In merely 2 breaths, his fist struck the chest of the corpse, piercing through it entirely. The refined corpses moved sluggishly, their actions somewhat clumsy, yet, devoid of life and sensation. They remained unfazed despite Lin Xian's fist penetrating their chest. Unperturbed, the corpse attempted to lower its head and bite Lin Xian's arm. Lin Xian quickly withdrew his arm, evading the bite, and then delivered a powerful punch to the corpse's head, shattering it into fragments. Without its head, the corpse toppled backward. Through the skirmish, Lin Xian discerned that the head was the critical weak point of the refined corpses. Once the head was destroyed, they lost all combat efficacy. Armed with this insight, Lin Xian's attacks became increasingly targeted, enhancing their efficiency. Soon, one refined corpse after another fell before him. He felt quite satisfied with his current physical prowess. Although his dantian had been destroyed, and his spiritual energy had completely dissipated, leaving him devoid of any cultivation, he believed that with his physical form alone, he could face mid-stage foundation-building cultivators without fear. However, he acknowledged one limitation. While cultivators could fly using their artifacts, he currently had no spiritual energy, rendering him unable to soar or abstain from eating. With the accumulation of battle experience, Lin Xian's strikes grew increasingly formidable, and before long, he had thoroughly cleared the entire corridor of refined corpses. Upon reaching the terminus of the passage, Lin Xian found himself in a stone chamber, devoid of the blood pool and coffin that once occupied it. This appeared to be a former armory of the monk. Within the chamber lay an assortment of weapons, each of commendable quality. In the very center stood 3 formidable armaments, a dull, heavy sword, a pitch-black battle axe, and a silver spear, all exuding an extraordinary aura. Curiously, these weapons seemed to lack any magical properties. They were merely conventional arms. However, their might was likely formidable enough to challenge even cultivators, suggesting that they may have once belonged to the Dark Knight Demon Lord. It was evident that these weapons did not require spiritual energy to wield, relying instead on the raw strength of the wielder. Grasping the heavy sword, Lin Xian swung it a few times with casual ease, feeling the air cleave around him. "What a splendid sword!" he exclaimed, retracting the blade and securing it to his back. He then picked up the axe and spear, testing their balance and heft, both proving to be quite satisfactory. Yet, he felt an undeniable affinity for the heavy sword, deciding to stow away the other weapons in the Qiankun Mirror. With the heavy sword in tow, Lin Xian made his way towards the entrance. Pausing for a moment at the threshold, he contemplated his choices, ultimately opting not to enter the left passage, but to depart instead. This time, he had acquired a body refinement technique, paving the way for his continued cultivation. Although the path of body refinement was fraught with challenges, he remained steadfast in his resolve to restore his dantian. Soon, Lin Xian arrived at the entrance of the cave dwelling. As he stepped out, a flying sword came slicing towards him. With a cold grunt, Lin Xian unleashed a punch, sending the sword flying away. Expanding his divine sense, he flickered and shot towards the man with great speed. Since Lin Xian's physical strength had been further enhanced, his speed had also increased significantly. In scarcely a breath's time, he appeared beside the man, who had drawn a bronze shield to protect himself. Lin Xian struck with a punch, shattering the bronze shield, and his fist continued unabated, landing squarely on the man's chest. A look of disbelief flashed across the man's face, quickly morphing into one of agony as a horrified scream escaped his lips, sending him crashing to the ground. Lin Xian reappeared before the man, who was now pale with terror, blood continuously spilling from his mouth. Though he seemed to wish to utter something, no words came forth. Lin Xian coldly regarded the man. For one who sought his demise, regardless of their identity, he would show no mercy. Raising his right foot high, he brought it down with force, eliciting another scream from the man. At this moment, the man's dantian had already been destroyed. Yet Lin Xian showed no signs of relenting. He withdrew his foot and seized the storage bag from the man's waist, delivering a fierce kick to his head. The man spun away, flying off into the distance. Now silent, his fate unknown. Upon returning to his dwelling, Lin Xian took down the heavy sword from his back, caressing its blade with boundless joy in his heart. This time, one could say the gains were substantial, and indeed, they were rather unexpected. He acquired an exceptional body refinement technique, which he could continue to cultivate. And when faced with foundation-building cultivators, he would possess a means of self-defense. Moreover, whether it be a heavy sword, a colossal axe, or a long spear, each was undeniably a treasure of remarkable quality. While cultivators might not hold them in high regard, for body refiners, they held a different significance. After a night of silence, the following day, Lin Xian managed to catch quite a number of prey. He placed the carcass of a deer at the entrance of the dwelling where Linjia and Ruby resided, and then quietly departed. When Linjia opened her door that morning, she was greeted by the sight of a sizable deer carcass. With her striking blue eyes, she scanned the surroundings, but found nothing amiss. Deep down, she suspected that this deer was likely a gift from her elder brother Lin, which also reassured her of his safety. Ruby was equally astonished upon discovering the deer. Most inhabitants of the fishing village were fishermen, earning their livelihoods from the sea, and very few had the opportunity to hunt land animals. Thus, this deer was indeed a rarity, and even if taken to the market, it could fetch a handsome price. Chapter 76. Departure from the fishing village. Such occurrences became a regular phenomenon. Frequently, various prey would appear at Linjia's doorstep, a wild boar, a goat, and even a tiger. To name a few, it seemed that anything that roamed the land found its way before Linjia's door. At this point, both Linjia and Ruby were nearly certain that the source of these gifts was none other than Lin Xian. However, they had contemplated meeting Lin Xian, yet, regardless of their efforts, they could not await his appearance. Ultimately, they were compelled to relinquish their hopes. Nevertheless, upon learning that Lin Xian had regained his health and was capable of hunting such an abundance of prey, Ruby found solace. As time elapsed, a month passed. With the blood pool fortifying his corporeal form, Lin Xian was able to cultivate according to the methods of the heavenly demon sacred body. However, without the aid of elixirs or spiritual liquids, his progress was somewhat sluggish. On this particular night, Lin Xian continued his cultivation within the remnants of his mountain abode. Suddenly, his tightly shut eyes sprang open wide. Through his spiritual perception, he sensed 5 cultivators soaring towards the fishing village. Their demeanor and conversation betrayed nefarious intentions. Lin Xian swiftly rose, and with a fleeting motion, he vanished from his mountainous residence, hastening towards the village. As he sprinted, a fervent thought coursed through his mind. I hope it is not too late. Just as Lin Xian approached a short distance from Livia's home, the group of cultivators had already commenced their massacre within the village. It appeared they were practicing some dark sorcery. After slaying the mortals, they drained their blood, leaving behind nothing but lifeless husks. Before long, Lin Xian arrived at the site of the carnage. Upon seeing an individual brandishing a heavy sword approaching them, the several cultivators momentarily froze, then erupted into raucous laughter. The scene before them resembled that of a chivalrous hero, poised to combat oppression and champion righteousness. They eagerly awaited Lin Xian's lofty proclamation of justice. However, he merely regarded them with a frigid gaze, devoid of expression or utterance. A few individuals were puzzled, and one of them stepped forward to say, "Youngster, are you here to find?" Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Xian had already flickered to his side and unleashed a powerful punch. The man had no time to react as Lin's iron fist pierced through his heart. The man stared blankly at Lin Xian, his face a mask of terror. As Lin withdrew his fist, he vanished once more, while the body of the man fell to the ground with a thud. The remaining individuals finally came to their senses and hastily drew their defensive artifacts to fend off the threat. However, within mere moments, Lin Xian appeared before another disciple, delivering yet another punch. The once impenetrable defensive artifact crumbled like paper before Lin's might, and the disciple let out a piercing scream before collapsing. The 3 remaining cultivators, now fully aware that this was no ordinary mortal hero but rather a formidable elder from the cultivation realm, abandoned any thoughts of escape and knelt down, bowing their heads in supplication. Lin Xian regarded them coldly and spoke in a calm tone. Why have you come here? His lack of elaboration further solidified the three disciples' belief in Lin Xian's esteemed identity. One trembling disciple finally stammered. We are the 5 disciples of the heavenly demon sect from Stormy Tide City, sent by our elders to patrol the area, and we happened to arrive here. His body shook uncontrollably. He could never have imagined encountering an elder in such a remote location, far removed from the dense spiritual energy of the cultivation world. In such a remote location, even they were reluctant to come here. Had it not been for the directives of the sect's elder, they would never have arrived at this desolate place. Lin Xian appeared as frigid as a block of ice, instilling a deeper sense of dread in the 3 individuals before him. With a voice as cold as the winter wind, he inquired once more, You 5. Since you are on patrol, what brings you to this fishing village, and why have you resorted to the wanton slaughter of innocent lives? Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, the disciple trembled even more violently, yet he managed to reply in a quavering tone. We, under the sect's orders, are tasked with locating a mortal named Lin Xian. I possess his likeness, and the massacre of innocents was merely a means to cultivate our strength along the way. I have disclosed all that I know to the elder. I beseech you to spare my companions and me. Lin Xian let out a cold chuckle, extending his right hand to grasp the disciple's neck, lifting him effortlessly as though he were a mere chick. With a slight tightening of his grip, a cracking sound echoed, and the disciple met his demise in an instant. The other 2 disciples, witnessing the elder's merciless act, were engulfed by despair, yet they refused to succumb to their fate and hastily attempted to flee. In a flash, Lin Xian moved with astonishing speed, delivering a powerful punch to one disciple's back. The disciple screamed in agony, soaring several paces before crashing to the ground, motionless. Meanwhile, the remaining disciple had summoned his magical artifact, preparing to ascend into the sky. In an instant, a piercing surge of spiritual energy erupted from Lin Xian's consciousness. In the blink of an eye, a shriek resounded, and the ascending disciple plummeted back to the earth, lifeless and silent. Although Lin Xian had lost his spiritual power, his consciousness remained intact. Among all his divine abilities, only the soul-piercing spike could still be wielded. Approaching the few individuals before him, he discovered that they had all lost their breath. He retrieved their storage bags and placed them into the Qiankun Mirror before turning to depart. His exit did not warrant farewells to Lafia and Ruby, nor did it disturb any of the villagers. From the words of the disciple earlier, he learned that his news had surprisingly spread to the western seas. It appeared that the influence of the Xianxing Palace was indeed formidable. Even after his dantian had been rendered useless, they still clung to him. Was the water spirit pearl truly worth such obsession? Suddenly, Lin Xian seemed to have an epiphany. No, one water spirit pearl could not justify their extensive efforts. When he had escaped from the Xinlua sect, it was undoubtedly the Qiankun Mirror that had saved him, which meant it must have been exposed. Such a precious artifact would certainly not be easily relinquished by the explosive Taoist. At present, Lin Xian's appearance had undergone considerable changes. His hair was disheveled, his face adorned with a beard, presenting a haggard visage. In contrast, he had once been the personally taught disciple of the sect master of the Xinlua sect, renowned as the sect's foremost genius. Despite his ordinary looks, he had exuded the air of a young master, a stark contrast to his current disheveled state. It was no wonder that the recent disciples had failed to recognize him. Lin Xian found solace in this. He would scarcely need to disguise himself in the future, as it seemed unlikely that anyone would identify him. Thus, his time spent living like a wild man on the remnants of the mountain had not been without its rewards. Chapter 77. The City of Turbulent Waves. After a long journey spanning 3 years, Lin appeared in the City of Turbulent Waves, resembling a beggar. Upon his first encounter with this grand city, Lin was profoundly astonished. It was the largest he had seen since emerging from the land of oblivion. The entire City of Turbulent Waves was constructed from a unique, pale blue local material, reminiscent of crystal, yet distinctly different in hue. It was translucent and emitted a gentle blue radiance, rendering the city akin to a crystal palace, dreamlike and ethereal. The island on which the City of Turbulent Waves is situated is known as Broken Dream Island. The island's geography slopes from south to north, boasting a permanent population of millions, akin to a small nation. The city itself lies at the intersection of the north and south, nestled against a range of mountains while offering views of the azure sea, where one can even hear the waves crashing against the rocks, a veritable treasure trove of natural beauty. Broken Dream Island is vast, dotted with countless villages, some relying on fishing, others on farming, and yet others on hunting. The inhabitants have lived here for generations, gazing longingly at the existence of the city of turbulent waves. Some mortals, in search of opportunities, venture into the city to perform simple tasks, such as serving in tea houses or working in various shops. Thus, the city of turbulent waves is not solely inhabited by cultivators. Many mortals also dwell here, leading lives that, though brief and humble, sometimes grant them the chance to encounter celestial fortunes, setting them on a path of extraordinary cultivation. To this end, the shops in Jingtao City cater not solely to cultivators, but also to the multitude of ordinary folk residing therein. The dominion over Dream Fragment Island is held by the Tianma sect, and from the words of its disciples, Linjia learned that the upper echelons of the sect have issued an edict to capture or eliminate him. Linjia, having never ventured into the Western Sea nor crossed paths with the Tianma sect, deduced that this matter is inextricably linked to the explosive Taoist of Qianqing Palace. Despite Jingtao City being under the control of the Tianma sect, it remains a hub for cultivators and is home to numerous commoners. After careful consideration, Linjia ultimately resolved to take the calculated risk of coming here, for he must seek a method to restore his damaged Dantian, which necessitates his presence in a place frequented by cultivators. Jingtao City holds a unique geographical significance, situated not far from the Tsanyan Island, the stronghold of the Tianma sect, and various enterprises of the sect have established themselves within the city. Particularly, the city offers a plethora of rare materials unique to the Western Sea, making it a renowned trading post where many cultivators convene to exchange resources and seek treasures. Thus, it is an ideal sanctuary for numerous practitioners. For Linjia to discover a remedy for his Dantian's restoration, Jingtao City emerges as his prime choice. It provides ample cover among the ordinary populace while facilitating interactions with cultivators, which is the essence of his daring venture into Jingtao City. Upon entering, Linjia made his way directly to the area inhabited by commoners, where the streets bustled with life and the flow of pedestrians was incessant, resembling the world of ordinary mortals in every regard. On the street, a vendor was fervently calling out, "Steamed buns for sale. Juicy and fragrant pork-filled buns. Just 2 copper coins each. I assure you, one bite will leave you yearning for another. Dear guest, please come in. Are you here for a meal or a stay? Our ULI Inn is the most renowned establishment in the bustling city of Jingtao. A room costs 1 tael of silver per day, while a standard room is merely 500 copper coins. Oh, please don't leave, sir. Our Tianxiang Tower has maidens of exquisite beauty. Are you here with a sweetheart? Or is this your first visit? Perhaps I could introduce you to someone? I guarantee you will be pampered beyond measure." As Linjia stood on the bustling street, a cacophony of voices enveloped him. Here, there was no trace of immortal cultivators. It was evidently a world of mortals. Witnessing such a scene, a subtle smile crept across his disheveled face. Throughout his journey, he had felt an overwhelming anxiety, fearing he might be discovered by the celestial demon sect. However, the lively atmosphere around him alleviated much of his trepidation. With no trace of spiritual energy within him, if the celestial demon sect truly managed to locate him in such a setting, he would simply have to accept his misfortune. Just as Linjia savored this moment of relief, a voice pierced through his thoughts. "You filthy beggar, what are you doing standing in the middle of the road? Do you intend to block the way for alms? Get out of the way." Linjia turned to see a dandy young master accompanied by 4 attendants approaching him. Realizing he was indeed standing in the middle of the street, obstructing their path. As the dandy young master approached Linjia, he abruptly raised his right foot and kicked forcefully. However, Linjia nimbly evaded the blow with ease. The young master was momentarily taken aback, yet upon regaining his composure, he refrained from further antagonizing Linjia. His demeanor underwent a complete transformation as he spoke with a newfound respect. "It appears a distinguished individual stands before me. I apologize for my rudeness earlier and humbly request your forgiveness. My family is currently in need of assistance, and I wonder if you would consider joining the Chai family as a guard." Linjia stood silently, observing the young master with a discerning eye, contemplating how to manage this unexpected shift in attitude. Arriving in the bustling city of Jingtao, he was unaware that the so-called dandy youths here were far from genuine rascals. This city served as a haven for cultivators, and every elder in a common family would repeatedly caution their descendants about the power of these practitioners. To them, cultivators were akin to celestial beings, their appearances ever-changing. Thus, regardless of one's wealth, arrogance in Jingtao was a perilous folly unless one was willing to gamble with their life. Furthermore, should one inadvertently offend a cultivator, It could lead to the annihilation of their entire clan, for in the eyes of these practitioners, mortals were nothing more than insignificant ants, easily crushed at will. Upon his arrival in Jingtao, Linjia found himself without a place to settle. Faced with the young master's dramatic change in attitude, he was initially taken aback, but soon grasped the underlying reasons for this transformation. Linjia did not hesitate for long. After a few breaths, he spoke. I could serve as a guard, but I shall not remain in your household at all times. I still desire the freedom to come and go. Is this something you can permit? Upon hearing this, the young master felt an overwhelming joy. Despite the disheveled appearance of the man before him, he exuded an air of mystery. His words and skills were not those to be possessed by a mere beggar. Perhaps he was indeed a celestial being, and this could very well be his fortuitous encounter. The young master thought to himself that as long as a remarkable person was willing to serve as a guard for the Qi family, it would be an honor for them, and he dared not voice any further demands. At this moment, the young master adopted an even more respectful demeanor. Thus, Linjia became a guard for the Qi family in the mortal district of Jingtao City. However, this title was merely nominal. Upon entering the Qi household, he enjoyed privileges that far surpassed those of the young master himself. A luxurious room was arranged solely for his residence, followed by the attendance of maidservants and servants. Moreover, the Qi family deliberately arranged for their young lady to be in close proximity to Linjia. He was well aware of the underlying reasons for all these arrangements. Yet he chose not to stir up trouble and merely dealt with the situation in a perfunctory manner. Perhaps what he witnessed was a common occurrence in Jingtao City, where mortals sought to associate with immortals. As long as there remained even a glimmer of possibility, they would endeavor to seize the opportunity. However, even if they possessed 100-fold courage, they would not dare to inquire whether Linjia was indeed an immortal. Yet, through mere conjecture, they could orchestrate many unforeseen occurrences. As the saying goes, it is better to mistakenly kill 1,000 than to let one guilty person escape. This is precisely the conduct of the wealthy mortals in the city of Jingtao. Some have thus ascended to the favor of the immortals, granting not only the younger members of their clans the opportunity to cultivate immortality, but also elevating even the ordinary clansmen to a status that none dare provoke among mortals. Conversely, there are those who, having misjudged their targets, found themselves regretting their actions only upon realizing the gravity of their missteps, leading to irreconcilable disputes. Such occurrences are far from novel in the city of Jingtao. They are, in fact, commonplace. Everyone comprehends the underlying reasons, and no one raises any objections, for all are complicit in these actions. Within the study of the Qi family, the patriarch, Qiankun, wore an expression of solemnity as he conversed with his son. Qiankun, are you certain that the beggar you brought back is an immortal? Qiankun inquired. His son could not assert such certainty, yet he was confident of one thing. This individual was certainly no ordinary person. Despite his own waywardness, he had acquired some martial skills. His kick, he could confidently say, would be difficult for anyone skilled in combat to evade, yet this person had effortlessly sidestepped it. Furthermore, this individual had requested not to remain within the household like an ordinary guard. At this juncture, the father and son exchanged glances, each understanding the implications of the other's thoughts. In that case, summon your sister to the study. I have matters to discuss with her. Qiankun instructed Qiankun, who, of course, comprehended his father's intent and purpose, bowed and withdrew. In a short while, a graceful woman clad in purple, possessing exquisite beauty, glided into Qiankun's study. She first offered a slight bow to acknowledge Qiankun and then inquired, Father, has my daughter been summoned at such a late hour for an important matter? Qiankun, with a serious expression, replied, a new guard has arrived at our residence today. Are you aware of this? The daughter, having spent the day in her chamber, explained, I was unaware of the new guard, as I have been diligently working on embroidering patterns for your new garments, hoping to complete them before your 40th birthday as a gift for you. Qiankun remained solemn and continued, your brother encountered a beggar blocking his path today. He intended merely to teach the beggar a lesson, yet discovered that he was no match for him. Then, Qiankun recounted the events of Qi Jin's encounter on the streets. Qi, perceptive and astute, swiftly grasped her father's implications. However, she refrained from deception, acknowledging that such incidents occurred frequently in the bustling city of Jingtao, with few truly ascending to the realm of the extraordinary. Having been educated in this regard from a young age, she understood the significance of success for their family. Thus, she complied with her father's wishes, harboring no resistance or dissatisfaction. Seeing his daughter in silence, Qiankun understood her thoughts and kindly said, "Yuer, the odds this time are quite favorable. It is possible that he may not pay you any heed, so there is no need for you to worry. As your father, I wish for your happiness. If you truly can unite with a celestial being, it would not only be your fortune, but the entire Qi family would undergo a profound transformation because of you. Do you comprehend this?" Yuer obediently nodded and replied, "I will follow my father's arrangements without a hint of defiance. Even if he is a beggar, I shall strive to earn his affection." Hearing her words, Qiankun nodded with satisfaction and said, "With such sentiments from you, I am at ease. Indeed, he appears to be dressed like a beggar, but my dear, never forget that one should not judge by appearances. Remember this." At that moment, Lin Xian had already taken residence in the Qi household. Although he entered as a guard, the treatment he received was vastly superior to that of other guards. While Lin Xian understood the reasons behind this, he chose to remain silent, as he needed a place to stay while he gradually sought methods to restore his dantian. Just moments ago, he had dismissed all the maids and servants, refusing their offers to assist with his grooming. He could not afford to alter his current appearance. Once he groomed himself and stepped outside, he feared he would be quickly recognized by the disciples of the heavenly demon sect. However, it was precisely this series of unusual actions that led the head of the Qi family to almost be certain of his identity as an immortal. Nevertheless, Lin Xian remained indifferent to their speculations. After all, this place was not destined to be his long-term residence. Having now blended into the realm of mortals, he felt significantly less threatened. His immediate objective was to familiarize himself with the bustling city of Jingtao, while simultaneously allowing the city to become acquainted with him, and gradually seek methods to restore his dantian. As Lin Xian pondered his future, a knock echoed at his door. Extending his divine sense, he discerned that the visitor outside was a graceful young woman clad in purple, whose beauty was striking. Given her attire, she was unlikely to be a mere servant. Thus, it was plausible that she was a young lady of the Qi household. With this realization, Lin Xian began to comprehend her intentions, noticing a rather unpleasant odor about himself. He couldn't help but smirk slightly. He then approached the door with measured steps and opened it, revealing the young woman in purple. She appeared to be around 18 or 19 years of age, her skin fair and delicate, with a well-defined nose and cherry-like lips. The moment the door swung open, a fragrant aura wafted toward Lin Xian, filling his nostrils. For a man who had never engaged in romantic encounters, such an aroma held an irresistible allure. Although Lin Xian felt a strange stirring within him, he dismissed such trivial thoughts, for he had no inclination to dwell on them. Chapter 79. Yuer. Despite Lin Xian's disheveled hair nearly obscuring his entire face, Yuer sensed the unusual emotions radiating from him, causing a faint blush to creep across her cheeks. As she caught a whiff of the unpleasant odor emanating from Lin Xian and observed his beggar-like appearance, Yuer felt an instinctive reluctance to harbor even a trace of disrespect towards the figure before her. Her father had mentioned that this individual was likely a celestial being, and the abilities of such a being were beyond the comprehension of an ordinary mortal woman like herself. She could only reassure herself that what lay before her was merely an illusion crafted by the immortal, and her task was to earn his favor, for the sake of her family and herself. Yuer dared not scrutinize the beggar any further. Instead, her cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her gaze and spoke softly. "I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour, esteemed sir. I have learned of your stay at the Qi residence, and as a lady of the Qi family, I wish to inquire if you are satisfied with our hospitality, and if there are any additional requests you might have." Lin Xian responded in a calm manner, tinged with gratitude. "I am deeply appreciative of the Qi family's generosity in providing shelter. Your concern only heightens my sense of trepidation. To be well-fed and warmly clothed brings me immense happiness, and I shall endeavor to ensure the safety of your household in return for the kindness shown to me by your family." Hearing Lin Xian's words, Yuer sensed his deliberate attempt to maintain distance, indicating he did not wish for excessive interaction with her. Furthermore, the beggar's eloquence and measured demeanor suggested he possessed considerable knowledge, raising questions as to how such a person could fall to such depths. Her father had even claimed that her brother, who had trained in martial arts, would be no match for him. In that moment, Yuer found herself believing her father's words, and she was left with a unique fascination for this beggar, her heart brimming with curiosity. Faced with Lin Xian's indifference and polite rejection, Yuer did not falter. She smiled gracefully, her melodious voice resonating as she spoke once more. "Young master, you overstate my family's shortcomings. I fear that the Chai family may have inadvertently neglected you. Should you have any requests, please do not hesitate to convey them. I wonder if the arrangements in your chamber are to your satisfaction. I would like to step inside and take a look, if you would permit me. Initially, Lin Xian intended to decline, but upon reflection, he recognized that it was indeed the Chai residence, and the young lady had every right to enter if she wished. Thus, he nodded, stepping aside and choosing silence. Chai Yuer entered the room, surveying her surroundings as if genuinely assessing the decor, while Lin Xian remained motionless at the threshold. After a thorough inspection, Chai Yuer felt it inappropriate to linger any longer and bade farewell. Within the Chai family's study, Chai Yuer recounted her entire encounter with Lin Xian, sharing her feelings throughout the exchange. Chai Kun listened intently, his expression grave. Upon concluding her narrative, Chai Kun sighed, remarking, "It appears that you are fated to be apart from this immortal. However, the fact that such a being graces our Chai family with their presence is a fortune in itself. Since the immortal does not show favor, it would be wise not to pursue them too ardently, lest you provoke their displeasure. Do you understand?" Chai Yuer nodded obediently and took her leave. The study fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, as Chai Kun sank into contemplation. He understood well that one cannot force destiny. Yet as long as the immortal resided within their abode, there remained a glimmer of hope for the Chai family. It was best to let things unfold naturally. As long as they conducted themselves with propriety and did not irritate the immortal, that would suffice. This was the resolution that Chai Kun ultimately embraced. The following day, after Lin Xian had finished his breakfast and was about to step out, he was halted by the presence of Chai Yuer, clad in a flowing purple robe. With a hint of trepidation, she inquired, "Are you, my lord, planning to venture out? Given that this is the unfamiliar territory of Jianghu City, would you require a guide?" Her words tumbled out in haste, reflecting her anxiety that Lin Xian might misconstrue her intentions. Just the previous night, her father had solemnly advised her against provoking the immortal's displeasure, fearing that any misunderstanding regarding the constraints placed upon him by the Chai household could lead to grave consequences. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xian replied, "You speak wisely, miss. I would appreciate your assistance in arranging a guide." He considered that having a guide would not only serve to keep their movements discreet, but would also facilitate his swift acclimatization to the locale, an advantageous arrangement indeed. Upon hearing the immortal's consent, Chai Yuer's face brightened with joy. "Then, allow me to be your guide, my lord. I have lived here since childhood. Simply tell me where you wish to go." Lin Xian, hearing her offer, displayed no discomfort on his countenance. He believed that as long as he familiarized himself with the area, it mattered little who accompanied him. However, he felt somewhat uneasy with the title she had bestowed upon him, prompting him to say, "Miss, you must refrain from calling me my lord henceforth. I am merely a beggar, unworthy of such a designation." Chai Yuer, caught in a quandary by his words, was uncertain how to address him if she were to discard the title. Just then, Lin Xian continued, "You are the esteemed miss of the Chai household, while I am but a mere guardian. Henceforth, you may simply call me Inyo." Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Chai Yuer felt a sense of relief. She would address him as the immortal wished, as long as it kept the immortal's displeasure at bay. Thus, the two exited the Chai residence and began to meander through the bustling streets of Jianghu City. The city sprawled extensively, home to millions of mortals, most of whom resided in the western part where few immortals ever tread. Here, the shops and scenery bore no distinction from the mundane world. As they strolled through the thoroughfare, Lin Xian and his companion appeared quite extraordinary, a young lady of the Chai family accompanying a beggar, and remarkably, her demeanor was one of utmost respect. Such peculiar pairings, however, were a common sight in Jianghu City. The citizens were well aware of the underlying reasons, and thus paid them little heed. Lin Xian had previously spent some time in the imperial city of Xinlua Kingdom and had been profoundly astounded by its grandeur. The vastness of the city and the exquisite blue stones adorning the imperial palace had broadened his horizons. Yet now, in Jianghu City, he found himself once more marveling at the scale of the western district, which surpassed the entirety of Xinlua's imperial city by more than tenfold. The materials employed in the construction of Jianghu City were exceptionally rare, found only near the shores of Dream Fragment Island, rendering the city truly unique. Such a dreamlike metropolis, akin to Jianghu City, could scarcely be found elsewhere in the entire Wuwang Sea, contributing to its renowned status. The shops in the western district catered solely to mortals, as no immortal would deign to visit a place devoid of their interests. Accompanied by Chai Yuer, Lin Xian had nearly explored the entirety of the western commercial district. Chai Yueo had never traversed such a distance. Her petite feet were already aching, with several blisters forming on the soles. Yet, she persevered, not uttering a single word of complaint. Chapter 80. The Immortal Zone within the realm of mundane commerce. Lin Xian had only purchased a human skin mask and had no further acquisitions. Having perused the area sufficiently, he suggested returning home, a notion that Chai Yueo eagerly welcomed, though she concealed her enthusiasm, fearing it might displease the immortal. After all, it was she who had proposed to act as guide. Any sign of dissatisfaction could surely provoke the immortal's ire. On their return, Lin Xian instructed Chai Yueo to hire a carriage, as the journey back was not trivial. Since they had decided against further shopping, hiring a vehicle would indeed be far more convenient. Upon hearing of the carriage, Chai Yueo was almost moved to tears. She realized that in her entire life, she had likely walked less than she had today. Typically, when traveling, they would take a carriage, never having to walk for such an extended period. Once aboard the carriage, Lin Xian inquired of Chai Yueo, "Miss Chai, might you know if there are any special requirements to enter the Immortal Zone?" Despite her evident fatigue, Chai Yueo responded courteously, "To enter the Immortal Zone, there are no requirements for immortals. However, for those who are not, a specially crafted token is necessary." Upon hearing of the special token, Lin Xian, intrigued, continued to question. "Might Miss Chai know how one acquires this token? Is there a time limitation associated with it?" Chai Yueo did not inquire whether Lin Xian intended to visit the Immortal District or the reasons behind such a decision. She merely addressed the questions posed by Lin Xian, which pleased him greatly. Upon hearing Lin Xian's query, Chai Yueo continued, "The tokens are issued by the Administrative Department of the West District, and one can obtain them simply by submitting a modest sum of silver. It is quite straightforward. However, each token is valid for only 1 month. If one fails to return within the stipulated time, additional silver must be remitted. Nonetheless, as long as one possesses silver, everything is rather convenient." Lin Xian nodded and replied, "Then let us procure a token tomorrow. I am eager to explore the shops within the Immortal District and witness the dwelling of the immortals." Chai Yueo merely nodded in agreement, offering no further commentary. An hour later, the carriage arrived at the gates of the Chai residence. Observing the young lady's return, the guards bowed respectfully. Chai Yueo paid them no mind and limped directly into the Chai household. Upon noticing her limping entrance, 2 maidservants quickly approached to offer support. Chai Yueo waved them off, indicating that she was fine, and addressed Lin Xian, "Regarding your instructions, I shall inform my father shortly. He will ensure that everything is arranged, and we shall be able to obtain the token by tomorrow morning. Might I inquire if you require my company?" Lin Xian gestured dismissively, saying, "You have been most diligent today, Miss Chai. There is no need for you to act as my guide in the future. I am already familiar with the West District. I presume the other districts are as unfamiliar to you as they are to me." Chai Yueo nodded and, supported by the 2 maidservants, made her way toward her chamber. Upon returning to his chamber, Lin Xian retrieved the human skin mask he had procured from a shop in the mortal realm. His current appearance, resembling that of a beggar, was rather conspicuous. Thus, he had specifically acquired this mask. The application of the human skin mask was straightforward. One merely needed to adhere its edges meticulously, ensuring it remained intact throughout its use. As for more intricate makeup, Lin Xian was not adept at it, for otherwise, he might render himself a ghastly sight, attracting even more attention. After familiarizing himself briefly with the mask's application, Lin Xian instructed a maidservant to bring him some warm water, as he needed to groom himself first. Gazing into the water, he beheld a reflection of disheveled hair and a face obscured by beard, which struck him as profoundly unfamiliar, evoking a cascade of memories. The moment when the Grand Elder pierced his dantian remained vividly etched in his mind. The shock of that experience was still fresh. At the time, he could not fathom the reasons behind it, for the Grand Elder had always appeared so benevolent, and the sect had treated him with utmost regard, as if they were one big family. However, as time passed, Lin Xian gradually came to understand the nature of cultivators and the true essence of the cultivation world. The realm of cultivators was entirely distinct from that of mortals, where every shadowy aspect of the mortal world was magnified tenfold, if not 100-fold. In the cultivation world, everything revolved around strength. To attain power, one might resort to any means necessary. Just as Lin Xian was lost in contemplation, a knock at the door interrupted him. It was the maidservant delivering his meal. Lin's thoughts returned to reality. The path of cultivation was still a long one. This time, he had managed to preserve his life, and perhaps his experiences were not entirely detrimental. As long as he could restore his dantian, he could continue his journey on the path of immortality. The following day, after Lin had completed his disguise, he stepped out of his room. At that moment, Lin was no longer the image of a beggar. His disheveled hair, after a thorough grooming, had become smooth and lustrous, adorned with a human skin mask. He appeared as a man in his 40s. His tall and slender figure was devoid of any adornments, with his hair flowing freely in the wind as he walked. Although he seemed somewhat older, he exuded an air of elegance and grace. Seeing Lin's transformation, Qiankun and Chai Yuer were taken aback. The once beggar, with just a bit of effort, had seemingly transformed into an entirely different person. Although they understood that this was not the true visage of an immortal, Lin now donned a splendid robe, his features rugged. While he may not have been particularly imposing in stature, he emanated the aura of someone seasoned in the ways of the world. Qiankun opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated, unsure of how to address him. Should he call him Inyo or Brother Inyo? He lacked the audacity to speak so casually to an immortal, fearing it might be deemed disrespectful. This was certainly not the immortal's true name, and calling him directly might provoke displeasure. Just as he grappled with this dilemma, Lin broke the silence. Master Chai, I wonder if you have received the token? Qiankun, unwilling to neglect the matter, promptly retrieved the token and handed it to Lin Xian, expressing, in the immortal district, only spirit stones are utilized. Silver has lost its significance and cannot assist you. Chai, feel deeply ashamed. Lin Xian accepted the token and cast a discerning glance at Qiankun, fully aware that Qiankun was deliberately testing him. His gaze turned frigid as he coldly remarked, Chai family head, do not attempt to play your petty games before me. During my stay at your residence, I shall remember your kindness, but if you concern yourself with matters too extensively, I fear for your longevity. Upon hearing this, Qiankun was so frightened that he immediately knelt, ready to bow his head in supplication. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. He often instructed his children to never offend an immortal, yet today he had made such a grievous error. Though he was certain of his misstep, he couldn't fathom why he had engaged in such foolish testing. Regret overwhelmed him. If the immortal were to be enraged, not only would the Chai family miss out on any opportunities, but they could also face the peril of annihilation. The temperament of an immortal was beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Noticing that his intimidation had taken effect, Lin Xian addressed Qiankun with measured calmness. Rise. Chai family head. After all, it is I who have benefited from your family's generosity. I cannot say how long I shall remain in your abode. Yet know that my affairs need not concern you, as this is for your own good. Should I require assistance, I trust you will do your utmost to oblige. Upon concluding his words, Lin Xian retrieved a formidable blade from the Qiankun Mirror and presented it to Qiankun. He continued, though this blade is not a magical artifact, it is by no means an ordinary weapon. I bestow it upon the Chai family. You must take great care in safeguarding it and refrain from displaying it ostentatiously, lest misfortune befall your family. This remarkable blade, which Lin Xian had procured from the dark lair of the Night Demon Lord in the Remnant Mountains, was not only exceptionally durable, but also incredibly sharp. It would serve the Chai family well as a treasured heirloom, offering protection against any adversary in the mortal realm, provided they did not encounter any cultivators. Seemingly recalling something, Lin Xian added, in the future, you may address me as Brother Lin, more casually. Your family is numerous and diverse. Should any servant inadvertently divulge our dealings, it could spell disaster for the Chai family. Do you understand? With the matters concerning the Chai family settled, Lin Xian departed, bearing the token. An hour later, he arrived at the entrance to the Immortal District, where 2 guards awaited, tasked with collecting tokens. After presenting his token, Lin Xian was smoothly granted entry into the so-called Immortal District. This area lay in the southern part of Stormy City, and upon entering, the scene transformed dramatically. The once bustling streets, teeming with throngs of people, now appeared desolate and forlorn. The streets were nearly devoid of passers-by, and the once crowded commercial district had grown sparse, with significant distances between each building. The calls of merchants had vanished, and the clamor had dissipated, leaving the entire district enveloped in an eerie tranquility. Strolling through a tranquil southern town, Lin Xian's heart seemed to embrace a similar serenity. He gazed around, his eyes capturing the names of various shops, Lingyao Pavilion, Lingfu Studio, and Zhuqi Hall, among others. It was evident that these establishments catered to cultivators, offering elixirs, talismans, and magical artifacts. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xian decided to head towards Lingyao Pavilion. Upon entering, a smiling mortal attendant approached Lin Xian, bowing slightly as he greeted. "Esteemed guest, welcome to Lingyao Pavilion. How may I assist you today?" Lin Xian paused for a brief moment before responding. "Do you sell any alchemical formulas here? Particularly those for elixirs with unique properties?" Upon hearing Lin Xian's inquiry, the attendant's smile widened. Initially, he had merely been performing his duty, casually welcoming the patron, as he noticed no hint of spiritual energy emanating from this individual. It was common knowledge that all cultivators bore a spirit recognition ring issued by Lingyao Pavilion, typically worn on the wrist. This ring would emit warmth in the presence of anyone possessing spiritual energy, thereby signifying their status as a cultivator. However, today, the ring remained silent, leading the attendant to believe that this individual was unlikely to make a purchase, as all items in the shop required payment in spirit stones. Yet, the capabilities of cultivators were beyond the comprehension of mortals, and those working in the cultivator district, like the attendant, had to remain vigilant. Thus, regardless of who stood before him, he maintained a cheerful demeanor. Upon hearing that Lin Xian intended to purchase medicinal formulas, the attendant, still bowing with a smile, nodded and said, "Certainly, esteemed sir, please wait a moment. The matter of the medicinal formulas is under the purview of our manager. I shall fetch him at once." Before long, the attendant descended from the second floor, accompanied by a rotund individual whose countenance radiated warmth, reminiscent of the benevolent Maitreya Buddha, evoking an immediate sense of goodwill. The manager discreetly assessed Lin Xian with a cursory glance before cheerfully inquiring, "Might you be a body refiner, sir? May I inquire which type of formula you seek? Please, allow us to discuss this in a more private chamber." With a graceful gesture, he directed Lin Xian towards the left side of the hall, where a series of exquisite and elegant rooms awaited. Lin Xian maintained a stoic expression, and after a brief pause to collect his thoughts, he proceeded towards the indicated room, with the manager closely trailing behind. Upon entering the private chamber, Lin Xian discreetly extended his senses to ascertain the surroundings, finding nothing amiss. The decor within was refreshingly elegant. The square room, measuring approximately 10 feet on each side, was modestly furnished with 2 intricately carved wooden chairs and a table of indeterminate wood, adorned with paintings of landscapes on the walls. In the corners opposite the chairs stood 2 wooden sculptures, serving as decorative accents. Once settled in the private chamber, the manager and Lin Xian took their respective seats. The jovial manager, still wearing a broad smile, spoke in a gentle tone, "You must be a body refiner, esteemed sir. Our establishment boasts a variety of medicinal elixirs suited for body refiners, as well as several formulas that have garnered a reputable standing within the bustling city of Jingtao. Surely, you have heard of our humble shop through your fellow practitioners." Lin Xian's expression remained unchanged as he calmly stated, "I am but a novice myself, and it is precisely because I have heard of your esteemed establishment's reputation that I have taken the trouble to visit. Might I inquire if your shop has any elixirs for sale, particularly those with unique effects?" The rotund shopkeeper pondered for a moment before retrieving a tome from his sleeve, placing it upon the wooden table and gesturing for Lin Xian to peruse it himself. Lin Xian, not want to be coy, picked up the tome and began to flip through its pages. To his astonishment, he discovered that the tome contained over 20 different elixirs, ranging from those suitable for the qi refinement stage to those for the foundation establishment stage, encompassing a diverse array from detoxifying potions to those for enhancing speed, far exceeding what he had encountered in the library of the Xinluo sect. Moreover, most of these elixirs were intended for cultivators, with a few specifically designed for body refiners. Body refiners, in essence, are practitioners who focus solely on the cultivation of the physical form, and Lin Xian could currently be considered nothing more than a body refiner himself. In a swift manner, Lin Xian perused the booklet from cover to cover, yet he found no records of any elixirs or formulas capable of repairing his dantian. This discovery left him somewhat disheartened, for he was acutely aware that mending the dantian was no trivial endeavor. Despite the multitude of formulas available, none proved beneficial to him. As for the medicinal concoctions required by body refinement practitioners, his own heavenly demon sacred body technique contained relevant information. During the foundation establishment stage, he merely needed to consume a body refinement pill alongside a specific medicinal liquid for a bath. Although he possessed an abundance of spirit stones, they were securely stored within his spatial pouch, ensconced in the Qiankun Mirror. Presently devoid of any spiritual energy, he found himself unable to retrieve the spirit stones. which proved to be quite vexing. Observing Lin Xian's furrowed brow, the shopkeeper discerned that the body refinement practitioner was dissatisfied with the formulas presented. Nevertheless, he maintained a cheerful demeanor as he remarked, "If the esteemed gentleman is unsatisfied with our formulas, I humbly suggest a visit to the Wanbao Pavilion. Their collection far surpasses ours, as they are a large commercial guild with substantial financial resources and extensive connections. Perhaps they possess what you require." Upon hearing the shopkeeper's suggestion, Lin Xian's eyes lit up momentarily, only to quickly revert to their previous state of skepticism. He inquired, "Are you speaking truthfully, shopkeeper? Is it not a deception? If you lack certain items in your specialized pill shop, how could Wanbao Pavilion possibly have them?" Though the business did not come to fruition, the shopkeeper remained unperturbed. Smiling as he remarked, "You may not be aware, but the Wanbao Pavilion is a grand trading consortium with establishments in every market across the vast Wuwang Sea. Some even assert that they have connections to the mainland, claiming their headquarters is situated there, while this overseas Wanbao Pavilion is merely a branch." Upon hearing the shopkeeper's seemingly nonsensical words, Lin Xian furrowed his brow, muttering to himself, "The mainland? What is that place?" Noticing Lin Xian's murmured inquiry, the shopkeeper elaborated, "It is not unusual for you to be unfamiliar with the mainland. Although our Wuwang Sea is expansive, it pales in comparison to the mainland, where we are merely a collection of isolated islands. I have only heard of the mainland from fellow travelers. I do not possess detailed knowledge of it myself." Lin Xian nodded, refraining from further questioning. Since the shopkeeper indicated that the Wanbao Pavilion might house what he required, it was imperative for him to pay a visit. Departing from the Lingyao Pavilion and guided by the portly shopkeeper's directions, Lin Xian swiftly located the Wanbao Pavilion. As he stood before the imposing four-story edifice, it towered majestically amidst the tumult of Shockwave City, making the surrounding structures appear as mere backdrops to its grandeur. Upon entering the Wanbao Pavilion, a smiling attendant approached with a warm greeting. "Welcome, esteemed guest, to our Wanbao Pavilion. Are you in search of a spirit storage belt, or perhaps a weapon? Our pavilion boasts a comprehensive selection of high-quality goods, catering to all the needs of practitioners." The attendant immediately began to promote the spirit storage belt to Lin Xian, perhaps perceiving him as a likely buyer. In response, Lin Xian maintained his composure and requested, "Please, enlighten me about your spirit storage belts." The attendant, realizing that this distinguished guest was indeed interested in the spirit storage belts, beamed with delight. From the moment Lin Xian entered, the attendant had assessed him. Noting the absence of spiritual energy fluctuations and the lack of a spirit storage belt, a common accessory for body refiners, the absence of such a belt could indeed pose significant inconvenience for them. With a cheerful demeanor, the attendant led Lin Xian to a display on the first floor. Pointing to the shelf, he said, "Esteemed guest, behold the spirit storage belts. These exquisite items allow practitioners to store spirit stones for harnessing spiritual energy. The white storage belt on the far left can accommodate up to 10 low-grade spirit stones, while the adjacent yellow belt can hold 100. Naturally, the prices vary. The white belt costs 50 spirit stones, whereas the yellow belt is priced at 100 spirit stones." The attendant, having introduced the white and yellow storage spirit bands, ceased to speak, bowing slightly with a smile directed at Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian's heart raced with excitement, his countenance remained inscrutable, displaying no change in expression. He maintained an air of indifference and pointed towards the blue and purple storage spirit bands, inquiring, "Could you also elaborate on the blue and purple storage spirit bands?" Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, the attendant exhibited no signs of displeasure and continued to smile as he explained, "The blue storage band can hold medium-grade spirit stones, but only up to 10 at a time. In contrast, the purple storage band accommodates 100 medium-grade spirit stones. As for the pricing, it is somewhat steeper. The blue storage band costs 400 low-grade spirit stones, while the purple one is priced at 1,000 low-grade spirit stones." Once the attendant completed his explanation, he fell silent again, maintaining his bow and smile beside Lin Xian. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xian pointed to the blue storage band and said, "Please bring me that blue storage band for a trial." Upon hearing this, the attendant's face lit up with delight, responding respectfully, "Certainly. For your convenience. The blue storage band has already been preloaded with 1 medium-grade spirit stone. When it comes time to settle the bill, the price of this stone will be included, bringing the total to 500 low-grade spirit stones. I trust this is acceptable to you." Lin Xian nodded, appreciating the thoughtful service provided by Wanbao Pavilion. Recognizing that many body refining practitioners purchasing storage bands might be first-time buyers unfamiliar with manipulating spiritual energy, Lin Xian now fastened the blue spirit storage belt around his waist. Strangely enough, this belt was crafted with elegance and grace, resembling a conventional belt in the mundane world. The presence of this belt lent Lin Xian an air of gallantry. Previously a Foundation establishment practitioner, he possessed an innate understanding of spirit energy, requiring no guidance. However, his companion was exceptionally attentive, offering insights on how to harness this energy. Once the belt was secured, Lin Xian felt an invigorating surge of spirit energy within him. The belt was akin to an external dantian, albeit significantly smaller, with its capacity to store energy contingent upon the replacement of spirit stones. A sense of nervousness enveloped him, yet it was overshadowed by excitement. With the spirit storage belt, the long-lost energy resurfaced, causing his facial muscles to tense and his demeanor to appear more austere, a manifestation of his anxiety and exhilaration. The spirit energy swiftly infused into the spatial pouch containing spirit stones, from which he retrieved 500 inferior spirit stones to hand over to his companion. Such a seemingly mundane task brought Lin Xian to the brink of tears. Since the destruction of his dantian, he had been devoid of any trace of spirit energy. Years had passed, and he had grown accustomed to his powerlessness. Yet today, at the Wanbao Pavilion, he discovered the existence of spirit storage belts, igniting a renewed belief that he could indeed discover a method to restore his dantian. With the spirit storage belt, he could now channel spirit energy. Although he could not engage in combat using this energy, he could utilize the spatial pouch for his needs moving forward, alleviating many challenges in even the simplest of flights, provided he had sufficient spirit stones. Having procured a storage talisman, Lin Xian remained in place. Continuing to address the attendant, "Does your esteemed Wanbage offer any alchemical formulas for sale, particularly those pertaining to elixirs with special properties?" Upon hearing that this distinguished gentleman intended to purchase formulas, the attendant swiftly ascended to the upper floors, much like his counterpart from the Lingyao Pavilion. In but a brief moment, Lin Xian was similarly escorted by the proprietor to a private chamber. He had become quite accustomed to this routine, maintaining an expression of indifference throughout the entire process. Chapter 83. News of the auction within the elegant chamber. Lin Xian and the proprietor of Wanbage took their respective seats. Lin Xian articulated the purpose of his visit, and the proprietor grasped his intent. After a moment, much like the proprietor of the Lingyao Pavilion, the Wanbage proprietor produced a thicker tome from his person and presented it to Lin Xian, saying, "Esteemed sir, please peruse this. It contains the alchemical formulas available for purchase at Wanbage. Should you find any formula to your satisfaction, simply command, and I shall procure it forthwith." Lin Xian clutched the substantial volume with a hint of trepidation, fervently hoping that Wanbage would possess a formula for the restoration of his dantian. He diligently stifled his emotions. Though his countenance remained impassive, his hands betrayed a slight tremor, as he meticulously turned the pages to examine the formulas and their respective effects. Many captured his interest. Most were elixirs intended for the foundational stage of cultivation, spanning from the early to the mid stages, and even extending to those suitable for the later phase of foundation establishment. Indeed, Wanbage was remarkable. However, the elixir formula that Lin had long anticipated remained elusive. This booklet recorded nearly 40 types of elixirs and formulas, each with diverse applications, yet none were suitable for restoring the dantian. As the booklet grew increasingly thin, Lin's heart sank to the depths of despair. Upon glancing at the booklet, Lin exhaled a long breath of frustration, unable to conceal the disappointment etched upon his face. The shopkeeper, seasoned in the art of commerce and perceptive by nature, immediately discerned Lin's lack of interest in any of the formulas. He spoke, "My lord, it seems you are uncertain about the specific formula you require. At Wanbao Pavilion, we pride ourselves on having the most comprehensive collection of formulas in all of Jingtao City. If we do not possess what you seek, it is likely that it is indeed rare to find." Lin remained silent, his expression contemplative. After a moment, the shopkeeper appeared to have an epiphany and continued, "Do not despair, my lord. In just a month's time, we will host the annual auction in Jingtao City, where many treasures will be unveiled. If your financial resources are substantial, you may very well acquire the formula you desire." Upon hearing the shopkeeper's words, a flicker of hope ignited within Lin. He looked at the shopkeeper and said, "I kindly ask you to provide more clarity. As this is my first visit to Jingtao City, and I am unfamiliar with its intricacies. I would greatly appreciate your guidance." Upon hearing Lin Xian's courteous demeanor, the shopkeeper's expression grew solemn as he spoke. "The auction in Jingtao City is held once a year, and it is indeed organized by our Wanbao Pavilion. In addition, we accept items entrusted to us by cultivators. As long as these items are authenticated by our esteemed appraisers and deemed to belong to the category of treasures, we will include them in the auction, charging merely a 20% commission. Thus, the treasures presented at this auction are indeed rare finds, attracting not only cultivators from our western seas, but also many from other regions who eagerly wish to acquire the items they desperately need. It can be said that our auction in Jingtao City is renowned throughout the entire Wuwang Sea." Lin Xian listened intently, maintaining a composed countenance. Upon learning of the auction's illustrious reputation and the potential abundance of treasures, he felt a surge of anticipation. However, the thought that numerous cultivators from other regions of the Wuwang Sea would also be in attendance began to unsettle him. He could not help but ponder, would the notorious Zhatian Daoren make an appearance at this auction? If he were to come, not only would it complicate Lin Xian's efforts to restore his Dantian, but it would also significantly heighten the dangers he faced. At this moment, Lin Xian could only hope that Zhatian Daoren would abandon his sinister designs against him. Yet, deep down, he understood that the likelihood of this happening was rather slim. The relentless search by the disciples of the demon sect for him was a clear indication that Zhatian Daoren had no intention of relinquishing his pursuit. Perhaps the allure of the Qiankun Mirror was simply too compelling. Had it not been for this artifact, Lin Xian could hardly fathom the number of times he might have faced demise. Observing Lin Xian, whose expression was devoid of emotion and appeared to be lost in contemplation, the shopkeeper continued, "The elixir formula you seek is not available at Wanbao Pavilion. It must be a rare treasure. Perhaps it will make an appearance at this auction." Lin Xian regained his focus and expressed his gratitude to the shopkeeper. Although this auction may entail considerable peril, surrendering the restoration of his Dantian was utterly out of the question. Where there is danger, there exists opportunity. This auction might indeed serve as a chance for him. Resolute in his decision, Lin Xian cast aside any lingering doubts. Many of the elixir formulas on display piqued his interest, yet he refrained from making any purchases. It would be too conspicuous for a body cultivator to acquire elixirs meant for cultivators. Following the incident with the Grand Elder of the Xinlua sect, Lin Xian had developed a clear understanding of the immortal cultivation world. In this realm, there are no limits to what one can achieve, only the boundaries of one's imagination. Having gained the ability to wield spiritual energy and adeptly utilize storage bags, his previously accumulated spiritual stones remained intact. Lin Xian had always maintained a habit of categorizing his belongings into different storage bags, which he then placed within his Qiankun Mirror. During the final moments with the Xinlua sect, the Grand Elder had pierced his own Dantian and seized a storage bag, which contained only commonly used magical tools, talismans, and elixirs. Many unnecessary items were safely stored within the Qiankun Mirror. The treasures acquired during the underwater trials and the spoils from the grand conflict among the three major factions of the Xinlua sect were nearly all securely housed within the space of the Qiankun Mirror. While retrieving spirit stones from his storage bag, Lin Xian conducted a rough count using his spiritual sense, determining that he possessed over 200,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Before departing from the Wanbao Pavilion, Lin Xian exchanged a considerable number of these lower-grade stones for mid-grade ones. As his spirit storage belt was only capable of accommodating mid-grade stones, if lower-grade stones were stored, their efficacy would diminish significantly. According to the exchange ratio in the cultivation world, 100 lower-grade spirit stones could be traded for 1 mid-grade spirit stone, and 100 mid-grade stones could be exchanged for 1 upper-grade stone. As for the legendary supreme-grade spirit stones, their existence is shrouded in myth. Even if they were to be found, no one would readily exchange them due to their extreme rarity. Currently, the spiritual veins yield little to no supreme-grade spirit stones. After leaving the Wanbao Pavilion, Lin Xian resolved not to return to the Western District. Although it offered greater safety, it was also a relatively isolated place, detrimental to his future endeavors. With spirit stones in his possession, life in the Southern District or Eastern District, even in the central regions, would be quite similar. These areas, often referred to as realms of immortals, merely indicate that expenses are settled with spirit stones. A mere mortal would find it impossible to establish a foothold in such places. However, possessing spirit stones affords one, whether mortal or immortal, a degree of freedom from restrictions. Yet, should a mortal acquire spirit stones without the protection of a certain power, they become akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. The disappearance of a mortal would go unnoticed, and no legal statutes would penalize such occurrences. This is the nature of the cultivation world, where the absence of rules defines the very fabric of existence. After departing from Wanmao Pavilion, Lin Xian swiftly located an inn that offered reasonable rates, merely one low-grade spirit stone per night, inclusive of complimentary meals. For cultivators, the higher their realm, the less they tend to indulge in the mundane pleasures of the mortal world, as such indulgences could hinder their cultivation. Typically, they either practice fasting or consume fasting pills. The complimentary meals provided here were evidently intended for body cultivators. The inn, justifiably priced at 1 spirit stone per day, offered amenities that reflected its cost. Each room was equipped with a rudimentary alarm array that would automatically activate if any divine consciousness attempted to probe, thus providing guests with a sense of security. After partaking in some food, Lin Xian retreated to his room. The array activated, enveloping the entire chamber in an invisible barrier. Within the confines of his room, Lin Xian retrieved the Heavenly Demon's sacred body cultivation technique he had acquired from the Dark Knight Demon Lord's lair and commenced his training. The technique detailed the corresponding pills and elixirs necessary for its practice. Previously, due to his lack of spiritual energy, he was unable to utilize a storage bag, which in turn prevented him from refining body-tempering pills or concocting spirit liquids for medicinal baths, resulting in exceedingly slow progress. Now that he could wield spiritual energy, Lin Xian intended to procure the necessary herbs for the foundation-building period's body-tempering pills and medicinal baths, planning to visit the city's fire chamber to refine the pills at a later date. Subsequently, he produced 7 storage bags. These were acquired from slaying the 5 disciples of the Heavenly Demon sect and a pair of siblings from the Remnant Mountain just before leaving the fishing village. Now that he could harness spiritual energy, he was ready to examine the contents of the storage bags. Soon, 5 storage bags were emptied onto the floor of the room by Lin Xian. It was evident that the 7 individuals were not particularly affluent. The total amount of spirit stones in their bags barely exceeded 10,000. Among the few scattered jade vials, only the most rudimentary medicinal pills could be found, such as the pill of abstinence and the gathering qi pill, which, at this moment, held little value for Lin Xian. Aside from the pill of abstinence that retained some utility, however, when his gaze fell upon the magical artifacts, a gleaming black talisman and a sinister shield engraved with a ghastly visage caught his attention. These 2 items clearly possessed remarkable quality. Even at the pinnacle of his previous strength, Lin Xian would find it challenging to wield them. Yet, their formidable aura suggested immense power. Igniting a spark of joy within Lin Xian, he surmised that these magical treasures must have been procured by that senior brother from the far left side of the Dark Knight Demon Lord's lair, and now, they fortuitously belonged to him. At that moment, Lin Xian's spirit soared. It was the first time he felt such elation since his dantian had been rendered useless. The night passed without incident, and the following morning, after consuming a modest meal, Lin Xian departed from the inn. Today, he intended to procure some spiritual herbs, ensuring he had a complete supply for the body-refining pill and the herbal bath. Additionally, he planned to concoct some pills of abstinence, for in the event of an unforeseen circumstance where food was scarce, he could not afford to starve. To prepare for any eventuality, Lin Xian decided to concoct some fasting pills. Such simple elixirs were easily within his grasp even during his qi refining phase. Although he currently lacked spiritual power, his consciousness remained unscathed and, in fact, had grown considerably stronger than before. Upon returning to the spiritual herb pavilion, Lin Xian, having visited the previous day, promptly requested the shopkeeper's presence. The shopkeeper, taken aback by the blue storage belt at Lin Xian's waist, nonetheless welcomed him into a private chamber. Within the chamber, Lin Xian expressed his gratitude for the shopkeeper's guidance from the day prior. He then produced a meticulously prepared list detailing the spiritual herbs required for refining body-tempering pills, along with a request for seeds of all the herbs. Upon reviewing the extensive list, the shopkeeper realized the significant nature of Lin Xian's request, which indicated a substantial business opportunity. With a beaming smile, he assured Lin Xian, "Esteemed sir, the spiritual herbs and grasses you require are not particularly rare. Our establishment possesses all of them. Furthermore, the seeds you seek are commonplace, and we have them in abundance. Please allow me a moment to prepare everything for you." Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised by the smoothness of the transaction, as the herbs he intended to use for his elixirs were indeed of a more ordinary variety. thus facilitating the ease of the process. Take the example of the pill of abstinence, which cultivator's storage pouch would be complete without a few of these. And as for the body refinement pill, it is merely a necessity for those in the initial stages of foundation establishment. Soon, the plump shopkeeper entered the private room with a beaming smile, carrying a storage pouch. Lin Xian meticulously examined the contents of the pouch, finding everything intact, and then inquired of the shopkeeper, "Might I ask the total cost of these items and spirit stones? I intend to make a substantial purchase of spiritual herbs and medicines, and I trust you will offer me a fair price." The shopkeeper, his face a portrait of joviality, nearly obscured by his beaming grin, replied with utmost courtesy, "You need not worry, esteemed sir. I assure you of the same. Although these spiritual herbs are rather commonplace, our apothecary must account for monthly rent expenses, so it is only natural to seek a profit. However, I can confidently state that the total for these herbs and the seeds will be 20,000 spirit stones, a price that is absolutely fair. You may verify this at the Wanbao Pavilion. To acquire these items elsewhere, you would certainly need to part with at least 25,000 spirit stones." Hearing the shopkeeper's assertive words, Lin Xian remained silent, retrieving a storage pouch containing 20,000 spirit stones and handing it to the plump shopkeeper. He then collected the storage pouch from the wooden table and declared, "I trust in your integrity. Should your words prove true, I shall undoubtedly be the first to seek your apothecary for any future needs of spiritual herbs." The shopkeeper replied earnestly, "My lord, feel free to compare prices at various shops in the city. If you find a lower price than this, upon your next visit, I shall certainly serve you tea and apologize." Chapter 85. The refinement of body tempering pills. Observing the shopkeeper's serious demeanor, Lin Xian couldn't help but chuckle. "There is no need for such gravity, dear shopkeeper. With your words, I am inclined to trust you. Should I have further needs in the future, I shall certainly patronize your Lingyao Pavilion first." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper was overjoyed and respectfully saw Lin Xian off. After leaving the Lingyao Pavilion, Lin Xian made his way directly to the Earth Fire Chamber within the bustling city of Jingtao. As a city densely populated with cultivators, the Earth Fire Chamber was an indispensable establishment. The flames employed in alchemy can generally be categorized into several types: charcoal fire, earth fire, true fire, Dan fire, and infant fire. Initially, during his time at the Zhangyue sect, Lin Xian utilized charcoal fire for alchemical practices. Earth fire is primarily used by those cultivators who have yet to reach the foundation establishment stage and are unable to condense true fire through their magical energy. In contrast, Dan fire can only be harnessed after entering the golden core stage, boasting immense power. With such flames, one can refine their innate magical treasures, which possess capabilities vastly superior to ordinary magical artifacts. Infant fire, on the other hand, can only be condensed upon reaching the nascent soul stage, serving as a formidable offensive method when summoned directly. Utilizing it for alchemy or artifact crafting significantly enhances both the success rate and quality of the pills and treasures produced. Upon arriving at the Earth Fire Chamber, Lin Xian submitted 10 days' worth of rent, amounting to 100 spirit stones, before entering the chamber. The geothermal chamber of the City of Turbulent Waves is established atop an underground vein of fire, primarily serving as a venue for cultivators to concoct elixirs and forge artifacts. The rental fee is perceived by Lin Xian as quite reasonable, merely 10 spirit stones per day. Upon entering the geothermal chamber, Lin Xian familiarized himself with the control of the geothermal heat and the functions of various mechanisms within. He then prepared to commence the preparation of body refinement pills, a task he found to be of little challenge. Having rented the chamber for 10 days, he aimed not only to produce body refinement pills and fasting pills, but also to concoct the medicinal liquids required for herbal baths, necessitating him to make the most of his time. Lin Xian meticulously arranged the materials for the body refinement pills on the stone table, counting each one to ensure accuracy. Once satisfied, he opened the fire inlet of the alchemical cauldron, allowing the geothermal flames to surge violently within. The temperature of the chamber began to rise correspondingly. Lin Xian commenced the first step of alchemy, heating the cauldron. The purpose of this phase is to eliminate residual substances within the cauldron. Thus, a vigorous flame is required. After incinerating the remnants of previous concoctions into ashes, Lin Xian struck the cauldron with his right palm, producing a crisp metallic sound as all ash-like residues fell away. With an intensified breath of fire, the ashes dispersed into the air. Subsequently, Lin Xian manipulated the geothermal control system to diminish the flame's intensity. The temperature within the cauldron gradually decreased until it reached a suitable level for alchemy, at which point he cast a spirit herb into the cauldron. Controlling the system, he gradually increased the intensity of the flames, causing the precious herb to gradually dissolve until it transformed into a glimmering liquid. He collected the liquid into a jade vial and began the process of refining the next medicinal ingredient. The materials required for the body refinement pill were few, merely a dozen or so, and the difficulty of the refining process was not particularly high. As long as one skillfully managed the heat, the herbs would not be scorched. Since entering the realm of cultivation, Linjia had relied on consuming elixirs for his advancement. The number of pills he had concocted surpassed that of many renowned alchemists, albeit none were of high grade. However, the sheer frequency of his alchemical endeavors was astonishing. With the aid of the Qiankun Mirror, he could cultivate herbs, which would grow at an accelerated rate, thus ensuring he was never short of materials. Furthermore, he only harvested elixirs and spiritual herbs that were at least 1,000 years old. Had other cultivators known this, they would surely have been infuriated to the point of spitting blood. After all, 1,000-year-old spiritual herb would not escape the notice of even a nascent soul cultivator. Yet, Linjia had access to herbs that were all over a millennium old, and he often faced failures, wasting vast quantities of these ancient herbs. His struggles primarily arose when he encountered the alchemical recipes from the Wuang Sea, as refining the demon pills required a more intense flame. The recipe containing demon pills was decidedly more challenging than those that only involved spiritual herbs. Fortunately, the formula for this body refinement pill did not substitute several primary herbs with demon pills, allowing Linjia to concoct this particular elixir with grace and ease. Akin to a master, soon, he successfully refined all the spiritual herbs, leading him into the next phase of the alchemical fusion process, controlling the fire's intensity. Linjia placed the first primary ingredient into the cauldron, a vibrant red liquid exuding a palpable aura of spiritual energy. Without the slightest hesitation, he grasped a jade vial and poured its contents into the crimson essence. The third vial contained a fine white powder, which Linjia also added to the mixture without a moment's pause. The three substances began to merge, and he halted his pouring. These were the three essential ingredients for the body refining pill. The amalgamation of the components stirred restlessly, emanating volatile energies, rendering the mixture highly unstable. The liquid swirled slowly, and through his spiritual perception, Linjia sensed its precariousness, as each facet of the mixture writhed tumultuously, intensifying the output of his spiritual power. He forcefully suppressed the tumultuous energies. The potency of this spiritual force was critical. Should it exceed the mixture's tolerance, the fusion of the three ingredients would fail. Fortunately, the body refining pill was not an advanced elixir. Within a mere span of a tea's brewing time, Linjia felt the chaotic energies gradually dissipate, and the surface of the liquid became increasingly calm, with no further tumultuous activity. In the next moment, he increased the fire's intensity. One by one, the jade vials on the stone table were lifted, their contents poured into the cauldron. As new substances were introduced, the mixture expanded, and once again, volatile energies surged forth. The entire process flowed seamlessly. In just over 20 breaths, Linjia had added all remaining refined materials into the cauldron. At this moment, the liquid mass had grown larger than Linjia's fist, continuing to rotate slowly, with substances rolling over its surface. Linjia once again amplified the output of his spiritual energy, forcefully suppressing the impending explosion of the liquid mass. As the intensity of his efforts increased, the spiritual energy exerted its relentless control, causing all the materials within the liquid mass to meld rapidly. This process did not last long. After the span of a meal, the turbulent aura of the liquid mass diminished once more, allowing Linjia to gradually retract his spiritual energy. At this point, the liquid mass had transformed into a translucent, viscous substance, becoming increasingly thick under the intense heat. Linjia reduced the firepower once more. The liquid mass had nearly morphed into a pale red paste. Drawing upon the dosage of each medicinal pill he had consumed, he utilized his spiritual energy to evenly divide this pale red paste into 10 portions, each roughly the size of a fist. Thus, the single mass of paste was shaped into 10 globules akin to glutinous rice balls. These 10 globules spun slowly within the alchemical cauldron, as the ground fire's intensity continued to diminish, persistently roasting the 10 globules. With each passing moment, the color of the paste deepened, its volume gradually reduced, and its once rough surface became increasingly smooth. At this juncture, Lin Xian could faintly detect the delicate fragrance of the elixir. The fusion process had concluded, and now he was engaged in the condensation phase, a stage where errors were relatively unlikely. This indicated that Lin Xian had essentially achieved success in the refinement of the body-refining elixir. The process of condensing the elixir cannot be rushed. Although failures are rare, it requires a full hour for completion. For more advanced elixirs, this process may demand even more time. Within the cauldron, 10 nascent elixirs are slowly rotating, and Lin Xian has devoted nearly all of his spiritual energy to controlling the flames. At this moment, as long as the fire is maintained, it can be reduced further when necessary. As long as one is not dozing off, the elixirs are bound to be successfully refined. After an hour, the room is filled with the fragrant aroma of the elixirs, and a deep breath brings a sense of exhilaration. Lin Xian is invigorated, for the elixirs are about to be completed. Any distraction now would be an unforgivable mistake. He has kept the ground fire at a minimal level. The 10 elixirs have fully taken shape, appearing remarkably smooth and rounded, emanating a rich fragrance. Despite nearing the end of the refining process, Lin Xian remains utterly focused. As he senses that the potency of the elixirs has yet to reach its peak, he reduces the fire once more, and at this point, the ground fire is nearly extinguished, while the elixirs continue to rotate gently. After 30 breaths, Lin Xian strikes the cauldron with his right hand, causing the lid to fly off. The 10 red elixirs soar from the cauldron and into the jade vial that Lin Xian had prepared. The body-refining elixir has finally been successfully created. Lin Xian exhaled a long breath, taking out a body-tempering pill and tossing it into his mouth. Instantly, warmth radiated throughout his body, and the stagnation in his physical cultivation began to show signs of loosening. The effect was indeed remarkable. Suppressing the excitement within, Lin Xian understood that this was not the moment for cultivation, as he still had a plethora of pills awaiting his refinement. This time, the process of pill concoction flowed seamlessly, showcasing his remarkable proficiency, though it was merely his inaugural attempt at crafting the body-tempering pill. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Xian commenced the restoration of his spiritual power. With the experience of his initial successful refinement, he grew more acquainted with the process of creating body-tempering pills, enabling him to work with increasing swiftness. Through this pill refinement, Lin Xian discovered that crafting a batch of body-tempering pills consumed approximately 40% of his spiritual power, while the expenditure of spiritual energy was minimal. After all, he had 10 medium-grade spirit stones in his storage belt, and he would barely utilize a third of them. Furthermore, the time required to concoct a single batch of pills would not exceed 3 hours. Considering the timeline, the 10-day rental period was more than sufficient. However, without the ability to operate the Xian Yin technique, the pace at which Lin Xian's consciousness recovered had slowed considerably. After sitting in meditation for nearly 2 hours, his consciousness was fully restored. Consuming a fasting pill, Lin Xian resumed his refining endeavors. Though the fasting pill was a commonplace item for cultivators, it proved to be a significant aid for Lin Xian at this moment. It is worth noting that he had not brought any food with him, and the fire chamber was devoid of any restroom facilities. Typically, cultivators, untouched by the mundane world, possessed nearly no impurities within their bodies. Thus, the necessity for restrooms was rendered obsolete. After 7 days of arduous endeavor, Lin Xian finally exhausted all the alchemical materials he had procured. His efforts were richly rewarded, as he not only obtained nearly 10 bottles of body refinement pills, but also several vials of medicinal liquids suitable for therapeutic baths, alongside a few bottles of fasting pills. Among these, the preparation of the fasting pills proved to be the most effortless, for this fundamental elixir could be easily concocted even by a novice alchemist. With 3 days remaining, Lin Xian was determined not to squander any time, recognizing the earth fire chamber as an excellent retreat for his cultivation. During these final 3 days, he began to consume the body refinement pills while diligently practicing the heavenly demon sacred body technique. Time swiftly passed, and with the assistance of the body refinement pills, Lin Xian perceived tangible progress in his physical cultivation, advancing at an incomparably faster rate than through direct practice of the heavenly demon sacred body alone. At this juncture, his physical prowess was gradually approaching the mid-foundation level, and he felt confident that he could hold his own against mid-foundation cultivators in combat. Upon returning to the inn, Lin Xian requested a wooden tub from the innkeeper, which he intended to use for his medicinal baths. With 20 days remaining until the auction, Lin Xian harbored no other plans. He resolved to remain in the inn, dedicating himself to the cultivation of the heavenly demon's sacred body. As the auction drew near, the influx of external cultivators into Stormy Tide City increased, and Lin Xian wished to avoid any unnecessary complications, thus seclusion became his wisest choice. The heavenly demon's sacred body was a body refinement technique practiced by the Dark Knight Demon Lord, a figure who once roamed the boundless sea, and naturally, his methods were anything but ordinary. The cultivation method explicitly states that the practice must be complemented by the effects of body-refining pills and medicinal baths to achieve optimal results. Over the past 20 days, Lin Xian diligently adhered to the requirements of the method, and the speed of his progress truly astonished him. Not only did he break through the bottleneck that had troubled him for 3 years, but his physical strength has also reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Lin Xian marveled at this. After 3 years of cultivating the heavenly demon's sacred body, he had always felt that progress was sluggish. However, with the addition of the medicinal pills, his cultivation speed has multiplied several times. In the realm of cultivation, it is resources that truly matter. It is no wonder that cultivators are willing to take risks and go to great lengths in pursuit of resources. Without resources, one is merely a fleeting traveler on the path of cultivation. Without resources, one becomes a stepping stone for others. Without resources, the journey of advancement becomes exceedingly arduous. Before high-ranking cultivators, one is but an ant at their mercy. Before high-ranking cultivators, one is akin to fish on a chopping board, subject to slaughter at any moment. This is the unwritten rule of the cultivation world. Chapter 87. The Auction in Jingtou City. On this day, Jingtou City finally experienced its most bustling day of the year, for the auction was about to commence. The duration of the auction varies slightly depending on the number of treasures available, typically lasting 1 to 2 days. There are no restrictions on entering the auction hall. One only needs to pay the entrance fee, which is 10,000 spirit stones per person, with not a single coin less. The auction house is centrally located in the bustling city of Jingtou, sprawling over a vast area and capable of accommodating over 1,000 cultivators. Almost every auction is held to full capacity, underscoring the grandeur of the events hosted in Jingtou. Due to the magnitude of these auctions, numerous cultivators converge here, inevitably leading to confrontations among adversaries. To maintain order during these gatherings, Wanbao Pavilion dispatches 3 nascent soul cultivators to oversee the auction, swiftly quelling any disturbances and restoring tranquility. This not only showcases the formidable strength of Wanbao Pavilion, but also instills a sense of reverence among the various factions within the Wuwang Sea. It is well understood that in the Wuwang Sea, a sect possessing even a single nascent soul cultivator ranks among the elite. Thus, the deployment of 3 cultivators for a single auction speaks volumes about their power. Consequently, Wanbao Pavilion enjoys a remarkably prosperous business in the Wuwang Sea. Today, Lin Xian has spent an entire hour disguising himself at the inn, preparing for the auction he intends to attend, which carries significant risks. Every detail must be meticulously arranged. Although he is not the sole body refinement practitioner attending this grand event, it is certain that Qiankun Palace, the foremost sect in the southern seas, will be present. Lin Xian is unconcerned about who else might attend, yet he is confident that Qiankun Palace has its own reasons for being there. His certainty stems from his belief that the explosive Taoist has likely become aware of the existence of the Qiankun Mirror. In the face of such a treasure, who could resist the allure of greed? Thus, during this auction, one must exercise utmost caution, for the sole objective is to discover the method for restoring the Dantian. All else is of no consequence. Prior to departure, Lin Xian repeatedly reminded himself of this. After completing his disguise, Lin Xian departed from the inn. The streets were now bustling with activity, a stark contrast to the usual desolation, as numerous cultivators made their way toward the central auction venue. Upon reaching the heart of the area, the most prominent structure was the auction hall itself, centrally located with no other buildings within 100 feet. The hall was expansive, divided into 3 levels, and its grandeur was unmistakable, a clear indication of substantial wealth, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding edifices. After handing over 10,000 spirit stones for his ticket, Lin Xian entered the auction hall, where many cultivators were already seated. According to the regulations, the hall would close after the hour of Chun, at which point the array would activate, prohibiting any cultivators from entering or exiting. Lin Xian chose a vacant seat in the rear and awaited the commencement of the auction. As the hour of Chun concluded, a layer of luminous barrier gradually enveloped the hall. The auction was finally about to begin. Within the hall, the seating on the first floor was evenly arranged. distinguishing only between front and back. Those of higher status might find themselves in the VIP area on the second floor, while the third floor was reserved for the 3 nascent soul cultivators tasked with overseeing the auction. Lin glanced around the venue and noticed that it was nearly filled to capacity, with only a few seats remaining vacant. A crisp chime resonated through the air, and at the forefront of the auction stage stood an elderly gentleman. Although slightly portly, and with hair and beard as white as snow, his spirit was remarkably vibrant, and his complexion was quite rosy. At that moment, the old man appeared to be in high spirits, gripping a gavel in his right hand. He gently tapped a small brass bell resting on the wooden table before him, instantly silencing the bustling auction hall. Then the elder spoke. "I am Qianyu from Wanbao Pavilion, and I hereby declare the annual auction event of Stormy City officially commenced, which I shall preside over. Friends who have traveled from afar have not come to hear this old man ramble on. However, there are a few essential points I must address. If any of you are unaware and commit an error, resulting in dire consequences, it would be on my conscience." This esteemed auctioneer, Qianyu, emanated an aura that revealed him to be a golden core cultivator. Indeed, Wanbao Pavilion boasts profound heritage, capable of dispatching such formidable golden core practitioners to oversee their auctions, showcasing their strength to the world. It is precisely because the might of Wanbao Pavilion is well known among the many factions of the Wuwangxi that their business flourishes. None dare to provoke them. Qianyu paused for merely 2 or 3 breaths before continuing. The rules of the auction stipulate that no individual within the auction hall is permitted to engage in physical confrontation for any reason, should such an act occur. Immediate execution will ensue. Furthermore, during the bidding process, threatening other bidders is strictly prohibited. Any violation will result in the revocation of bidding privileges. Bidders must not call out a price exceeding the spirit stones they possess. Failure to fulfill such a bid will also result in immediate execution. Qianyu recited these regulations in a calm manner, while the assembled cultivators listened intently, none daring to utter a sound. Soon, Qianyu concluded his exposition of the auction's rules, marking the official commencement of the event. At his signal, a strikingly beautiful attendant gracefully approached the auction stage, cradling a round tray adorned with red silk. Many cultivators attempted to probe its contents with their spiritual consciousness, yet none succeeded in penetrating the fabric. Without further ado, Qianyu unveiled the tray, pulling away the red silk to reveal a resplendent golden bracelet before the captivated audience. After unveiling the item, Qianyu spoke with measured calm. This exquisite artifact is known as the diamond ring. It possesses the remarkable ability to change size during combat. It can be wielded to attack foes, provide personal defense, or ensnare and restrain adversaries. This exceptional piece was procured at great expense from the esteemed Xinjiang sect, one of the continent's premier forging sections. The starting bid is set at a mere 20,000 low-grade spirit stones, with each increment requiring a minimum increase of 1,000 spirit stones. Now, those interested may place their bids. Chapter 88. The Heavenly Restoration Pill. In an instant, the hall was filled with a flurry of bidding voices. 20,000 spirit stones. 25,000. 30,000. Participants in the auction were diverse, including qi refining cultivators, foundation establishment practitioners, and even golden core cultivators who bid towards the end. This clearly demonstrated that the Vajra ring was indeed a remarkable magical artifact. As for why the golden core cultivators were bidding, it was undoubtedly for their descendants, as they were already capable of wielding magical treasures and thus had little interest in mere artifacts. Lin Xian felt a surge of desire. Yet he remained mindful of the purpose of his attendance at the auction. Everything else was merely an opportunity to expand his horizons. Ultimately, the Vajra ring was acquired for 64,000 spirit stones by a golden core cultivator from the second floor. The host, Qianyu, was quite pleased with this price. And upon completion of the transaction, a maid presented the second item for auction. With a flourish, she unveiled a red silk cloth, revealing a beast egg at the center of the disc. Upon seeing the beast egg, many cultivators' eyes sparkled with excitement. One must understand that once a magical beast is born, it becomes increasingly difficult to tame as it grows, unless one is exceedingly fortunate to acquire the young beast at the moment of its birth. Otherwise, taming it would prove arduous. However, the beast egg was different. By simply infusing it with one's own blood and employing a basic formation, one could establish a bond of ownership. The beast, imbued with one's essence, would naturally be inclined towards its new master upon hatching. Therefore, the value of a beast egg is generally quite considerable. If the beast were to possess even a trace of divine bloodline, such an egg would be an extraordinary treasure. Yet such beast eggs are seldom available for sale. Soon, Qin Yu's voice resonated once more. A windstorm blue hawk beast egg, bloodbound to its master. Upon maturity, the windstorm blue hawk ascends to the tier of a 5th-level beast, its combat prowess rivaling that of an early-stage golden core cultivator. The starting bid is 50,000 spirit stones, with each increment not less than 5,000 spirit stones. Now, friends in need may place their bids. The bidding for this windstorm blue hawk egg incited even fiercer competition among the cultivators, primarily driven by those in the foundation establishment stage. Possessing such a spirit companion would significantly bolster one's capabilities, whether in travel or combat. The price swiftly soared to 80,000 spirit stones, yet it showed no signs of abating. At this juncture, only 3 cultivators remained in contention, all of whom were late-stage foundation establishment practitioners, seemingly determined to secure this beast egg. However, as the price reached 100,000, a voice from the 2nd floor rang out, eliciting despair among them. 120,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing the bid from the 2nd floor, the 3 cultivators felt a wave of hopelessness wash over them. Their aspirations of acquiring the egg vanished without a trace. Even if they desired the beast egg, they dared not offend a golden core cultivator. When the figure of 120,000 was announced, the venue fell into an eerie silence, with no other golden core cultivators stepping forward to contend. Such beast eggs are considered rare among lower-tier cultivators, yet they hold little allure for those of higher realms. As long as the beast is not an exotic species or a creature of divine bloodline, it would hardly captivate the interest of high-level cultivators. Ultimately, amidst the unwilling gaze of the cultivator on the 1st floor, the golden core cultivator on the 2nd floor successfully acquired the beast egg of the Gale Blue Eagle for a staggering price of 120,000 spirit stones. This is the realm of cultivation, where hierarchies are starkly defined. Should one find themselves beneath another of a higher realm, they become akin to ants, devoid of any thoughts of resistance. For to resist would invite a most tragic fate, a consensus well established within the cultivation community. Upon the transaction of the spirit stones, a maiden once again presented a round plate, and the cultivators awaited Qin Yu's exposition in silence. This annual auction featured an array of items, and Qin Yu, eschewing any auctioneering tactics or attempts to stir the atmosphere among the cultivators, simply tore away the red silk to reveal the item upon the plate. It was a jade slip, and upon its sight, Lin Xian felt a stir within his heart. What could the contents of this auctioned jade slip entail? A technique? A secret art? Or perhaps a valuable alchemical formula? Yet, only 2 breaths later, Qin Yu spoke. This jade slip contains the formula for a specific elixir, known as the Repairing Heaven Elixir, which is designed to mend the dantian of cultivators. The starting bid is 10,000 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid to be no less than 1,000 spirit stones. Interested parties may commence bidding. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Lin Xian's heart raced exponentially, as if it might leap from his chest. He yearned to bid immediately for this jade slip, for it was precisely what he had been fervently seeking. However, he forcefully suppressed this impulse, for past experiences had taught him that the realm of cultivation was far more intricate than that of the mortal world. This mountain dweller often felt his intellect inadequate, though he possessed a certain wisdom from a young age. Who among us can effortlessly discern human nature and the intricacies of conspiracy without experiencing the trials of life? It is evident that Lin Xian was not endowed with an innate, almost supernatural intellect that allowed him to penetrate the essence of humanity and unravel every scheme. Rather, it was through his personal encounters that he gained insight into many truths. The elixir of heaven's repair, precisely what he sought, fortuitously appeared at the auction, leaving him with an unsettling feeling. After regaining his composure, Lin Xian, despite his fervent desire to acquire the jade slip, adopted the role of an observer. Clearly, the elixir of heaven's repair was not in high demand. It seemed that no cultivators required it, and thus refrained from bidding. To his astonishment, the coveted elixir found itself in an atmosphere of silence, with not a single cultivator willing to place a bid. After what felt like an eternity, a voice finally broke the stillness of the hall, announcing a bid of 11,000 spirit stones. At that moment, Lin Xian sensed a surge of consciousness emanating from the 7th VIP room on the 2nd floor, directed towards the bidding cultivator. Realizing the implications of this, Lin Xian's heart sank. The elixir's recipe was indeed suspect. It appeared that this recipe was likely a bait, undoubtedly linked to the explosive figure of the Qianqing Palace. Overwhelmed by a profound sense of disappointment, Lin Xian refrained from placing another bid, watching as the recipe was secured by a foundation-building cultivator. It seemed that the cultivators held little interest in the elixir of heaven's repair after all. Lin Xian cast a glance at the cultivator who had obtained the Butian Dan. He had contemplated the notion of approaching the cultivator for an exchange after the auction, yet ultimately dismissed the idea. If the individual who acquired the pill recipe was also affiliated with Suqing Palace, what difference would there be in his current offer? Although Lin Xian felt a profound sense of disappointment for not obtaining the jade slip, he at least came to understand that repairing his dantian was not an insurmountable challenge. It merely required a single Butian Dan. Perhaps, to the eyes of higher-tier cultivators, the restoration of a dantian might seem trivial. However, for Lin Xian, a solitary wanderer with neither elder nor sect, it posed a considerable difficulty. Chapter 89. A return to Wanbao Pavilion. Since learning that the Butian Dan could mend dantian injuries, Lin Xian lost all interest in the subsequent auction items. No matter how extraordinary the treasures or rare the materials, they held no value for him. His mind was consumed with various thoughts and calculations. Despite not securing the pill recipe, he felt no trace of discouragement. Having a clear goal was vastly superior to aimlessly wandering about. Moreover, he felt a sense of relief that he had not placed a single bid. Reflecting on it now, he felt a twinge of trepidation. Had he made even one bid, it might have drawn the attention of the explosive Taoist. The auction took a 1-hour intermission before resuming, and Lin Xian did not leave his seat. He was certain that the explosive Taoist had indeed arrived in Jingtao City. Subsequent to the auction, despite the plethora of treasures emerging, including 2 particularly coveted artifacts that even golden elixir practitioners found irresistible, Lin Xian remained utterly indifferent to it all. At last, the auction reached its conclusion, and Lin Xian, alongside numerous cultivators and body refiners, gradually departed from the auction venue. He was keen to avoid drawing any undue attention to himself, aware that more than a few pairs of eyes might be scrutinizing these practitioners and body refiners. Upon leaving the auction hall, Lin Xian chose not to return to the inn. Instead, he made his way directly to the renowned Wanbao Pavilion. After much contemplation, he concluded that the Wanbao Pavilion offered him the most promising and secure opportunity to acquire the formula for the coveted Butian Dan. Upon his arrival, he was once again greeted by the same manager as before. In the private chamber, Lin Xian adopted a solemn demeanor and addressed the manager, stating, "During my last visit to your esteemed establishment, I perused several formulas. Today, at the auction, I came across a formula for a pill known as Butian Dan. It seemed that the practitioners showed little interest in it. Might you be aware of the reason behind this?" Upon hearing Lin Xian's indirect reference to the Butian Dan, the manager discerned that this individual was likely in search of the formula. However, he was astute enough not to inquire further, for every cultivator harbors their own secrets, and prying into such matters is considered a grave faux pas. Having conducted business at the Wanbao Pavilion for many years, he was certainly aware of this unspoken rule. The shopkeeper smiled and replied, "Esteemed sir, you may not be aware that the purpose of the celestial restoration pill is to mend a damaged dantian. It is seldom utilized by cultivators, and among high-ranking practitioners, it is not regarded as a rare commodity. Rather, it is infrequently employed, which is why few are familiar with it and even fewer harbor any interest. Of course, should one's dantian become genuinely impaired, seeking this pill would still be feasible, for it is not an extraordinary item. Perhaps even high-level cultivators carry this pill within their storage pouches." Lin Xian maintained a stoic expression, seemingly engrossed in the shopkeeper's words while also contemplating some matter. After a brief pause, he inquired further, "Why does Wanbao Pavilion not offer this pill for sale? Was it not stated that it is not a rare item?" The shopkeeper continued to smile as he answered, "You misunderstand, esteemed sir. If you require this pill, I can promptly submit a request to my superiors, and it should arrive shortly. Recently, many of our high-ranking officials have been in Stormwave City, and I trust they possess the formula for the celestial restoration pill." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian did not respond immediately, as he appeared to be deep in thought. In truth, his mind was becoming increasingly tangled in confusion. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper seemed unperturbed, leisurely sipping his tea. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Xian exhaled deeply. He realized he must take a gamble. The Wanbao Pavilion, being a force from another continent, likely held little connection with the local powers of the Wuwang Sea. Their strength far surpassed that of the local factions, rendering any efforts to ingratiate themselves unnecessary. Of course, this was not an absolute certainty. At this moment, Lin Xian felt compelled to take a risk. Otherwise, he pondered, how long would it take to restore his dantian? Now in his 30s. Even if he managed to repair it, he would merely be a cultivator at the early stage of foundation establishment. Would he be able to break through to the golden core stage before his lifespan dwindled? Anxiety gnawed at him. Although there remained a risk of exposure, it was significantly less than the overt bait presented at the auction. With a long exhale, Lin Xian resolved to take this chance. He addressed the shopkeeper, saying, "Please report to your superiors as much as possible. If your esteemed pavilion can procure the recipe for the bouillon dan, I will also purchase the necessary materials from your establishment." This should amount to a substantial transaction. The shopkeeper, upon hearing this, displayed a look of delight and promptly took his leave. In the private chamber, Lin Xian felt a mix of trepidation. This time, he was embarking on a considerable risk by seeking the recipe for the bouillon dan at the Wanbao Pavilion, a decision reached after careful consideration from all angles, ultimately leaving him with no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Firstly, the Wanbao Pavilion is a prominent trading association on the mainland, undoubtedly placing great emphasis on its reputation. Their formidable strength renders them unafraid of the local forces of Wuwangxi. In fact, both the Xianqing Palace and the Tianma sect regard the Wanbao Pavilion with considerable trepidation. At this moment of the auction, many high-ranking cultivators from the Wanbao Pavilion have convened in Jingtao City, further heightening the atmosphere of apprehension. Secondly, nearly a decade has elapsed since Lin Xian established his foundation. Yet his cultivation has shown no advancement whatsoever. Should the issue with his dantian continue to linger, it would significantly hinder his future development, compelling him to undertake this considerable risk. The shopkeeper had not been gone for long. After a brief interlude, during which a meal could be consumed, he returned to the private chamber with his characteristic professional smile. Upon taking a seat, the shopkeeper savored a sip of tea, as if to gather his thoughts after a lengthy discourse. Once the warm liquid had settled, he appeared considerably more at ease and spoke. "Esteemed sir, the formula for the bouillon dan is available for sale, and the stock has already arrived. The price is set at 60,000 spirit stones. Do you have any objections?" Lin Xian was taken aback by this revelation, sensing that the transaction seemed rather too facile. Nevertheless, he could not discern any underlying issues. So he inquired, "Shopkeeper, may we proceed with the transaction now?" The shopkeeper, maintaining a broad smile, replied, "Certainly, we may proceed. The jade slip containing the formula for the bouillon dan is right here. I implore you to take a look." As he spoke, he produced a jade slip and placed it upon the wooden table. Lin Xian picked up the jade slip and pressed it against his forehead. Soon, the contents within the slip surged into his mind. While he could not ascertain whether the information recorded pertained to the recipe for the sky-mending pill, he realized that the variety of spiritual herbs detailed within was exponentially greater than those he had used in concocting the body-refining pill. Many of the herbs felt remarkably unfamiliar to him, leading him to believe that the pill described within this formula would be exceedingly difficult to refine. Chapter 90. The vast continent. Given the esteemed reputation of the Wanbao Pavilion, Lin Xian was inclined to trust that this recipe indeed belonged to the sky-mending pill. Despite the challenges of its refinement, he recognized this as his sole opportunity and resolved not to relinquish it. Thus, he inquired of the shopkeeper, "I am willing to purchase this jade slip. Does the Wanbao Pavilion possess the materials required for concocting the sky-mending pill?" Upon hearing Lin Xian's question, the shopkeeper's smile faltered slightly as he replied, "Though the Wanbao Pavilion is robust in strength and well-stocked, the materials necessary for the sky-mending pill are numerous. We possess only the auxiliary herbs. Not a single primary ingredient can be found here. Even across the continent, such spiritual herbs are quite rare and precious." At this revelation, Lin Xian felt a sinking sensation in his heart. He began to understand why the recipe for the sky-mending pill was so inexpensive and readily obtainable. Even with the formula in hand, the lack of materials rendered it nearly useless. His initial excitement and curiosity had transformed into a profound sense of disappointment. Nonetheless, he chose to purchase the formula. Possessing it meant that there was at least a glimmer of hope for the restoration of his dantian. Without the formula, the prospect of recovery would be indefinitely distant. Moreover, the Wanbao Pavilion already offers all necessary auxiliary medicines. He merely needs to procure the 4 primary herbs. After concluding the transaction, Lin Xian found himself with only a few tens of thousands of spirit stones remaining. Even if the primary herbs were still available for purchase, he doubted his financial capacity to acquire them. After placing the jade slips and all auxiliary medicines into his storage bag, Lin Xian did not depart immediately. Instead, he continued to inquire of the shopkeeper. Esteemed shopkeeper, you mentioned earlier that one could find the 4 primary herbs throughout the continent. Recently, I have often heard discussions regarding the continent. Might you provide a brief introduction to it? The shopkeeper maintained his smile and replied, as an elder of this continent, I possess some knowledge of it, albeit quite limited and somewhat one-sided. Lin Xian listened attentively as the shopkeeper spoke of the continent, his expression shifting to one of reflection. After a brief pause, the shopkeeper continued, the land we refer to as the continent is known as the vast expanse continent, a territory of immense breadth. As for the extent of its vastness, I must humbly admit my ignorance, having only heard accounts from others. In relation to the continent, the Wuwang Sea is merely deemed overseas, and its expanse is considerably smaller than that of the continent. The cultivation realm within the continent is evidently far superior to that of the overseas realm. However, many resources found overseas are absent on the continent. Thus, our Wanbao Pavilion has extended its business overseas, facilitating a mutual exchange that has proven highly beneficial. The innkeeper seemed to have spoken excessively today. After sipping his tea a few times, he continued, in my youth, I joined the Wanbao Pavilion. Initially, I was merely a clerk, but as my experience grew, the pavilion began to place great trust in me. Consequently, at the age of 43, I was sent here by airship, and I have remained for 12 years. Now, I am 55, and I wonder how my 3 children are faring. Is my wife in good health? As he spoke of his family, the innkeeper's eyes began to redden, and tears started to form. Aware of his emotional lapse, he began to apologize. Lin Xian, of course, bore no resentment. He too longed for his family. Yet, he found himself powerless to return home, burying all longing deep within his heart. The current situation afforded him no indulgence in sentimental thoughts, as he was ensnared in a perilous environment. The explosive Taoist of Qianqing Palace had not forgotten him, and seemed to have allied with the heavenly demon sect to bring about his demise. Lin Xian understood the motivations behind this pursuit, which boiled down to 2 primary reasons. Firstly, it was his precious treasures, with the unveiling of the Qiankun Mirror. The explosive Taoist undoubtedly recognized it as no ordinary artifact and desired to possess it for himself. Secondly, it was the fear of his survival. Should he escape, he might one day grow powerful enough to seek retribution. The mindset of cultivators, though often treacherous, is predictable in its malevolence. Contemplating the possession of such a treasure, one cannot help but foresee countless future troubles should it be allowed to grow unchecked. Even if they cannot attain the treasure, they must preemptively eliminate a potential adversary. Although I currently lack the strength to defend myself and pose no threat to them, they must remain vigilant against unforeseen dangers. Such is the nature of a cultivator. The proprietor, having steadied his emotions, once more donned a genuine smile, one that radiated heartfelt joy and anticipation, rather than the mere professional faade he had previously exhibited. Once his emotions were in equilibrium, he continued, I have resided in this tumultuous city for 12 long years, and at last, this year I can see the hope of returning home. The higher-ups have unanimously decided that this return will include some individuals who have been operating overseas for over a decade, allowing them to reunite with their families on the mainland. Particularly for someone like myself, who is already 55, it is time to retire and enjoy the tranquility of my twilight years with loved ones. As the proprietor spoke, his face was alight with happiness and longing. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes sparkled with interest. He interrupted the proprietor, who was immersed in thoughts of future bliss, and inquired, May I ask, esteemed proprietor, is this flying vessel solely for those of us returning from the mainland? For those of us who cultivate in foreign waters, is there a possibility for us to travel to the mainland? The proprietor, regaining his composure, understood Lin Xian's implication. It was evident that the elixir of restoration could not be sourced in distant lands, thus Lin Xian's intentions were unmistakably clear. At this moment, the shopkeeper once again donned his professional smile and said, My lord, if you wish to travel to the mainland, it is certainly not an issue. The merchant vessels of Wanbao Pavilion are primarily intended for trade, and their immense capacity rivals that of a large ship, capable of accommodating approximately 800 individuals. However, for merchants such as myself, there are usually no more than 100 of us aboard. The remaining space is, in fact, reserved for overseas cultivators like yourselves, who often seek to broaden their horizons and pursue opportunities after each auction concludes. The only requirement is a modest fee of 10,000 spirit stones from each individual. There are no further stipulations. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's heart surged with joy, and he could no longer contain his smile. He inquired of the shopkeeper, "Do you happen to know when the flying vessel will set sail again? And where may I register?" The shopkeeper, unfazed by Lin Xian's questions, displayed no hint of surprise, as if everything were well within his expectations. With a continued smile, he replied, "If my lord wishes to journey to the vast mainland, leave all arrangements to me. However, the 10,000 spirit stones must be submitted to me first. Might I inquire if my lord is amenable to this?" Without uttering a word, Lin Xian directly tossed a storage bag containing 10,000 spirit stones to the shopkeeper, who received it with a beaming smile and promptly stowed it away. The shopkeeper's smile was a permanent fixture whenever he interacted with customers. Only moments ago, when he thought of his family and the happiness that awaited him in the future, did his expression shift, revealing a glimpse of his true emotions. Aside from that, the shopkeeper perpetually wore a smile, as if it had become his customary demeanor. Leaving the Wanbao pavilion, Lin Xian proceeded directly back to the inn. He resolved not to attend the auction the following day, having already acquired the recipe for the Tian pill and the means to reach the Kangming continent. Attending the auction now seemed devoid of purpose. No matter how exquisite the treasures, he lacked the financial resources and capabilities to obtain and possess them, and furthermore, it would only invite misfortune upon himself. According to the shopkeeper, the airship would return to the Kangming continent on the morning following the conclusion of the auction. The departure point would be in the square outside the auction venue, and the shopkeeper repeatedly admonished him to avoid tardiness, for the airship would set off punctually. Leaving no room for delay, the annual auction had finally drawn to a close, during which a plethora of treasures had been sold. The affluent cultivators had left with bountiful acquisitions, their spiritual stones nearly depleted, yet not a single cultivator lamented the expenditure of their spiritual stones, for they had secured items that satisfied their desires, enhancing their combat prowess. Although Lin Xian did not procure any treasures, he successfully acquired the recipe for the Tian pill. The primary ingredients specified in the recipe included 4 rare herbs: blood, jade, red blood branch, and purple bloodlingshi, all reputed to be exceedingly rare spiritual herbs within the cultivation world. Consequently, the Tian pill became somewhat precious, though not many cultivators required it, once their dantian was damaged. The Tian pill would transform into a coveted treasure for them. However, in the realm of the unexpected sea, there exists an alternative method. Most of the alchemical formulas within the unexpected sea have been modified, with many of the primary ingredients replaced by the inner cores of magical beasts. The Celestial Restoration Pill is no exception. The 4 main ingredients can also be substituted with the inner core of a 5th-level magical beast known as the rotating water-blue rhinoceros. Yet, this creature is exceedingly rare, and Lin Xian deems himself unworthy of confronting a 5th-level beast. Thus, he resolves to seek out spiritual herbs instead. For Lin Xian, the benefits of spiritual herbs are substantial. His universe mirror has the ability to nurture these herbs, alleviating his worries regarding the procurement of alchemical materials. Even in the event of a failed attempt at pill concoction, he can continue refining, which significantly lessens the pressure weighing upon him. The situation is markedly different when it comes to the inner core of the magical beast. While he has already cultivated the auxiliary herbs in the fields of the universe mirror, the inner core of the rotating water-blue rhinoceros poses a different challenge. Once utilized, he would be compelled to hunt another rhinoceros. Additionally, the creature is elusive, and slaying a 5th-level magical beast is no trivial endeavor. Contemplating these various aspects, Lin Xian ultimately resolves to search for several primary ingredients on the vast expanse of the Kangming continent. On the morning following the conclusion of the auction, Lin Xian, adhering to the innkeeper's advice, departs the inn early. The streets are still bustling with an incessant flow of people. Although the auction has drawn to a close, many still head towards the auction venue. Among them are those exchanging spirit stones in preparation for their journey to the Kangming continent, as well as onlookers drawn by the lively atmosphere, which remains nearly as vibrant as during the auction itself. As Lin Xian arrived at the auction square, he sensed a faint yet penetrating aura sweep across his body. The fleeting touch of this presence sent a chilling sensation through him, awakening an instinctual apprehension. Nevertheless, he maintained a stoic demeanor, joining the throng of cultivators and body refiners as they gradually approached the flying vessel. The craft had already come to a halt atop the square. This was Lin Xian's first encounter with such a vessel. which dwarfed the ships he had previously boarded when traveling from the kingdom of Xinluo to the Wuwang Sea. The flying vessel measured several dozen zhang in length and over 10 zhang in width, continuously emanating a subtle aura of spiritual energy. Such an impressive creation. While ordinary ships would hardly warrant mention, this vessel was evidently a magical artifact, capable of soaring through the skies while accommodating hundreds of passengers. The cost of crafting such an artifact must be an astronomical sum, without a doubt. However, Lin Xian chose not to dwell on these thoughts. Instead, he stood at the periphery of the crowd, observing rather than approaching the vessel. His keen eyes had already spotted the entrance of the flying craft, where several Taoist cultivators, including the renowned Jia Tian Dao Ren, were gathered. It was unmistakable that they hailed from the Qianqing Palace. Among these Taoists, one individual caused Lin Xian profound unease. This person, with hair and beard as white as snow, exuded no trace of spiritual energy, appearing utterly mundane. Yet, Lin Xian knew better than to regard him as an ordinary being. Such a cultivator was undoubtedly a more formidable presence than Jia Tian Dao Ren himself. At that moment, Lin Xian felt as though his feet were shackled by a weight of 1,000 pounds, rendering him unable to take a single step forward. At that moment, the venerable elder, whose hair and beard were completely white, was engaged in casual conversation with 3 other elderly gentlemen. His demeanor was humble, yet he exuded a presence that was anything but diminished. It was evident that they were all of the same caliber, nasal infant cultivators. Lin Xian had long been aware that each auction hosted by the Wanbao Pavilion featured nasal infant cultivators overseeing the proceedings, and this time 3 such practitioners had indeed been dispatched, presumably these 3. This revelation stirred a sense of unease within Lin Xian. The topics of discussion among the nasal infant cultivators were beyond his comprehension. The presence of several Taoists from the Qianqing Palace was undoubtedly linked to him. Lin Xian found himself rooted to the spot, his feet seemingly glued to the ground, while his mind raced with thoughts. As more cultivators arrived, the plaza became increasingly crowded, with additional practitioners entering the flying vessel through the entrance, all of whom had to pass by the Taoists from Qianqing Palace. Throughout this entire time, Lin Xian remained amidst the throng of onlookers, occasionally casting glances at the flying vessel, his countenance betraying little emotion. However, internally, he was anything but calm. His anxiety twisted within him like a tangled knot. He yearned to depart from the Wuwang Sea, yet in the face of the nasal infant cultivators, he found himself lacking the courage to do so. Furthermore, given that the nasal infant Taoist had engaged in prolonged conversation with the 3 cultivators from Wanbao Pavilion, he could not help but wonder if it bore any relation to him, and whether his journey would remain safe. Such thoughts weighed heavily on Lin Xian's mind. Soon, the appointed time arrived, yet Lin Xian remained steadfastly in place, surrounded by the multitude of spectators. Chapter 92. The flame of the heart reawakens. As he observed the flying vessel ascend slowly into the sky, Lin Xian felt a twinge of regret within. Yet he harbored no remorse. The unknown often instills a profound sense of fear in people, and Lin Xian was no exception. He had once lingered perilously close to death, experiencing its chilling essence, and in that moment, he vowed never to place himself in such dire circumstances again. Thus, although he might have had the opportunity to depart from the Wuwang Sea this time, he chose to relinquish it. He had no desire to encounter the taste of death or the impotence that accompanies it a second time. Numerous cultivators gazed at the departing vessel. Some were envious. Others remained expressionless, and a few were visibly excited, remarking on the grandeur of such a colossal magical artifact, which had truly broadened their horizons. Listening to the chatter of the cultivators around him, Lin Xian maintained a stoic demeanor, for he dared not allow himself a moment of ease. Several Taoists from the Qianqing Palace still lingered in the square. As the flying vessel vanished from sight, the crowd of cultivators gradually dispersed in all directions. Leaving the auction square, Lin Xian blended into the throng, his heart racing with anxiety, fearful of revealing his true identity before the Qianqing Palace disciples. For such an exposure would surely spell disaster for him. Fortunately, there were many body refiners among the crowd, and the calamity he dreaded ultimately did not come to pass. He safely exited the square amidst the bustling masses. Upon returning to the inn, Lin Xian exhaled a long, weary breath. At that moment, the release of tension sent his heart racing uncontrollably. Earlier, to ensure his safety, he had suppressed his heartbeat with great effort. In the present day, Lin Xian finds himself ensnared within the boundless sea of misfortune. His sole recourse to concoct the celestial restoration pill lies in the pursuit of the Xian Shui blue rhinoceros. from which he must procure its inner core. Without it, his dantian shall remain beyond recovery. Within the confines of the inn, Lin Xian's figure suddenly vanished, only to reappear moments later in the ethereal realm of the Qiankun Mirror. Today, the ambience of the Qiankun Mirror's space seemed markedly altered. Lin Xian scrutinized his surroundings. A sun had inexplicably materialized in the sky of this realm. After absorbing the wood spirit pearl, the Qiankun Mirror manifested its inner domain. Upon absorbing the water spirit pearl, a tranquil pond emerged, now flourishing with the blue heart lotus, each blossom having aged several millennia. Now, a golden sun graced the heavens of this space, and Lin Xian found himself entranced by its presence, perplexed by the sudden appearance of this celestial body. As Lin Xian pondered, the sun inexplicably approached him, orbiting in close proximity, mere feet away, yet it radiated no warmth. At such an intimate distance, Lin Xian felt no trace of heat. Just as he was engulfed in curiosity, a fragment of divine consciousness infiltrated his mind. Young Lin, it is I, the revered heartburner. Upon sensing this divine essence, Lin Xian's heart soared with joy. The revered heartburner had remained silent since his tribulations, yet now he emerged in this extraordinary form. Without delay, Lin Xian reciprocated with his own mental inquiry. Revered elder, since my misfortune, you have been silent. What brings you forth in this peculiar manner now? The venerable heartburn offered a bittersweet smile and replied, on that fateful day, when your dantian was destroyed, that Taoist sought to extract your soul. It is likely that this provoked the treasured mirror, which absorbed a third of that man's spiritual essence and nearly consumed what remained of my fractured soul. Perhaps the mirror decided to spare me. Ultimately, your dantian's heartburn flame was left without a refuge, and thus the mirror refined the remnants of my soul into this fiery spirit. Now, my aspiration for immortality has come to fruition. As long as this heartburn flame endures, I shall not fade away. However, I have lost much of my memory, and I currently retain only a flicker of consciousness. Upon hearing the words of the venerable heartburn, Lin Xian expressed his astonishment and inquired further, Senior, do you know how I managed to escape? Why have you only now made your appearance? What other means of escape could there be? Can I truly be rescued? It was, of course, the treasured mirror that traversed the space and brought you away from that place. Even I am unclear about the origins of this mirror, yet it feels as though it possesses profound significance. As for me, I have merely regained a semblance of consciousness by absorbing a significant amount of fire crystal. Now, this fragment of my soul is linked to your spirit, allowing you to wield the heartburn flame at your discretion, and its power will be greatly enhanced. However, your dantian is damaged, and you cannot store spiritual energy. You are reliant on the meager energy in your spirit storage device, making every endeavor arduous. The venerable heartburn continued. Upon hearing these words, Lin Xian silently acknowledged, indeed, the existence of the Qiankun Mirror has been unveiled, which explains why the Xianqing Palace is so persistently fixated on me. Lin Xian continued, I have obtained the formula for the elixir to restore my dantian, and all the auxiliary herbs are prepared. Now, all that remains is the demon core of the Qianshui blue rhinoceros. Once I acquire the demon core, I shall be able to commence alchemical refinement. As long as the is successfully crafted, restoring my dantian will pose no challenge. However, the Qianshui blue rhinoceros is a 5th-tier demon beast. Although I can contend with 4th-tier demon beasts physically, I remain uncertain about facing a 5th-tier one. The revered Master Huo Xian replied, you can contend with 4th-tier demon beasts? I suspect you can only last a few exchanges. If you truly encounter a 5th-tier demon beast, consider yourself fortunate if you manage to escape. Lin Xian chuckled awkwardly and responded, it is merely because I have never encountered a 5th-tier demon beast. My understanding of its power is limited, and I can only make rough estimations. Master Huo Xian replied, fortunately, I awakened in time, otherwise. Venturing alone to hunt a 5th-tier demon beast would be akin to courting death. With the assistance of the current Huo Xian flame, your chances of survival have significantly increased. At the very least, preserving your life will not be an issue. Furthermore, should you have access to a somewhat adequate array for assistance, hunting a 5th-tier demon beast alone may not be an impossibility. Moreover, you will no longer need to resort to the earth fire chamber for your alchemy. The earth fire there is insufficient for crafting the. Upon hearing the capability to wield the flame of the heart, Lin Xian felt a surge of joy within. The flame of the heart had now transformed into the sun within the mirror of heaven and earth, possessing even greater power than before. Crucially, Utilizing it for alchemy significantly increased the chances of success in concocting elixirs. Linjia chose not to venture to the vast expanse of the Kangming continent, opting instead to remain in the Wuwang Sea. He reasoned that cultivators were fundamentally the same wherever they might be, even if he were to travel to the Kangming continent. The Qianjing Palace could just as easily dispatch cultivators to seek him out. Would that truly ensure his safety? Furthermore, even if the Qianjing Palace refrained from sending anyone to find him, he would still be at risk. Cultivators are perpetually swimming against the current. Perhaps there is no day that can be deemed entirely safe. Having come to this realization, Linjia felt a sense of relief in his heart, simultaneously solidifying his resolve. Chapter 93. The news of the rotating water-blue rhinoceros after a night of silence. Linjia returned to the Wanbao Pavilion the following morning. The previous manager had already departed for the Kangming continent aboard a flying vessel, and today, a different individual was attending to Linjia. This new manager appeared to be in his 50s, not dissimilar in age to the former manager, and bore a similarly professional smile. Linjia was indifferent to who attended him, as long as the service met his expectations. In a private chamber, Linjia inquired of the new manager, "Might I ask if there are any texts within the Wanbao Pavilion that detail the distribution of the monsters in the Wuwang Sea?" The shopkeeper smiled and replied, "What you seek, esteemed patron, is but a commonplace item in the realm of cultivation. Such texts should be readily available in the bustling city of Jingtao. However, I believe you are indeed a frequent visitor to our esteemed Wanbao Pavilion, which is why you chose us at the first opportunity. Therefore, I cannot allow you to be disappointed. The tomes we offer at Wanbao Pavilion are far more comprehensive than those found in any other establishment. Of that I can assure you." Linjia nodded in satisfaction. His choice to visit Wanbao Pavilion for these texts stemmed from its illustrious reputation. Although there was a chance that Wanbao Pavilion would not carry the specific item he sought, he approached with a spirit of hopeful inquiry. Before long, the shopkeeper returned to the private chamber. Once seated, he placed a jade tablet upon the wooden table and slid it toward Linjia. Linjia picked up the tablet and pressed it to his forehead, a surge of information flooding his mind. The tablet indeed contained a detailed account of the entire Wuwang Sea, including the distribution of demonic beasts within its expanse. While gathering such intelligence may not be particularly complex, one must ponder how many cultivators would actually undertake such a task. After briefly reviewing the details regarding the Xianshui Lanxi, Linjia stored the tablet away. His mind was not preoccupied with the broader intricacies of the Wuwang Sea. Rather, he was solely focused on locating the Xianshui Lan Shi to procure its inner core, which he intended to use to refine the Tian Dan and mend his own Dantian. The overall situation of the Wuwang Sea indicated a dense concentration of demonic beasts in the central maritime region, with their strength increasing as one approached the center, while the surrounding waters hosted generally weaker creatures. In the heart of the Central Sea lies a paradise for demonic beasts, a realm that is nearly forbidden for cultivators. Every inch of this maritime expanse is claimed territory, and it is rumored to be home to 8th and even 9th tier transformed demon beasts. Even the most esteemed ancestors of the top sects in the Wuwang Sea would think twice before venturing into the Central Sea. Spanning an extensive area, the Central Sea, despite its designation, is certainly not smaller than all the territories occupied by cultivators combined. The Wuwang Sea remains predominantly a vast ocean, while it boasts numerous islands. Their distribution resembles the scattered stars in the sky, merely embellishing the surface of the water. Many regions of the sea remain untouched by cultivators, and numerous areas are deemed too perilous for their approach, rendering the entire Wuwang Sea an enigmatic domain filled with unknown dangers. Linjia's target for this hunt is the spiral water-blue rhinoceros, which resides in the northwestern part of the Wuwang Sea, at the junction where the Central Sea meets the outer waters. Just off this boundary lies a modest island known as Songyun Island, a favored rest stop and transit point for cultivators. Over time, a small market has developed here, as those returning from the Central Sea with demon beast spoils inevitably pass through, casually selling various materials harvested from their quarry. Should they wish to venture further into the central waters, they must procure additional supplies. Likewise, cultivators arriving from distant lands, intent on entering the Central Seas to hunt demonic beasts, will inevitably pause here to rest and acquire essential provisions. Thus, Songyun Island has strategically seized the advantage of its location, leading to thriving commerce within its shops. Here, one can procure even rare materials typically elusive elsewhere, primarily limited to resources derived from demonic beasts. The cultivators who arrive at Sun Yun Island are often either preparing to hunt demonic beasts or have just returned from such endeavors. Of course, there are also unscrupulous cultivators who take advantage of the situation. Such rogues abound in every corner, yet they are particularly prevalent in the waters surrounding Sun Yun Island. Typically, they operate in groups of 2 or 3, lurking within these waters, targeting isolated cultivators or capitalizing on the chaos of battles to plunder, earning themselves a notorious reputation. However, as this maritime expanse remains largely unregulated, it presents a state of utter disarray. There have been instances where cultivator organizations endeavored to assemble forces to eradicate these infamous pirates, yet they could not even catch a glimpse of their shadows. Ultimately, most have chosen to ignore them, opting instead to organize their teams before setting sail. As long as they do not venture alone, they harbor little fear of these marauders. Nevertheless, the pirates possess cunning methods beyond mere ambush. At times, they exploit moments when a group is preoccupied with battling demonic beasts, luring even more beasts to the fray. This not only disrupts the team's efforts to hunt, but can also lead to casualties, providing the perfect opportunity for the pirates to strike amidst the ensuing chaos. Thus, the most notorious aspect of the island of fractured clouds is undoubtedly its pirates. No cultivator harbors anything but disdain for these marauders, yet simultaneously, they regard them with trepidation. Feeling utterly helpless against their machinations, these pirates appear and vanish at will. One cannot predict their arrival nor discern the manner of their approach, leaving the cultivators in a state of perpetual vexation. After a protracted journey spanning a month, Linjia finally reached the island of fractured clouds. Although he possessed a spirit storage belt, the meager amount of spiritual energy it provided was barely sufficient for him to utilize his storage pouch, rendering flight laborious and painfully slow, akin to the crawl of a tortoise. Nonetheless, the ability to fly alleviated many of his troubles. It is worth noting that vessels seldom ventured to this island. Had he been unable to take to the skies, he would have had to seek a small boat and row himself across, a journey that would have undoubtedly taken far longer than a month. Before departing from the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, Linjia found himself with only a few tens of thousands of spirit stones remaining. Consequently, he sold off all the superfluous items he had previously acquired, including pills, talismans, magical artifacts, and various other odds and ends, ultimately netting just over 100,000 spirit stones. With his Dantian damaged, his available means were limited to his physical prowess and the soul piercer, resulting in a rather singular approach to combat. This endeavor to hunt the swirling water-blue rhinoceros was of paramount importance to him. Thus he resolved to exert his utmost effort in preparing adequately. In the end, he decided to procure an array formation. After careful consideration and comparison, he ultimately purchased a water-based trapping formation primarily intended for ensnaring foes. Chapter 94. Team Formation. Upon arriving at Qiankun Island, Linjia found himself momentarily taken aback by the island's enchanting scenery. Although quaint in size, it boasted an array of establishments, apothecaries, general stores, talisman shops, and magical artifact retailers. Whatever one might desire could be found for sale here. As long as one possessed spirit stones, almost anything could be procured. Moreover, the general stores were also willing to purchase valuable materials from demonic beasts, thereby saving cultivators the trouble of lengthy journeys that consumed precious time. Even with the ability to fly using their artifacts, reaching the nearest market could take several days. Upon his arrival at Qiankun Island, Linjia made his way directly to the general store, eager to see if there were any inner elixirs from the Xianshui Lanxi available. Although he currently had less than 50,000 spirit stones to his name, the availability of such an elixir would undoubtedly alter his plans. In its absence, he would have no choice but to adhere to his original intention of venturing out to hunt. Disguised, Linjia entered the general store. Ever since he discovered that the Qianqing Palace had been fixated on him during his time in Jingtao City, he had developed a habit of using disguises, honing his skills to the point where he became increasingly difficult to recognize. As soon as he stepped into the shop, a cultivator approached him. The fellow's cultivation was modest, merely at the 7th level of Qi practicing, suggesting that he was likely just a shop assistant. Greetings, esteemed friend. Welcome to our humble store. Are you looking to sell materials or purchase them? Our humble shop guarantees you a fair price. The shopkeeper rubbed his hands together, gazing at Linjia with eager anticipation. Do you have any 5th-tier beast cores for sale? Linjia inquired nonchalantly, refraining from specifying which type of beast core he sought. as he was uncertain whether the sects such as Xianyun Palace and Tianma sect had their spies lurking on Cloud Island. Thus, he had to exercise utmost caution in all his dealings. Upon hearing the request for a 5th-tier beast core, the shopkeeper couldn't suppress a smile. This promised to be a lucrative transaction, one that would yield him a handsome share of spirit stones. He quickly replied, "Yes, indeed. We currently have several 5th-tier beast cores available. May I ask what specific requirements you have?" Lin Xian's heart soared at the prospect of purchasing 5th-tier beast cores, despite his storage bag holding a scant amount of spirit stones. For him, acquiring spirit stones was significantly easier than hunting beast. Within his Qiankun Mirror lay a sizable medicinal field, yielding harvest after harvest of spirit herbs, some of which had aged over a millennium. Additionally, he had reaped a considerable number of blue heart lotuses from the pond. With just 10 days to half a month of alchemical refinement, he could sell the elixirs at the apothecary and readily earn spirit stones. However, his immediate concern was to mend his damaged dantian, leaving him little inclination towards alchemical pursuits. Moreover, his cultivation had been delayed for several years. Even after restoring his dantian, he would not dedicate time to refining elixirs for profit. At most, he would concoct those essential elixirs he urgently required. Lin Xian felt a surge of joy within, yet his countenance remained composed as he remarked, "Since there are 4, allow me to examine the nature of these demon cores. Should they align with my requirements, I shall procure them." Upon hearing this, the attendant naturally felt elated and promptly produced a tome from his person, respectfully presenting it before Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian exuded no discernible aura of spiritual energy, the attendant discerned that he was a body cultivator. The true prowess of a body cultivator remains elusive until combat ensues. He could potentially rival a golden core cultivator or even an infant soul cultivator. Thus the attendant, despite being a cultivator himself, dared not show any disrespect to the body cultivator before him. The request for 5th-level demon cores indicated that this individual undoubtedly possessed considerable wealth, and a body cultivator of such means could not be deemed ordinary. With a hint of excitement, Lin Xian accepted the tome, yet maintained an air of nonchalance as he casually leafed through its pages. Among the entries, he noted a 5th-level demon core from the bloodthirsty frenzied shark, priced at 150,000 spirit stones, a 5th-level demon core from the purple spotted sea serpent, priced at 170,000 spirit stones. Soon, Lin Xian had scanned through the 4 5th-level demon cores listed, none of which were from the spiral water blue rhinoceros. A sense of disappointment welled within him. Though he had anticipated this outcome, from prior inquiries, he understood that the spiral water blue rhinoceros was inherently rare, possessing astonishing defensive capabilities that made it exceedingly difficult to slay. Even when encircled, it often managed to escape. After perusing the entries of the demon cores, Lin Xian felt somewhat disheartened, a sentiment that did not go unnoticed by the attendant, who could not help but inquire, "Are these demon cores not to your liking, esteemed friend?" Lin Xian nodded slightly without uttering a word, losing interest in the other items within the shop. He was about to turn and leave when the shop assistant, seemingly reluctant to let him go, inquired further, "Might I ask what kind of demon essence you are seeking? If you would kindly leave your contact information, I shall ensure to inform you first when our humble shop receives new stock." Lin Xian paused, contemplating briefly before shaking his head and departing from the general store. Given that the shop lacked the desired item, he dismissed any thoughts of making a purchase there. The demon essence of a creature such as the spiraling water blue rhinoceros was inherently valuable, and more importantly, such beasts were rarer than others. Furthermore, their demon essences served as essential ingredients in the concoction of various elixirs. Thus, even if someone were to bring one to the store, it would not necessarily be made available for sale. Having exited the store, Lin Xian had not ventured far when a Foundation establishment cultivator pursued him from behind. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in his ear, "Fellow cultivator, may I request a moment of your time?" Upon hearing this telepathic communication, Lin Xian halted, furrowing his brow as he regarded the Foundation establishment cultivator obstructing his path, and with a hint of coldness in his tone, he inquired, "What is your intention, fellow cultivator?" The cultivator, recognizing his own impetuousness, understood that blocking a cultivator's path was hardly a gesture of goodwill in the realm of cultivation. "I humbly beseech your forgiveness for any offense I may have caused. Our team is currently in need of a body cultivator before we can set sail to hunt down the demonic beasts. This time, our primary target is the spiral water blue rhinoceros. You must be aware that the demon core of this creature holds considerable value. Due to its formidable defenses, It is imperative that we find a body cultivator, ideally one with exceptional physical strength. I noticed that you seem to require a 5th-grade demon core. Thus, I surmise that your physical prowess must be impressive, which prompted me to approach you without reservation. I sincerely hope for your understanding. The cultivator named Su promptly elucidated the situation, and upon hearing of their intent to capture the spiral water-blue rhinoceros, Linjia felt an uncanny coincidence. Was it mere fortune that favored him? He could hardly believe that luck smiled upon him so generously. Although his mind was rife with doubts, he was reluctant to forfeit this opportunity. Casting a measured glance at the cultivator Su, Linjia inquired, "Are you aware of the whereabouts of the spiral water-blue rhinoceros? It is a remarkably rare beast, and its demon core is indeed highly valued. I am currently in dire need of spirit stones, so if the hunt for the spiral water-blue rhinoceros is genuine, I might consider joining you." Upon hearing this, Su's face brightened with joy as he promptly replied, "I am Su Malkoan, a wandering cultivator with a modest reputation on this cloudy remnant island. You may inquire about my credibility. I have resided here for over a decade, never once deceiving my fellow cultivators. Our purpose is indeed to hunt the spiral water-blue rhinoceros, and I have clearly communicated this to my companions. They are all aware of our goal, so you need not harbor any concerns." After listening to Su Malkoan's words, Linjia resolved to join the team first and exercise caution along the way. At least for now, everything seemed normal. The only anomaly lay within his own feelings. The two soon arrived at a resting place for cultivators on Songyun Island, reminiscent of a tea house in the mundane world. Cultivators came and went, some engaging in lively discussions, while others posted information about forming groups in search of companions for their maritime ventures. Here, Linjia also noticed several teams seeking to venture out to find the elusive Xian Shui blue rhinoceros, yet they lacked sufficient numbers and were hesitant to set sail. Amidst the bustling atmosphere of this tea house-like establishment, many cultivators spoke openly, perhaps considering their conversations too trivial to conceal. Various voices reached Linjia's ears. "Hey, have you heard? It is said that Qian Ruming's team faced the bloodthirsty mad shark in battle, only to have a horde of sea pirates summon numerous demon beasts, forcing them into a hasty retreat and resulting in the loss of one member." Of course I heard. These pirates are truly despicable. For so many years, no one has been able to subdue them, and we loose cultivators have suffered greatly because of it. To hunt demon beasts and obtain demon cores for exchanging cultivation resources feels like walking on the edge of a blade. One can never know when disaster might strike. Sigh. I believe we should organize more manpower. Even if we don't slay the demon beasts, we ought to scour these waters to root out those pirates. They are a malignant tumor in our domain. What you can conceive has already been accomplished by others, yet regrettably, it has yielded no results. Were it not for the clarity and stability of the waters nearby, I would have ventured to other seas long ago. Other regions are not devoid of explorers. Some are sparsely populated with beasts, leaving no suitable place to land, while others teem with formidable creatures, possibly more perilous than here at Songyun Island. Even possessing the cultivation of the core formation stage, one would hesitate to recklessly traverse the Central Sea. The cultivators exchanged grievances, primarily stemming from the presence of pirates, of whom Linjia had only heard upon his arrival here. Due to Songyun Island's advantageous geography, most cultivators hunt beasts in the vicinity, with their numbers. This sea area has been developed. Experiences regarding the types and regions of beasts have emerged, and through the efforts of many predecessors, it has been observed that the probability of encountering high-tier beasts in this area is minimal. Consequently, numerous foundation and core formation cultivators frequent these waters. Subsequently, markets began to flourish, offering cultivators greater convenience, thereby enhancing both their numbers and hunting efficiency. Accompanying Su Malkoan, Linjia and his companion arrived in a relatively spacious private room, where 4 individuals awaited their arrival. Upon Su Malkoan's return, all 4 turned in unison to observe him, appraising Linjia in the process. Linjia reciprocated the courtesy, scrutinizing the 4 in kind. Among the 4 individuals, there were 3 men and 1 woman. One of the male practitioners appeared to be quite close to the female practitioner, suggesting they were a couple. The other 2 consisted of one dressed as a Taoist priest, possessing late-stage foundation establishment prowess, and a burly man with dark skin and a bushy beard, exuding an intimidating aura. As Su Malkoan entered the room, he introduced Linjia to the group. Esteemed friends, the Taoist-dressed individual is named Yuan Wu, a disciple of the Qianqing Palace from the southern seas, who has come to Canyon Island for training and to seek opportunities. The imposing figure is known as Wang Dazhuang, a well-known disciple of the Poyu sect from the Western Seas. The other two are a couple, Zhang Huai and Zhai Hongxiu. Sumakuan swiftly introduced all four members present and then turned to Lin Xian. Lin Xian clasped his fists in greeting and said, "I am Mu Lifeng. I hope to receive your guidance, esteemed friends." The four scrutinized Lin Xian, and the burly man turned to Su Maokuan, inquiring, "Su brother, we are participating in this hunt for the spinning water blue rhinoceros due to your reputation. Why have you brought along such a frail body cultivator? I feel I could crush him with a single hand. Please do not lead us astray." Although the other three remained silent, their expressions conveyed agreement with the burly man's sentiments. Su Maokuan, wearing a broad smile, replied, "Esteemed friends, let us not be impolite. This friend, Mu, is someone I met at the grocery store. He was seeking a 5th grade demon core. What do you think of a body cultivator who can use a 5th grade demon core?" Upon hearing this, several individuals exhibited a subtle change in expression, their scrutiny of Lin Xian intensifying, leading to a noticeable moderation in their demeanor. They were quite familiar with body refiners, as each expedition to sea for hunting invariably included one among their ranks. Given that demon beasts possessed formidable physical strength, with some exhibiting astonishing defensive capabilities, the inclusion of a body refiner was essential for engaging these creatures, utilizing their robust physique. Their extensive experience indicated that the presence of a body refiner significantly enhanced the efficiency of slaying demon beasts. At this juncture, Su Maokuan addressed Lin Xian, inviting him to take a seat, proposing that they first deliberate on the itinerary and division of labor for their expedition. Lin Xian settled into an unoccupied wooden chair, with Su Maokuan following suit. The atmosphere within the room grew quieter, all eyes turning towards Su Maokuan. After taking his seat, he cleared his throat and spoke to the group. "I have spent over a decade on this Songyan island, and I am quite well acquainted with the conditions of these waters. Recently, I obtained news regarding the Xian Shui Lan Shi, prompting me to organize this team for the purpose of hunting." Chapter 96. Entering the Central Sea region, Su Maokuan spoke with a measured cadence, exuding an air of seasoned expertise in the art of hunting demon beasts. "As I previously mentioned, we have outlined our general tasks, and I trust each of you is well aware of your respective roles. Moreover, it is imperative that we remain vigilant against pirates, as they have recently become increasingly rampant, with numerous teams suffering significant losses and some comrades tragically perishing. Let us hope we do not follow in their footsteps." Within the confines of the chamber, Su Maokuan provided a thorough elucidation regarding the forthcoming hunting expedition, aiming to foster a greater sense of synergy among the participants, thereby enhancing their probability of success. However, Lin Xian pondered whether cultivators could genuinely operate in such an unguarded and unreserved manner. Aboard the flying vessel, Su Maokuan adeptly maneuvered the craft while the other four engaged in meditation and cultivation. Lin Xian harbored an unsettling feeling about the group. Though he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort, if pressed, he would assert that their familiarity with one another seemed excessive, deviating from the typical dynamics of a first venture into the sea for hunting. Naturally, these sensations were purely his own, despite the minimal conversation among them, which bore the semblance of a first-time collaboration. Lin Xian perceived subtle nuances that evoked an indescribable sentiment. The vessel traversed swiftly, and after approximately half a day's journey, they found themselves entering the Central Sea region. Upon entering this area, the speed of the flying craft gradually diminished, navigating through a labyrinth of intricate routes. The vessel's trajectory diverged significantly from the straightforward path typical of the outer seas. Lin Xian, informed by his research, understood the perilous nature of the Central Sea, where the ferocity of the demonic beast was of an entirely different caliber. Should fortune not favor them, they might inadvertently encroach upon the territory of a formidable beast, leading to the annihilation of the entire team. Su Maokuan appeared exceedingly acquainted with the intricacies of this maritime expanse, as evidenced by his continual adjustments to their course, likely in an effort to circumvent potential dangers. Thus, the vessel continued its journey through the Central Sea for an entire day, leaving Lin Xian utterly disoriented regarding their whereabouts, and a sense of unease began to settle within him. As for the other four individuals, they appeared utterly at ease, each engrossed in their tranquil meditation and cultivation, seemingly indifferent to the happenings of the outside world. This scenario intensified Lin Xian's doubts. If these individuals were to collaborate against him, he felt little trepidation given his current physical prowess, coupled with the element of surprise offered by the soul-piercing stab. Among them, Only the Taoist Yuan Wu possessed superior cultivation, being at the late foundation establishment stage, while the others merely reached the mid-foundation establishment stage. After half a day of flight, the flying vessel finally alighted upon a diminutive island reef, measuring merely a few dozen zhang in circumference. The islet was barren, devoid of any vegetation, consisting solely of stark rocks. Upon landing, Su Maoquan stowed away the vessel and addressed the group. Aside from Taoist Mu, the four of you shall assist me in setting up the formation. Once the formation is established, the subsequent tasks will fall to Taoist Mu. With that, the five commenced their arrangements for the formation. According to Su Maoquan, this formation was designed to ensnare demonic beasts, preventing their escape. Thus, it was not overly complex. Pre-prepared formation flags and discs merely needed to be buried according to specific requirements. In less than the time it takes to consume a meal, the formation was successfully established. Upon completion, Su Maoquan approached Lin Xian with a smile, yet to Lin, that smile appeared to harbor ulterior motives. Perhaps this is the nature of the human psyche. Once one harbors negative suspicions toward others, every action they take seems to be a conspiracy, every endeavor an attempt to harm. At present, Lin Xian appears somewhat paranoid, possibly stemming from an excessive caution that has led him to scrutinize even the most subtle details, as if peering through a magnifying glass. Consequently, he is left with an unsettling sense that something is amiss. Su Maoquan, of course, remains oblivious to Lin Xian's inner thoughts. He merely strives to adopt a more amiable demeanor. Approaching Lin Xian, Su Maoquan continued to smile as he spoke. Friend Mu, it is now your turn. I have ascertained that there lies a cavern of the swirling water blue rhinoceros 30 miles due north of this island. All you need to do is lure it here, and we five will handle the rest. Rest assured, your share of the spirit stones will not be diminished in the least. Lin Xian regarded Su Maoquan with an impassive expression, remaining silent, which momentarily caused a flicker of unease to cross Su Maoquan's face. A fleeting moment. Yet Lin Xian perceived that hint of disquiet. At this juncture, he became increasingly convinced that this hunting endeavor was far from ordinary. His own discretion suggested that he had not revealed his true intentions, indicating that their motives for the hunt were likely nefarious. Were it another person in his place, the outcome might have been no different. Lin Xian returned Su Maoquan's smile, replying, I never imagined that the endeavors of body refiners in the pursuit of demonic beasts would be so uncomplicated. I must extend my gratitude to you, Su Daoyu. It is merely a matter of guiding the beast into the trap. Such simplicity should assure you. As Lin Xiang was about to turn away, a thought seemed to strike him. He smiled at Su Maoquan and said, Fellow Taoist Su, my flying speed is somewhat limited. Might I request the loan of your flying vessel? This would ensure our success. Otherwise, should I be pursued by a beast, not only would it be perilous, but I would also fail this task, which would weigh heavily on my conscience regarding that single spirit stone. Lin Xiang's expression was earnest, as if he were genuinely concerned for the success of their hunting expedition. Su Maoquan, after a brief moment of contemplation, replied with a smile, Of course. Borrowing the vessel is no trouble at all. I have also filled it with spirit stones, so please feel free to use it. With that, Su Maoquan produced a palm-sized flying vessel, tossing it into the air where it transformed into a length of over 10 feet. The vessel emanated a gentle aura of spiritual energy, and notably, it was swifter than the one he had previously ridden with Luo Yusen. Recognizing the other's ulterior motives, Lin Xiang felt no need for courtesy. He would consider this vessel as a form of interest. With a nimble leap, he boarded the vessel and directed it northward. As he watched Lin Xiang's departing figure, Su Maoquan's smile gradually faded, replaced by a chilling expression. At that moment, Lin Xiang's smile also vanished, his face becoming expressionless as he maneuvered the vessel, his mind racing with calculations on how to handle the situation, whether to simply pilot the vessel away or... Soon, Lin Xiang arrived at the location Su Maoquan had indicated, releasing his spiritual sense to confirm the presence of a swirling water-blue rhinoceros below. Chapter 97. A duel between spouses. Upon discovering the swirling water-blue rhinoceros, Lin Xian made a definitive decision in his heart. Without hesitation, he drew forth the black heavy sword from his storage bag. This marked the first occasion he wielded the sword in battle since acquiring it from the lair of the Dark Knight Demon Lord. Moreover, Lin Xian brandished a shield, black in hue and adorned with a fearsome, demonic visage, which had been obtained by a senior brother from the same lair and ultimately fell into Lin Xian's possession. With the shield in his left hand and the sword in his right, he plunged into the sea, attacking the cave with fervor. Rocks cascaded downwards, plummeting to the ocean's depths. After a tumultuous flurry of strikes, Lin Xian resurfaced, leaping onto his flying vessel and steering towards the positions of Su Maoquan and the others. However, within mere moments, a series of roars emanated from beneath the water's surface, followed by violent disturbances on the surface, indicating that the swirling water-blue rhinoceros had been provoked. Lin Xian extended his consciousness and discerned that the rhinoceros was hurtling toward him at an astonishing speed. Observing the rapidly approaching creature, a subtle smile graced Lin Xian's lips. He found the swirling water-blue rhinoceros remarkably pleasing to the eye, far more charming than the ever-smiling Su Maoquan. Were reality to permit, he would genuinely desire to leap into the sea and caress the magnificent creature. Beasts, in contrast to humans, are far simpler in nature. Their anger manifests in roars and growls, their emotions straightforward and direct, unlike human cultivators, whose feelings are often veiled and require meticulous observation and interpretation to discern their authenticity. Before long, Lin Xian's figure appeared within the sight of the 5 individuals. The martial artist from Zhuangking Palace addressed them, saying, "Do not engage him just yet. Wait until he enters the formation alongside the demon beast. We shall first unite our efforts against the beast. Once it is vanquished." The Zhuangking Palace practitioner gestured with emotion across his throat, exchanging glances with the others, revealing a sinister smile before turning his gaze back to Lin Xian, who was steadily approaching the island. The closer Lin Xian drew, the broader their smiles became, as if he were a lamb awaiting slaughter. However, as Lin Xian neared the island by more than 10 zhang, an unsettling feeling washed over them. It appeared that Lin Xian was not leading the demon beast into the trap, but rather heading towards their hiding place. At this moment, Yuan Wu sensed the impending danger and shouted to Wang Dazhuang, "You must lure the demon beast into the formation. Zhang Huai and your spouse, go and eliminate that body-refining warrior. Su, let us prepare to vanquish the demon beast." Yuan Wu had naturally assumed the role of commander within the group. As the realm of cultivation venerates strength above all, with the highest cultivation, Yuan Wu was indeed the mightiest. Under his command, Wang Dazhuang charged directly towards the swirling water-blue rhinoceros, while Zhang Huai and Zhai Hongxiu advanced straight towards Lin Xian. Upon seeing the approaching couple, Lin Xian wore a cold smile, wielding a shield in his left hand and a sword in his right, propelling his flying vessel at great speed towards them. Before Zhang Huai and his spouse could reach him, their magical artifacts had already begun to strike. Lin Xian positioned his black shield before him. As the magical artifact swiftly collided with the shield, producing a resounding metallic clash, Zhang Huai's formidable blade and Zhai Hongxiu's flying daggers struck the shield in succession. The impact of the 2 artifacts sent a tremor through Lin Xian's arm, rendering it somewhat numb, yet he remained as steadfast as a mountain. Sparks erupted from the collision of the 2 artifacts with the black shield before they were repelled. Remarkably, Lin Xian did not yield an inch. And as he exchanged a glance with his opponents, a shared sense of gravity flickered in their eyes. Clearly, both his strength and the artifact had taken them by surprise. However, there was no time for further astonishment, for Lin Xian, having absorbed their attacks, now soared forward on his flying vessel, sword in hand, charging towards them. Aware of Lin Xian's advance, the 2 were reluctant to engage in close combat, for the physiques of cultivators and body refiners were worlds apart. They activated their defensive talismans, with Zhang Huai enveloped in a golden barrier, while Zhai Hongxiu was shielded by a blue one. Upon activating their defenses, they swiftly retreated, spreading out to encircle Lin Xian from 2 directions. Undeterred by their maneuver, Lin Xian swung his black heavy sword towards Zhai Hongxiu. Sensing the imminent approach of Zhang Huai's blade from behind, Lin Xian pivoted and delivered a powerful strike, his black heavy sword meeting the oncoming blade with precision. With a resonant clang, the formidable blade shattered into 2 pieces. In a swift motion, Lin Xian pivoted, raising the obsidian shield before him just in time to deflect the incoming flying dagger. Sparks erupted as the dagger struck the shield, yet the black shield remained unscathed. The dagger was repelled once more, allowing Lin Xian to close the distance to Zhai Hongxiu. In a surge of speed, he approached her, lifting the ebony sword high before delivering a rapid downward strike. Despite being protected by a blue shield, Zhai Hongxiu dared not confront Lin Xian's onslaught head-on. She aimed to evade, but Lin Xian's movements were fluid and executed with such swiftness that her attempt to dodge was rendered futile. In an instant, the ebony sword struck the blue shield. Zhai Hongxiu had presumed that, devoid of any ethereal energy, The black sword was not a magical artifact, and thus the blue shield should withstand the blow effortlessly. However, the outcome was starkly different from her expectations upon contact. The shield shattered with a sound reminiscent of breaking glass. The blue shield crumbled under the black sword's assault as if it were mere parchment. The sword continued its relentless trajectory, landing a devastating strike upon Zhai Hongxiu's right shoulder. A sharp pain coursed through her, and she let out a piercing scream. Blood gushed forth as the ebony sword cleaved her in twain from shoulder to waist. Lin Xian swiftly gathered Zhai Hongxiu's storage pouch and the flying dagger artifact, wiping the blood from his body and face, before turning his gaze towards Zhang Huai. At this moment, Lin Xian's face and body were drenched in blood, resembling a relentless killer. Coupled with his cold, unfeeling gaze, a chill surged within Zhang Huai, swiftly enveloping his entire being. Zhang Huai involuntarily shivered, the spirit of battle having entirely dissipated from him. With a voice tinged with tremors, he cried out, "Friend Yuan, please assist me swiftly." Lin Xian, however, showed no intent to pause. After vanquishing Zhai Hongxiu, he propelled his flying vessel once more, hurtling towards Zhang Huai with great speed. Chapter 98. Confrontation with Yuan Woodiest. Though Zhang Huai was somewhat enraged by the demise of his companion, fear had supplanted his fury, leaving him devoid of the courage to confront Lin Xian. He retrieved a bronze shield from his storage bag, alongside a 3-foot-long flying sword. While he maneuvered the sword to attack Lin Xian, he raised the shield before him. Perhaps still not fully reassured, he produced 2 defensive talismans and activated them. With the protection of 3 layers of light shields and the bronze shield, Zhang Huai felt a modicum of comfort. The assaults of the flying sword were entirely thwarted by Lin Xian's black shield, yielding no substantial effect, save for slightly decelerating Lin Xian's movements. Meanwhile, Yuan Wu, Su Maoquan, and Wang Dazhuang were relentlessly assaulting the swirling water-blue rhinoceros within the formation. Under their fierce onslaught, the creature appeared to be at a disadvantage, sustaining minor injuries. Just as they prepared to annihilate the beast, the anguished cries of Zhai Hongxiu pierced the air, accompanied by Zhang Huai's desperate pleas for help. In his heart, Yuan Wu silently cursed, useless. Yet, he felt compelled to rescue Zhang Huai. Should Zhang Huai fall to Lin Xian's blade, their chances of launching a successful attack on the demonic beasts would be utterly thwarted. He instructed Su Maoquan briefly, and then soared towards Zhang Huai, leaving the other 2 to continue their assault on the swirling water-blue rhinoceros within the formation. From a considerable distance, Yuan Wu shouted towards Lin Xian, "You vile scoundrel! We,